Chapter 351, Blackwater Abyss. Chapter 351, Blackwater Abyss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Titan set equipment actually had such a great backstory? Since the Titan set equipment was created by the god of Titans, even if the Titan set equipment is already damaged, how should it just be a violet platinum grade? Zhang could not hold his doubt anymore, so he unequipped his Titan wall and handed over to Kent, asking, "Kent, I came across this Titan wall, at least that's what it calls itself, can you have a look at it?" Oh. Kent was a little surprised and took the shield and examined it carefully. He focused on the shield, and after a while, he passed the shield back to Zhang, smiling as he said, "Young man, this Titan wall is an imitation. Although it is not the real Titan wall, I have to confess that the craftsmanship of this shield is very intricate, it faithfully reproduces the image of the original. Imitation or not, it does have power in its own right, the one who forged this shield must have been very skillful." Imitation. Then, this perfectly explains why there were so many Titan sets around. They were all just imitations, this allowed the game to produce as many sets of it as it liked. Zhang laughed as he shook his head at the cheap method of covering up a plot hole, and asked, "So, this Titan chestplate that you were looking for is the real deal?" "Exactly." Kent nodded his head and continued, "The genuine Titan equipment contains immensely powerful strength. The Titan chestplate is able to resist all mortal attacks. If we equipped it, even Kazalo will have a hard time harming us." Zhang earnestly asked, "Kent, please tell me, how do I search for this Titan chestplate?" Kent hesitated again, and then said, "Titan chestplate is in the deepest depth of Abyss of Blackwater, and it is guarded by a huge python. This D*med huge python is no ordinary beast, as it understands the power and value of the Titan chestplate. When I said guard, I meant that the chestplate is in its stomach. The D*mn thing swallowed it whole to start absorbing the power from within. That's some completely messed up digestive system. D*mn it, the power within the Titan chestplate is going to be completely absorbed at this point." Zhang quickly said, "I will reclaim the Titan chestplate right away." Kent nodded his head in approval. "Then, you must be careful." Ding. "Kent. Joseph has a quest for you, snatch back the Titan chestplate. Will you accept it?" "Accept." Zhang left Whitestone Hills once again and headed to the Abyss of Blackwater. Snatch back, Titan chestplate, difficulty AS. Quest description, Kent. Joseph requires you to head for the Abyss of Blackwater immediately to snatch back the Titan chestplate from Huge Python. Warrior, you must hurry up, every single day that passes, the Huge Python Mopey will absorb even more strength from the Titan chestplate. Abyss of Blackwater is to the north of Grand Canyon, you better bring a few friends, as it is not easy to fight against Huge Python Mopey. Progress, snatch back, Titan chestplate, 0 to 1. This was an S-grade difficulty quest. If it was a B or a grade difficulty quest, Zhang would have completed the quest alone without hesitation. But an S-grade difficulty quest, the boss would never be an enfeebled yellow gold boss. It had to be a violet platinum boss, the toughest tier of bosses at this stage of the game. Zhang had planned to invite Han Shui and the rest of the gang to come over and defeat the boss together. The quest had a time limit. Although the quest did not clearly mention the time limit, being an S-grade difficulty quest, there should be quest score, so if he completes it in a speed beyond the prediction of the developers, he might once again score a beyond perfect rating. Zhang thought again and then decided not to waste time and immediately looked for the boss. For this, he has decided to use the last charge remaining of Friendship Jade. Of course, Zhang would still bring along Han Shui. If the two of them proved enough to be able to defeat the boss, Zhang would definitely keep the last charge of the Friendship Jade. Since Han Shui just needed to ask for Lover's Charm, from Sun Xinu, she could immediately teleport to Zhang at a short notice. Zhang made the call to Han Shui as he was rushing to the Abyss of Blackwater and said, "B*TCHY, ask Ice Cube for the Lover's Charm, I need you to heal me soon." "No need to be so troublesome, the Lover's Charm is always with me." Han Shui smiled sweetly and said, "That frosty lady want me to return the Lover's Charm to her? Humph, that's not happening." Zhang felt a headache starting up. These two ladies better not start a fuss out of nothing now. "Then, come over to my place now. If you are here, I'll get things done even quicker," Zhang said. "Thank you for summoning me, Your Highness," Han Shui said in an awfully melodramatic tone, and immediately appeared beside Zhang. "You intend to play a role of Lady Yang, or Zhaofian, but..." Wu Zetian, fated to cause her husband death, stopped her son from robbing power off the throne, and gained independence as the emperor herself. Han Shui threw a flirtatious look to Zhang and summoned her Storm and Gale Direwolf. The red gold crab could only increase her movement speed by 100% when on the ground. Of course, it would shine during combat. Both of them rushed towards the north, and they reached the north of Grand Canyon in a short period of time. There was black liquid flowing in a river stream, and the river extended to a huge, black lake. The river was flowing so fast that no raft could possibly survive the rough journey. Foam and mud frothed about. How do we proceed? Are you actually planning to swim in this filthy ditch? Han Yingshui rolled her eyeballs as she said. Zhang Yang laughed as he said, black water wouldn't necessarily be smelly, perhaps it is petroleum, that's black gold there. Yo, it is sticky and disgusting. Han Yingshui complained, if I knew that, I should have come after you've made it through here. Cut the bullshit *T, just summon your red gold crab and move. Zhang Yang shouted. He knew that Han Yingshui enjoyed dominance. However, if one were to strongly assert command over her, she would give in and obey. Although Han Yingshui pursed her lips, she still obediently summoned the red gold crab. Zhang Yang also summoned his mythical turtle, and the both of them entered the black water river, and followed the current. The river rapidly went into the valley, going deeper and deeper down, until they were plunged into total darkness. After what seemed like hours, they saw light once again, and saw the high walls of the cliffsides on either side of them. Quack! Vultures flew over their head, except that they were skeletal, spectral, huge birds without any feathers or flesh. Other than that, they acted as they did in life, the scavengers of carcasses that they were. On both sides of the river, there were countless skeletal animals of different types. They all blindly wandered around, their eyes flashing the familiar green. The flowing speed of the black river gradually slowed down at a certain point, eventually stagnating. Still, the entrance to the abyss seemed far away. They could still swim along the river, without having to bump into the spectral animals at this point. But, Zhang Yang said, *tchy, let's go ashore. Why? Han Yingshui was a lazy person, and the less she had to work, the better. There are herbs. Zhang Yang smiled, as he could see the appearance of plenty of herbs on the both sides of the river in the mini-map. Besides, there were also rare medicinal materials which required long duration of respawns, such as ancient vines. These vines took up to a full day to respawn, they were incredibly rare, but... Once they went ashore, a blackwater saber-toothed skeletal tiger dashed towards them, its sharp teeth snapping at Han Yingshui, who was the closest to it. Blackwater saber-toothed skeletal tiger, Elite, Spectre. Level, 84. HP, 84,000. Defense, 450. -6, 102. A damage text immediately appeared above Han Yingshui's head. Fortunately, she was already mounted on her crab, giving her almost 50,000 HP. The attack barely fazed her. Silly you, quickly save me. By right, Han Yingshui should be much stronger than Zhang Yang at this rate, thanks to her pet mount. The pet mount would be responsible for attacking, and she could simply heal herself. How would any elite monster be a threat to her? But, Han Yingshui's first reaction was to ask for help from Zhang Yang. She knew the right tone, and the right role to play the *tch in distress. She just knew how to trigger a man's desire. Men would die protecting her, without really knowing why. Zhang Yang, fully aware of this, shrugged and lifted his sword. He dashed towards the skeletal tiger. First, he used Provoke to pull away the monster's aggro and then took turns attacking, along with mythical turtle's bites. They definitely had the monster's attention now. At that moment, Han Yingshui had already trained her red gold crab to level 76, so their attacks were quite impressive, although they could not be compared to the mythical turtle. But, Han Yingshui and her red gold crab's attack power would already bring shame to most dedicated attackers. With the two game-breaking pets, the Blackwater saber-toothed skeletal tiger became a pile of bone fragments within a short period of time. It gave a lot of experience points to Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui. It is great to ride on the coattails. Han Yingshui came down from her pet mount and looted the monster's drops. Zhang Yang raised one of mythical turtle's right legs and flapped it in front of Han Yingyu. What are you doing? Han Yingshui stared at Zhang Yang. I thought you wanted to ride on the coattails? With the presence of Han Yingshui, Zhang Yang pulled all the monsters without hesitation. He summoned Whitey and stayed among the monsters, and then turned around and pulled about 10 monsters at once. After that, he started group killing. Unfortunately, the chance of triggering the Dark Enigmatic Sword's special effect had greatly reduced after Zhang Yang had reached level 80. Although 1% and 2% was only a difference of 1%, it was half its value. However, Dark Enigmatic Sword was still a godly AoE weapon that could not be replaced at the current phase. Although the chance of triggering special effect of Horizontal Sweep had been reduced a lot, it still did impressive damage when using Blast Wave, his main monster killing skill. 5 to 6 minutes later, there were a lot of bones around Zhang Yang and Han Shui. Bypassers could have easily mistaken them as grave robbers or something, at that rate. Han Shui happily looted the monster drops all over the ground. Wei Yan'er and Han Shui had a good habit of not missing any loot. Even single pieces of copper coins would be swept off the floor. In the meantime, Zhang Yang was busy harvesting the herbs. After looting the drops and harvesting the herbs, both of them continued moving forward and they pulled another wave of monsters and started clearing them off. Han Shui was very satisfied. Although Zhang Yang was a guardian, he had the dark enigmatic sword and a bunch of AoE skills which surpassed the attacking power of attackers. Although Wei Yan'er also excelled in group killing, she was limited to normal monsters only, as she would not last against the combined attacks of an elite crowd. Moreover, as Zhang Yang had both high defense and strong attacks, nothing wiped out huge waves of monsters better than he did. By staying together with Zhang Yang, Han Shui's leveling efficiency was at its highest, and she could do her healing with one eye closed. Naturally, Han Shui would wish to ride on Zhang Yang's coattails more than anyone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 352, Huge Python Mopey. Chapter 352, Huge Python Mopey. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Both of them continued pushing forward like locusts crossing the border, not missing out any herbs or monsters. Still, they had to tread carefully. Up ahead, the Black River swirled into a huge and bottomless vortex. If both of them aren't careful, they might actually end up being flushed down it. If both of them really did get caught by the current, there would be no escape. Either they would have to use a teleportation scroll to teleport back to the city, or commit suicide and resurrect at a graveyard. Both of these were totally unnecessary expenses. 3 hours later, they came to the deepest of the abyss. Both of them had already obtained plenty of experience points and herbs, and Han Shui's backpack was already fully stuffed. They could see from afar that a huge python had coiled its body under a huge rock. Its body was thicker than a train. The huge python's scales were thick and heavy, and each scale was as big as a manhole cover, which made them drip cold sweat. Before they approached it, both of them could already smell a nausea-inducing stench. Han Shui used her hands to cover her mouth and nose, and then complained, "How long has this smelly snake gone without a bath? Oh my gosh, I can't even breathe, how are we supposed to fight it?" Adjust your olfactory sensitivity. Both of them were fine after adjusting their olfactory sensitivity. Huge Python Mopey, Violet Platinum, Beast. Level, 85. HP, 8,500,000. Defense, 2,400. Han Shui rolled her eyeballs and asked, "Silly you, don't tell me that you plan to take on this Violet Platinum boss with just the two of us?" "Yeep, that's the idea. Brother, you are going to die fighting against this boss, and I'm not going to die with you. I'm heading back to the city. Good luck." Han Shui was already pulling out a teleportation scroll. Zhang Yang anxiously said, "Let's just give it a try. If it's too tough, I will use the friendship jade." Han Shui kept her teleportation scroll, rode on Red Gold Crab and stayed behind Zhang Yang, saying, "Silly you, carry on then." First, Zhang Yang equipped the friendship jade, and then moved a few steps forward and summoned the mythical turtle. After that, he threw a Spear of Obliteration at the boss. 451. Spear of Obliteration had the special effect of ignoring defense. Although the boss had 2,400 of defense, it could not negate the damage from the Spear of Obliteration. See? Huge Python Mopey stuck its red tongue out and angrily slid towards Zhang Yang. 40 meters away, its huge tail was lashed out like a giant whip and struck Zhang Yang. Block! Zhang Yang responded swiftly as always. He raised his Titan Wall and blocked the attack. Huge Python Mopey twisted its long body and wound itself around Zhang Yang. 11,824. Zhang Yang immediately received a huge amount of damage. Han Shui quickly healed Zhang Yang's HP by spamming all her healing spells. After the boss was done twisting around Zhang Yang's body, it immediately moved back and lashed its tail at Zhang Yang again. 12,012. Violet Platinum bosses were really strong and ferocious. This one was dealing 5 digits of damage at a time, but luckily Zhang Yang was mounted atop his turtle, with a HP limit that exceeded 120,000. Any other tanks would have been crushed to death by now. At this stage of the game, battle mounts were a necessity if players intended to stay ahead of everyone else. Therefore, the presence of battle mounts made a huge difference to battles. Huge Python Mopey's attacks were random and unpredictable. It occasionally swung and simply whipped its tail, which caused strong whirlwind like hurricanes. Besides, this was an AoE attack, even if Han Shui was standing 30 meters away from boss also received the attacks, thus, -19000 high damage text popped up on top of her head. Han Shui quickly yelled, "Silly you, quickly, use the Friendship Jade." 2 waves of AoE had pushed her to the limit. Healing Zhang Yang alone was already a monumental task for her, but she was taking heavy damage herself, it was impossible to carry on. After all, Han Shui was only level 78, equipped with a level 60 yellow gold set equipment. If she was equipped with her violet platinum set equipment, she definitely could heal Zhang Yang and herself and keep up with the battle. Zhang Yang saw the boss using its tail to wind up for yet another huge attack, and knew then that it was an impossible battle. He immediately activated the Friendship Jade and used the last remaining summon. Roar! Smog's phantom appeared and roared towards the sky, wielding his blood shadow blade. He dashed towards huge Python Mopi without saying a word. -143, 210. Smog's sword came raining down, causing a ridiculous amount of damage. Huge Python Mopi furiously turned towards Smog's phantom. But fighting against a holy boss was too much for a mere violet platinum boss. Both Zhang Yang and Han Shui only needed to stand aside and watch the battle between the two bosses. Unfortunately, I had to use the last charge of the Friendship Jade. I can only dream of getting another. As Zhang Yang watched Smog's phantom toy with the huge Python Mopi, he sighed dejectedly. Silly you, that Friendship Jade has already given you 3 violet platinum bosses. If you don't curb that greed of yours, lightning will strike you down. Han Shui said. Zhang Yang was shocked and said, "Evil B *TCH, should I start calling you an evil W *TCH instead? You read my mind. Please, your face said it all." Han Shui scoffed. How is the little brat now? Zhang Yang tried to divert the topic. She's still pretty depressed. At least she's a little more talkative these days, even saying that she has decided to go for a good university. Zhang Yang felt worried for Wei Yan and said, with her half-hearted attitude, how is she going to achieve anything? Han Shui rolled her eyeballs and said, Yan is actually really smart, you know. Hey! If you are telling lies, you will be punished by lightning strikes. As they continued chatting, huge Python Mopi was fighting for its life against the powerful strikes of a holy boss. At this stage of the game, it's like a cheat code being activated. Just how powerful would the holy bosses in the future be? Ding! The party you are in has killed huge Python Mopi. Obtained 4,250,000 experience points. Within 2 minutes, huge Python Mopi was slain, and a huge corpse sprawled like an overturned train, with a length of several hundred meters. Smog's phantom went back to Zhang Yang's side, sheathed his blade, and stood upright like a loyal bodyguard. Wow, I'm going to be rich. This time, Han Shui took no notice of the slime and muck, but instead, ran to the smelly corpse and picked up the coins, equipment, skill books and etc. which had spilled all over the floor. After Han Shui picked 10 gold coins, she wanted to pick up a very ancient-looking armor, but was unable to. She asked, Silly you, what's wrong with this thing? Why I can't pick this equipment up? Zhang Yang laughed and said, this is my quest item, it's not for you to take. Ah, so you had that good a quest and you never even bothered to mention it to me, let alone share it. Finally, I have seen through you. Han Shui grumbled. Silly girl, I wanted to share the quest with you when you arrived, but the quest assistant notification showed that I am unable to share the quest with other players. It's a single-player quest. Zhang Yang walked over and picked up the armor. The quest notification rang in his ears, signifying the fulfillment of a part of the quest. Titan chestplate, quest item. Description: although this piece of armor has been dilapidated, you can still feel the immense power within it. You feel like an ant before its divine might, but Zhang Yang had a feeling that this armor would be his by the end of the quest. However, it should be an imitation like his Titan Wall, as celestial equipment would not appear at level 80 stages of the game. Han Yu continued picking up the rest of the drops. Scepter of Snake King, Violet Platinum, Staff. Magic Weapon Attack, 1897 to 2297. Equipment: each time you cast spells, there is a 1% chance of obtaining extra 200 spell damage bonus. Level requirement, 80. Haha, my hands are lucky. Han Shui gleefully admired the staff. Staves did not have attack speed limits, as casting speeds depended on the skills themselves. Zhang Yang sighed and said, you probably used up all the luck there, I won't be getting anything now. Haha, my luck will get you a suitable weapon. Han Shui assured Zhang Yang as she thumped her chest. Her fist sunk into her huge, soft melons each time it made contact, inadvertently jiggling the rest of the soft flesh around it. Zhang Yang's eyes wandered, and lingered upon the marvelous sight. Silly you miss them, don't you? Han Yingxue thrust her chest out at him, the bountiful mounds of sinful creations jiggling in response. She then cackled like a witch. F***CKU. Evil witch, they would have drowned you to death if you lived in ancient times. Zhang Yang covered his nose as he said. Blood was threatening to spurt out from it at any moment. Ha ha ha. Han Yingxue laughed to her heart's content, before she continued picking up the boss loot. Snake's Spur, Violet Platinum, Dagger. Weapon attack, 599 to 799. Attack interval, 1.3 seconds. DPS, 538. Equipment, all attacks ignore target's 500 defense value. Level requirement, 80. Damn, this is a great offhand weapon for assassins. Zhang Yang exclaimed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 353, Slaying the Enemy's Chieftain. Chapter 353, Slaying the Enemy's Chieftain. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Assassins excelled in stealth attacks. Emerging from their stealth mode, they would acquire an additional 30% damage over their initial damage output. With two weapons to wave around, they could also stun players of any professions, at similar levels and similar grade of equipment. As long as they weren't dealing with tankers, no one else stood a chance against them. But, when engaging in a boss battle, the attack speed of the secondary weapon was too rapid, resulting in the extremely small amount of damage output due to balancing algorithm of the game. The faster the attack rate of the weapon, the lower the damage output of the weapon. So, when they are attacking a boss with extremely high defense, they would basically be like ants trying to bite into the hide of an elephant. From this point of view, defense points would always nullify their attacking power, so they could only depend on superior equipment grades and excellent player skills, along with proper mana management to cover for this weakness. This secondary weapon dagger, Snake's Spur, actually had a special effect that ignores 500 defense points, prior to identification. At the current stage of the game, regular Violet Platinum bosses had about 2,400 defense points, and after being smashed with 5 layers of crippled defense, they would be left with only approximately 1,200 defense points. With the special effect of this dagger, the defense points should be deducted further down by 600 points or so, leaving only 400 to 500 defense points on the bosses. This would definitely allow the wielder to unleash quite an astounding amount of damage. This dagger was ideal. Humph, that cold labeled one has the advantage, this time. Han Yingxue curled her lips as she threw the dagger over to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang was wise enough to not get himself caught in the middle of a fight between two women. Men usually die horribly when in such positions. Mask of the Shadowy Death, Violet Platinum, Leather Armor. Defense, 48. Vitality, plus 564. Strength, plus 161. Agility, plus 378. Equip, reduces the cooldown time of Take Aim by 1 second. Unidentified. Required level, 80. Although leather armors could be used by both thief and hunter professions, the special effect clearly favored hunters. Of course, some rich thieves would spend a fortune to get their hands on this equipment. The special effect aside, this fine piece of equipment would still be a Violet Platinum equipment. Zhang Yang kept the mask into his backpack as well. He would leave the decision in the hands of those two hunters. With the quest completed, the two of them retraced their steps, but the turbulence of the Black River was streaming rapidly all the way down, making it impossible for them to go up the way they came down from. Feeling helpless, the both of them finally gave up and took out their teleportation scrolls. Zhang Yang was thinking of killing himself and directly reviving at the graveyard. But once he thought about the possibility that he might end up in an unknown graveyard, deep down the abyss, he decided against it. Who knows, if it really happens, then he would have died for nothing, and only bring more trouble to himself. It was just a journey back to the White Jade Castle, and he had to at least identify the Goblin's Headlobber if he intended to use it for battles in the future. Goblin's Headlobber, Yellow Gold, One-Handed Axe. Attack, 1131 to 1531. Attack interval, 2.6 seconds. DPS, 512. Level 2 Socket 1. Level 2 Socket 2. Equip, increases critical rate by 2%. Required level, 80. After inserting gemstones with the runestones that he acquired from Han Yingxue, Zhang Yang's attack instantly rose to 2,577 to 2,977. Then he made some fine repairs on his equipment before he teleported back to Thunderstorm Castle. He then summoned Whitey and headed towards the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night in a hustle. It was another long journey that took about 7 hours, before Zhang Yang finally arrived at the White Stone Peak. It had been a long while since he last visited this place, so the monsters on the mountain had respawned. Zhang Yang went up to the hillside and switched to his dark enigmatic sword, and then he cleared out all of the non-elite monsters along his way. After that, he activated Dig and went all the way up to the mountain and stood right before Kent. He dug out his Titan chestplate out and shoved it over to Kent. I have completed the quest. He felt that he had already repeated this sentence many times over already. Kent was filled with surprise while he received the Titan chestplate from Zhang Yang, and then he put his hands on the equipment and stroked it like his precious, revealing his obsession towards the relic. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Young man, I'm impressed with your capability. Not only did you manage to recover the Titan chestplate, you also managed to complete the quest in such short time. I can't help but to be impressed by you." Ding! You have completed a quest, recover the Titan chestplate, acquired 5 million experience points. Quest rating, perfect. The rating will be calculated into the final quest rewards. What the hell, the system was actually planning to keep the rewards from the players until they completed the entire quest? Why must the system learn from those crooked businessmen, trying to delay when it came to giving their employees their salaries? Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Kent, we can now go get that son of a bitch, Kazalo, can't we?" "Yes, with this piece of Titan chestplate, I shall be able to withstand against his Star Devourer, and we shall be able to finish him once and for all." Kent was agitated with excitement, and he let out a trembling roar at the top on the mountain and said, "My brothers and sisters, it's time to follow me on a heist that you have never seen before." Roar! All of the thieves in Whitestone Peak shouted and roared in unity, their voices thunderous enough to pierce through the heavens. "Let's move out." Kent turned to Zhang Yang, and then he summoned a battle horse with shiny armor all over its body. This battle horse was so much taller than the regular military horses. The moment it appeared, the continuous clopping of horseshoes against the ground and the heaving stream of air coming right out of its nose gave an intimidating presence. It almost seemed to be breathing flames. Ding! Kent Joseph has given you a quest, slay the chieftain of the enemy, accept or decline? What a handsome horse! If Wei Yenair would ever have the chance of seeing it, that little girl would definitely abandon her own mount for this one. Zhang Yang accepted the quest and quickly summoned Whitey. Slay the chieftain of the enemy, difficulty, S rank. Description: Kent Joseph has invited you to hunt down the cancer of the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night, Kazalo, and restore true peace to the people of the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night. Warrior, the time to boil your blood with justice and fight for a righteous cause is now. Completion: slay Kazalo 0/1. With a long roar, Kent came down from the mountain on his horse at an extreme speed, just like a bolt of lightning. Without much effort, he reached the bottom of the mountain. As Zhang Yang charged down from the mountain, he could see the thieves were already lining up in a position of a large formation. The formation was incredibly neat, at a level that could be compared to the official army. By the looks of it, Kent had spent his fortune and time just to plan an attack to take out Kazalo, during all these years. He had managed to turn these scattered sands into a strong castle. It was unbelievable that he could actually train up a bunch of thieves into such a disciplined army. Brothers and sisters, today, we shall carry out a heist that history has never seen before. Kent stood at the front of the formation on his horse, while holding a huge axe in his hand. His aura was really intimidating and pressurizing. He waved his axe and said, "We shall go head on against Kazalo and his army and end this once and for all. As long as we kill them all, the Great Canyon of Eternal Night shall be ours to claim. Kill. Kill them all, . I want women and money." The thieves were roaring out like an army of madmen. It was indeed killing two birds with one stone. Using a bunch of thieves to engage with a bunch of real bandits, it would not matter whichever side dies, it would still be great news to the regular people in the Great Canyon of Eternal Night. Now, charge. Kent turned his horse around to face his army, and then he pointed his axe eastward and said, "Brother and sisters, fortune and fame are just ahead of us, for the taking. Charge. Charge. Charge forward. Shove." At least tens of thousands of thieves got on their horses, following Kent, and charged towards the east. The stomping of the horseshoes from the army stirred up dirt and dust into the air, and from afar, it was like the forces of nature itself were attacking. Zhang Yang patted the head of Whitey and followed the army of thieves. It was fortunate that they were only 2 times faster, compared to the regular speed of a player's sprint. Therefore, Whitey should probably be able to catch up to them with ease. But Zhang Yang did not charge at the front. It was obvious that there would be a large-scale battle coming right up, so he did not intend to serve himself as one of the cannon fodders that would be blown to bits in the front lines. After charging forward for about an hour, Kent led the army to the front of a castle. The facilities of the castle seemed quite complete. Magic cannons were installed right on top of the castle wall. Even a violet platinum grade boss would be blown to bits if he or she ever tried to penetrate the defense line of the castle with brute force. Kent realized the threat, and he immediately gave the command for his army to halt. Then, he raised his left hand and bellowed, "Bring out the catapults!" Rolling out one after another, 3 large-scale catapults appeared right in front of the army, and all of the catapults were the sizes of large trucks. The thieves cooperated with professional efficiency as they moved rocks that were as large as millstones and loaded them onto the catapults. Zhang Yang was left with his jaws and eyes open wide. How did the 3 catapults miraculously appear in the battlefield? It was so fake. He had not seen them when they were charging to the enemy. Could catapults be kept in backpacks, now? Release the catapults! Kent shouted loudly, and with key sounds, the 3 large rocks shot out like shooting stars, flashing through the sky, and flying towards the wall of the castle. Boom! 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 The distance between the castle and Kent's army was about 300 to 400 meters long, but Zhang Yang could still feel a slight tremble across his feet as he stood by and watched the spectacular scene. Boom! Boom! The catapults were shooting out a series of cannonballs towards the direction of the castle. In just a short while, the walls of the castle were devastated by the assaults from the catapults. Quite a number of the magic cannons were blown into pieces, along with the wall. That is the weakness of the magic cannon. Although the attack power of the magic cannons were immense and terrifying, they did not have the range of the catapults. So they would just sit there, waiting for the catapults to blow them up into pieces. After a while, the castle side had also begun using their catapults to defend themselves, shooting large rocks towards Zhang Yang and the army. The rocks were huge, but when they landed on the army, a large number of the thieves were blown away. The first stage of the war would be to see the effectiveness of the ranged weapons. After a period of exchange, most of the magic cannons had been obliterated. The catapults had ended up crushing each other, so all at once, the battlefield no longer had any terrifying siege engines left, but Kent charged at the front of the entire army and waved his axe around, and roared, "Brothers and sisters, after this battle, fortune and treasure await. 4 gold. 4 beer. 4 women. Kill." Kent roared intensely. Kill. All of his army followed and let out their thunderous battle cries. Kill. Kill. Charge. The tens of thousands of thieves followed Kent closely as they charged towards the castle. Zhang Yang was not hot-headed to the point that he would follow them in the front lines. Although the magic cannons had mostly been cleared out, there were 2 of them remaining. These toys could inflict a total damage of 200,000 to all the targets within the range in a single shot. The total health points he had, even while mounted, was not enough to survive that. He simply laid back and continued enjoying the dramatic scene. Furthermore, one player could not do much in a large-scale battle. He wouldn't make much difference. Boom, dot. The magic cannons that still remained on the wall had begun to open fire at the thieves, as expected. Streams of white light shot across the army. Whether the ones struck were elites or normal monsters, they were instantly vaporized. Fortunately, after waves of assaults from the catapults, the magic cannons had settled down into their long periods of cooldown. The last thing the game needed was a rapid-firing cannons with infinite ammunition. Kent was born to be brave, so he charged on without any sense of fear and was the first to arrive at the gates of the castle. With a few swings of his axe, he destroyed the gate of the castle with brute force. He really was a great general. Zhang Yang was envious of what he saw, hoping to emulate that sort of image, one day, and lead his guild to war. Be it territory sieges or monster attacks, it would have great effects on their morale. Zhang Yang shouted and patted the head of Whitey, and quickly followed the army, but the moment they entered the castle, the map instantly switched to a smaller map. The map showed that the interior design of the place was like Stromgarde Keep 1 from World of Warcraft, but unlike the one in World of Warcraft, the castle interior was not ruined, and the design of the place was extremely grand, where the roads were made of white jade. The place looked just like a palace. Unfortunately, at the moment, it had been reduced into another bloody battlefield. The thieves had already engaged in deadly battles with the mercenaries. Blood was spilled everywhere on the streets, and the roads were filled with bloody, mangled corpses. Zhang Yang was trying to locate the whereabouts of Kent, because a boss like this would be like a firefly in a dark place. He would be the center of attraction, and the center of the plotline. It was the best option for Zhang Yang, since he did not know what to do at the moment. As expected, he saw the man's shadow flashing by. Kent was riding on his battle horse while spinning his axe around, blowing the surrounding enemies away. It did not matter if the enemies were cut into half or chopped to death, blood would just spill and departed limbs from the body of the enemies were flying around. It was war, after all. He was really a powerhouse NPC in the cinematic mode, compared to the cannon fodder who had a low attack of 5. Zhang Yang tapped on Whitey's head again and aided them in killing their enemies. His main quest was to slay Kazalo. Although it was not necessary for him to be the one slaying Kazalo, he should at least inflict some damage to the boss. Otherwise, he would fail the quest and get nothing in the end. The two bosses were bound to clash anytime soon. His best option was to hang on to Kent like a fly, but the mercenaries definitely outnumbered the thieves, but there is a Kent on the thieves' side. This yellow gold boss was impressively strong and intimidating. With a swing of his axe, most of the enemies were instantly sent to their afterlives. The situation for the thieves was like a pillar of rocks in the midstream of a river that supports the bridge. Not only did it prevent the thieves from breaking formation, it also gave them the advantage over the battle. The thieves were marching forward steadily, slowly pushing deeper into the castle. Zhang Yang stayed right behind Kent, where he would activate his horizontal sweep and his blast wave just to get some experience points. Whenever the special effect of the dark enigmatic sword got triggered, the damage values looked awesome. The two sides were depleting their number of fighters in a very swift manner. As Kent was going forward, following the path ahead, he managed to push on into a spot on the highest location of a building in the castle. It was a tower that was about 13 floors high, and it was exceedingly thin, about the square area of 3 to 4 houses. Kent had finally stopped moving because there was a very powerful person standing right in front of him. Key of the third, yellow gold, humanoid. Level, 84. HP, 1,680,000. Defense, 1,500. Kiev was a middle-aged man with a lean and skinny body, wearing tights that covered most of his body. He held sharp swords in both of his hands, and he looked like he was an assassin. Joe Kiev let out a loud roar and pointed a sword at Kent, so it was the bastard who has been a pain in the *RSE all these years. Now, you dare to show yourself on our doorsteps. Good, very good. Then I, Kiev, shall be the one who breaks every single one of the bones within your body, but... Kent also roared and said, pitiful bandits, taking all the people's money. You didn't just do a lousy job protecting the people, you actually stole from them. You worthless *TS, die. Just die. The two bosses roared at each other, and they engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Yang had also charged forward and smashed 5 layers of his crippled defense. Then he continued to unleash all his attacks onto the enemy boss as well. Although two bosses were the same grade, yellow gold, it was really obvious that Kent was far superior. One boss that was only a mini-boss of his organization, while the other boss was a powerhouse. Although the amount of their health points were the same, that's where their similarities ended. Kiev was brought down on his knees in just short amount of time. 1. Stromgard keep a ruined capital city in a kingdom in World of Warcraft. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 354, Kazalo appears. Chapter 354, Kazalo appears. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Because the boss was taken down mostly by Kent, the loot dropped from the body were extremely miserable to look at. All Zhang Yang got was a piece of yellow gold equipment and 2 gray silver equipment. Furthermore, that piece of yellow gold equipment was just a mere cloth armor with weirdly high attributes of spirit and ice resistance. So, he could only put it out for sale at his little merchandise. Pooey. Filthy scumbag. Kent spat on the dead body of Kiev and charged into the tower with large strides. There were no thieves among them, the sounds of battle far behind them. Well, it was obvious that they had stepped into the battlegrounds of the final showdown between two kings. As they entered the tower, Zhang Yang was automatically dismounted from Whitey. Because Zhang Yang had beast taming, Whitey had immediately turned into a combative pet and followed Zhang Yang from behind. Zhang Yang gave it some thought and unsummoned Whitey. Since he would not be riding Whitey within the tower and the super slow movement speed of the mythical turtle would not affect his movement in battle, he kept Whitey into his backpack for the moment. He intended to summon mythical turtle after the boss battle begins. There were still monsters within the tower, and all of the monsters were level 85 elite grades. But with Kent rampaging about, the monsters did not stand a chance at all. The monsters were slaughtered one after another with ease. Every single one of the monsters was killed in one hit. They were not able to do anything at all. It was actually a bad thing for Zhang Yang because he would not be getting a single point of experience. However, he soon figured that he could hurl spears of obliteration at the monsters within his sight. Even if he attracts the aggro of the monsters, they would instantly be killed the moment they get closer, and Zhang Yang would immediately acquire experience points. Being invincible all along the way, the two of them arrived at the 7th floor of the tower. At that moment, another boss appeared to block their way forward. Phoebe II, yellow gold, humanoid creature. Level, 87. HP, 1,740,000. Defense, 1,500. This time, it blonde beauty with her luscious hair dancing in the air. It was unfortunate that she was blind in her left eye, wearing a black eye patch. Otherwise, she had a strange and seductive appeal. She had a great body that was beautiful and charming, with a t-shirt on her upper body that showed her navel button. She wore a pair of hot pants that exposed her snow-white, long thighs. She was barefooted, and held a golden leather whip in her hands. The queen has three main special plays, the wax play, riding the Spanish donkey one, and the whipping exercises. Zhang could not help but start thinking of weird stuff in his mind. It's the moment when Phoebe saw Kent, she revealed her hatred through her one good eye. 7 years, Joe, 7 years, since you took my eye from me. For 7 years, I have been waiting for the day I can get my revenge. Joe, I'm going to suck you dry, of every drop of your blood. Ha ha ha. You escaped 7 years ago, but today, you are destined to die by my sword. Kent let out a loud laugh and swung his axe around, charging towards Phoebe. Joe, for 7 years, I have not forgotten how you blinded my eye with that sword of yours. That scene plays through my mind every single day. Phoebe lashed out her whip with utmost prejudice. Zhang took the opportunity to charge at the boss, and then he summoned the mythical turtle out while applying his stacks of crippled defense on Phoebe. Kent, someone has really been missing you. 7 years, my goodness, she's madly in love. Kent laughed out loud and said, unfortunately, I have no interest in such vicious ladies. Shut up. Phoebe was enraged even more, and the golden whip in her hand swung around even more intensely. It tore the air open as it lashed at the two of them. -6, 212. Zhang was instantly inflicted with a damage value. Although he was not the first aggro of the boss, but the attacks of Phoebe had an AoE effect. Zhang had let his guard down and suffered some damage for his complacency. Ha ha ha. Young man, this woman is a beautiful snake, now you have tasted her power. Kent laughed at Zhang expense while swinging his axe around, reducing the health bar of Phoebe in a very swift manner. But Joe, you are a scumbag who deserves to die over 1,000,000 times. You destroyed my beauty, and now you dare to humiliate me. Phoebe was screaming in a high pitch, her golden whip was surging with vague red aura. -6, 342. Zhang once again received a damage value. He was so shocked, he had already made sure he activated his block. How could he possibly be hurt? You have blocked Phoebe's chaotic dance of the snake. The additional fire damage of Phoebe's chaotic dance of the snake has inflicted a fire damage of 6,342 points on you, 2,000 damage immune, 1,658 damage absorbed. What the hell, a physical attack with an additional fire damage. No wonder Zhang was still receiving damages from the attack even though he had already activated his block. It was fortunate that the boss only had one AoE skill, Chaotic Dance of the Snake, and the cooldown period of the skill was 20 seconds long. So, Zhang reserved his block to counter the attack. Even if he received additional fire damage from the attack, the long cooldown period of time was enough for him to take a bottle of HP potion to recover his health points. Under the powerful damage output of Zhang and his turtle, the health points of Phoebe plummeted, and by the end of it, she let out a miserable scream and collapsed into her own pool of blood. And this time, the loot was even more miserable to look at. Phoebe only dropped 2 pieces of gray silver equipment. Not even 1 piece of yellow gold equipment. Stingy as F***CK. From the looks of it, the final boss Kazalo would be dropping anything good, so Zhang could only count on the final reward of the quest. Zhang could already predict that the rewards would include the Titan chestplate. However, the previous quests included a S-rank difficulty quest and a cumulative quest rating. Would there be any add-ons for a good performance? Zhang unsummoned the mythical turtle and followed Kent from behind without questioning further. Every monster that appeared on the way were instantly killed by the swinging axe of Kent. Both of them arrived at the highest floor of the tower in just a short amount of time. A powerful, hulking middle-aged man was standing right by the large windowsill of the floor with a sword in his hands. He was looking down to the battlefield from up high. Although he had already heard the footsteps of Zhang and Kent coming up, he did not turn around, and spoke with his back facing them. Joe, you must be Joe Smith, aren't you? I just don't get it, why must you go against us so badly? I have already sent you secret letters. As long as you join us, you will have your territory in the mountains. You won't lose anything. Kazalo, Violet Platinum, humanoid creature. Level, 88. HP, 8,800,000. Defense, 2,500. Kent was shouting in rage, "Kazalo, you and your men had been plaguing the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night for so many years. Today shall be the day that I end you and rid the cancer of the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night." Kazalo burst into laughter and he finally turned around. His face was almost square, with a pair of sharp and fierce-looking eyes, giving a sense of calm and yet intimidating aura. He shook his head and said, "To hear these words from a thief in the mountains, it's like listening to a joke. Kazalo, prepare to die." Kent took a deep breath and began to charge towards the boss with his axe. "You're just a small fry, you need to know your own place." Kazalo did not even look at Kent, and with an upward swing of his sword, he intended to deflect the axe. Ting! Kent's axe was broken in half, like it was made of tofu. With only one hit, the boss had broken Kent's axe. Ha ha ha! Tremble before my star devourer. Kazalo was laughing madly, and he continued to raise his sword up, ready to slash at Kent's body. Kent showed no signs of dodging the blow. With his right fist raised, he forcefully threw a fist at the boss with incredible strength. Ting! The Star Devourer reached the body of Kent first, but it did not slash Kent into half like it did to the axe. Instead, the hit gave out sparks upon impact, inflicting a certain amount of damage to Kent. On the other side, Kent's fist had landed on the boss, inflicting an incredible amount of damage to the boss. Ha! Kazalo was shocked and confused. He questioned his own eyes and said, "What kind of armor are you wearing? It can actually withstand my Star Devourer." Kent lifted up his other fist and began to punch it out. "Curious, aren't you? Let's wait until I punch your brain out of that thick idiotic skull of yours, and then I shall tell you. I won't let you die without knowing. Dream on. What can one good piece of equipment do to you? I will still be able to obliterate you. I should thank you for bringing me such good armor." Kazalo confidently resumed his attacks. "Young man, please aid me by securing the entrance of this place, don't let anyone in." Kent shouted at Zhang as he engaged in the fierce duel. Ding! The objective of the quest, slay the chieftain of the enemy, has been modified. You must secure the entrance of the floor by the stairs, stop any of the mobs from giving aid to Kazalo, until Kent slays Kazalo. If Kent dies, the quest will fail. It meant that Zhang did not have to slay the boss, all he had to do was to block the entrance. The more monsters that got through him, the higher chances of Kent losing the battle and ending the quest in a failure. Zhang took in a long deep breath, and reminded himself to hurl his Spear of Obliteration towards the boss from afar whenever the opportunity presents itself. Because as long as he could inflict some damage on the boss, at least he would be able to receive some experience points and loot. Although the value of the loot was expected to be low, it was better to get one or two pieces of equipment than end up empty-handed. Plus, the boss was a Violet Platinum grade boss, anything dropped from him would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. As he was looking down from the higher ground, he saw a wave of approximately 10 elite grade monsters marching up the stairs. Zhang had already summoned his mythical turtle by his side, ready to engage anything that comes his way, together with his turtle. Tut tut tut! The first monster had already arrived in front of Zhang. Kazalo's close quarter guards, elite, humanoid creature. Level, 85. HP, 85,000. Defense, 450. Zhang immediately took out his axe and hacked at the enemy, inflicting a damage of 2,812 on the monster. His rage points were instantly accumulated, rising up to a total of 31 points. At the same instant, he activated his block, saving himself from the counterattacks from the monster, giving him another 30 points of rage points. As the second monster was approaching as well, he immediately switched his weapon to Dark Enigmatic Sword, and activated his Horizontal Sweep. Instantly, another 2 damage value of 4,000 plus were inflicted on the monsters at the same time. That's right. Horizontal Sweep did not have the attribute to pass through solid objects, but the entrance of the stairs was so narrow with Zhang and Mythical Turtle blocking the way, only 2 of these elite monsters could squeeze to the front to attack Zhang. Zhang was also limited to hitting the 2 targets in front of him. First he activated his Blood Rage, and then he let out a burst of Blast Wave. This time, 10 damage values appeared at the same time within his sight view. The Dark Enigmatic Sword kicked in, inflicting further damages to the monsters. Zhang then switched his weapon back to the Goblin's Head Lobber, and continued to station himself and his turtle at the narrow entrance, where they continued to unleash their assaults on the 2 monsters in front of them. The quest only required him to delay the elite monsters from reaching Kent. It did not say that Zhang would need to clear out all of the monsters in front of him. Therefore, it was not necessary for him to work on killing them off. As long as he could block them at the entrance until Kent slays the boss, he would have done his part. His strength value was already very high at the moment, so the monsters would not be able to knock him back. Like a sturdy rock, he stood against the tide. 1. Spanish donkey, a tool for torturing people, but in modern days, it has become a tool for BDSM. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 355, The Mighty Titan Chestplate. Chapter 355, The Mighty Titan Chestplate. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. -1, 391. Every single attack of the monsters inflicted Zhang Yang with approximately 1,400 points of damage value. Zhang Yang did not dare kite both the monsters by himself, so he only kite one of the monsters and allowed Mythical Turtle to block the other monster. When his health points were beginning to run low, Zhang Yang would take a bottle of grade 5 transmuted Troll Recovery Potion, or a Fountain of Life, or activate Berserker's Heal, depending on the situation. While waiting for those activated skills to cool down, Zhang Yang did not forget to throw his Spear of Obliteration onto the boss. Even if he could just reduce a 1-second period of time required for Kent to slay the boss, it would definitely reduce the pressure on him and blocking the monsters by the stairs as well. 1 minute later, another wave of elite monsters began to charge up the stairs in an attempt to break through Zhang Yang's defense. They were shoving the monsters in front of them, threatening to push Zhang Yang back. He was forced to use a combination of several skills to stabilize his position. Blast Wave, Heroic Leap, Wild Assault. Blast Wave and Heroic Leap were both skills that had crowd control effects, while Wild Assault is a new skill learned when a warrior reaches level 80. Brutal Smash delivers a fatal blow to the head of the target with the strength of a beast, inflicting 100% physical damage based on strength attribute, stuns the target for 4 seconds. Cool down, 2 minutes. Consumption, 30 rage points. Range, melee. Brutal Smash was a skill that had a control effect over one monster only, so if wisely coordinated with Blast Wave, a single target could be stunned for a total of 8 seconds. It would be extremely useful in PvP matches. Zhang Yang turned his head around to check on the boss, and could see that the boss was still left with 97% health points. It would still take another 15 minutes or more for Kent to slay the boss. Although his equipment is top-notch, and he is well equipped with many life-saving skills, he couldn't possibly hold back 2 elite monsters for 15 minutes. In a haste, he brought up his voice communication device and reached out for help. Which Snow? Come quickly. Help. Silly you, what's up? Can't hold your piss. Can't you just hold on a little longer? Han Shui teased Zhang Yang. Just get over here, woman. I'll make a superb dinner for you tonight. Zhang Yang roared in desperation. In just a short moment, Han Shui activated the Lover's Charm and teleported straight to Zhang Yang's location. When she saw the number of elite monsters on the stairs, she was almost struck speechless. After a moment, she asked, Silly you, how on earth did you attract so many monsters? Just heal me, now. With Han Shui healing him from one side, Zhang Yang no longer had to worry about his survival. He finally managed to hold off the assaults of the monsters, wave after wave, with ease. As the third wave began, the number of those newly spawned monsters was increased up to 20 in a single wave. The fourth wave still had 20 monsters spawning to join into battle, and the fifth wave increased the number of newly spawned monsters to 30 in a single wave. The monsters were accumulating as more waves came. That would mean that after every 2 waves, an additional 10 monsters would spawn with each subsequent wave, but fortunately, it was safe to say that the entrance of the stairs was hard to break through, and was easily defensible. Even if there were 10,000 coming at them, only 2 monsters would be able to launch their assaults at Zhang Yang and his Mythical Turtle at a time. But as the number increased, so did the forces that worked against him. If he was careless, they could actually shove him back. He would have to put in far more effort in holding his ground. 11 minutes into the battle. The boss was left with 26% health points, but the number of the monsters clogged up at the stairs had gone up to over 300. Although Zhang Yang and his Mythical Turtle had slain a few of the monsters, it was like trying to put out a burning cartload with a glass of water. As the battle entered its 12th minute, another wave of 60 monsters joined the battle, totaling up the horde to 400. The 400 monsters exceeded the strength of Zhang Yang, and slowly, he slid back, unable to maintain his position. Which Snow? Let's use our Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew. Silly you, don't you start groping me. Relax, I have standards. B***st**rd. Zhang Yang and Han Shui retreated at the same instant, leaving a gap by the entrance of the stairs. Immediately, a large number of monsters gushed in like a wave of tsunami from the entrance of the staircase, ganging up on the 2 of them. As they held each other's hands, they unleashed the dual skill. The Blizzard Sky and the Luna's Dew. The floor around them actually sunk down, and pieces of small snowflakes began to rain down, forming a layer of snowy white frost on the ground. Then, a bright moon appeared right on top of the tower, and a ray of moonlight shone on the two of them. This chilly moonlight turned out to be lethal. 5,000. 5,000. As the moonlight struck the monsters were continuously inflicted with a series of damages. Immune. Immune. The monsters did not flinch under their assaults, but continued to launch their attacks fiercely on Zhang Yang and Han Shui, but the two of them had been rendered invincible at that moment. 17 seconds later, the large horde of monsters began to die off, one after another, with more casualties at each passing second. The blizzard sky and the lunar stew lasted for a full 30 seconds, and when the skill stopped, no monsters were left alive on the battlefield. Okay, maybe the developers might nerf this skill soon. Han Shui had never slaughtered so many monsters by herself before, and was shaking in excitement. Zhang Yang laughed and said, when you reach level 100, you can go ahead and get a damage type inheritance. It will turn you into a healer that both heals her allies, while channeling damage upon your enemies. 13 minutes into the battle, another wave of 70 monsters spawned and charged up by the staircase again. But they had survived a wave of 400 monsters. What was 70 to them? Zhang Yang positioned himself by the entrance of the staircase once again with his mythical turtle, and once again formed a blockade. 14 minutes into the battle, the number of the monsters had accumulated up to a total of 138. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazalo was left with merely 7% of his health points. Victory was just right in front of them. It was really fortunate that they had that overpowered dual skill, or else they would not have lasted the battle. It would take countless players to guard against that horde of elite monsters. This was why the quest has been graded as an S rank. Although it wasn't a quest that required players to defeat a Violet Platinum boss, players were required to hold back a horde of super strong, elite-grade monsters. 30 seconds left. Zhang Yang steadily held his ground, a number of monsters well within his capabilities. 20 seconds left. Kazalo was left with only 2% of his health points. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7. 3, 2, 1. No. You can't possibly have defeated me. I'm the invincible Kazalo, I'm the wielder of the Star Devourer. I should be the one who would rule the entire world. Kazalo was letting out his last miserable breath, right before his last drop of health points were cut off by Kent. Pack. Kazalo's heavy body shook the ground, and his Star Devourer fell beside him with a cling. The glow of the sharp blade gradually faded, turning slowly into the natural shine of regular steel. The remaining elite monsters started running away upon witnessing the death of their leader. Kill the head, and the body will follow. When Kazalo died, it was natural for these monsters to run for their lives. Zhang Yang did not pursue them, because he knew he would get nothing in return for slaughtering these monsters. He could always get an abundance of experience points without having to chase their asses around. Ken picked up the Star Devourer from the ground and turned his eyes towards the dead body of Kazalo, and kept it in its scabbard. After that, he turned to Zhang Yang and said, "Young man, we have succeeded. We have slain the chieftain of the cancer and have rid the people of the Grand Canyon of eternal night of its pests. Now, I shall rebuild an army for the people, an army that can really protect the people from harm. Then, I wish you best of luck, Kent." Zhang Yang smiled. "Young man, you are a brave warrior. I need a warrior just like yourself by my side. Come, help me build the army." Kent invited Zhang Yang to join his cause. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head and said, "Thank you for the offer, Kent. But I am an adventurer. I wander around, building my strength, exploring the world. That is my most desired dream. So I must decline your invitation." Haha, young man, maybe the thing that you seek is somewhere in this vast world. Kent did not pursue the matter any further, and he said, "No matter what, I must thank you. Without your aid, I would not have defeated Kazalo. Take this, as promised." Ken placed a piece of the metal fragment that glittered silver into Zhang Yang's palm. Ding! You have obtained an item, Dimensional Key Fragment 7. Ding! You have completed a quest, Slay the Chieftain of the Enemy, acquired 5 million experience points. Kent's remaining health points, 35%, quest rating, perfect. The rating will be calculated into the final reward of the quest. Ding! You have completed linked quest, Rebuild the Republic Army. Total rating, perfect. Ken took off the Titan chestplate that was on him and gave it to Zhang Yang. "Young man, hold on to this. This belongs to you now. Now that Kazalo is dead, you can have this chestplate. Titan chestplate, Violet Platinum, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 80. Vitality, plus 806. Strength, plus 230. Agility, plus 115. Level 3 Socket 1. Level 3 Socket 2. Equip, absorbs 232 damage when hit. Additional effect 1, only effective on player Zhang. You cast a Titan's Shield onto yourself or your targeted party member. When Titan's Shield is activated, a player's casting will not be interrupted. Titan's Shield can last for 2 minutes, or absorbs a total of 300,000 damage points and then vanish. Cooldown time, 4 hours. Additional effect 2, only effective on player Zhang. When Shield Wall is activated, you will recover 10% of your health points for every second until the shield vanishes. Required profession, Guardian. Required level, 80. Titan armor set, 5/8. Note, this is a legendary equipment forged by the god of Titans himself, not some cheap replica. The additional effect probably came up because he had completed S-rank quests with perfect ratings. So, although the equipment was not bound to him, the 2 additional effects would only be accessible by Zhang Yang alone in the entire game. Yes indeed, this was the difference between the original item and its replica. The additional effects of the equipment are super dope. The Titan Shield was a super powerful protection skill for himself and his party members. Although the cooldown period is a little too long, it could become the key to changing the tide of a battle. The second additional special effect was even more incredible. Zhang Yang had already leveled his Shield Wall up to level 6, and the cooldown period of the skill was currently at 4 minutes 30 seconds. With the additional special effects of his shield, the Titan Wall, that extends his Shield Wall by another 5 seconds, his health points would recover by 150% whenever he activates Shield Wall. In a nutshell, he has become even harder to kill. 1. Trying to put out a burning cartload with just a cup of water, an utterly inadequate measure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 356, Answering a Fool According to His Folly. Chapter 356, Answering a Fool According to His Folly. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The good news was that the 4th fragment piece of the dimensional key had been acquired. The bad news was that, even though Zhang Yang had been hurling spears of obliteration at Kazalo throughout the entire boss battle, he had not earned a single experience point. And the boss did not even drop anything at all. At least he acquired the Titan chestplate, which was already worth all the trouble he went through. More importantly, he had already collected enough Titan armor set pieces to activate the second special effect of the armor set. Every time block is activated, the next activation of Shield Bash wouldn't consume any rage points, while it would deal an additional 100%, lasts for 3 seconds. Back in White Jade Castle, Zhang Yang inserted the Yi gemstones that he had acquired into the 2 empty sockets of the Titan chestplate. Instantly, his health points were increased up to a total of 76,590 points, and his damage absorption attribute reached up to 1,774 points, while his defense became 2,240 points. His survivability was once again boosted up to another level. He is currently the CEO of the Silky Soft Holdings. Although all he really had to do was just to sign some papers, he was required to attend some company activities and some important meetings. Because the company had been shadowed by lots of negative news for a while now, many of their top models had jumped ship to other companies. This month has been the toughest month for Silky Soft Holdings, and the worst has finally passed. Everything has gone back to normal as they should be, and Silky Soft Holdings is now back in business. Naturally, they had to recruit a new batch of models to present their latest products on their menus. As the CEO of the company, Zhang Yang was required to interview the new batch of models. He only found out later on that this rule was apparently set by Wei Yan'er's father when he was well and alive. Enough was said about that, all men should know why such a rule was set. It was fortunate that the models had already been filtered out through initial sign-ups and interviews, so this session was more or less the final hurdle. Of course, having gone through the filter, these girls were truly lookers with pretty faces and bodies appropriate of modeling and lingerie. Although he did not plan to do anything with the girls, it would be really satisfying and fun for him to wash his eyes by looking at pretty, sexy girls. This would be interesting. Currently, he was alone in the interview room, seated at a working desk, with a large-sized couch placed right beside the desk. It was odd to see a couch beside his desk. Zhang Yang could not help but to start having creative ideas. The things he could possibly do on the couch. What he did not know was that Wer Yan'er's father would have settled the girl on the couch itself if he liked what he saw, but... The girls coming for the interview came into the room, one after another, showing off their assets, flaunting as much as they could to earn points. It was all to win the interview. These women knew that Zhang Yang is the CEO of the Silky Soft Holdings, and also a shareholder of the company. So they tried to use all their skills on Zhang Yang during the process of their interview, one after another. They were showing their yearning, hungry expressions at Zhang Yang. As long as Zhang Yang wanted it, they would give it to him. Zhang Yang rated them based on his own preferences, as he did not care about professionalism or whatever sh*t when it came to picking models. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhang. I'm entry number 21, my name is Luo Xianyan. The soft and sexy voice of a woman came through the door. Zhang Yang was still rating the previous interviewee, which had a pair of very big boobs, a hot body, and a deceitfully baby face. She would surely be popular among men. However, when he heard the 3 words Luo Xianyan, he snapped his head up in shock. What were the odds? The woman that came in right after, and closed the door shut right behind her, was the woman who had a history with Zhang Yang in his previous life, the woman with the name Luo Xianyan. It is already March, although it was still considered to be late spring. Some vain women had already started wearing skirts and dresses. Of course, Luo Xianyan was one of them, and for an interview such as this that could decide her future, she would definitely dress up nicely and put up enough makeup to make her look her best. With a pair of red high heels on her fair, long legs, wrapped up in black ultra-sheer one. She had a very thin knee-length skirt around her waist that wrapped around her body, revealing her sexy, seductive figure. The interview was facilitated in an air-conditioned room, but the temperature wasn't too chilly. She probably brought along a coat to handle the elements outside. Luo Xianyan also caught sight of Zhang Yang. She was shocked to see him to the point that she opened her small little mouth wide, staring at him like a deer caught in headlights. She could have never imagined that the hoodlum who forced himself on her mouth would actually be the CEO of a huge company like this one. Previously, she had already cursed Zhang Yang over the incident many times over and was finally prepared to move on with her life. But what she did not anticipate was that Zhang Yang would actually appear right in front of her, as a CEO of the company. Zhang Yang was very entertained by the expression that Luo Xianyan showed him. He crossed his arms and smiled vaguely. In his previous life, Luo Xianyan had caused so much misery to him, that Zhang Yang would never let her off so easily this time. Furthermore, the thoughts of having her back by his side were repulsive. As Zhang Yang had been really obedient towards her demands, he would give her any luxury that she desired. But, it appeared that her greed knew no bounds, and she was a heartless ingrate. Instead of being thankful for having Zhang Yang as her man, she had stabbed him the back. Zhang Yang would never forget the heartbreaking betrayal. Luo Xianyan began to calm herself down, and then she lifted up her skirt and took her panties right off and threw it on the floor. Then she strutted up to the sofa, bent down and squeezed her boobs together forwards, showcasing them. She then rolled her skirt up and revealed her plump, round but with a thick black bush in between it, showing it to Zhang Yang. She pushed her 2 palms against the sofa and turned her head over. Didn't you want to please me that day? Bring it, as long as you sign the contract to hire me, I'm yours to please. Thud, 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 Zhang Yang approached her slowly. Luo Xianyan revealed a cold smile, thinking to herself that men were all about the few seconds of pleasure. She believed that there was nothing to lose in those few seconds. And if she happened to encounter men who were talented and good at pleasing women, it would be a bonus. Arg, she let out a moan, with her eyes closed and her brows knitted as she felt an unknown object entering the crevice right beneath her butt. It was cold, but it was extremely thin. Luo Xianyan could only scorn in her heart. So, this tall and macho Zhang Yang has such a tiny object in his pants, what a joke. Zhang Yang, from a seated position on his sofa, spoke up. I don't have the habit of pleasing prostitutes. Luo Xianyan was stunned, as she instantly felt there was something wrong about this. Even if Zhang Yang's little buddy was really long, he couldn't possibly reach her from the sofa right beside her. She looked around again to see that Zhang Yang was still well dressed and his little buddy was still safe and sound underneath his pants. She quickly put her hands to her crotch to investigate, only to realize that there was a ball pen inserted within her. She only realized then that the cold and thin unknown object was in fact a ball pen. Luo Xianyan instantly felt embarrassed and enraged at the same instant, but she remembered that Zhang Yang was the man controlling her fate at that very moment, so she did not dare to treat him like how she treated him during the speed dating event. She spoke softly in a calm tone, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for being so blind about you. Please forgive me. You're such a significant person, you don't have to bother so much about a little peasant like me. How could he not see this side of her in his previous life? Such a manipulative, cunning side of her, so shallow-minded and snobbish. Zhang Yang could not help but sigh quietly. In his previous life, he was really blinded so much by his own lust, or should it be that blind love had made him so stupid? Now, this woman, Luo Xianyan, only disgusted him so much that he was genuinely remorseful over his stupidity for loving her so much in his previous life. He smiled vaguely and said, I will never give you this job. Luo Xianyan instantly sank into silence, and after standing up, she turned her back on Zhang Yang and was ready to leave the room. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Although I won't be signing you as a model of the company, there is another job that pays you millions a year. I'm just wondering if you are interested in it." Luo Xianyan froze mid-step and stopped. With a quick and loud shove, she spun around and looked at him with a happy face. "What did you say? A job that pays me millions a year?" Zhang Yang nodded and said, "That's right." Luo Xianyan immediately walked back to Zhang Yang and said, "So you're simply a rabbit that doesn't nibble the grass near its own hole. I thought that you were a decent person." She thought that Zhang Yang was going to take her as his mistress. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, "I want you to become a mistress, for someone else." Luo Xianyan suddenly turned furious. "What do you think I am?" Zhang Yang laughed and said, "You tell me, what should you mean to me then?" Luo Xianyan went into silence, and finally, she gritted her teeth and said, 1 million a year, not a cent less. In his previous life, Lu Wei had planted Luo Xianyan in his life to spy on him. In this life, Zhang Yang had decided to do the same thing to Lu Wei, to plant Luo Xianyan on Lu Wei in order to spy on him, and to ambush him when the time came. According to the history of his previous life, the silky soft holdings should have already been torn apart by Luo Mingyang and those scumbag relatives. So, it would have been impossible for Luo Xianyan to attend today's interview. In that case, she should be meeting Lu Wei anytime soon to become his woman. 2 years from now, she should be sent to spy on Zhang Yang. Time to answer a fool according to his folly. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "I'll bank in 100,000 into your account on the first of every month. You will be earning about 1,200,000 annually, far more than what a model could earn." Luo Xianyan grit her teeth as she thought about it, because being a mistress is totally different from having a one-night stand with a man. Zhang Yang continued on, "You don't have to do anything after you return to school. Just go to classes, as usual, finish your classes as usual. 1 day from now, 1 month from now, who knows, a man called Lu Wei will appear in front of you. Then, you know what to do. What I want you to do is simple, just report to me every single word he says. Send me recordings, send me notes." Luo Xianyan blinked in surprise, and then she said, "You're asking me to become a corporate spy?" Zhang Yang gave some thought about it and replied, "Yeah, that's the idea." Luo Xianyan immediately shook her head and said, "That's too dangerous, 1 million is not enough." Zhang Yang smiled coldly and said, "Don't you think that you're the only woman I can ask of this? 1,200,000 is just an extra earning for you in a year. I believe that you would not really want to be somebody's mistress for the rest of your life, right? After you have earned enough, you can just pick a favorite spot and vanish. I also believe that this amount of money is enough for you to disappear and have a good life. There's more to this. Whenever you get me some useful information, I shall add a bonus of 100,000 to your account." Luo Xianyan was trying to bargain for more, hoping that Zhang Yang would increase his pay. These 100,000 extras did it for her. After giving it some thought, she said, "All right. I'll do it." Zhang Yang gave her a contact number to keep him informed of things. Luo Xianyan's but wagged from side to side with each step, as she walked all the way to the door and left the room. After just a short while more, Zhang Yang heard the sound of the door opening again, and another girl came in. "Mr. Zhang, I'm interviewee number 22, my name is Wang Yentut." A delicate and attractive beauty walked into the room. She had a pretty face, with curly locks of hair going down her visage. Her boobs were so round and huge that they were on the verge of bursting out of her clothes. Zhang Yang could not help it but wonder, why are all these women so well endowed? The reason is simple, this is a company that manufactures bra. So they would turn their eyes towards models who would best display their weapons, they had to be huge. This was also the final stage of the interview, the lesser women had already been eliminated up to this point. As the beauty ran her eyes across the room, she saw the pair of black panties that were left on the floor by Luo Xianyan. She could not help but smile knowingly. No wonder it took so long for the previous interview to end. Thinking that she had it all under control now, she smiled and began to take off her clothes. Zhang Yang stared wordlessly at the scene. Who would have thought that it would be so tiring to host an interview? After everything was settled, Zhang Yang closed the door of the office shut and put on his game helmet. Ever since Luo Xianyan had walked out, all of the remaining interviewees seemed to have been enlightened by the panties on the floor. The moment they walked through the door, they used all of their skill sets to seduce Zhang Yang. But none of them realized that even if Zhang Yang was really lustful, it would still be impossible for him to have so much stamina and juice to take them all, one after another. In the end, the company managed to recruit a total of 30 models out of 64 interviewees. That was about half of the number of the interviewees. Zhang Yang had followed his own preferences in picking the 30, after which, he passed the name list to his secretary, leaving the cleaning up for his employees to do. The moment he went online, Zhang went straight to the alchemist shop to buy some potions, and then he proceeded to his warehouse and crafted all of the materials into level 4 healing potion. Ding! You have crafted level 4 healing potion X6. Ding! You have crafted level 4 healing potion X6. Because of alchemist's intuition, the level 4 healing potion has transmuted. Level 4 healing potion, grade 4 transmutation, consumable. Use, immediately recovers 8,000 health points, and proceeds to recover 3,200 health points over the period of the next 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Using any kind of potion will send all potions into the same cooldown duration. Required level, 60. Awesome, grade 4 transmutation is giving an additional 40% of the initial healing amount. It also means that grade 10 transmutation could give up to a total amount of 16,000 healing points. Unfortunately, this additional healing amount of health points was just like heal, it had a cooldown of 10 seconds before any healing potions can be used again. This potion will really come in handy during player versus player match. Zhang then gave these level 4 healing potion, grade 4 transmutation, to the members of the two parties that were taking part in the S-Rank Professional League Championship. Lost Dream and the rest of the party members were shocked to receive the potions from Zhang and they thanked him over and over again. Just as he was preparing to craft more potions, Zhang suddenly received a message from 100 Shots. Zhenyu, we have a situation. I received news that the Dominators has been gathering other guilds to aid them in launching an assault on our mining cave. They are planning to take our mining cave from us. It had been a regular thing for large-scale guilds to plant spies in their enemy guilds to spy on them internally. Zhang was shocked, he paused for a brief moment and shook his head. This hypocrite still has not learned his lesson yet. Still trying to get back at us, eh? Fine, make some arrangements then. If the Dominators want to fight, then let's bring the fight to them. We shall show no fear. Yes. Zhang contacted Han Shui and the gang. That hypocrite is trying to trouble us once again, let's go and show him some color, shall we? Yes. Awesome idea. Wei Yan'er was excited to let some steam off. She had been focusing on her studies very hard these days. As she had been looking at books and homework, she had not logged into the game for days. Her playful nature was screaming out for her to let loose. Other than Wei Yan'er, Lost Dream, and Galileo were also players who lusted for battles. Everyone else seemed to be very excited about it. Let's go. 1. Ultra sheer, super thin long socks that reach beyond thighs. Covers almost the entire leg. Also known as stockings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 357, Mining Cave Defense Battle. Chapter 357, Mining Cave Defense Battle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 100 Shots immediately summoned all the top-tiered players of Lone Desert Smoke and made arrangements to gather them at the mining cave as soon as possible. After some days of progress, the sub-guild had accumulated enough guild experience points to be eligible to use the Level 2 guild upgrade order. Then, they upgraded the sub-guild up to a Level 2 guild, increasing the limit of the players that they could recruit into their guild, up to 20,000. In just a short period of time, they had also almost hit the maximum limit of members of the guild. Approximately 20,000 top-tier players of Lone Desert Smoke were roaming close to the entrance of the mining cave. Zhang and his party members arrived at the hilltop nearby the mining cave. They had a vantage point on the only path that led straight to their mining cave. All 9 of them already possessed their very own battle mounts. Endless Starlight and Lost Dream were having slightly inferior battle mounts of gray-silver grade. It was even worse for Fatty Han, he was still riding on a large lizard that was only of green copper grade. Wei Yan'er laughed at him so hard that she almost fell off her own battle mount. As all of them had battle mounts, so they would all be terrifyingly powerful forces, especially when it came to player versus player battles. When mounted, each of them would have an incredible amount of hit points. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for Zhang to summon his mythical turtle to battle on land. If their opponents took a few steps back, the turtle would take minutes to catch up to them. So, Zhang had to summon Whitey, boosting his maximum health points up by only 32,700. It was so unfortunate that Yellow Gold battle mount had a really obvious difference when compared to a Violet Platinum battle mount. Although the Gold-Eared Bear King had a passive skill that gave a 30% increment on the maximum health points of the player when mounted, it was still far from the 50.480 maximum health points that the mythical turtle could provide. The difference was really huge. After a while, Zhang and the gang could see a bunch of people coming up right above the horizon from afar. All of them were riding on their battle horses and battle wolves, charging towards the entrance of the mining cave with murderous intentions on their faces. There were more than 30,000 of them, by the looks of it, charging over like a bunch of black ants, gushing towards the entrance of the cave. Zhang began to rouse up his guild members via the guild channel. Brothers and sisters, the enemy is just right before us, they look thirsty. Why don't we give them something to drink? Ready and steady. Chang, every single member of the Lone Desert Smoke drew out their weapons one after another, roaring into the sky. Zhang had also pulled out his battle axe and was prepared to battle. He roared, "Charge!" Zhang led his party, with Han Shui and the others right behind him, and they were followed by the large army of the Lone Desert Smoke. The long-awaited Humbly Gentleman finally appeared, leading his own army on a large grasshopper, brownish-yellow in color. The two hind legs of the grasshopper were extremely thick and muscular, and the grasshopper had a pair of extremely thin wings that constantly quivered, but it could not fly. However, it could jump over a distance of 7 to 8 meters. This grasshopper was obviously a battle mount, because there were no signs of mounts with such of designs. He stared at Zhang with his eyes filled with extreme hate. "Zhang, it's been a while since then. This hypocrite has every single right and reason to hate Zhang. Without Zhang and his Lone Desert Smoke, the Dominators would have been able to go to Shanghai and they would have been eligible to join the S-Rank Professional League Championship. Instead, they were stuck in the A-Rank Professional League Championship. Zhang laughed out loud and said, "Hypocrite. So you have not learned your lesson yet, here you are trying to challenge me again." Humbly Gentleman looked at Zhang with cold eyes and said, "Now, Radiance also possesses a territory as well. So it's not necessary for us to visit your Thunderstorm Castle just to use the teleportation service of yours. We no longer have to pay for your *T. Zhang Yu. It's been a while since you've occupied this mining cave, I think it's time you step out of it and let the others in." Right after that, a few other players came forth atop their battle mounts. One of them was a male human warrior with the label of Dragon Slayer, level 76, brilliance. "Zhang Yu, we can share the wealth, we need not have to spill any blood over this. As long as you agree to let us come into your mining cave to mine together with you, we would not only be on friendly terms with you, but we will also protect this mining cave." Another player said, "That's right. The battle would only bring us unnecessary loss, instead, why not work together?" Zhang laughed and said, "If I went all the way to your place and demand that you share your wealth and properties, would you agree with it?" Humbly Gentleman glanced at Zhang coldly and said, "So you're saying that battle is inevitable?" Wei Yenair was enraged and she shouted at Humbly Gentleman, "You hypocrite! You really know nothing about shame. So, basically, you knock on our doorstep looking for trouble, and make us look like the unreasonable batch. Your face is thicker than concrete walls. No, thicker than 2 or 3 layers of concrete walls. Cut the crap, battle it is. It's just one Lone Desert Smoke, and there are the 4 of us joining forces together. What's there to be afraid of?" Another player of the Beastman profession, with the name Kiyumi, level 77, Meteor Rain, cut in and said. All of the opposing players were coming from 4 different guilds, the Dominators, Brilliance, Meteor Rain and Death's Wish. If it was one guild against another one guild, Lone Desert Smoke was unmatched. Humbly Gentleman humphed lightly and said, "Zhang Yu, you're the one who forced our hands. Although it was them who came all the way over with the intention of taking over other people's land property, but to be able to lay the blame on the victim instead, as if they were the ones who were wronged, this hypocrite is indeed worthy of his name." Humbly Gentleman raised the staff in his hands and roared, "The Dominators, charge! People of Brilliance, it's time for you to show your strength to your enemies. Let the world know of our strength. Meteor Rain. The Death's Wish is the strongest guild of all. Not Lone Desert Smoke." The 4 guild masters of the 4 guilds were roaring, commanding their subordinates to launch their attacks on Lone Desert Smoke. Instantly, the roar of 30,000 men from the 4 guilds gushed in towards Zhang and his guild like a tidal wave. Territory, mining cave, land lease, were the 3 most profitable sources of income in God's Miracle. Among all these 3 so-called resource points, one can only acquire a territory by using the Territory Command Order, or Territory Subjugation Order. Meanwhile, land properties required, land leases, for a player to make purchases of the land. So these 2 did not come easy. But the case was very different for mining caves. As long as there were miners going in to mine in the cave, there would definitely be profit. This has made the mining cave one of the most wanted resources. If one guild can block the entrance of a mining cave, then that guild can acquire a stable stream of income by sending their members down the mines to mine. The sum of the profit from the mining activity is abundant. With a wave of his hand, Zhang also roared, "Brothers and sisters! For Lone Desert Smoke! For Lone Desert Smoke!" Everyone on Zhang Yang's side roared with vigor, riding on their mounts behind Zhang Yang, while charging straight towards the large army. The armies from two sides clashed into each other, and many players had jumped down from their mounts to engage in intense battle. Most of the players did not have battle mounts yet at the current stage of the game. The melee profession players charged to the front, while the ranged profession players closely followed behind them. Everyone was unleashing their AoE skills, making the scene flooded with arrows, hails and rain of fire. In the midst of the crossfire, many players from both sides were instantly killed. Almost in an instant, a large number of players were turned into streams of white lights that were channeled straight to the graveyard. Which Snow, follow me closely. We shall become Zhao Yun 1 and charge 7 times through 2. Zhang Yang laughed out loud. Silly Yang, you pervert. But, you look like a spear made of wax 3. What, only 7 charges and you're done? Fatty Han could do it all day, you're way behind him. Fatty Han had longed to hear such words, no matter who said it. He began to grin with a perverted facial expression on his face. Fatty, you're brilliant. Endless Starlight immediately praised Fatty Han. Of course. It's a fact. Still, Han Ningxue nodded, and thumped the shell of her red gold crab, and followed Zhang Yang. The two of them forced their way into the center of their enemy. With Zhang Yang's terrifyingly high defense currently, other than the Berserker's Tornado Cleave, he basically ignored all of the AoE skills from his enemies, as AoE attacks were often weaker and took some time to cast. For example, the Barrage of the Hunter required 10 seconds to cast, and would barely damage Zhang Yang, if at all. Therefore, there is no way these AoE attacks would penetrate the defense of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang charged into the sea of players, like water through creaks of a brick wall. Instantly, he switched to his Dark Enigma sword, and activated his Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep, unleashing his assaults on his enemies, with wave after wave of his skills. As his Dark Enigma sword triggered its special effect, the sword unleashed endless damage to the horde of enemies around him, like a radioactive bomb expanding out, reaching out to all the enemies nearby. Kill Zhan Yu first. Humbly Gentleman quickly shouted to inform everyone, surround him. We must not let him get back to his army. He knew that Zhang Yang had a skill called Shadow of the Void that provided him a way out of difficult situations. He did not know what it was called, though. Zhang Yang laughed maniacally, which Snow, come now, let them have a taste of our Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew. Although the skill required a cooldown of 72 hours, that was according to the in-game time, not the real time. It has been more than a day in real time since they had unleashed their joint attack on Stormguard. Han Ningxue reached out and held Zhang Yang's hand. Blizzard Sky. Lunar Stew. Immediately, the two of them became the center of the skill, and an area as wide as 30 meters of circumference was covered in hail snow which rained down from the sky. Meanwhile, the moon rose up into the sky and began to emit out waves of moonbeams into the surroundings. The moonbeams began to shoot out in all directions. 5,000. 5,000. 5,000. Instantly, countless damage values popped up within the effective area of the skills, flooding up the entire area. After 3 ticks of the damage, players were already beginning to die. They could not even heal themselves before they died. It was really a jackpot for Humbly Gentleman, as he had sent such a large number of troops to surround Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue. Squeezed tightly together in one spot, with their own allies pushing their backs, they all were shoved into the moonlight. Retreat! Retreat! Stay the hell away from him! Humbly Gentleman was almost crying like a schoolboy. Not only have Zhang Yang's equipment become impossibly strong and powerful, he also had such a skill up his sleeve. Is the game trying to push him until he dies? After tens of seconds, finally, no one was charging at Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue anymore. This is the difference between players and monsters. Monsters do not care about anything. As long as their aggro bars were not empty, even if there was a sea of traps, swords, and other weapons right in front, the monsters would still charge at their targets. Players could observe and act accordingly to the situation. Since Zhang Yang was seemingly untouchable and unapproachable at the moment, everyone stopped, knowing that it was suicide. 30 seconds had passed, the Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew had stopped. Although Humbly Gentleman had shouted retreat in time, more than 1,000 players were already killed by the attacks. That number of players dead was actually pretty terrifying. The surroundings of Zhang Yang and Han Ningxue was instantly cleaned out. At least hundreds of equipment pieces glittered in green copper or gray silver light, all over the ground. Time to go. Zhang Yang quickly informed Han Ningxue, and then the both of them began to retreat back to their army. At first, with the two of them activating the joint attack of Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew, they had been invincible for 30 seconds. Now that the skill was over, it was time to go back. They would be overwhelmed by the numbers if they stuck around. Of course, it could become possible for one player to go up against hundreds of players at the same time at the later stages of the game, if a player could get a full set of legendary equipment and a high-quality pet. 1. Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong, was a military general who lived in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and early Three Kingdoms period. 2. Charges 7 times through, a famous scene in Romance of the Three Kingdoms in which Zhao Yun charges 7 times through the ranks of Cao Cao's armies. 3. Spear made of wax, looks impressive but useless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 358, Like Water Through a Brick Wall. Chapter 358, Like Water Through a Brick Wall. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui's surroundings were immediately cleared. The two of them swiftly turned back to their mounts and rode to their army. After them. Don't let them get away, cried Humbly Gentleman with great hatred. If Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui managed to escape to safety, it would be a massive blow to Humbly Gentleman's soldier morale. However, during the casting of Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew, all 4 guilds had scattered a great distance from them to avoid the attack. Now, to have them chasing after them was an incredible tough task. Furthermore, both Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui had mounts. A majority of the enemy soldiers were still running on their 2 feet. How could they run after a person who on a mount? It was impossible. Not even 100-foot soldiers could chase after them, all they could do was eat the dust that was flung onto them. Boss. Sister Snow and you were too cool. That's bloody sick yo, said Endless Starlight in the party channel. Was that the paired skill? Yeah, that's the 2-in-1 skill. Foo foo foo, said Fatty Han after he shot an arrow and smile a V-shaped smile. AIYA. Noon tank. How could you be picky? I also want to be one with you, said the little brat with a straight face, without any signs of her being shameful. Zhang Yang stopped attacking immediately and almost slipped and fell when he heard what Wei Yen Er just said. You stupid fat F***CK. Can you please be a little more decent? Please don't be teaching that kind of stuff to a little kid. Fatty Han did not respond, but instead, Wei Yen Er struck the earth with her axe and glared at Zhang Yang. Hey! Who are you calling a little kid? Who else? Stop stopping and start killing. Everyone around the vicinity laughed at their comical act and continued killing. Even without Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui's paired skill, Lone Desert Smoke's combined attack force was naturally above the combined forces of all 4 guilds. During recruitment, Zhang Yang had a specific standard for players who wanted to join the guild. Because of that, the war between the guilds was leaning towards Lone Desert Smoke. He could not claim that each of his members could take on 10 men at a time, but he was sure that they could handle a few opponents at once all by themselves. Lone Desert Smoke players' average level and equipment strength were better than the majority of the opponent guilds. In truth, they were supposed to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemy, however, the entire battle did show any signs of that. After all, Zhang Yang and Han Yingshui had gallantly performed a powerful attack on the enemy and had killed a large number of them. The enemy had already lost motivation. Never underestimate the power of morale in a war. In large numbers, morale played an important role to determine the outcome of a battle. With Lone Desert Smoke burning with vigor, they had successfully pressurized the opponents, causing them to drop their weapons as the deaths continued to pile up. However, even with Lone Desert Smoke's superiority in war, both sides were suffering huge casualties. Zhang Yang turned his sight on Humbly Gentleman and said, I'll be right back. I need to kill that hypocrite. Destroy the leader, and the gang will collapse. Zhang Yang wanted to do just that. Since the morale of the enemy was already rock bottom, killing the leader would definitely be the final step in winning the war. Zhang Yang activated Dig and headed underground towards Humbly Gentleman. The best thing about this skill was the fact that he could have a clear view of what that was happening above ground and would never be detected nor blocked by anyone. Naturally, mounts would be left out during the activation of the skill. Without much time wasted, Zhang Yang arrived at where Humbly Gentleman was. This man was a P***SSY to be blunt. He had never taken the reins and led his troops in the front lines. As a low defense spellcaster, he felt safest barking orders from far behind. Ha! Zhang Yang scoffed. Boom! Zhang Yang broke the earth underneath Humbly Gentleman and stabbed him like a real ninja. Dance of the heaven and earth. Shush! A bright light flashed, followed by a shadow that emerged out from Zhang Yang to form a man wielding a sword. The shadow then cut into Humbly Gentleman's body. -10,000. -10,000. -10,000. After 3 pops, Humbly Gentleman dropped dead. The mount he was currently on was only a gray-silver tier that only increased his maximum HP by 11,000, which only gave him a total of 28,000 HP. Pew! A quick gleam of gold jumped out in the air from Humbly Gentleman's body. With lightning speed, Zhang swiped the boots and stashed it in his inventory. Confused and disoriented, Humbly Gentleman had no idea on how Zhang was able to kill him. To prevent any infiltration of thieves, Humbly Gentleman had set up a perfect barricade around himself. He had placed members around him, forming a perfect ring. Even though thieves could be invisible with their stealth mode, they could not phase through living objects. He had completely lowered his guard and had paid for it with his face kissing the dirt, along with his dignity and his yellow gold boots. Naturally, Zhang had planned it all out. This battle had to be cut short / thus, he had no need of saving his ulti, Dance of Heaven and Earth. If he had not used it, that man would have the time to activate Ice Frame, leaving Zhang open to attacks. Or worse, Humbly Gentleman could have escaped. Now that he had started the fire, it's best to pour oil to spread the fire. This time, Zhang changed his target to Kiyumi, the guild master of Meteor Rain. He then activated the Ring of Beastman's Ancestor and summoned an old orc from the ring. He then pointed his magic staff towards Kiyumi and started chanting a spell. Pew! A long, white, electric burst out and shot towards Kiyumi. -10,000. -10,000. -10,000. With 3 hits, similar to Humbly Gentleman, Kiyumi suffered a huge burst of damage and dropped down. Even though Kiyumi had a gray-silver mount like Humbly Gentleman, he was still killed within 3 seconds by the old orc's chaotic dance of electric current. In less than a minute, Zhang had killed 2 of the enemy's leaders. Even though anyone could easily revive after running back to the body in their soul form, or simply be revived by a priest, the morale of the entire army was greatly affected. Zhang brave and bold feat had sent down a cold shiver to the enemy. Inversely, Lone Desert Smoke was massively invigorated, knowing that their boss had single-handedly defeated 2 leaders. With them removed from the battleground, the enemy's morale had dropped to a new level and was clearly faltering. From the corner of the battlefield came a loud commanding roar. Kill Zhang. Do not let him live. Kill him now. The loud roar belonged to the Guild Master of Brilliance, Dragon Slayer. After all that had happened, that man still wanted to be Zhao Zilongwan. He thinks he can remain unscathed from this? Zhang laughed at his idiocy and activated Shadow of the Void. His entire character slipped into another dimension, rendering him invisible to others. 20 seconds later, he had reappeared at the furthest distance possible for him to travel. Praise the Guildmaster. Long live Zhang. Victory for Lone Desert Smoke. In the name of Zhang, we kill. In the name of Lone Desert Smoke, we shall kill them all. For glory. For titties. Please refrain from using indecent context in your speech. This is your first offense. There will be no further chances given, said 100 Shots amidst the cheers. With the raging morale from all Lone Desert Smoke members, victory was just an inch away, the moment Zhang had slain Humbly Gentleman and Kiyumi. The battle continued on and the results were extremely obvious. Victory was already considered to be in hand. The delay was due to the fact that there were still unrelenting players from the opposing side who still believed that they could still turn the tables around. Zhang smiled and rode his bear away from the battle. He had done his part and decided to let the rest of the guild take care of the scraps. Without pausing, Zhang rode towards the Altair Flatlands. In the party channel, 100 Shots had been constantly reporting on what was happening on their side, from how many enemies killed, to total equipment collected. Even though Lone Desert Smoke had suffered many casualties, with players losing their experience points and equipment, the end result was still a major profit. Unlike the Grand Canyon that had not seen the lights of days, Altair Flatlands was a complete inverse of that. This place was brimming with light that it could be said to not have seen the stars in the night sky, excluding the sun which was a star. During the day, it would be the same as your everyday brightness. However, when night falls, the place would be filled with light from the corner of the horizon, glowing with such radiant colors and brightness. Zhang had come here to search for the 5th descendant of the 7 generals, called Innsbruck. According to the quest description, the NPC lived in Lake Basilac, in the west region of Altair Flatlands. Other than the name provided, Zhang had to find his physical location by himself. Luckily, Zhang was familiar to Altair Flatlands. If he was not, Zhang could have taken a full day to search for Lake Basilac. In 2 hours or less, Zhang had arrived at the lake. Although the lake was not as large as Great Lake Vala, it was still huge. At least, Zhang could still see the land on the other side of the lake. There was a small island, or rather, large rocks that formed a small tiny island in the middle of the lake. Perhaps, when it rains cats and dogs, the rock will be completely submerged by the rising water. Zhang Yang started to think. With the lake being so huge, where should he start searching for the NPC? After some thoughts, he decided to start by searching around the lake. As simple as it should be, the journey was just too long to complete. By the time he was only halfway through, the war between Lone Desert Smoke and the four armies had already come to an end. In conclusion, Lone Desert Smoke had 18,326 casualties, 3,906 losses of equipment, and had killed a total of 32,982 members. They had even collected a total of 5,389 equipment. Zhang Yang was extremely satisfied with the results of the war. He then tasked 100 shots to distribute the equipment obtained from the war to all members, based on their achievements, and reimburse the players that had lost their equipment in the war. In a minute, there was a flood of messages filling up the guild channel. Everyone in the guild had probably received the news from 100 Shots' announcement. As they were celebrating, Zhang Yang was frowning in dismay. He had made a complete circle around the lake and had found nothing. There were nothing but deserted land at the side of the lake. It was a thick forest, yet there were no traces of any human activities. Zhang Yang had wasted a total of 5 hours. Zhang Yang frowned and decided that he should just start with the lake instead. He then summoned the mythical turtle and dove underwater. The mythical turtle shot through the water like a torpedo and was only leaving a trail of bubbles behind its tail. The search of Innsbruck was clearly a long and arduous quest. Zhang Yang had spent 3 days searching the entire lake, and had only managed to cover 75% of it. Naturally, Zhang Yang had not wasted his time to search all the way. He had also managed to collect countless devil's algae, which was considered to be a small consolation prize for him. On the 4th day, Zhang Yang had arrived at a different island within the lake. It was a rather huge island that was filled with skyscraping trees that measured close to 100 meters. The leaves on the tall trees were so tightly compact and spread that Zhang Yang could roughly estimate that the shadows cast by the tree could take up as much as 10% of the entire lake. While the sun rays could still seep through the tiny gaps of the leaves, it had made the island truly mystical and serene. Within the thick forest, there was a man-made pathway that headed straight into the forest. From where Zhang Yang stood, he could roughly see a white-colored building. Zhang Yang unsummoned the turtle and called out the bear. As he rode further and deeper into the forest, he had a good feeling of reaching his destination, because for the past few days of lingering in the lake, he had only encountered beasts and not human tracks. Soon after, Zhang Yang had arrived at a small village. There was a huge white stone statue erected at the entrance of the village. The white-colored building that he had saw back then was this statue. Just when he was standing and looking at the statue, many villagers had surrounded Zhang Yang, pointing weapons at him and looking rather hostile. "Outsider! How dare you remain on your horse and not bow down to Lord Innsbruck," said a villager that behaved like the chief villager of the group. One, Zhao Zilong, or is commonly known as Zhao Yun, courtesy name Zilong, was a military general who lived in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and early Three Kingdoms period. In the novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Zhao Yun had never been wounded in battle before, so there were no scars on his body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 359, It's all about the reputation. Chapter 359, It's all about the reputation. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "I'm not on a horse. This is a bear." Zhang Yang was expecting some rude comeback, but the villagers were obviously not programmed to have a sense of humor. They had only screamed angrily at him and demanded him to get down from his mount. Fanatic follower, normal, humanoid. Level, 85. HP, 8,500. Defense, 80. Note, they are the most loyal followers of Innsbruck. As they were all normal tiered, Zhang Yang would not have trouble facing thousands of them. However, that was if he were to attack them. The NPC name tags were all in green, which meant that Zhang Yang could only take a beating and not return any. Zhang Yang sighed and moved towards the entrance of the village. However, when the bear was about to enter the village border, it was stopped with such a sudden force, as if it had just hit an invisible wall. The huge force nearly threw Zhang Yang off. Zhang Yang finally understood. For him to enter the village and meet Innsbruck, he has to follow the rules. In Russia, do as the Russians do. Zhang Yang got down from the bear and smiled as politely as he could. "Please. Everyone. There's no need for a fuss. Let's talk it out. Honestly, I am here because of my overwhelming admiration of Innsbruck. That's Lord Innsbruck. Lord Innsbruck." The villagers then lowered their weapons. One of the villager that had the name Solace walked to the front and said, "Young man, Lord Einspruch is the son of the fire god. He is the only man who can listen to the fire god's words. You have no right to meet him." Solace, elite, humanoid. Level, 86. HP, 85,000. Defense, 450. He was the only elite tier NPC among the crowd. It seemed like he was the village leader. Zhang asked, "What could I do to have the opportunity to have an audience with the great son of the fire god?" Solace observed Zhang from top to bottom with discerning eyes and said, "First, state your name and origin." "I am but a lowly adventurer from White Jade Castle. My name is Zhang Yu. During my days adventuring in the wild, I had accidentally obtained news of Lord Einspruch's miracle. To express my admiration to him, I have traveled far and wide. Kissing peoples but was free. Besides, it seemed that the situation might really need it." Hoping for the best, Zhang was rewarded with a large smile from Solace. The villagers were also so happy that they were smiling from ear to ear. That kind of smile was something that you would not see when you praise someone. With a smiling face, Solace's expression softens and was warmer. "Young man, you have made a wise decision. Praise the Lord Einspruch, for he is the son of the fire god. He shall be the prophet of the Lord. To listen and convey his every command and deliver his judgment to us all. To have the opportunity to serve his grace, that is a certain blessing from the previous incarnation." Incarnation? This game is based on a Western culture. How is there such a thing as reincarnation? Don't all Westerners believe in eternal lives of peace in heaven? Reincarnation was a really Eastern concept one. Zhang hurriedly interjected Solace. "Blessed be upon thee. Please tell me, how do I have an audience with his grace? For I wish to fulfill my wish." That was a load of crap. Zhang true wish was to have his grace beheaded, and swipe the fifth piece of the dimensional key fragment, and be done with it. If Solace knew what Zhang was about to do, he would have marked Zhang as an infidel, and have the entire village murder him. If they could. Solace nodded his head in satisfaction. Lord Einspruch will open the worship altar every month and announce the words of the Lord. However, only the most loyal followers shall have the qualifications to join such holy event. Zhang Yu. From here on out, you must steal your beliefs and serve the Lord's wishes. Only then, you shall gain his blessing. Ding. You have unlocked a new reputation, son of the fire god. Current reputation level, neutral. Ding. You can only meet Einspruch after obtaining the reputation rank, revered. If Zhang could scream and yell, he would have. Farming reputation points was the most boring thing to do. He could almost feel the vomit surging out from his mouth when he recalled farming reputation points for the centaurs. However, a quest was a quest. He had already gathered 4 pieces of the key fragments, he could not just stop halfway through. Besides, if collecting key fragments would be such a nuisance, the last reward for completing the quest should be extremely luxurious. At least, it would surely be so much better than any of the previous rewards from all the previous quests that he had already completed. There was a blue color exclamation mark hovering over Solace's head. It indicated that Solace now had a repeatable quest for Zhang to complete. Zhang then talked to Solace over again and accepted a bunch of scrap quests, like killing tigers to protect the village, collecting exotic fruits and giving them to Einspruch as an offering, and chopping some wood to resupply the village. Almost all of the quests offered by Solace were ranked D. Naturally, it was not hard, thus the reputation points rewarded were rather measly. One quest completion reward was only at 250 points. Luckily, the in-game time was set to be 3:1, so he could invest some time in farming for those points. The next problem was the fact that the quests had daily limits. He could only complete each quest once a day. Solace had 10 daily quests for Zhang. One quest completion would reward him with 250 reputation points. In 2 days, he would have reached friendly. In 4 days, he would have reached respectful, 9 days to reach admired, and 17 days to reach revered. That meant that it would take as long as 6 real days for him to complete the requirements for him to meet Einspruch. That was the main problem with reputation points. It could not be done in a flash. Sighing heavily at his fate, Zhang left the village and started clearing all his daily quests. All of the 10 daily quests had Zhang running all around the place like Hermes the messenger. None of the quests were concentrated at one spot. The developers had it that way just to toy with the players and waste their time. As Zhang went around the world, he had roughly gauged the center of the entire island. It was about a 7 to 8 cubic kilometer square of the area that he could never enter. The place was blocked by an invisible wall that could not be breached, even with dig or shadow of the void. The developers were smart enough to seal all the possible loopholes to prevent players from cheating their way in. Even though the farming of reputation points was a boring, dead task, Zhang Yang was lucky that the island had an abundance of herbs and monsters lying around. As he cleared the quest, he had also collected herbs and killed monsters to gain some experience points. Zhang Yang had accepted the reputation points farming since it had not drastically affected his leveling speed. After 2 hours, Zhang Yang had finally completed all the 10 daily quests. He went back to the village and had his reputation raised to neutral, 2,500/3,000. This time, Zhang Yang had a thought. Players would eventually stumble across this place, and not because of the dimensional key fragment quest. The system would never set up a map solely for Zhang Yang alone, for the sake of a single quest. Since it had to be that way, the reputation points that Zhang Yang had farmed should have other uses, besides meeting the son of the fire god. There should be a reputation shop. Zhang Yang went back to the village and searched for the NPC. It was a little longer than expected, since the reputation shop NPC was called the Priest of God. Meltus, the Priest of God, normal, humanoid. Level, 85. HP, 8,500. Defense, 80. After having a short, meaningless conversation with the NPC, he opened the shop menu. Zhang Yang nodded in satisfaction when he noticed there were quite a number of useful items, such as enchanting gemstones, the pet skill book, sprint, and a few professional recipes. Enchanting gemstones were special. They could be used to further upgrade all kinds of gemstones that were socketed in the equipment. For example, Zhang Yang's level 3 vitality gemstone had a 50 vitality bonus. After having the gemstone enchanted, it would increase its specs from 10% to 100%. Similar to gemstone, enchanting gemstones will have a failure rate ranging from 10% to 100%. The chances were completely random. If players wish to have 100% enchanting rate, they would have to keep on enchanting the equipment with the same enchanting gemstone. Enchanting gemstones require a specific rank of reputation. However, it did not mean that with reputation, you could acquire it, players would still need gold coins to purchase them. To put it blatantly, it's all about money. On the side note, the skill, sprint, was extremely well sought for. It allowed the mount of a pet to gain a double movement speed burst in a short period of time. It was extremely useful for both chasing and running away. So far, Zhang Yang's professional alchemy was the only profession that required recipes. As such, he had taken a liking to one of the recipes that were for sale. The level 4 natural resistant potion. The potion will grant players a strong and useful 5,000 bonus to natural damage resistance for the next 2 minutes. Surely but sadly, all of these good items would only be sold to players with a reputation rank of revered. With such a good cake, Zhang Yang had to share this piece with everyone. He then contacted Han Shui and the rest of his friends and informed them about the news and had them farm reputation points with him. Truth be told, he had indirectly dragged them down the waters with him. In truth, farming reputation alone in the fields was just too boring. Zhang Yang posted the reputation shop item descriptions and drew in everyone else, like cats to a fish. While the others had taken quite some time to arrive, the easiest and fastest was Han Shui. She had asked Zhang Yang to put on the lover's charm to allow her to teleport to his side instantly. The moment Sun Xianu arrived, she walked up to Han Shui and thrust her hand out coldly. "It's about time now. Can I have the thing you borrowed from me?" Han Shui scoffed coldly back at her and turned away. "Humph. The lover's charm was not yours to begin with. Why must I return it to you?" Zhang Yang frowned worriedly. "Woman, how old do you think you are? What are you trying to pull by acting all cute and immature? Are you trying to be like a little girl now?" He was no psychologist, but it does not take a PhD certificate to know that there was something going on between the two females. Zhang Yang did not want any internal conflict between his own members and had decided to act out. Sensing that Zhang Yang was at her side, Sun Xianu smiled smugly and turned her gaze to Han Shui. "That's a gift from Zhang Yang. Please." "That's what you said. Back then, Zhang Yang had only passed it to you to help him claim the territory. It was a tool to only allow you to pass the final wave. It's not like he had given it to you as a gift. Stop trying to be presumptuous." The smile on Sun Xianu faded and was replaced with a sulk. "Give it back." "No." The two females then bumped their voluptuous chests against one another, trying to assert dominance over the lover's charm. Zhang Yang could swear that only he could see an electrical spark flaring between the two tigresses. Zhang Yang tried to speak but was immediately interjected by the two females. "Shut up," said both of them simultaneously. "I think." Zhang Yang tried to speak again. "Who do you think should have the lover's charm?" asked the both of them. Zhang Yang frowned. Logically, Zhang Yang felt that the lover's charm should be on Han Shui. It would surely come in handy to have a healer on standby, for he is a tank. He could have an emergency call for help to kill any sudden boss. However, Sun Xianyu had been extremely helpful. Even though having a healer would be helpful in boss fights, Han Shui would only be useful in boss fights. Sun Xianyu was extremely helpful during the territory war, and the day when he went to the Japan-Korean region to farm for the monster attack order. It's nail-biting to not be able to make a clear decision here. The problem now was the fact that they were fighting over it. It's a female fight. If a man suddenly jumped in to solve the problem, he might end up being chewed out by them, or something worse. The smartest way to do was to turn around and run. However, as the party leader, the guild master, and their friend, he had to take the responsibility. Both of them were main assets. Zhang Yang thought of a strategy and tried it out. Why are you even quarreling over a piece of accessory? What best, but to demean an object, so that they would not view it as a precious item? It's just a piece of a badge, just pass it to whoever who needs it. Isn't that simple? And oh, both Sun Xianyu and Han Shui screamed simultaneously. For Han Shui to scream every now and then was normal, but for Sun Xianyu to raise her voice like that, it was extremely rare. In that case, how about a game of scissors, paper, stone? The winner takes it all, said Zhang Yang. Fine. The two of them pushed against each other, squishing their breasts together, but it was impossible since the both of them had the chests of inflated airbags. There was no way for them to have a moment like men who could easily bump their foreheads together physically. He. Noob tank. You're one sly, two-timing pig, said Wei Yan'er as she stood behind Zhang Yang, watching the entire scene. If there were some popcorn on the side, the little girl would definitely be munching on them happily. Zhang Yang sighed tiredly. I'd say, you could have spent some of the spare time you have to read some books and filled your empty brain with some knowledge. Yet, you're here, standing behind me smirking like a crazy girl, hoping the worst to happen. Excuse me? What are you saying? It's 3 a.m. here. How could I study in the middle of the night? That's ridiculous. Wei Yan'er pouted in defense. Have you actually thought of going to any special schools? Please, this young lady is as smart as Einstein, of course, it would be one of those top-tier institutes. During their little casual conversation, Sun Xianyu and Han Shui were still busy throwing out their fists in an intense game of scissors, paper, stone. Stone versus stone. Scissors versus scissors. Sun Xianyu paper won over Han Shui's stone. 3 matches. Okay. The game continued on, but Han Shui was completely crushed by Sun Xianyu after 2 consecutive losses. 5 matches. Okay. 7 matches. 9. 21. The two of them continued to haggle over their winning conditions. It's not like Sun Xianyu was losing, but Han Shui was still holding the lover's charm. Even if she won the match, Han Shui would only further increase the match count until Sun Xianyu could win it fairly and squarely. After some time, Wei Yan'er was already yawning. Zhang Yang quietly nudged the bored little girl. Let's go. I'll collect some herbs while you farm some reputation. Okay. The two of them walked away, leaving Sun Xianyu and Han Shui puffing at each other. Without having the final decision settled, Zhang Yang was at a loss. He only knew one thing: from that day on, whenever Sun Xianyu and Han Shui encounter each other, they would continue their match, probably till the end of time. As time passed, everyone's reputation points had accumulated and rose from friendly to respectful and admired. Since everyone had started farming from the first day together, their reputation growth was the same, since they could only complete the quests once a day. On the 19th of March, everyone came together and completed the last reputation quest. Everyone glowed with a bright green light and gained the reputation rank of revered. At the same time, Zhang Yang had reached level 81. The experience point required to level up during level 80 to level 90 was roughly 20% more than the experience points required to level from level 70 to level 80. At Zhang Yang's grinding speed, he had needed at least 10 days, real-world time, to gain just 1 level. Congratulations! Solace clapped his hands and expressed his gratitude. You have passed each and every one of the tests. I am proud to bestow upon you the name, the honor, and the rank of the most loyal followers of Innsbruck. Walk tall and proud with the name. I have but one more good news for you. Due to your unrelenting selfless acts, Innsbruck was proud of your deeds and has granted you the permission to have an audience with him. Finally. After so many days of tirelessly farming and picking herbs, Zhang Yang had the chance to kill that SOB. Zhang Yang was so excited and he could feel the tears falling down. Brother Solace, where is Lord Innsbruck? The Lord is in the fire god's altar, waiting to hear the words from the fire god himself, said Solace. Go forth. You mustn't let the Lord wait for you. 1. This opinion is based on the author. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 360, A Time to Counter. Chapter 360, A Time to Counter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. How fortunate. He has the chance to meet with the great Lord Innsbruck. Arg. I'm so jealous. I know, right? The great Lord will only agree to meet one follower every month. Right after the moment when Solace had dropped the news about how Zhang Yang and the gang had obtained the privilege to have an audience with Innsbruck, they were in shock, surprise, astonishment, and the kind of expressions you would expect when someone announces that they had just won the lottery. Zhang Yang pretended to be as excited as well. After the ordeal, Zhang Yang and the party went on to the reputation shop to get themselves the enchanting gemstone and Sprint pet skill book. After spending their gold coins, everyone proceeded to learn the skill, recipes, and they waited until everyone was ready to use the enchanting gemstone. Under normal circumstances, the most common outcome of enchanting would be a 30% increment in stats. Obviously, it is hard to get a better enchanting result. Endless Starlight was fortunate enough to obtain 90% enchantment results in just 2 tries. However, being a little greedy, he wanted to keep on enchanting until he could obtain a 100% enchantment result. However, after enchanting for 10 consecutive turns, he had only managed to obtain a 60% enchantment result. The little guy was left speechless. Zhang Yang did actually learn from the other person's mistake, and he was not greedy in the first place. As long as he could get a 50% enchantment result, he would stop there. He knew that level 2 or level 3 gemstones were not really that powerful in the first place. The difference between 50% and 100% would be 200 vitality points. Zhang Yang would not put much attention and effort just to gain that little amount of HP. Sprint increases 100% movement speed of the mount for 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. After Zhang Yang gave his advice, everyone followed his footsteps and were satisfied with 50% or higher enchantment results. They knew that they should not hope for 100% perfect results unless it was a given. Still, even though they no longer strove for perfection, they had already spent close to 1,000 gold coins each. That would be the same as 1,001 renminbi. If they were to try and push themselves to roll for the best result, they would have to spend more than that. It all depended on luck. Zhang Yang advised them not to seek perfection in their enchantment since they were only in the middle stage of the game. Each time they changed their weapons, they would need to resocket their gemstones, which leads to a re-enchantment of their gemstones. The amount of spending would skyrocket, and even Bill Gates would cry. The team rode their way back leisurely to the village. Along the way, they cracked jokes about the way how the game burns a hole in their pocket. Some mentioned Bill Gates, while others mentioned Donald Trump. After reaching the village area, Zhang Yang led the way to the altar to face their lord. Zhang Yang came to a pathway that led outside the village, into the forest, and towards the center of the island, where Zhang Yang had stumbled across before. After pushing their reputation rank to revered, the invisible barrier was miraculously removed from the area and they could enter the place normally. The entire altar was made of a type of white-colored stone structure. With nothing but the white shade and a little gray here and there, the altar was made to look extremely majestic and grand. Right in front of the altar was a huge white statue that was crafted to look like a fire god. Its feet were made to look like it was standing on fire. Its expression was crafted to make it look angry and blazing fire out of its mouth. This image of the fire god was probably by the design of the villagers. Zhang Yang rode closer and saw there were 10 huge men clad in armor, standing near the entrance of the altar. Their posture and the number of fallen leaves on their white shoulders suggest that they had been standing there for quite some time, not to mention their commitment to standing. Zhang Yang approached them and one of them called out. I believe that you're the visitors who have just arrived on this island? Innsbruck's personal guard, elite, humanoid. Level, 85. HP, 85,000. Defense, 450. Note, Innsbruck loyal personal guard. Zhang Yang nodded. That is correct, sir. We are here to worship Lord Innsbruck. Please notify His Grace that we have arrived. The NPCs were all green tagged. That meant the NPCs had yet to detect Zhang Yang's real motive. Follow me, said another guard. He then took Zhang Yang and his gang into the altar. When Zhang Yang got closer to the altar, he took note of the construction of this mystical building. The altar looked more like a huge church. Inside the megastructure was a hall that was built over 24 pillars that supported a large dome-shaped ceiling. Like the Sistine Chapel, this altar had paintings on the ceiling. Instead of angels, the ceiling was painted with pictures of what seemed to be the fire god battling all sorts of enemies. In the huge hall, there were many followers holding hands together, standing 2 meters apart. They were all holding hands and chanting something with their eyes closed. Zhang could not understand the language they were using, but it seemed to resemble the monks in Tibet. The deep and low chanting of the follower was not the typical Gregorian holy chant. In fact, it had made the entire ordeal feel like it was some sort of a requiem. The problem was not of the atmosphere of the hall. From the looks of it, it seemed that there were at least more than thousands of followers, with each of them being level 85 and at elite tier. Having more than 85,000 HP, these monsters could pose a threat to the party if they were to attack all at once. On a side note, Zhang was extremely pleased, despite the fear. If he could somewhat kill all of them, how much experience points would they amass? Yes, it would be difficult, but not when Zhang and Hanning Shui had the skill, Blizzard Sky, and Lunar Stew. They moved forward on and saw a large throne, with a middle-aged man sitting at the deeper part of the altar. The man was sitting leisurely on the throne, with one hand supporting his forehead, as if he was in deep thought. The man was just a regular Jack on the streets. He was not special in any way or so. He was not muscular, nor skinny. He was just average, in both his physique and his appearance. The best term to use to describe this man was, an average Joe. Innsbruck, Violet Platinum, Humanoid. Level, 86. HP, 8,600,000. MP, 4,300,000. Defense, 2,400. Note, the son of the fire god. The savior of all. Zhang smirked. Finally, he had the chance to see the 5th descendant of the 7 generals. The guards that had led Zhang to the throne bowed to Innsbruck. Your Grace, the outsiders that you summoned have arrived. Well done. You may leave, said Brooke without batting an eye. Yes, Your Grace. The guards took several steps back while still bowing and left the throne. Only after a good distance, they stood upright and walked away normally. Brooke then turned his gaze at Zhang and the party. His complexion suddenly turned sour as he bellowed. How impudent. You dare greet the Son of God without bowing? Zhang answered his wrath with a laugh. Innsbruck. It seems that you have gotten used to playing the act of, whatever it is that these gullible villagers think of you. I'll have you know. We are not dumb. Brooke widened his eyes when he heard how Zhang had accused him. Instead of getting enraged, the man smiled. Indeed, it seems that you're not as dumb and gullible as the villagers here. As expected of the adventures that roamed the world. Ha ha ha. Do you know how these villagers came to believe that I was the son of the fire god? How? Asked Wei Yan. The little brat had always liked to poke around things that she should not have. These close-minded pets had never encountered a single spellcaster in their life. When I had casted a fire spell, they had thought that I was the offspring of the fire god. After I made up some lore about my past, they had truly believed that my power was the evidence of me being the son of the fire god. He stood up. For the past few days, I have been observing you. Indeed, I must say, that you have the capabilities. I do not know the purpose of your arrival, nor do I care. But I could guess it could be something of money and authority. Hence, I have a proposal for you lot. As long as you promise to serve me, under my league, I will provide you with an inexhaustible source of wealth and power over the villagers. When the time is right, I will lead an army and roam the great lands, and finally, restore the rights and glory of my ancestors. Zhang was surprised. This NPC knew about his own ancestors' past. That would mean that among the 7 descendants of the 7 generals, he was the only person who knew about their ancestors' identity. Zhang continued to laugh. Ah, so it is because that no one in this villager has ever seen a spellcaster. That is why you were able to trick them in the first place. Who do you think you are? Just because you have ruled over a few people in the island, do you think that you can rule over the land? Do you even know how big the world is? You couldn't even be compared with a band of bandits. How are you to conquer the land with your power? You are clearly over your big, inflated head. Nai hee hee. Well said, Noob Tank, said Wei Yan as she snickered away quietly from behind. There was an angry flare in Brooke's eyes. With a loud call, Brooke bellowed. Silence. The voice echoed through the entire hall. In response, all of the followers stopped their chanting and dropped their hands in unison. Imbeciles. Insolent. Heretic. Begone with you. To hell shall you go, cried Brooke. He then lifted his arms up high and screamed. These people are heretics. They were brought here by the fallen gods to deceive us with their lies. Kill them. In a flash of a second, the boss, the followers in the hall, and all their name tags were instantly flashed from green to the hostile red. Kill the heretics. Death to heretics. Kill the sinners. In the name of Lord Innsbruck. More and more followers started to fill the halls from all entrances. As more and more numbers started to pour into the hall, the number of monsters had already far surpassed several thousand. If Zhang Yang had not procured the skill, Blizzard Sky, and Lunar Stew, how would they win this fight? Frantically, Zhang Yang scanned the hall for something. He spotted 2 stone rooms at the side of each corner and immediately formulated a plan of attack. Each room entrance had the width of only 2 persons. If Zhang Yang and Endless Starlight could block the entrance, they could force the monster to squeeze into the entrance and defeat them via the bottleneck strategy. That or, they could all die once, and pull the monsters out of the hall after reviving and split the monster into 2 separate groups, with 1 tank each. Either way, both methods were too slow. Everyone started to panic as the 1,000-over monsters rushed towards them. Zhang Yang finally stopped contemplating and decided to use what he had at the moment. Snowbee *TCH. To me. It's time for another Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew. Hanning Shui jumped to his side and grabbed his hands. However, they did not immediately activate the skill. Since the skills had a 30 seconds activation duration, when the monster could get a little closer, they could buy a little more time. However, even when the enemy got extremely close to them, Zhang Yang still waited. 10 meters. Dummy, said Hanning Shui. Her voice was a little shaky. Not yet, said Zhang Yang with a straight face. 5 meters. Wei Yan'er screamed from behind. Hey! Are you guys activating the skills or not? We are going to be killed. 3 meters. Dummy! It's now or never. 2 meters. Not yet. 1 meters. The followers were only an arm's reach away from attacking Zhang Yang when he screamed. Now! Kia! Blizzard Sky! Lunar Stew! Shush! In a split second, the temperature in the hall dropped to a sub-zero temperature. Uncountable flakes of snow started to materialize in the air. The ground was filled with snow as the glow of the moon filled the ceilings. With that, damage text started to pop out. -5000. -5000. -5000. If they were playing the game using the old standard PC, even using the latest 2017 GTX 1080 graphic card with the best i7 CPU, they would surely be faced with tremendous lagging. The sheer amount of graphic demand in this scene was the same as during the monster attack on the Thunderstorm Castle. Whoa! This skill is awesome, said Wei Yan'er in awe. Newbie tank, could you get me a paired skill as well? Zhang Yang could not move, attack, and had to maintain the channeling posture. However, he could still talk. That's fine. When I have the chance, that is. What's that? There's no sincerity in your words. You're messing with me. Whoa. Since when did the little girl know how to detect sarcasm? Whoa my *SS. Noob tank. You're always pulling my nerves. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll turn off the heater when you're taking a bath. Ha! I'll see how you enjoy taking a bath in cold water. Oh. That reminds me. Little Yang, how are you? Did you do a little something if you know what I mean? Said Fatty Han with a perverted smirk on his face. Both Lost Dream and Endless Starlight started to eavesdrop when they heard Fatty Han's pervert topic. Zhang Yang sighed. You guys, could you at least be a little serious? Nah hee, the group of 3 perverted wolves snickered. With the activation of Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew, the HP of the enemy were dropping at a tremendous speed. Though it may seem fast, they still had to take at least 17 hits from the skill to deplete their 85,000 HP. At the same time, Wei Yan'er and the rest of the team had jumped into the fray and started killing as swiftly as they could. On average, each monster would take at most 15 seconds to kill. 1. The author finally uses RMB. That's Renminbi, the currency of China. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 361, Innsbruck. Chapter 361, Innsbruck. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Like withered leaves during autumn, the monsters dropped gracefully into the pile of snow. The enemies behind the first group that had fallen came taking over the empty space in the front. One by one, they continued to fall over and over. Ding! You and the party members around have killed fanatic follower. Obtain 9,494 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Ding! You and the party members around have killed fanatic follower. Obtain 9,494 experience points, 50 points party bonus. Like popcorn, the popping sound of the system notification continued to ring in everyone's ears. As for their experience points, it was going up so swiftly that they could practically see the experience bar slowly filling up. An elite monster will grant 10 times the experience points of a regular normal tier monster. Since they were killing so many elite monsters like they were flies, Zhang and everyone else's experience bar was filling up like a cup full of beer in a free-for-all buffet. 30 seconds later, after the skills ended, the entire hall was covered in dead corpses and a few fanatic followers that had entered the hall a little later. As they say, the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. However, the problem was, this cheese bites back. Zhang and the party cleared the entire hall and made sure there were nothing left. They had only taken less than a minute to kill every last monster. On the other hand, like all MMORPG gamers would feel, killing was easy, but the looting would take up most of the time. As expected from the OP, super imbalanced skill. The crowd worked together to collect all the loots. They had collected so many silk and more than 10 gray silver equipment. Upon entering level 80 maps and higher, almost all gray silver boss was only treated as green copper tiers. Basically, they were worthless. That being said, there were still a few equipment that could be sold for a few gold coins, especially those that had a set equipment set effect. Rhino's hide boots, gray silver, leather armor. Defense, plus 12. Vitality, plus 67. Strength, plus 34. Dexterity, plus 76. Level requirement, 80. Rhino Guard set equipment set effect, Rhino's hide boots. 3 set effect, 100 dexterity bonus. The thousands of elite monsters had produced a total of 11 Rhino's hide boots, 9 coats, and 8 gloves. In precise, they had farmed a total of 8 complete set equipment. Now that they had several completed sets, selling them at a few thousand gold coins per set would not be a problem. Wei Yenair rubbed the coat with her tiny little fingers and said, "Why is the set effect is called Rhino's Guard, when the equipment were made from Rhino's hide? It should be called Rhino's Butcher." The question was asked by Wei Yenair, however, everyone turned their head towards Zhang in unison. F***CK. Zhang ignored the crowd. It was a stupid question, and answering it would only be wasting his saliva. Brook did not participate in the fight, instead, he remained standing at his throne even after every single fanatic follower had been killed. The boss had already exited the story mode, and now fell into the open world category. It would only attack when players enter his aggro range. Everyone waited in suspense. Zhang stared at the boss, and everyone asked the same question. What's the plan? In the presence of a violet platinum boss, there was a certain pressure. Everyone did dare to try anything at all. After all, it was the strongest boss they had faced so far. In truth, Zhang himself did not fight this boss in his life. He thought for a while. I think we should all withdraw outside. We'll kite him out there and fight there. At least we can fight while riding the mounts. Fighting while on a battle mount would increase a player's lifespan, as in HP. It could also provide a certain degree of attack power. Unlike Zhang and other hunter class players, if the rest could unmount their mounts and have their pets battle together with them, it would be efficient. At least range class would not need to be in melee range to have the battle pets participating. Everyone agreed with Zhang plan and withdrew towards the entrance of the altar. Zhang patted Fatty Han's shoulder and said, "Yo Fat *SS, control your pet, and kite the boss out." Fatty Han turned his head swiftly. With crocodile tears, Fatty Han cried, "Bro, why me?" "Because you're my bro. Bro, that's cheating." Knowing that he did not have much choice, Fatty Han controlled his white bear cub towards the inside of the altar. In truth, he wanted to mimic Zhang style and had purposely went on the hunt for a white cub. However, unlike a rare battle mount, the white bear cub that he had tamed was only limited as a pet. It could not be used as a mount nor a battle mount. A hunter could summon both a pet mount and a pet in the same instance. They had one benefit: if one or the other died in battle, it would not affect the cooldown time of the other. While other players would have to wait for a 10 minutes cooldown time to resummon the battle mount. "Your sacrifice will be remembered, little cub," cried Fatty Han when the little white bear cub had entered the boss's aggro range. The girls were all owl when they saw the little, clumsy, cute, and adorable mammal trying to make its way to the boss. The boss noticed the bear and immediately got up from his throne to give chase to the little bear. Immediately, Fatty Han controlled the bear to turn around and frantically run back to him. Although the boss' movement speed was much faster than the cub, it was slightly delayed since the pet had quickly gotten out from the attacking range of the boss. However, after 2 to 3 seconds, the boss had reduced the distance between him and the cub to 20 meters. The boss immediately stopped and started to cast its spell. Casting, Fire Missile. 0.5 seconds, 1 second, 1.5 seconds, pack. The spell, which needed more than 2 seconds of casting time, failed the moment the cub managed to run out of the boss attacking range. Brook had to stop casting and start chasing again. The biggest problem with AI controls was the fact that they did not think about the future or act in response to players' tactics. It will only move, attack, and cast skills based on its original programming. This boss was programmed to chase and attack the target when it was in its range. It did not run up closer to the cub, but instead, it ran until the cub was at the 20 meters casting range, which was the maximum range of the boss. This has led the little white bear to have sufficient time to run away from the boss and prevent it from receiving any attacks from the boss. The little pet had escaped safely and returned to Fatty Han's side unscathed. Everyone was surprised and a little jumpy when they saw that the bear was completely unharmed. Fatty Han patted the little bear and laughed. Ha ha ha. As expected from my own pet. It's stronger and better than the others. While the rest was standing by, Zhang was already on his mythical turtle, waiting at the front for the boss to arrive. Once he got the boss in sight, Zhang threw a Spear of Obliteration to draw the boss' attention. 385. Brook received the damage and immediately stopped chasing the bear. He stopped where he was and started chanting a Fire Missile at Zhang. What was the worst enemy a guardian could face? Magic type. Zhang immediately jumped down from the turtle and dashed towards the boss. Charge. Sliding on the white floor, Zhang knocked into the boss and hacked the boss with his one-handed axe. 177. This time, the boss had finished its chant and blasted a fiery projectile towards Zhang. 426. Countering Zhang 4-digit damage with a 5-digit attack, Zhang had taken a huge damage. A guardian would lose all meaning of its immense physical defense since a magic type attack would be affected by magic defense. Not even block was useful in this situation. If the boss could deal over 13,000 damage every 2 seconds, not even the super healer like Han Shui could handle the support. Still, while facing a Violet Platinum boss, her superb equipment and mana control was profound enough to handle the battle, though it would take a lot of effort. Luckily, Zhang was well prepared, with many survival skills. Endless Starlight. Try and gain more aggro. If I can't handle the pressure, I'll clear my aggro with Shadow of the Void. Try your best to catch hold of the aggro. "Aight boss," said Endless Starlight. In this party, his role was to be the secondary tank. If he could not take up the role, there was no further reason to keep a useless, non-attacker, and non-healer player in the party. The mythical turtle was slow, but it had managed to get close to Zhang to allow him to jump on his back. Once Zhang got on, his HP limit was shot up to 128,190. To put into comparison, the gray-silver mount that Endless Starlight had was only to provide a measly 32,480 HP max limit to Endless Starlight. The difference was truly heaven and earth. It could not be helped, Endless Starlight was only level 77. The equipment he was wearing were a mix of level 60 and level 70 yellow gold equipment. There were no Violet Platinum equipment pieces on him. However, even though his HP was considered to be low, others might not able to compete with him, not unless they could procure themselves a Violet Platinum battle mount like Zhang. Zhang immediately took control of the fight and everyone could relax and concentrate on attacking. It was lucky that the boss level was at level 86. Han Shui and the rest of the party were mostly between level 77 and level 78, the damage they could deal was not fully reduced due to the level penalty. The attack output was even stronger when Zhang had stacked up to 5 layers of crippled defense. Those that had battle mounts enjoyed it the most. The damage their battle mounts could provide were rather significant. Fools! Death be upon you! You cannot hope to win the son of the fire god, cried Brook. With a loud burst of explosion, there were a total of 9 fireballs that burst out from Brook's wand and shot towards everyone. Ding! Brook has used Mass Missile. Usually, skill attacks could only be blocked by defensive skills. Since the party did not know about the nature of the skill, they did not use any defensive skill and took the attack head-on. 15000. 15000. Instantly, other than the 2 tanks, the rest of the party had taken 15,000 damage. Oh, come on, cried Han Yngshui in a fit of anger.
Puffing with steam, Han Yngshui cursed all sort of vulgarities under her breath and swiveled around to cast all sorts of mass healing skills to heal the party. Little Yang, next time, try and recruit Fantasy Sweetheart into this party. Since there's one slot empty, might as well fill it in.
It's better and safer to have two healers in it, said Fatty Han. Zhang Yang laughed.
Tell the truth.
You want her in, to heal you, or to be with you? Nai he he. So how are you with Xiao Wei lately? He he.
Just wait for the invitation to the wedding dinner.
Eh? Fatty.
You're getting married, cried Wei Yan'er in pure shock. Which sister in this world had knocked herself to the wall and have her brains all messed up?
That was a little too much, even for Wei Yan'er. Zhang Yang defended his brother-in-arms and said, come on. Don't say that. Our fat *SS here has a few good points to him, you know? Like what? Asked Han Yngshui out of the blue. Yeah.
Like what? Said Fatty Han as he turned his face to Zhang Yang.
Well,
Zhang Yang stumped. To find good points about Fatty Han would be the same as finding the chances of survival while fighting a violet platinum boss, while wearing nothing but grey silver tier equipment.
Everyone laughed at Zhang Yang's silence.
Only Fatty Han was smiling bitterly, shrugging resignedly.
Oh well. Brook's mass missile attack could be cast without a warning. The skill was a nuisance since it could target everyone within the vicinity.
When players did not have the time to defend against the skill, the party's healer, which was Han Yngshui, was having a bad time. Luckily, almost everyone had battle mounts, and coupled with Zhang Yang Vitality Aura, that provide a 16% bonus vitality, they could endure 2 shots of the skill without being killed. This had provided Han Yngshui sufficient time to heal them.
Still, Brook's attack was strong.
Even with Han Yngshui the super healer in the party, Zhang Yang was forced to use one surviving skill, 1 healing potion, grade 9 transmutation, and still suffered from great HP loss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 362, The Fifth Dimensional Key Fragment. Chapter 362, The Fifth Dimensional Key Fragment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As always, Zhang Yang's party total attack power was not to be underestimated.
The boss was strong, but so was the party. They had managed to hack down Brook's HP down to 75% in less than a minute.
During that time, Brook lifted his wand and cried out, "Spirits of fire! I summon thee to assist me."
In a split of a second, 8 fire elementals appeared on the battlefield. They had miraculously been formed roughly 40 meters away from the boss.
Slowly, the elementals moved towards the center where they spread out to where Brook was at. The elementals were only as tall as half of a man's height.
Burning in the air, they hovered a few inches above the ground, like the glowing orbs of ghosts.
Ding! Brook has used Summon Fire Spirits. Fire Spirit, Elite, summoned. Level, 85. HP, 100,000. Defense, 450.
Immediately, Zhang Yang switched his targets and call out.
Aim for the minions.
Usually, when the boss summoned something out, they would target the players and chase after them. Their roles were simple, to either immobilize them or damage them. The player could simply move away and kill them before any bad stuff happens. This time, the summoned elementals were all moving towards the boss.
That must be a hidden agenda behind their movements.
Also, their slow movement speed had practically given the players a chance to destroy them. Like the previous bosses that Zhang Yang had encountered, the summoned minions might buff the boss or even heal him.
By any means necessary, it would be wise to kill them before they could do anything at all. The rest of the team understood, without having Zhang Yang to point it out for them.
Melee players pulled the reins of their mounts and headed to engage them.
Ranged players stood from afar and attacked from there.
After a few experimental shots, it was just as Zhang Yang had guessed.
The elementals would not attack the player, much less even pay any attention to them. Unfortunately, the elementals would not be affected by any status effect skills.
They would just continue on, at a constant, uninterruptible speed, towards the boss. Everyone's combined attack power, coupled with the battle mounts that they possessed, had managed to kill one of the fire spirits with relative ease. Shortly after that, another one dropped and turned into ash.
Following next was the third.
And then the fourth. These fire spirits were so slow that they had needed more than 30 seconds to travel a short distance of 40 meters. Thus, with Sun Xinu and the other attacking class had a luxurious amount of time to terminate them. That being said, it would still be impossible for them to kill all of the fire spirit within the stipulated timing. Each of the fire spirits had 100,000 HP and were widely spread across the battlefield. After killing one, the players would have to travel a short distance to kill the other. That travel time alone had provided the fire spirit the opportunity to move closer to the boss. Zhang started calculating, and if the situation continued on, at least 2 fire spirits would successfully have made it to the boss. Though he may not know what would happen if they did, it could not be pretty. Zhang hesitated for a while before he jumped down from the mythical turtle and ran towards the empty spot where the fire spirit was killed. He wanted to lure the boss away to extend the distance for the fire spirits to travel and provide more time for the team to kill the remaining fire spirits. Although his plans and execution might be flawless, Brook was not stupid enough to be tricked. Or rather, Brook did not chase after Zhang even when he had the aggro. The system might have set the boss to be stationary when Brook has summoned the fire spirits. He had to remain stationary until they had come to him or if they were killed off. Zhang quickly went back to his original position. There could be a chance that the fire spirits might heal Brook, and if that was the case, Zhang had to be in place to make sure that Destructive Smash is on the boss. Zhang came to him, dealt a clean, Destructive Smash, and the 2 remaining fire spirit had arrived to the boss. Brooks laughed and pointed his wand at one of the fire spirits. Let the fire spirit cleanse your sins. Foom. The fire spirit exploded into a large fiery wave that spread to all directions. The initial wave was so strong and powerful that the fire could even reach the end of the island. 100,000. Immune. 100,000. Transferred. Absorb. It was during this time everyone is tested for their intuition and speed. Sun Xinu and Lost Dream had disappeared the moment the wave struck them and had evaded the attack via the iframe. Daffodil Daydream used Ice Frame to render herself immune to all attacks. Endless Starlight used Sacred Protection. Zhang used Sacrifice to protect Han Shui and had activated the Titan's chestplate's extra effect to protect himself. Sadly, that was the only survival skills that were used. Fatty Han, 100 shots, and Wei Yin Air were killed instantly. None of them had any life-saving immunity skills. When everyone thought that the worst was over, Brook pointed his wand to the other remaining fire spirit and repeated the same line again, releasing another intense blast that spread all across the battlefield. 100,000. 100,000. Both Sun Xinu and Lost Dream were immediately sent out of stealth and died. Immune. Daffodil Daydream and Endless Starlight both still had their invincibility skill active, so they were unscathed. Transferred. Zhang Sacrifice was still active on Han Shui and he had taken all the damage on her. At the same time, the Titan Chestplate effect was still active, and was able to further absorb more damage before it breaks. In fact, the Titan Chestplate effect could absorb a total of 300,000 damage. There was a surplus of damage that could not be absorbed. 12904. After the grand attack, Zhang team was only left with 5 members, leaving Daffodil Daydream as the only person capable of being the attacker. How could they continue the boss fight when the boss' own normal attack was overwhelmingly strong? Even with Zhang ironclad defense and Han Shui's super healing capabilities, they could not last until the boss was defeated. They could only throw in the towel at this point. Especially since the team was left with just 1 attacker, or even 2, if you take Zhang as one of the main damage dealers. Noob tank. I think we should kill all the minions before they reach the boss. Or else, they will explode and kill us all, said Wei Yin Air after a long silence. The party kept quiet when one of them accidentally coughed out a laugh. You'll make an Isaac Newton. Really, I mean it. It's just, why didn't you say it 300 years ago? That's because I wasn't born 300 years ago, dummy. As expected of the little girl, she was still new at detecting sarcasm. Knowing that continual struggle would be meaningless, Zhang ordered everyone to give up the fight and start it over. Everyone allowed the boss to burn them to death and they regrouped. Those fire spirits are the main problem. I agree. But I feel that our DPS was a little too weak. You're not wrong, though. In fact, we might not make it if we rely solely on DPS. The boss summoned those fire thingies at 75% HP. I fear that it might summon those things again at 50% and at 25% HP. How about this, when dealing the first wave of minion, take a bottle of Power Potion, in the second wave, use any skills that can increase attack damage. Kill the third wave of minions normally. If there's not enough time, kill them with Dance of the Heaven and Earth. However, I must warn you, that skill is our trump card. God knows, the boss might go berserk later. Do not use the skill unless it's really necessary. Roger. Everyone revived and healed themselves back to full health, and had a lively chat until all their skills were ready to be used. The pets that had been killed in the battle were also revived. The team could not proceed on without them.
After 6 to 7 minutes, everyone was ready to go.
Fatty Han sent his little white bear cub into the altar and lured the boss out again. The battle took off smoothly without using any strong skills. They all waited until the boss summoned the minion, and then only used all their skills in one lump sum.
75%. Fire spirits.
I call upon thee to assist me, cried the boss, and the same fire spirits were summoned. Zhang Yang knew that the boss would not attack, hence he ignored the boss and jumped down from the mythical turtle to attack one of the fire spirits. Everyone else consumed a bottle of power potion, gaining a 20% increase in attack damage and attacked the minions. Slightly faster than before, the party had killed the first, followed closely with the second and third. At the 29th second after the boss had summoned the fire spirits, the last fire spirit was only one step distance away from the boss before it was killed in time. It was a pity that the active skill of the Titan chestplate had a 4-hour cooldown time. Since it would be a long time since it could be used again, Zhang Yang could only rely on all his other skills to survive. However, when the boss had over 57% HP, Zhang Yang had reached his limit.
Endless starlight. Prepare to take over. Zhang Yang cried. Okay, boss.
Zhang Yang immediately activated Shadow of the Void and slipped into the other dimension. After getting to a safe distance, he sat down to eat recovery snacks. Before the battle had even begun, everyone already knew what they were supposed to do and not to. Wei Yan and Daffodil Daydream, whom did not have any aggro clearing skill, started holding back to make sure they did not OT Endless Starlight, which might lead them to be killed the moment Zhang Yang left the battle. At the same time, Endless Starlight had used Dance of Heaven and Earth to increase the damage deal on the boss to increase his aggro value on him. Sun Xinu, Lost Dream, 100 Shots, and Fatty Han had their own aggro clearing skills and had easily done so. After healing, Zhang Yang came back to the boss, hopped onto the mythical turtle and regained the aggro target. Zhang Yang tried his best to get the boss to attack him and to make sure no one dies in battle.
50%. Fire spirits. I summon thee to assist me.
The same call, the same speech, and the second wave of fire spirits was summoned again. Everyone changed their targets and attacked the minions. All skills, accessory effects, anything that could increase their damage were activated to deal with the second wave. Their speed gradually became faster, and the monster were all killed in just 28 seconds.
That's great. Keep it up, guys.
Endless Starlight might be the future top tanks in China, but his talents were not truly demonstrated in the face of a Violet Platinum boss. Right now, Zhang Yang, Han Shui were the only two players in the party who had more than a full set of level 80 yellow gold equipment.
Sadly, Endless Starlight's equipment were just too weak.
At 31%, Endless Starlight had used all his survival skills and had unfortunately died.
The boss had immediately switched to Zhang Yang after Endless Starlight's death.
Zhang Yang's own DPS of 3,200, coupled with the mythical turtle 600+, were able to grab the aggro successfully. Furthermore, the passive skill, Shield Oath, had provided an extra 20% aggro generation on each attack that allowed Zhang Yang to ace the aggro list. Now that Zhang Yang was taking the helm, both Wei Yan and Daffodil Daydream had no need to hold back any longer. Even after Endless Starlight had died, it would not affect the overall damage output. He had done his job as the secondary tank, and he had done it flawlessly.
25%.
Brook had summoned the third wave of minions. This round, everyone's skill and potion were still in their cooldown status. The only thing they could do was attack as furiously as they could. One by one the minions were taken after, but it was the same as the previous fight. There were at least 2 more minions that they could not defeat in time.
Fatty. Use Dance of Heaven and Earth to kill that one.
I'll take care of the other.
Okay. Both brothers activated their skill and instantly killed the remaining fire spirits, leaving the boss alone. Heretic. Blasphemy. Death. Death be upon you, cried the boss crazily. 22%, 16%, 11%.
Zhang Yang had already used Rearm to reset all the skills. Besides, Shield Wall and Vanguard's Aggression, all other important skills were already used twice. Finally, the boss had reached 10% HP. As expected, the boss glowed with a bright reddish light and gained a huge size increase. He had entered Berserk state.
I am the son of Fire God. I am invincible, bellowed Brook. Ding.
Brook has gained the power of fire. Gained a 100% increase in attack.
Everyone.
To me, cried Zhang Yang. Everyone pulled their reins and rode towards Zhang Yang. After gaining a huge boost in attack, the boss could easily kill everyone, except for Zhang Yang.
Pew!
With increased speed, Brook threw out his wand and blasted a series of fire missile. Before the attack landed on Zhang Yang, he had managed to protect everyone with Vanguard's aggression. A huge bubble had formed around him and formed a protective light barrier. Everyone, use Dance of Heaven and Earth. At the same time, all 6 remaining members of the party used Dance of Heaven and Earth, Shush. 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 One by one, shadows formed and entered the boss body, dealing huge damage to him. -10,000. -10,000. At the same time, Zhang Yang had been recovering non-stop ever since he had activated Shield Wall. It was all because of the Titan chestplate's special effect that granted a 10% HP healing each second. After 10 seconds, Brook's HP was left with 24,000 HP. 10,000. 4,000. 0. Ding. You and the party members around have killed Einzbrook. Obtained 1,075,050 experience points, 50 points party bonus. The moment the boss dropped, everyone received a luxurious amount of experience points. All, except for poor Endless Starlight. At the very least, they had killed the boss. Me. Lemmy. I want to pick. Excited like a child on a sugar rush, Wei Yenair jumped down from her chocobo and proceeded to pick up the loot on the floor. It was not just Wei Yenair, in fact, everyone else was eager to see what the boss had dropped for them. After all, it was a violet platinum boss. Zhang Yang found a piece of a silver metallic object on the floor and picked up the 5th piece of the dimensional key fragment. Ding! You have obtained an item, Dimensional Key Fragment 4. Zhang Yang had collected the 5th piece. With only 2 pieces left, Zhang Yang could form the final dimensional key to open the path to the Imperial Heavens Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 363, Party Summon Order. Chapter 363, Party Summon Order. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As Wei Yenair skipped happily toward the loot of the boss, everyone could not help but smile, especially those who did not have any Violet Platinum equipment. Party Summon Order, Violet Platinum, Accessory. Use, summons your party, maximum 10, including party leader, to your side. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Leave requirement, 80. Everyone exchanged a look and raised an eyebrow. What kind of item would not increase attack, defense, or any stats, but summons a bunch of people to one side? While everyone was extremely confused, Zhang Yang was the only person who was laughing happily. Since no one expressed their desire for the item, Zhang Yang took the item and kept it. Hey guys. It's not as bad as it looks. If anyone could get their hands on a group summon order or an expedition summon order, that would be nice. In God's miracle, 10-man parties are the basic party build system. 5 of the 10-man parties would form a 50-man group. 20 of the 50-man group would form a 1,000-man expedition. There are expedition summon orders and group summon orders, both in which could respectively summon 999 players, or 49 players to the user's side. It was an incredible item to hold on to. If a few thieves could smuggle themselves into an enemy territory, they could use the expedition summon order to call out a few thousand players to their side and easily topple over the territory. It could also be used to eliminate an important enemy NPC boss. That is, if they could get their hands on several expedition summon order. Since the usage of the item was too good to be true, the item drop rate was extremely rare. Party summon order's drop rate was rare, but it's not impossible to obtain one. On the far side of the scale, expedition summon orders were so rare that it could take the luck of 1,000 men to farm it. Zhang Yang had only known about the item's existence in his previous life. However, to whom it belonged to, was unknown to him. Wei Yenair continued to reveal another item. Leave 3 guild upgrade order, Violet Platinum, usable. Use, upgrades the level 2 guild to level 3. Requirement, guild master position. If they could smile harder and wider without tearing their lips apart, the party would gladly do it. This piece of upgrade order had been on their radar for as long as they had been a level 2 guild. It's finally out, cried Fatty Han. Finally shot it out, said Endless Starlight with a perverted smile on his face. Oh, I'll shoot your sister. Fatty Han gave him the finger. Sadly, I don't have any sisters. How about you shoot one out for me, said Endless Starlight laughing. Fatty Han fell silent as he could not come up with any comeback. Zhang Yang picked up the guild upgrade order and bellowed proudly. We, the Lone Desert Smoke, shall be the first guild in China to be a level 3 guild. Yeah. Everyone cheered. The guild's strength was their strength, the guild's pride was their pride. The guild was like their home, their country, their homeland. With their guild standing stronger than ever, every member of the guild would have their standards increased. Even the common members too, would feel a certain level of pride to walk in the game, having the name tag, Lone Desert Smoke hanging over their heads. Zhang Yang then opened the guild upgrade window and prepared to use the level 3 upgrade order. Lone Desert Smoke had long since reached the maximum experience points to reach level 3, the last step they needed to take was to obtain the level 3 upgrade order.
Ding!
Lone Desert Smoke has fulfilled the conditions to upgrade to level 3.
Proceed to upgrade Lone Desert Smoke to level 3. Will consume 1 level 3 guild upgrade order. Proceed? Heck yeah! Upgrading. 10%, 30%, 50%, 70%, 100%. Ding! Congratulations!
Lone Desert Smoke has been upgraded to a level 3 guild. Every member of Lone Desert Smoke heard the notification bell. Within seconds, the guild channel was instantly filled with words of gratitude by almost all the members.
Server announcement, congratulations to Guild Lone Desert Smoke.
They are the first level 3 guild. All members of Lone Desert Smoke will receive a 3 days benefits, 100% bonus experience points, 50% discount on equipment repair fees, gem socketing fees, and item identifying fees. The benefits of becoming a level 3 guild was the extra benefits upgrade. The maximum member limit had been increased to 30,000. Furthermore, the 20% bonus experience points gained from grinding and completing quests had been increased to 30%. Either benefit was a huge help to further strengthen the guild's prowess. Right after the system notification was released, other guildmasters like Snowseeker, Greensleeves Prince, Crimson Fire, and Sky Shaman had sent their congratulations to Zhang Yang. Unexpectedly, even One Sword Stroke had sent his regards as well. Perhaps, he was trying his best to resolve the conflict between the two guilds. However the two guilds had already formed a deep, intense sense of enmity. The conflict between the two guilds could never be resolved with a few simple words. Even then, Zhang Yang would never find peace with One Sword Stroke, as long as Lu Wei stood with Imperial Sky.
Holy Gauntlet of Justice, Violet Platinum, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 80. Vitality, plus 282. Strength, plus 81. Intelligence, plus 40. Equip effect, absorbs 162 damage on attack. Level requirement, 80. This gauntlet was a defender's specific equipment.
Zhang Yang could use it nonetheless, but he would be wasting the 40 intelligence points. Now that the party had a defender, it would only be fitting to hand it over to him. Smiling from ear to ear, Endless Starlight took the item and rubbed it against his face.
Though he was not level 80 yet, he was excited to have finally obtained a level 80 Violet Platinum equipment. The remaining equipment Wei Yen Air had drawn out were 7 counts of yellow gold equipment.
Even though right then, level 80 yellow gold equipment were still extremely rare, Lost Dream and many others did not set their sights on the equipment, since they had already had Violet Platinums as their targets.
Fatty Han sighed heavily and said, "What a tiresome day. We have been fighting this boss, not to mention the bloody reputation farming."
The only person benefiting from this conquest was the Starlight Brat.
Sigh. Zhang Yang was not as depressed as Fatty Han.
He knew that no matter how strong the equipment was, they would eventually be discarded after 10 to 20 levels. On the other hand, the Party Summon Order and the Level 3 Guild Upgrade Order would forever retain its value.
Zhang Yang smiled. "Hey Fatso, at least you got 1 yellow gold equipment out of the pan, don't be too greedy. Appreciate what you have." You're right.
Since killing Einspruch was not a quest request, they had no need to search for an NPC to complete any quests. Since they had been lingering in the small island for quite some time, the party wanted to go back to the main city.
"Wait guys, we did kill the fake son of God, would the NPCs in the village be angry at us?"
"Would they stop selling stuff to us?" said Wei Yenair just when she was about to tear her teleportation scroll. Skill books and recipe were one-time items that can only be bought once and never again. However, enchanting gemstones were different.
Those items were used to upgrade equipment and would definitely continue to remain relevant in the future.
If killing the boss had jeopardized their relationship with the villagers, it was possible that they could no longer buy those items.
Now that it was out there, everyone started to have thoughts about it.
They stopped and went towards the village and checked the situation. Luckily, the villagers seemed completely oblivious about that. They were still treating Zhang Yang's party with the same friendly attitude, all the while spouting the same nonsensical words of worshipping the son of the fire god. Now that everyone was the same as before, everyone calmed down and went back to Thunderstorm Castle. Everyone except for Han Ying-Shui and Wei Yin-Er wanted Zhang Yang to use his teleportation scroll and use the party summon order to summon them to White Jade Castle. They wanted Zhang Yang to have a taste of using the summoning order. In truth, they just wanted to save some gold coins. After a long period of grinding, Zhang Yang felt a little bored. Instead of continuing the search for the pieces of dimensional key fragments, Zhang Yang took his time to do some other activities. The last key would require him to reach level 90 before he could visit the map, and since he is only at level 81, there is still a good 9-level gap for him to take his slow, sweet time. Right now, Zhang Yang did what he found to be his favorite pastime activity, that is to concoct potions, while anticipating any prizes that pop out. Having a transmuted potion as a bonus felt like he was obtaining a rare loot from a boss, or so he thought it was. The problem was that, he was still lacking one important herb to concoct the level 4 natural resistant potion. He then visited the auction house to do a little shopping and at the same time, checked for goods that others might have left out. They say that those unwise shoppers were aplenty in the streets, it's either luck for him to stumble into one. This time, Zhang Yang was pretty lucky himself, he had purchased himself a good pet skill book. Madness increases your pet attack speed by 50%, whilst granting a 10% chance in each attack to restore 30% HP.
Last for 10 seconds. Cost, 50 focus. Cooldown time, 10 minutes.
Zhang Yang pondered over it for a little and finally decided to let the mythical turtle learn the skill instead. So far, almost all bosses had been fought with the mythical turtle. On the other hand, the gold-eared bear king would be used to kill small monster and mini-boss, therefore, with or without a power boost, it would not matter much. He bought half a stack of paralytic flour from the auction house and empty potion bottles from the alchemy shop.
After gathering the materials needed, Zhang Yang started to concoct the level 4 natural resistant potion. Half a stack was not the usual amount of which Zhang Yang did his purchasing. In fact, he would buy even more than just a single stack if they were available in the market. Paralytic flowers were rare, thus the supply in the market was extremely scarce. Currently, Zhang Yang was probably the only person in the city to be capable of concocting the potion. When the recipe becomes more widely available to others, the number of herbs in the market would drop even lower. Level 4 Natural Resistant Potion. Use, adds 5000 natural resistant. Lasts for 2 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 minutes. Level requirement, 70. The transmuted bonus of the natural resistant potion could increase the effect by 10% to 100%. That meant that, if Zhang Yang was lucky enough to concoct a grade 10 transmutation, the nature resistance value would be 10,000. The night went by and Zhang Yang logged off to make dinner for the girls. After having their meals, Wei Yin-Er sneaked away to her room to read the news on her PC. Zhang Yang and Han Ying-Shui were left in charge or cleaning up. Sis, newbie, the official site posted something about a guild war coming up in the next few days, cried Wei Yin-Er from her room upstairs. Zhang Yang was stunned. He had never heard of any guild wars in his previous life. Wei Yin-Er came down running and sat on the sofa, which was directly adjacent to the kitchen where Zhang Yang was. Noob tank, what's the guild war?
Zhang Yang frowned and sighed heavily.
Hey kid. I am here washing up after you. Besides, you just read the post yourself, didn't you? Why are you asking me for? TCH. Wei Yin-Er clicked her tongue, which made Zhang Yang slightly irritated. You're the one who claimed to be a beta tester. You're supposed to know everything there is about the game, said Wei Yin-Er while pouting her lips. Oh god. Zhang Yang facepalmed himself. Wei Yin-Er shook her legs while waiting for Zhang Yang and Han Ying-Shui to finish cleaning the dishes. You done? Asked Wei Yin-Er when she saw Han Ying-Shui wiping her hands dry with a cloth. The Guild Wars is as the name describes. It is a competition where two guilds will have a face-off with each other. Just like the Soaring Swords competition. However, this match will not host an offline competition. The champion guild will be rewarded with a +3 level to all members of the winning guild. They will also get a gray-silver battle mount. Crimson Flaming Horse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 364, Guild Wars. Chapter 364, Guild Wars. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A sharp shiver went up his spine. Even though Zhang Yang had a yellow gold battle mount and a violet platinum battle mount, a majority of Lone Desert Smoke members had not yet still owned a battle mount. Especially the normal members. Even Fatty Han's battle mount was still a green copper giant lizard. If Zhang Yang wins the competition and gives everyone in the guild a gray-silver battle mount, his entire guild would become very powerful indeed. Zhang Yang shivered with excitement with that thought alone. Wei Yenair snickered happily when she saw Zhang Yang's reaction. Ha ha. Noob tank. Are you actually be that greedy?
Why are you getting so excited about getting a free gray silver mount?
Zhang Yang laughed along. I am excited.
If you think this is how I get excited, you should see how I am when I'm really excited. Wei Yenair cocked her head in confusion, which did not last long, as she had lost interest in what Zhang Yang said.
Oh ho!
I would definitely love to see you jerk it off when you're excited, said Han Shui. She wanted to join the dirty talk. Sensing a domino effect coming along, Zhang Yang hurriedly switched back to the topic.
What about the second place? Or the third place? Are there no prizes for them?
Zhang Yang was thinking about the second Lone Desert Smoke Guild. The second place will reward all members plus 2 levels and a green copper battle mount. The third place will reward all members plus 1 level and a black steel battle mount.
Wei Yenair rubbed her hands together evilly and said, I really wonder how a black steel tier battle mount looks like. Everyone went up to the computer and read it slowly.
Han Shui promptly said, I think we should hurry up and fill up the guild as soon as possible. The coming guild wars did not have any member limit restrictions. Thus, making Lone Desert Smoke, being the only level 3 guild, the guild with most numbers. As such, even if Zhang Yang had no need to consider about the members' talent, he could still win the competition solely by numbers.
It's 30,000 members versus 20,000 members. He had a 50% extra attack force right there.
Fortunately, Wei Yenair was on same track as them. She understood the numerical advantage of a level 3 guild.
Ha ha! Victory is ours. Unlike Soaring Swords, the Guild War was announced out of the blue. There were only 3 days of preparation for them. The announcement was made 3 days prior to the event. The competition is categorized by local regions. Any guild from level 1 to 3 could enlist themselves as a participant.
Zhang Yang quickly summoned 100 shots and had him hold a recruitment drive to fill up the guild member slot to its limit before the competition starts. That said, Zhang Yang had specifically instructed 100 shots to not forsake the standards of players solely to increase the member count.
The competition was not held at the battle arena.
There's no way to fit in 50,000 players in a small stadium and have them battle it out. Instead, the system had generated 3 types of terrain to suit the competition.
There were the flatlands, mountainous regions, and cityscapes. The terrain of the competition will be selected randomly.
The winner of the guild war will be determined via a demerit system, whereby with each member's death, the guild will lose 1 point. There were no death penalties during a player's defeat. They would not suffer from any experience point loss nor item drops. After death, they would only be kicked out of the map. Each guild war will last for 1 hour. Both sides will start with 20,000 points, and after 1 hour, the winner will be decided, depending on the points remaining. In cases where there is a draw, the guild that had the lower number of members originally participating shall win the match.
Thus, having many members also had its drawbacks.
However, there could be a situation where a small group of 30 could play hide and seek and delay the entire 1 hour duration. According to the rules, the average loss of members would determine the winner, creating a situation where a player could skip the fight and win the match. Naturally, when 2 large forces meet, it would not be a matter of quantity, but quality, to take down the enemy in 1 clean sweep. The more participants a guild had, the lesser contribution a single member could make. The best way to win the war would rely on strategy and command.
Zhang Yang had a problem.
Currently, Zhang Yang had not found any suitable candidate to be a war commander.
100 shots was suitable to be a management personnel.
He could organize the guild members and other miscellaneous matters but not handle any military management. It could be said that he does not have talent in that sort of field. On the 25th of March, the Guild War competition officially started. The event would start at 9 p.m. until 5 a.m. the next day. Since the game could be played while players were asleep, the period where most players would be asleep had become the most active period in the game. To maintain the level of excitement of the entire competition, the officials had selected 2 seeded guilds for every major city in the China region. Before the top 16 finals begin, the 16 seeded guilds would never be meeting each other. Without any surprise, Lone Desert Smoke was by far the strongest guild in the entire China server, so they were automatically selected to be one of White Jade seeded guild. The second seeded guild fell to none other than Crimson Rage.
Ding!
The match between Lone Desert Smoke versus Battleship Holy Sheets shall begin in 5 minutes. All members of Lone Desert Smoke, please proceed to the battlefield to make your preparations. After a short wait, every member of Lone Desert Smoke received the system notification. Everyone fractionally opted to immediately be teleported to the battlefield, and was sent to a limitless flatlands. As far as 1,000 meters away from where they stood, players with blue flags sticking to their backs appeared one by one. Zhang Yang turned his back and noticed that a red-colored flag was hovering behind him. The flag was some sort of realistic hologram that could only be seen but not touched. This would allow players to have a free range of movement and not to be affected by the physics of the flag. The top right of Zhang Yang's control UI showed a 4 minutes and 34 seconds countdown before the match started.
Both sides had 20,000 points allocated.
The total number of participating members of both guilds were 19,423 for Lone Desert Smoke, and 12,198 for Battleship Holy Sheets. Zhang Yang had zero confidence in commanding his guild. After a moment's hesitation, he simply ordered everyone to spread out and surround the enemy, and attack from every direction.
This technique was learned when Zhang Yang was playing StarCraft back when he was in university. To attack from several directions was much better than to attack in a concentrated formation, or so he thought. It was time to bring the Zerg rush into the battlefield. Before the match officially began, there was an invisible wall blocking both sides from proceeding any further. At the last-minute countdown, both guilds had stopped increasing. Lone Desert Smoke had a total of 26,721 members, and Battleship Holy Sheets had 19,876 members. Based on the sheer numbers alone, Lone Desert Smoke was already destined to win the match. Even the average individual strength of each member had far exceeded that of the opponents. However, Zhang Yang would not dare to let his guard down. He knew clearly that with a good strategist and commander, they could use 300 soldiers to defeat an army of 10,000. 10 seconds.
Zhang Yang gripped his axe harder and his shield closer. Everyone was already standing by with their own weapons raised in the air as they waited for the wall to disappear.
Midnight. Battle starts. Go!
Zhang Yang shouted at the top of his lungs, inducing a strong and violent fervor to all members. With the horns of war blown, the two armies started to run towards each other like waves. It seemed that the opponent had neither the intention to withdraw nor defend. The opponent shared the same vigor in their battle cries as they got closer and closer. As the frontline players had finally made contact with the enemy, the mass murder had officially begun. Since there were no death penalties during a guild war, players were more than willing to take chance to slay as many foes as possible, knowing clearly that their survival did not matter. Thus, they could fully experience a full-fledged battle of ancient fantasy war. Zhang Yang held back before rushing into the mass to observe the tide of war. It seems that the opponent had no particular strategy and was charging blindly into the crowd without a plan. There was nothing to predict and nothing to counter. Zhang Yang came to a simple conclusion. This match was a match of numbers and individual bravery. If that was truly the case, Battleship Holy Sheets had no chance to overthrow Lone Desert Smoke. Having close to 50% surplus forces over the opponent, Lone Desert Smoke had surrounded the enemy and started to unleash hell from above.
Zhang Yang smiled as he observed the opponent's points on his UI module dropping. 12,431. 9,831. 7,341. 4,198. 1,782. 341. 0. Within 20 minutes, Lone Desert Smoke had emerged victorious with a complete massacre of the opponent. They had won with a complete kill, while only having a 4,310 player loss. Although Lone Desert Smoke might have won the match, their strategy was not invincible. In fact, the opponent had charged in thoughtlessly. In a match where they were seriously outnumbered, either their guild master was thinking with his groin, or they were not even trying at all. Everyone was pleased with winning the first war. In the past, Zhang Yang and his own gang were the ones who have always been fighting for the guild's name.
This time, this war, everyone had contributed their share. Each and everyone could finally stand tall, without shame, and say, I am a member of Lone Desert Smoke.
After half an hour, Fatty Han shared the news.
The sub-guild had also emerged victorious and had moved on to the next match. On this night, Lone Desert Smoke would participate in 2 guild wars.
Their next opponent was surprisingly, Pride.
Without holding back, Zhang Yang led his army and slaughtered their opponent mercilessly and won the second round. On the next day, officials from God's Miracle had released the next round of guild names. 1,024 guilds in China that had survived 2 rounds and were qualified to compete in the third round. Those famous guilds in China had remained strong and resilient.
None of them had been dropped out. After sundown, the guild wars continued.
In the first match, Zhang Yang had won without a hitch. However, on the second round, Lone Desert Smoke was pushed to its limit, had nearly lost the match. Their opponent was a guild called Path of Calamity, a second-rated small guild from Wild Willow City. It was a known name, but not too famous or strong, compared to a first-rate guild like Crimson Rage or Sky High. The main cause of trouble for Lone Desert Smoke was the skills of the enemy's commander. With him taking the command, Path of Calamity was able to direct their players from left to right, and all around the map. The guild fully utilized the mountainous region and had a hit-and-run battle with Lone Desert Smoke. Every time the guild appeared, it would always have the upper hand and will somehow manage to deal significant damage to Lone Desert Smoke before disappearing again. Half an hour into the battle, Lone Desert Smoke points dropped down to 17,234, while Path of Calamity had over 18,114. In this situation, Lone Desert Smoke had finally faced a challenge. It was like Lone Desert Smoke was Goliath, and Path of Calamity was the tiny little David. Quick and sneaky as ever, Lone Desert Smoke was never able to counterattack properly, while Path of Calamity had always managed to deal a little damage. The problem grew worse as the countdown drew closer. If the situations remained the same, Lone Desert Smoke will lose. Zhang searched for Han Shui and quickly said, "Woman, we have to run into their main attack unit and unleash Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew."
Okay. Han Shui nodded. Both of them rode as fast as they could into the large group. Since their opponent were mostly running instead of riding mounts, Zhang Yang and Han Shui had entered their center force without trouble. That's Zhan Yu.
Lone Desert Smoke Guild Master. If we kill him, Lone Desert Smoke morale will drop.
Ha. Awesome. We're killing their king and queen.
During a guild war, all players would have their profile information automatically revealed to the public, allowing the opponent to easily identify Zhang Yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 365, Pandemonium. Chapter 365, Pandemonium. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wait. Something is not right. Why would they run up with just 2 players? Hey. Don't go in such large group. We might not know what are they planning.
In the guild channel of Path of Calamity, a player named Mountain Mover kept on advising the guild members to think before they act. I suggest we send a group of 100 men to attack them. Even if it is a trap, we would only lose 100 points. Sadly, his words meant nothing, as no one paid heed to him. Everyone else was already intoxicated by the thought of obtaining the pride of killing China's #1 man. Neither one of them were willing to allow the honor to slip past their hands. Not even for their own guild mates.
Stop them now. Guild Master.
Mountain Mover urged the Guild Master of Path of Calamity to subdue his own guild members.
Sage of God Killer smirked.
Mover, that guy is the Guild Master of Lone Desert Smoke.
There's a myth saying that he has never lost a match. If we kill him here and now, winning or losing this guild war would only be a bonus reward. Sage of God Killer had almost zero confidence in his own second-rated guild members. However, the idea of killing Zhan Yu, the most powerful man in all of China region, was extremely tempting. Who would not want to have a free advertisement saying, "We are the guild that killed China's #1 tank"? Imagine the glamour they could fish with that feat. Mountain Mover knew that it would be futile to continue persuading his guild master from doing such foolish move. Under his breath, he muttered, "Dumbest, smart person that could do the dumbest dumb move ever." To grasp what killing China's #1 man meant to them, the Path of Calamity had 2,000 to 3,000 players rushing towards Zhang Yang and Han Shui. Although a handful of them noticed Mountain Mover shaking his head in dismay, the attacking guild members refused to back down. Everyone wanted to be the person to kill Zhan Yu. With that thought in mind, no one would willingly spare any brainpower to listen to Mountain Mover's words. "Let's do this." Zhang Yang held out his hand to Han Shui, and the both of them held their hands together, casting Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew. This ultimate skill was used in public, only during the defensive war of the mining cave back when 4 guilds allied themselves, led by the Dominators. Being the prideful person, Humbly Gentleman would never want to expose his defeat, in order to prevent the world from knowing about his own loss to Zhang Yang. Thus, the ulti was not known to the general public. That was, until now. After the current war with Path of Calamity, every other guild will surely get hold of the words about Zhang Yang and Han Shui, allowing them to take preventive measures against those two. Snowflakes started to form in the sky, as the land was instantly covered in a pale white snow. The wind started to blow and the enemy players started to receive damage. -5000. -5000. Uncountable numbers of damage text popped out among the enemy's crowd. In just 2 ticks, there were already massive deaths. Somehow, during chaos, human will only act based on their own instinct. In this case, those players of Path of Calamity were behaving just like that of an NPC army. They knew that their own army were being slaughtered, but they had still pushed further, not even knowing what killed the front members. Players from behind pushed themselves to the front and got themselves killed.
The biggest, idiotic behavior was that the players in the back were still moving forward.
Path of Calamity had begun to suffer a major loss in points.
In just 30 seconds, their accumulated points dropped from 18,114 to 15,341.
F***CK.
F***CK, screamed Sage of God Killer from the top of his lungs. The smug grin on his face, before the attack had started, had morphed drastically into a raging sulk. He turned to Mountain Mover and screamed at him.
You knew this would happen. You knew. Why didn't you warn me? Mountain Mover kept quiet. He no longer had the patience nor energy to deal with his nonsense. Did not warn him?
He had been screaming, begging, pleading on his hands and feet, figuratively, trying to stop his guildmates from doing such foolishness. Disappointed with his guildmaster's behavior and attitude, he opened the guild option window and quit the guild promptly. Losing their talent war general, Path of Calamity started to suffer in the chaos. Without a proper guide, none of them could act as a part of a large contraption, thus turning the entire battle to a one-sided massacre. After obtaining victory, Zhang tasked 100 Shots to find out the commander of the enemy. After getting off the battlefield, 100 Shots immediately returned to Zhang with the news. Zhang then sent a friend request to Mountain Mover.
He was the talent that Lone Desert Smoke lacked currently.
If Zhang and Han Shui had not used their paired skill, they might have already perished under the strategic attacks of Mountain Mover. That said, since Mountain Mover was not prominent in the guild, no one was willing to respect him as the commander.
Zhang Yu?
Right after accepting the friendship request, Mountain Mover immediately sent a private message to Zhang.
Poof. You had us nearly tasting defeat, said Zhang. Mountain Mover scoffed. I had.
If only my stupid guildmates had listened.
Zhang took the provoking tone and said, yes. I strongly believed so. That is why I am here to recruit you to join Lone Desert Smoke. I want you to join us and be our strategist. Please. It's not like I'm in need of money. Mountain Mover replied coldly. Zhang laughed. I believe that you are a talented strategist. I believe that you truly desire an absolute authority, the position and rank where you could lead an army into war. That, I can give you. I offer you my complete trust and support. I will never interfere you in battle strategies, and will always provide utmost cooperation. There was a long silence after Zhang reply. His temporary silence had indicated Mountain Mover was seriously considering about Zhang offer. Zhang took the chance to continue pestering him. After the event where players enter the Chaos Realm, there will be a large-scale war between regions. Think of it. Don't you want to have an iron-blooded army, to invade other enemy city and to show off the power of China? Mountain Mover remained silent. However, there was a ragged breath coming from the communicator. How about it? Zhang asked after a few seconds of silence. I can join Lone Desert Smoke. There, you can observe and evaluate my talents yourself. In the same time, I will observe and evaluate Lone Desert Smoke's capabilities and the trust in me, said Mountain Mover as he finally gave his verdict. Deal. Zhang roared happily. Zhang immediately recruited Mountain Mover into the guild and announced it in the guild channel himself. Our newest member, Mountain Mover, will be our guild's war strategist. In any large-scale battle from now on, his words are my words. Whoever who wishes to disobey him may leave the guild now. Everyone was stunned at the sudden announcement but took his words literally. No one quitted the guild. The next day, at the third night guild war, Mountain Mover had joined the battle with his first debut as a war strategist. He had only sortied 5,000 elitists and successfully defeated the enemy's 18,000 army. With that accomplishment, he had proven himself to be a strong strategist. On the other side, Lone Desert Smoke Subguild, led by Fatty Han, had not encountered any formidable foes. In fact, Zhang had cheated in the event. He had repeatedly transferred Mountain Mover between his guild and the subguild, back and forth as many times necessary to allow him to command the two guilds in their war. Mountain Mover himself did not feel any trouble in doing so, since he had a knack of commanding army. Taking Zhang method of cheating, the entire guild war event had several loopholes that could be exploited and abused. It was not meant to be a long-term event. Thus, after this event, there probably would not be a second guild war anymore. Zhang had never encountered any such event hosting during his previous lifetime. Zhang was extremely impressed at Mountain Mover's performance. In fact, Zhang himself did not need to step into the battlefield during the wars on the fourth day. As a result, Mountain Mover had proved his worth to everyone in the guild, and brought the guild to the next stage effortlessly. 29th of March, Zhang had reached level 82.
On the same day, the guild had 20 players that had reached level 80. Majority of them had relied on the level 3 guild reward experience bonus to reach level 80 in such a hasty manner. They were the first guild to produce a party qualified to raid the latest dungeon, the Pandemonium.
After winning the guild wars, Zhang led the other 19 players to the abandoned vale at the Altair Flatlands. The entrance to the Pandemonium dungeon was just at the entrance of the vale. Everyone gathered and entered the dungeon. Ding! You have entered the Pandemonium, hardcore mode.
There were 4 types of species ruling over the vale. They were vampires, werewolves, humans, and a stone golem. Other than the stone golem, vampire, werewolf, and humans were races with large communities. Only the stone golem Sulga was the only being of its species. It was also the last boss of the dungeon. In terms of landscape, vampire, werewolf, and the human forces were positioned in a triangle. They were all located at the far side of each other, all surrounding the center where the stone golem Sulga was situated. The lore of the dungeon depicted that all 3 forces wanted to invade Sulga's residence to claim the ancient treasure that resided there. However, due to their mutual hatred to one another, none of them were able to proceed. All 3 forces had constructed a gateway. Only through lighting up the holy fire at all 3 forces, a gateway would open, which would lead you to where Sulga resides. A player could freely choose on where to start their attack, which was not limited in any specific order. As long as the players fulfilled the requirement, that was, to light up all 3 holy fires at 3 different places, they could enter the final stage in battle with the last boss, Sulga. Zhang believed that, based on their current equipment, Zhang's own gang could easily raid the dungeon, relying on all sorts of skills and potions. As for the reason why Zhang wanted to take along other members along, he did not want to waste the free skill points obtained from the first clear achievement. Not everyone could easily receive main story quests or hidden quests to obtain free skill points. As the saying went, the grass that grows during the night would make a horse strong. A person could only get stronger by taking the extra effort. Zhang's 20-man party stood at the entrance of the dungeon. There were 3 routes splitting apart, which led them to 3 different camps, the vampires, werewolves, and humans. What sort of nonsense is this? We're clearly standing in the wilderness, how can we not use our mounts? Wei Yan airside. Of course you can't. It would be unfair. Having a mount in the dungeon could change the difficulty of the raid. That is why, to prevent any exploits or bug abuse, the developers had decided on one final implementation, and that is to restrict players from using mounts in all dungeons, said Zhang. He was not making that up. In his previous life, he had listened to the news where a news reporter had interviewed one of the game designers who had explained about the dungeon's concept. What a bloody idiot! Wei Yan shrugged. The party took the route to the further right and came to a camp. Outside, standing at the entrance of the encampment, were 4 guards. They were equipped with weapons and were standing guard ever so vigilantly. Werewolf Guard, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 82. HP, 2 million. Defense, 450. Elite-tiered monsters in a dungeon had always been stronger than monsters in the open-world field. The monsters that stood in front of them had HP that was far stronger than the Yellow Gold boss in the level 80 maps. It was made that way on purpose. The monster in a dungeon was designed based on the number of participant in the paid. Since the Pandemonium was a 20-man dungeon, the long HP would be justifiable. If they were to only have 18,000 HP, would they not be killed in an instant? Endless, you're up. Okie dokie. Endless Starlight took the preemptive strike and used Shield Toss from a good distance. The shield ricocheted off 3 of the werewolf guards before bouncing back to Endless Starlight. As aggro works in an area, all 4 of the monsters there growled and rushed towards their attacker. Endless Starlight activated Sanction and Hammer Drop to fully lock onto the monster's aggro. Only then, the party started their attack. After having their HP below 50%, the monster began to metamorphosis into their full beast forms, changing from a humanoid appearance into large werewolves. In that form, the monster gained a 20% bonus attack power. However, having Endless Starlight as the strong tank, the monsters could not do much with their boost of power, and were defeated without much struggle. The party moved on forward and killed their way towards the first boss in no time. The first boss was a beautiful werewolf who was still in her human form. Her name was Aica. This boss was just a mere gray-silver tier. Zhang had not needed to move a muscle, as even Endless Starlight could easily overpower the boss solely based on his equipment. Even though Aica may have plenty of skills, and even killed a few members of the party, the boss was not able to withstand the combination of Zhang, Endless Starlight, and the main party attacking force. Both tanks took turns to activate Vanguard's aggression, to completely negate the boss's ulti and ended the battle in just 1 minute. This match was won, not by skill, but by the sheer power of their equipment. All they did was to simply hack and whack. After distributing the loot, the party continued killing their way towards the second boss. By then, everyone's skills were already ready to be used again, and after a flashy scene of ultis, the second werewolf boss crumpled to the ground. Just like that, they had cleared the werewolf section of the dungeon. After lighting up the holy fire in the werewolf encampment, the team proceeded to clear the human, and then the vampire encampment, and opened the gateway leading to Sulga. After 10 minutes or so, the team had reached to the final boss, Sulga. The boss was, as the name suggested, a 70 to 80 meter tall stone-made giant golem.
Sulga was completely motionless.
One could even mistake it as a statue instead of a living being. There was even a thick layer of moss growing on its body. If it was not for the name tag hanging on its head, Zhang would have already skipped over the boss. Stone Golem Sulga, Yellow Gold, Elemental Being. Level, 85. HP, 10 million. Defense, 2000. What the hell? 10 million? My god. This boss is much stronger than a Violet Platinum boss, cried Fatty Han in a fit of rage. Zhang explained, this is a 20-man dungeon. It's normal for the boss to have that much HP. If it was a 5-man dungeon, the boss would have roughly 2,500,000 HP. But, this is a yellow gold tier.
Yeah.
And the first yellow gold dungeon boss at that.
Level 80 maps are practically owned by Violet Platinum bosses.
That is why the dungeon will have a yellow gold boss.
I did mention this before, didn't I?
The open world bosses will always be one tier higher than dungeon bosses.
Enough talking. You better start thinking of a way to fight this boss. Zhang started to think. Let's just give it a try.
Reserve, Dance of Heaven and Earth, until the last 10% HP. That, or any important situation.
Understood. Zhang actually knew the way to defeat the boss. He just did not want to reveal it to the party.
Since there were no other players were racing to raid the dungeon and claim the first clear reward, Zhang decided to train the party's response rate.
One way or another, it's good training for them.
Zhang had been using the Gold-Eared Bear King in this dungeon. As the mythical turtle's movement speed on land was so slow that even a grandmother could walk faster, it was not suitable for traveling. Zhang pulled the reins on the bear and rushed towards the boss.
Spear of Obliteration. -3, 198.
A sudden quake struck the land and the boss moved. There was a crack on the golem face and it revealed the golem's eyes and mouth. The gap opened wider and out came a low, deep voice that echoed throughout the area.
Insolent fools! The ancient secret is sealed for good. None shall obtain it. Greed shall be punished with death. Begone, foul creatures! Sulga moved extremely slowly as the calcification of its outer layer started to crumble. Step by step, Sulga started to walk faster. Bit by bit, as the rocks peeled off its surface, Sulga's movement speed started to gain speed.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 366, Easy as Pie. Chapter 366, Easy as Pie. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Once Zhang got the boss aggro, all the other melee fighters rushed straight for it.
The other ranged fighters remained further back, while maintaining the furthest attacking range. Before the final boss, everyone had taken their time, slowly hacking and slashing the bosses without a sense of urgency. Since the previous bosses were just gray-silver difficulty, none of them felt pressured, and had easily defeated the previous obstacles. However, when it came to the last boss, everyone kept their guard up, knowing clearly that the boss was a yellow gold boss. With their broad range of seriousness, the damage dealt on this different occasion differed greatly. Players who were part of Zhang permanent party had superior equipment, skills, intuitions, and coordination. Their overall attack damage was much better and sharper compared to the rest of the party members.
Especially Sun Xinu.
Her main weapon, the Snake's Spur, could ignore up to 700 defense value, and coupled with Zhang crippled defense, Sun Xinu's attack was only affected by 300 defense of the boss. The main point was her main and secondary weapon, which granted her a whopping 6,000 DPS. Her attack damage was practically double that of anyone else in the party, but
your greed shall be your doom. Sulga bellowed. Cracks started to form over of its main body.
As large rocks and stones fell down, the part that split apart from the main body were its hands.
Now having a proper humanoid form, Sulga slammed its hands onto the ground.
A progress bar appeared on the top of its head, with the name, Rocky Spear.
Boom! 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 5000.
It's 5000 damage a second to anyone who were attacked by the skill. The progress bar on the boss head was still going on, despite the skill already being cast. It seemed that this skill was a channeling type, which would last for 10 seconds. Anyone else, besides a tank, would surely die if they take all 10 strikes. That is, if the player was a complete novice. The Rocky Spear had a rhythm and pattern to its attack. The skill could be easily evaded right at the moment when the Rocky Spear bursts out of the ground. Those who were recruited by Zhang had a certain degree of prowess. Naturally, none of them were dumb. Although some of them might be a little sluggish, their response rate was fast, after taking 2 to 3 of the attacks. Out of the 20, 4 of the party member were healers. As the skill, Rocky Spear, continued to attack, Han Shui, Fantasy Sweetheart, and the 2 other healers were busy healing for a living. 2 priests and 2 sacred knights were sufficient enough for the party to easily handle any kind of threat.
Best of all, Zhang had not needed any sort of healing.
Even though Sulga was the last boss, it was just a yellow gold boss, despite having such a long HP.
The attack from a yellow gold boss had a certain border and could not exceed that line.
On average, the normal basic attack would be at most 12,000. Smashing on Zhang, the final damage would only be at most 6,000. Even though Zhang was unable to ride on the Bear King, Zhang own tanky HP was good enough to tank the boss close to 20 seconds before Zhang would need emergency healing. In a situation like this, the healers only needed to heal him once in a blue moon. Priests would only need to maintain the regeneration on him, while the other 2 sacred knights would only need to directly heal him once in a while. It was as expected. Zhang had half of his body clad in violet platinum equipment.
He could even tank an actual violet platinum boss. Why would he even be nervous of a yellow gold boss? That was just Zhang.
After all, a hardcore mode is still a hardcore mode.
The danger was not just targeted to the tank alone.
Having loads of skills and attack pattern, it could kill off the attackers and the healers, which would eventually lead to the entire party's downfall. After a series of chaotic events, everyone managed to survive the Rocky Spear ordeal.
Wei Yan'er giggled playfully. This is fun. Let's do this again. Throughout the entire attack, Wei Yan'er had unleashed her athletic skills. She made it seem as if dodging bullets would be easy for her.
On the far side of the scale, Fatty Han performed the poorest. Still, he had only taken 3 counts of attacks from the Rocky Spear. Panting with anger and fatigue, his fat flaps bobbed around as he moved away to a safe place.
Fun. Please. I'm practically sodomized. Aha.
You mean, your butthole got poked? Said Endless Starlight with a surprised expression. Lost Dream laughed uncontrollably.
Starlight. What would be the first thing you'd do if one random morning, you woke up and found out that you have turned into a woman?
Endless straightened up and put on a serious face and said, the first thing I would do
is to let Fatty Bro do me. Fatty Han made a weird face where different parts of his face would cringe and twist. Please don't. I appreciate the kind gesture of it, but just the thought of it. After 20 seconds, Sulga slammed his hand into the ground again, triggering Rocky Spear for the second time.
Everyone was sent into a crazy dance, but since they had the experience before, everyone was getting the hang of it.
Even Fatty Han was only struck once. 90%.
After the ordeal, everyone concentrated their firepower and dealt a series of attack.
The sins of greed shall bring none but death, bellowed Sulga. Rolling rocks. Smash them to bits. Ding. Stone Golem Sulga has used rolling rocks. Thump. Thump.
Materialized almost instant, there were a total of 36 one-story house-sized giant rocks rolling from out of nowhere, in a well-organized 6x6 pattern. Like a wave, the rocks rolled in unison at a slow pace. The mass of rocks was so heavy that the earth trembled vigorously. If one would be rolled over by it, what would the damage be? It could even cause instant death. However, all boss skill in the dungeon would never create a situation where none could survive it.
There is and always will be a way of dodging it. If it was undodgeable, then it would depend on the player's equipment.
Zhang glanced around and he found a way to evade the skill. There was a tiny gap, roughly the size of one human's width, in between the rocks. The problem was that the rocks were too big, making all 36 rocks cover most of the battlefield. It was not possible for one to run out of the skill's effective zone. The only way of surviving was to slide through the tiny gaps between 2 rocks. The gap was so small that it would require pinpoint accuracy to make sure that the rock does not smudge you across the floor.
Get ready, guys. Jump in between the gaps among the rocks, said Zhang.
Zhang Yang raised his concentration to another level to multitask his way through the fight by tanking the boss and positioning himself through the gaps at the same time. Just when he was at his limit, he heard Sulga's bellow. "Greed shall be the death of you." Boom! 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 Rocky Spear was unleashed and spears made of rocks pierced through the earth. Great! 2 skills at one time. That's what you call as being attacked by a tiger from the front and a wolf from the rear, leaving one a hard choice on whether to attack or withdraw. Only during the worst of scenarios, one's ability could be truly displayed. Players like Sun Xinu, those that were part of Zhang Yang permanent party, displayed an outstanding performance albeit the chaos. They could easily dodge one skill, while preparing for the other with less difficulty. While Sun Xinu and the others were doing just fine, the newly added party members were unable to perform as the same. Their reflexes were slightly sluggish and could not multitask as well as the others. While paying attention to the Rocky Spear, they had missed out the rolling rocks, and vice versa. As seen from before, the Rocky Spears were painful but not fatal. Whereas the rolling rocks dealt 100,000 damage a hit. If Zhang Yang was not prepared for it, he would have died. Smudged all over the floor. As the rocks continued to roll, 2 of them had actually phased through the boss and were only destroyed after rolling to the edge of the mountain. In this wave, a total of 4 players were crushed to death. 2 players had used their skills to gain an invincible effect to escape death. What the hell? Hiding behind the boss was not even safe, cried Fatty Han in a fit of anger. He had thought that he could be safe from the boss attack by using the boss as a shield. No one had known that the rocks could actually phase through the boss. As a result, he now lay flat on the ground. The boss had killed 4 players, including Fatty Han, one of the main party members. Zhang Yang was disgruntled at the fact that Fatty Han had died before using the skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. What a huge waste! 80%. Sulga unleashed another wave of Rolling Rocks and Rocky Spear at the same time. It seemed that both skills were set to be used at the same time to purposely give players a harder time. As expected, in this wave, 3 players had died. 2 of them were the same players who had used their skills to grant them momentary invincibility. Since the skills were still on cooldown, they could not rely on them and had died due to carelessness. The remaining player that died as he was too focused on avoiding the rocks, and was pierced to death by the Rocky Spears. 70%. Another wave of Rocky Spear and Rolling Rocks, casualty 1. 60%, 50%, 40%. As Sulga's HP dropped, it had only used these 2 skills over and over. Though it may seem boring, it was still able to kill many more players. At the last 30% HP, the surviving players remaining on the battlefield were Zhang Yang's permanent party member of 8, Galileo, and Fantasy Sweetheart. Even the strategist, Mountain Mover, had also died. His ability in coordinating the party during the war was better than good, however, his skills in the dungeon were only average. At best, he was at the same level as Fatty Han. Knowing that, Zhang Yang had still recruited him for this dungeon raid with the intention of gearing him up. In the future, when he leads a team during battle, he would not need to stand in the front lines. However, he would definitely be targeted by opposing assassins. Having lousy equipment would only be assisting in the kill. After 30%, there were no longer casualties in the party. All the survivors were soon to be China's top-tier fighters. Naturally, they had already gotten used to the boss's strategy. 20%, 10%. Ding! Stone Golem Sulga has gained a 50% increase attack buff due to extreme anger. A familiar, bloody red glow appeared on Sulga's stone body. This time, the rolling rocks, unleashed by the boss, were even larger in size. The gap between the rocks had become so small that evading had become impossible. Zhang Yang immediately screamed. To me! Don't bother dodging the rocks. I'll use Vanguard's aggression. When the boss enters the berserk state, it will continue to cast rolling rocks. There's no way to survive this unless we use surviving skills to rush for the kill. Consume a power potion and use all your skill, at no expense. If you have Dance of the Heaven and Earth, use that as well. Right after that, Zhang Yang activated Vanguard's aggression and consumed a bottle of power potion. Since all skills had a global cooldown of 1 second, Zhang Yang chose to use the Ring of Beastman's Ancestor, Ring. Hanging Shui and the others gathered closely to Zhang Yang, each took a bottle of power potion and casted Dance of Heaven and Earth. -12-000. -12-000. -12-000. -12-000. Shadows emerged from everyone who used Dance of Heaven and Earth and formed into swordsmen. The figure leaped towards the boss and started its attack. 9%, 8%, 7%, the boss's HP dropped down like an open fire hydrant, dropping at such fast pace that the speed of the HP bar was one of the fastest Zhang Yang had ever seen. That was the combination of 8 instances of Shadow of Heaven and Earth. It was a total of 1,080,000 damage. Boom rolls. The rolling rocks landed on the players at the same time. Having Zhang Yang's protection over them, even though the boss had gained a 50% damage boost, it could only deal roughly 15,000 damage to everyone. 3%, 2%, 1%, 0%. Sulga growled in a deep husky voice and crumbled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 367, Unsealing the First Magic Circle Seal. Chapter 367, Unsealing the First Magic Circle Seal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! You and your party have acquired the Pandemonium, Hardcore Mode, First Clear title. As the leader of the party, please key in the name of your party. Your name will be published on the list of the First Clear title, allowing the world to praise you. Once Sulga died, Zhang Yang received the system notification immediately. He let out a sigh and then keyed in those advertising words. Luckily he was a shareholder of Silky Soft Holdings now, so he did not feel as embarrassed as before. Suddenly, the server was flooded with plenty of their First Clear notifications. Besides that, Zhang Yang and his 20-man party members were entitled to rewards of 10 gold coins, 1 skill point, and 500 alliance reputation points. Zhang Yang added the skill point into his Warrior's Will and maximized the level of this skill. Now, it had only a 1-minute cooltime duration. However, Zhang Yang had taken his newly acquired Titan's chestplate into consideration, knowing it would be a good choice if he prioritized maximizing his Shield Wall S level. That was an extra 150% of HP. The party members were grinning as they were entitled to reward of a skill point and got to be enlisted in the First Clear rankings. This was especially true for the irregular party members. They were extremely excited. In fact, there were not many 20-man party dungeons. There was only level 20 Marzerway's Lair, level 60 Poison Fireland, and now, Pandemonium. No one could ever be faster than Wei Yenair when it came to picking up the loot dropped from bosses. Wei Yenair's actions were very fast. Once the boss had died, she had bent over to pick the loot. First, she picked up 12 pieces of gold coins and put them into her backpack, before she started picking up other loot. Vortex Gauntlets, Yellow Gold, Heavy Armor. Defense, plus 40. Vitality, plus 134. Intelligence, plus 123. Spirit, plus 54. Level requirement, 80. It was a heavy armor with the additional attributes of intelligence and spirit, so this must exclusively be for Sacred Knights. This heavy armor was distributed after the 2 Sacred Knights in the party bid on it. Carrion Cutter, Yellow Gold, Two-Handed Axe. Weapon attack, 1570 to 1970. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 466. Equipment, every time the target is struck by this weapon, there will a chance of cutting the target's carrion and cause 2100 physical damage to the target. Level requirement, 80. Wei Yenair was still using a level 60 axe, therefore, she quickly bid for it without hesitation and won the two-handed axe. But, compared to the previous Alps drop, Deathblade, which was a violet platinum and two-handed sword, it was so much better than Carrion Cutter, which also made Little Brat regret it for so long. Devotion Boots, Yellow Gold, Cloth Armor. Defense, plus 8. Vitality, plus 120. Intelligence, plus 138. Spirit, plus 61. Level requirement, 80. After some bidding, the equipment was taken by a spellcaster who was named Destroyer. Both Han Shui and Daffodil Daydream had more chances to obtain the equipment, so they willingly stepped back. Except for the 3 pieces of yellow gold equipment, the rest of the equipment were gray silvers, which were also distributed to the party members. Mountain Mover said, "This system is very stingy. There is only a yellow gold boss in this dungeon and it only dropped 3 pieces of yellow gold equipment. It will take very long for all the party members in a party to gather whole sets of yellow gold equipment." This wasn't that bad, at least we still obtained some yellow gold equipment, which is much better than defeating gray silver bosses. But then again, the difficulty of the final boss in this hardcore mode was pretty high, therefore, not many equally leveled players in other guilds could defeat this final boss. As a result, it was unrealistic to universalize the yellow gold equipment. Conversely, gray silver equipment were already universalized. Zhang Yang and his party could easily clear the dungeon, only because they had the Dance of the Heaven and Earth. This marvelous skill had carried them past the boss hardest rage mode.
If it was any other party, at least 3 tanks would have been needed to take turns using Vanguard's aggression. Even so, it was not easy to withstand 15,000 points of terrifying damage, which also tested the healer's ability, but Zhang Yang did not immediately disband the party, but continued searching in the canyon as his mysterious sword hilt still needed Marjorie as a guide in the subsequent quest. This might also need another battle, so Zhang Yang kept everyone with him. After hundreds of meters, Zhang Yang saw an old woman who was wearing a scholar's gown, and the name on top of her head was Marjorie. Marjorie, the greatest historian under the sky, normal, humanoid. Level, 80. HP, 8000. MP, 4000. Defense, 80. Zhang Yang quickly walked over and said, "Scholar Marjorie, I'm an adventurer from White Jade Castle and I have something to ask of you." Marjorie used her staff like a crutch and looked at Zhang Yang with her poor eyesight, then said, "To think that you can actually find me, even though I live in such secluded area. Alright, since you are here, I will grant your wish, Zhang Yang took out the mysterious sword hilt from his backpack and handed over to Marjorie, then said, "I inadvertently got this sword hilt, and according to smithing master Bandarash, there are 3 magic circle seals carved on this sword hilt. I would like to ask you, how can I unseal these 3 magic circle seals?"
Inadvertently.
Han Yingxue pursed her lips. Marjorie took over the sword hilt, looked carefully, then said, "These are magic circle seals from ancient times, full of endless mysteries.
It's not easy to unseal them."
Marjorie mentioned that it was not easy, not impossible.
"Great scholar, please elaborate more," Zhang Yang said.
Marjorie closed her eyes, pondered for a while, then said, "These 3 magic circle seals are interlocked with each other.
I can only see the first magic circle seal, while the mysteries within the other 2 magic circle seals can only be discovered after the first magic circle seal has been unsealed. Ding. You have completed the quest, refer to Marjorie for information.
Marjorie slowly paced for a few steps and said, "If you want to unseal the first magic circle seal, you are required to defeat Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, as it has an ancient magic stone. After that, you are required to search for a millennial heroic soul, as this can protect the impact of the ancient magic stone from destroying the sword hilt."
Ding. Marjorie has a quest for you, unseal the first magic circle seal. Will you accept? Of course, Zhang Yang would accept the quest. Come back to me when you have found both of these ingredients. I also would like to take a look at the remaining 2 magic seals. These could be useful for my research. Marjorie gave the order. Since everything had been resolved, everyone tore their teleportation scroll and returned to Thunderstorm Castle. Zhang Yang returned to the same route where he came from, as he planned to gather all the ingredients to unseal the first magic circle seal. He could take advantage of the empty dungeon, he did not need to clear the monsters once again. Unseal the first magic circle seal, difficulty, S. Quest description: you got a clue of unsealing mysterious sword hilt from Marjorie. What are you still waiting for? Take action now. You are required to get ancient magic stone from the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts and a millennial heroic soul. It was said that Lord of the Myriad Ghosts is in the westernmost of Grand Canyon of Eternal Night. While it is rumored that Honduras in Killua Castle, which is located in Black Feather Forest, snapped a photo of a millennial heroic soul 3 years ago. You better pray that he has not used it yet. Progress: obtain ancient magic stone 0 to 1, millennial heroic soul 0/1. Zhang Yang felt helpless, as he was at Altair Flatlands now, but the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts was located at Grand Canyon of Eternal Night, while Honduras was located in the Black Feather Forest. Therefore, this was another time-consuming quest which would require Zhang Yang to run around. Well, complaining was useless. Zhang Yang decided to start the journey at once. Zhang Yang exited from the dungeon, rode on Whitey and rushed towards Grand Canyon of Eternal Night. 5 hours later, Zhang Yang entered Grand Canyon of Eternal Night's map, where he continued rushing to the west, and after another 2 hours later, he reached the Tomb of Despair. Level 80 map was very huge. However, if compared to the Chaos Realms map, this Grand Canyon of Eternal Night's map was not that huge. Chaos Realms map was different from the maps below level 100, each main city had their own respective maps at every 10 levels. However, the level spans of Chaos Realms maps were huge. For example, Sikari Mountains started from level 110 to level 140, which spanned by 30 levels. The bigger the level span, the bigger the maps. Besides, after level 100, the penalty of level gaps had increased from 10 levels to 30 levels, which encouraged the players to challenge stronger monsters. Zhang Yang was familiar with Tomb of Despair as in his previous life, he had completed quests at this place and he still remembered there was a quest that rewarded a grey silver accessory. Besides, this was definitely good news for most of the players who still had not yet occupied their accessory slots. This Tomb of Despair was located within the mountains, and its entrance was very narrow. If the players did not pay attention, no one would think that there was another world there, but
The entrance was very dark, and Zhang Yang walked blindly, without any light for a long time before he finally saw lights that looked like burning torches slowly appearing in front of him. The closer he walked towards the torches, the clearer he could see. There was no monsters at the dark area in front of Zhang Yang. But there were hunchback skeleton soldiers wandering back and forth close to the burning torches. They made cracking noises as they moved. Skeletal Soldier of Tomb of Despair, Elite, Spectre. Level, 83. HP, 83,000. Defense, 450. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts must be in the deepest part of Tomb of Despair. Zhang Yang took out his Goblin's Head Lobber and threw a Spear of Obliteration at the frontmost skeletal soldier and started the battle. An elite monster certainly was no threat to Zhang Yang, but when the skeletal soldier's HP dropped to 50%, it suddenly took out a sharp bone from its rib cage and stabbed at Zhang Yang's chest. Ding! You are stunned, due to the effects of Skeletal Soldier of Tomb of Despair's sharp bone, and you will lose 2000 HP every second. Lasts for 5 seconds. This effect directly deducted 2000 HP, not deal 2000 points of damage. Even though Zhang Yang's defense was strong, this effect totally ignored Zhang Yang's high defense. Zhang Yang quickly activated Warrior's Will to remove the stunning effect, so that the HP deduction effect could be removed as well. After that, Zhang Yang defeated the minion with ease. Luckily he had maximized his Warrior's Will S level, so the cool time duration was only 1 minute. Most of the tanks at the moment had not even maximized Block S level. How could they have the extra skill point to add to Warrior's Will S level? Warrior's Will would not help much if its cooldown duration was 10 minutes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 368, Rhine Wildhammer's Quest. Chapter 368, Rhine Wildhammer's Quest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Yang struck like a hurricane. The elite monster could only live for 10 seconds under the combined attacks of Zhang Yang and Whitey. However, even with rearm, Zhang Yang was still forced to take quite an amount of unnecessary damage. As Zhang Yang had quickly burned through 2 Warrior's Will S effects, he needed to withstand the sharp bone stunning effect and lose 6000 HP in the progress. Zhang Yang's Heart of the Death Knight helped to reduce 50% of status restriction duration, thus, 5 seconds of stunning became 2.5 seconds to him, and he only suffered 3 seconds worth of damage. In the end, the elite monster still caused sizable damage to Zhang Yang. In order to save time, Zhang Yang did not eat health recover cakes after defeating the monsters, but drank level 4 healing potions, one after another. Also, with the effect of Transmuted, Troll Recovery Potion was sufficient to support Zhang Yang. He did not need to take any breaks to recover his health condition. There were tombs at the left and right sides of the passage, and there were many minions near the tombs, which made it very suitable for training. But Zhang Yang wanted to complete the quest, so he did not waste time on these minions. He looked around each tomb and only moved forward if there were no minions. However, the quest description never mentioned that the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts was in the deepest part of the Tomb of Despair, and it was just Zhang Yang's own guess. On the other hand, there might be more than just the boss, Lord of the Myriad Ghosts. It would be good as Zhang Yang could have extra income if Zhang Yang met other mini-bosses. Besides, there might be the appearances of treasure chests. There were many floors within the Tomb of Despair. As Zhang Yang was clearing the minions on his route at the bottommost floor, he saw a boss blocking his way. The Saber, Hymenaeus, Grey-Silver, Spectre. Level, 84. HP, 840,000. Defense, 900. Woo woo woo. Zhang Yang could hear boss sobbing sounds from afar. When Zhang Yang came closer, the sobbing sounds became clearer. The sobbing sounds were echoed endlessly in an unobscured passage, clear and sorrowful sobbing sounds, full of resentment which could actually horrify anyone in the middle of the night. Hymenaeus was all but the skeletal remnants of a sorrowful existence, with green burning flames in its eye sockets, unable to even shed a drop of tear. But, it still covered its cheeks with both of its hands and wept terribly. Zhang Yang switched his battle mounts and summoned Mythical Turtle, as Mythical Turtle was more powerful when fighting the boss. Zhang Yang used Spear of Obliteration to pull the boss aggro. -2 986. Woo! Hymenaeus wept with grief, looked up at Zhang Yang, the green burning flames danced within its eye sockets and it shouted, "Abominable human, are you going to hurt me again? I won't let you do as you please this time, I will fight back, I really will fight back." The boss chased after Zhang Yang. Ding! You are affected by Sorrow Aura and your damage is reduced by 10%. Hymenaeus had a peculiar aura which immediately reduced Zhang Yang's damage by 10%. It was very annoying. Pa! The boss swung its bony hand at Zhang Yang, but the first attack was negated with block, which gave him 30 rage. After Zhang Yang added 5 stacks of cripple defense on the boss, he immediately fought back. 97%, 95%, 92%. Although Zhang Yang and the mythical turtle's attacks were reduced by 10%, their total damage was still very strong. Just within 30 seconds, they successfully reduced boss HP to 75%.
Woo! Hymenaeus suddenly screeched, and Zhang Yang suddenly had a sad feeling that he could not even describe.
He could not even raise his hands when his tears automatically started flowing from his eyes.
Ding! You are affected by Hymenaeus' sorrow effect, and you cannot control your own behavior. Lasts for 10 seconds. F***CK, this emo boss not only loved to weep and sob, but it was getting contagious. This was getting too annoying.
Zhang Yang quickly used Warrior's Will to remove this effect, while Mythical Turtle had no choice but to lie on the ground and shed tears silently.
Zhang Yang continued fighting the boss. Another 30 seconds later, Hymenaeus activated its Sorrow Aura once again, but Zhang Yang's Warrior's Will was still under a cooldown period, therefore, Zhang Yang could only receive 5 seconds of the Heart of the Death Knight's effect. Luckily, Hymenaeus was just a gray-silver boss. Its attacks by hand just caused about 3,000 damage to Zhang Yang, and within 5 seconds only deducted Zhang Yang's HP by 9,000. When the third time of Sorrow effect was activated, Zhang Yang's Warrior's Will was ready. 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds, 120 seconds, the boss HP dropped drastically and was almost depleted.
Zhang Yang used Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall, which additionally recovered 150% of his HP, and then directly defeated Hymenaeus. Starting from level 80 maps, gray-silver bosses were equivalent to green-copper bosses and were no longer as strong as they once were. Not to mention, Zhang Yang was already equipped with almost a full body of violet platinum equipment, which was much stronger than Hymenaeus. Also, Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall had only a few minutes of cooldown duration. After killing a few minions, Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall were ready once again and did not have to spend money. Besides, a bottle of level 4 healing potion in the current market could be sold for 100 gold coins. After Hymenaeus was killed, it dropped 4 pieces of gray-silver equipment, which was quite stingy.
However, it still dropped 2 Chaos Gems and helped Zhang Yang extend his backpack space to 120 slots, so that he could put more herbs and potions.
Zhang Yang continued moving forward. Although the tombs were very dark and very chill, they spawned a kind of herb called zombie moss, which could be used to concoct zombie potion. Zombie potion was very interesting. After using it, it allowed the players to scam death, but after the player who drank zombie potion died, the player could tentatively turn into zombies and continue the battle, lasting for 30 seconds. During this period, the player would ignore any damage but could not ignore status restriction skills. However, after 30 seconds, the player would still die. But if it was in PvP, 30 seconds of damage ignoring were sufficient to defeat the opponent who were close to death. However, if the grade of equipment for both sides were different by a lot, even 10 minutes of zombie potion's effect would still be pointless. On the other hand, zombie potion's effect was also good when defeating the boss, the player allowed to continue fighting 30 seconds. When the number of players was high, the damage input to the boss was still powerful. Nevertheless, zombie potion's recipe not easily dropped and zombie moss also not easily collected. Zombie moss only grew in level 80 and above tombs environment. Besides, its respawn time was 72 hours. Also, less than 10 zombie moss were growing in each tomb. After Zhang Yang cleared 2 floors of Tomb of Despair, he successfully obtained 4 zombie moss, which was terribly low amount. Luckily, only a zombie moss was required to concoct a zombie potion. Thus, these 4 zombie moss could concoct 4 zombie potions. An hour later, Zhang Yang reached the 2nd floor of Tomb of Despair and fought the second boss, Cassandra. Cassandra, Grey-Silver, Spectre. Level, 85. HP, 850,000. Defense, 900. The boss flashing green light eyes aside, Cassandra would definitely be a top beauty. She had a slender and voluptuous body figure, teardrop-shaped breasts, a plump booty and a curvy waistline. She was wearing black tight leather, which totally displayed her voluptuous body figure. But her face was too pale, like some kind of sickly beauty. The boss was holding a sword, and blood still dripped from the tip of the sword. Her pink tongue kept licking her red lips, which gave a completely femme fatale vibe. Zhang Yang summoned the mythical turtle once again and threw a Spear of Obliteration at the boss, and then rushed towards the boss using Charge. Here comes another prey. Cassandra excitedly screamed and raised her sword in readiness. What an aromatic, delicious smell of blood. After Zhang Yang pulled the boss aggro by throwing Spear of Obliteration, he started stepping backward until Mythical Turtle was able to engage the boss. Both Zhang Yang and Mythical Turtle bombarded the boss HP. It was just a gray-silver boss, how powerful could it be? Cassandra's attack power was similar with Hymena's, but she had a few offensive skills, thus, her overall damage was much higher than Hymena's. But, she did not have the aura that reduced player attack power, and she did not even have status restriction skills. As a result, Zhang Yang and Mythical Turtle's damages were much higher now. Other than using Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall, Zhang Yang also drank 2 bottles of level 4 healing potion before successfully defeating the boss. Besides, other than a few pieces of gray-silver equipment, Zhang Yang obtained 2 Chaos Gems, and instantly, his backpack space became 140 slots. Zhang Yang went on to the 3rd level of the Tomb of Despair. After fighting his way for a period of time, Zhang Yang suddenly stopped, and then doubled back a few steps, turning around to look at a tomb on his left side. 8 skeletal soldiers were attacking a red-bearded dwarf, and at that moment, the battle almost ended. When Zhang Yang started moving towards the battle, the dwarf already fall defeated, groaning in pain, dropping his big hammer. Once the dwarf died, the 8 skeletal soldiers also instantly disappeared, and the nearby of the tomb also became empty.
Zhang Yang sighed. He was too late. That red-bearded dwarf was the NPC who offered accessory quests.
As long as players passed by and rescued him from the monsters, and helped him get the treasure chest behind the 4th boss, Briggs, players would be entitled accessories as the quest reward. This pitiful NPC would continually be attacked by the monsters, and if no players passed by, then this NPC would die for many times. If there is a counter for the number of NPC deaths in God's Miracle, this dwarf would surely top the list. However, if players had completed the quest, this dwarf NPC would no longer spawn. This was called a mirror technology in this game. 5 minutes later, the dwarf respawned, along with the 8 elite skeletal monsters.
Rhine Wildhammer, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 85. HP, 100,000. Defense, 450.
Note, claiming himself as a great explorer, but the others usually call him a grave robber.
Damn it, why are there so many specters here?
God of Titans, please, quickly send someone to save me this pitiful Rhine. The dwarf raised his big hammer to meet his foe as he grumbled. Zhang Yang laughed out loud, patted his whitey to dash into the tomb chamber and said, I thought I heard a coward crying for help. What, you dared to call the great explorer as a coward?
Mortal, let's fight a duel.
Rhine roared angrily, giving one of the skeletons a particularly good thump.
Hey, is that how you talk to your rescuer?
Zhang Yang waved his sword, launched Blast Wave, and stunned all the 8 skeletal soldiers, and then rescued Rhine immediately.
Alright, human kid, since you have helped me, I can forgive your rudeness, but you have to compensate me.
Roar, the 8 skeletal soldiers awoke from their stun and started attacking Zhang Yang. While Rhine Wildhammer did not help Zhang Yang a hand but hid away and put on a bandage to recover his HP. However, the times taken for NPCs and players to put on bandage were different. The bandage progress bar under the NPC's tag moved extremely slowly. Obviously, the NPC would not help immediately, but would instead wait for Zhang Yang to clear all the monsters. The other case would be if Zhang Yang got close to death.
The NPC too would help out.
In terms of attack power, the 8 skeletal soldiers were pieces of cake for Zhang Yang. But when these monsters were reduced to 50% HP, they would use Sharp Bone Paralyze effect. If these monsters took turns to use the status restriction skill, it would be very troublesome for Zhang Yang. Therefore, Zhang Yang switched targets repeatedly until all the monsters were at 51% of their HP. After that, he used Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep to reduce all 8 monsters' HP to 50%. The 8 skeletal soldiers initiated Sharp Bone Paralyze effect together on Zhang Yang, but
ding! You are stunned due to you are affected by Skeletal Soldier of Tomb of Despair's Sharp Bone Paralyze and you lose 2000 HP every second. Lasts for 5 seconds. Ding! You are stunned due to you are affected by Skeletal Soldier of Tomb of Despair's Sharp Bone Paralyze and you lose 2000 HP every second. Lasts for 5 seconds. All of a sudden, the system notifications rang around Zhang Yang's ears, non-stop. Warrior's Will. All the debuffs were removed. Zhang Yang immediately bombarded the 8 monsters without hesitation and worries, while using Shield Wall and Berserker's Heal. Hey, human, you are kind of powerful, huh?
Rhine stopped putting his bandage and his HP bar became full. Rhine gazed at Zhang Yang with narrowed eyes. Since you are helping me, I will not fuss over your rudeness earlier on, but... Luckily, the NPC had not helped Zhang Yang out just now, otherwise, Zhang Yang would not be able to precisely control the monster's HP, and be unable to remove the 8 Sharp Bone Paralyze effects at once by using Warrior's Will. Zhang Yang smiled happily as there were 2 extreme combinations. Some dwarves were kind and honest, while some dwarves were greedy and cheapskate. Rhine Wildhammer definitely was the second type of dwarf, which was greedy and cheapskate. That was why Rhine fooled away Zhang Yang's kindness of helping him.
However, it was pointless to fuss with an NPC. Dwarf, I have something else to do, stay safe. Zhang Yang said. Wait a minute.
Ryan blocked in front of Zhang Yang and said, Warrior, you look capable, I can give you a task. Help me enter the 4th floor of Tomb of Despair and search for a useless box, and I will give you a sacred treasure of our dwarf race.
Ding.
Ryan Wildhammer has a quest for you, this is just a little favor.
Will you accept it? Zhang Yang did not accept the quest immediately but equipped, Party Summon Order, and then activated it.
Sun Xinu, Daffodil Daydream, Fantasy Sweetheart, Lost Dream, Fatty Han, 100 Shots and Endless Starlight appeared around Zhang Yang within 1 to 2 seconds.
Wei Yenair asked in the party channel, Noob Tank, why did you teleport us there? Do you know, teleportation scrolls are very costly?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 369, This is but a small favor. Chapter 369, This is but a small favor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Party Summon Order, teleportation was consensual.
When someone in the party used a party summon order, a dialog box would pop up in the rest of the 9 party members' interface to give them the option to accept. The players could choose to accept or reject, or even ignore the dialog box, but the dialog box would last for only a minute. After a minute, the system would reject the summoning automatically. Hating Shui and Wei Yenair loved to be garrulous with Zhang Yang as they knew that Zhang Yang would not summon them for fun, so both of them only appeared around Zhang Yang after 3 to 4 seconds later. Besides, Zhang Yang had to reimburse them the ticket back to the city. Zhang Yang pointed at Ryan Wildhammer and said, talk to that NPC to receive a quest. Everyone talked to that dwarf and received the quest, this is just a little favor. This is just a little favor, difficulty, B. Quest description, help Ryan Wildhammer to get the treasure. You must ensure that Ryan Wildhammer survives. If Ryan Wildhammer dies, this quest will be deemed a failure. Progress, help Ryan Wildhammer get the treasure 0/1. Quest reward, Dwarf's Blessing. Dwarf's Blessing, Grey Silver, accessory. Use, removes all the effects that restrict a player's action. Lasts for 10 minutes. Level requirement, 80. This accessory was born for PvP, as it could remove all the status restriction skills. However, it was not as useful as Warrior's Will, which also could remove damage effect, or give an invincible effect like Sacred Protection. However, this NPC gifted the players an auto ability of anti-status restriction effect, which was also quite good. Especially when fighting against thieves, an extra anti-status restriction effect ability would also increase the survivability. This was why Zhang Yang summoned everyone here for the quest. Hey, you guys have to work harder. As I'm rewarding you guys our dwarf race's precious treasure. If you guys cannot protect me, then you guys should just slit your necks up with a knife to commit suicide. Ryan said with his cheapskate's face. Luckily, everyone was used to dealing with the cheapskates Haning Shui and Wei Yenair, so they did not bother about the NPC. After everyone had received the quest, Ryan started walking in front of everyone. When Zhang Yang was alone, he had already swathed a path through the various monsters, and now that there were so many of them, it was even easier to defeat all the minions along their way. Half an hour later, they reached the 3rd boss, Brighton. Brighton, Yellow Gold, Spectre. Level, 86. HP, 1,720,000. Defense, 1,500. It was a huge and tall man with a ferocious face, his top was bare and full of scars, and some parts even exposed his internal organs and bones. For Spectre, bones were their fundamentals, while blood and flesh were not necessary for their survival, therefore, their physical injuries would not be recovered automatically. The party no longer needed to be extra careful when fighting against Yellow Gold bosses. All of them rushed towards the boss and launched vigorous attacks. Brighton was a gatekeeper boss, although his HP was low, he must be harboring an ulti. Unfortunately, he was only the 3rd boss, although he was stronger than the previous 2 Grey Silver bosses, he was still no match to the party. A minute later, he was killed by the party. Brighton dropped 2 pieces of Yellow Gold equipment, both of them being cloth armor. The gloves were given to Fantasy Sweetheart while the helmet was given to Daffodil Daydream. Besides, the boss also dropped 3 Chaos Gems. It seemed that all the bosses here would drop Chaos Gems. Zhang Yang did not even win a Chaos Gem. However, he had already taken 4 Chaos Gems previously, so he did not feel particularly bad about it. After killing the 3rd boss, the party continued moving forward and rushed into the 4th floor of Tomb of Despair. I smell my lovely precious. Ryan sniffed about, his huge brandy nose twitching. He sped up and moved forwards. Everyone quickly followed closely, as if the NPC died, they would have to run back to the same place and receive the quest once again. All of them defeated the minions easily along the way, and half an hour later, they reached the front of the fourth boss.
Briggs, Yellow Gold, Spectre. Level, 87. HP, 1,740,000. MP, 870,000. Defense, 1,500. This was a magic-type boss. This boss had a hunched back, wore black robes, held a dark green staff, was barefooted, and had the bones of its toes exposed. My precious treasure, grave robber Ryan saw the boss like a pervert seeing a naked beauty, the excitement shone in his eyes, he shouted and rushed towards the boss with his greedy face, as if he would sacrifice anything for the treasure. Zhang Yang and the rest immediately turned to Han Shui and Wei Yan'er. The resemblance was uncanny.
Wei Yan'er fidgeted uncomfortably and asked, "Why are you guys looking at us?" When everyone heard her ask so, they immediately burst into laughter. While at this moment, Ryan had already initiated the battle, and both of these NPCs had already started fighting each other. Although Ryan received a boost and mysteriously grew stronger upon seeing his Ryan, as a mere elite monster, he could not be the boss opponent. So, Ryan was in pain as his HP dropped drastically. He quickly yelled, "You guys, hurry up, come over to help me, I'm your employer." Zhang Yang laughed out loud and raised his goblin's head lobber and then rushed towards them. This quest's difficulty was B, which also means that the boss was not hard to defeat. The true fact also was shown, under the crowd's powerful crushes, the boss was quickly defeated. Once the boss was dead, Wei Yan'er quickly ran over the boss corpse to pick up the coins, while Ryan excitedly rushed towards the back of Briggs' corpse for a stone chest. Ryan broke the stone chest and took out a fiery red-colored hat. Ryan held the red hat like his baby and even gently stroked the hat against his face obsessively. Wei Yan'er stood beside him, similarly stroking the gold coins in her hands. After some time, Ryan only put the red hat on his arms, then came to the front of Zhang Yang and his party members. After that, he threw a piece of silvery white small pendant at everyone and said, "You guys did a good job, here are your rewards, I'll take my leave then."
Ding! You have completed the quest, this is just a little favor. Obtain 2 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained an item, Dwarf's Blessing.
Ryan went off quickly without saying anything, as if he was afraid that Zhang Yang and the rest would snatch away his treasure. After everyone distributed Briggs' drops, they continued moving forwards and immediately reached the final floor of the Tomb of Despair. They were there for the final boss, Lord of the Myriad Ghosts. If the first two bosses were a gray-silver grade, the third and the fourth bosses being a yellow-gold grade, then the fifth boss would most probably be a violet-platinum grade. Everyone had been bored of fighting against yellow-gold bosses, but violet-platinum bosses were not common encounters yet. They cleared the monsters along the way, and after they had cleared the fifth floor of monsters, Zhang Yang had already collected 10 zombie moss in total. Unfortunately, the zombie potion's recipe was not dropped so easily, so Zhang Yang would have to keep waiting. There was a wide space in the middle of the mountain in the deepest of the fifth floor of Tomb of Despair. It was chilly here and the cold wind actually made people shiver. A monster which was hidden by the black fog appeared in front of the party. Its body size was huge, reaching up to 8 meters tall. They vaguely saw its skeletal skull and 2 green evil flames burned in its eyeholes.
Ah!
A head stretched out from the monster which was covered by the black fog, uttering a cry with a terrified expression, but it seemed to be held back within the black fog by something else.
Ah!
From these screams, one after another, more heads stretched out from the black fog, but then disappeared in the black fog again. It seemed like countless of wraiths stayed in this body.
Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, Violet Platinum, Spectre. Level, 88. HP, 8,800,000. Defense, 2,500.
Note, the King of Spectre of the Tomb of Despair.
Yo, this boss is scary. Wei Yan'er complained. Little brat, I thought you are not afraid of anything. My cousin said, I'm a big girl after 18 years old, I have to learn to be demure and lovely, only can I trigger men's desire to protect me, and also to control them. Wei Yan'er said flippantly.
After hearing those words, Zhang Yan and the rest were speechless, but Han Shui only sighed.
What's the plan? Everyone looked at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders, as there was the fastest dungeon raid level clearance ranking for the dungeon's bosses, therefore, many players would come up with tactics for the optimal party class combinations and tactics. But there were so many open world bosses, and the bosses did not respawn as swiftly as a dungeon boss. So, only a few famous open world bosses would have comprehensive tactics available against them, from intensive research. Those open-world bosses were hardly defeated, but there were many members in a strong guild, so strong guilds could just use their numbers to defeat the open-world bosses. So at this point, tactics have become pointless. Zhang Yang did not fight against this Lord of the Myriad Ghosts before, so he did not know the corresponding tactics. Zhang Yang simply answered, "Just do what feels right.
We're not racing for time.
If worst comes to worst, we die once, and start again from the scratch."
Zhang Yang summoned Mythical Turtle and directly dashed towards the boss. "A live one? Here?"
Lord of the Myriad Ghosts uttered in a weird tone that sounded like a chorus of voices. The boss looked at Zhang Yang with its burning green flames eyes, and suddenly, its body inflated as if someone had blown gas into it, and it instantly became hundreds of meters tall. "Become part of the king's body," the boss uttered again with the voice of the thousands of people screaming, and a black light suddenly emerged from the black fog that formed a huge palm which tried to grab hold of Zhang Yang. When they looked carefully, the palm was made up from countless of faces. All the faces showed terrified expressions and screeched continuously.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 370, Lord of the Myriad Ghosts. Chapter 370, Lord of the Myriad Ghosts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
The devilish boss manipulated everything in Ancient Devil.
Within the black fog, countless of faces continuously moaned and screamed in pain in a terrifying image of sorrow.
This scene exactly looks like the end of days. That huge palm came at Zhang Yang, but Zhang Yang immediately raised his shield and activated block. At the same time, he also lifted his axe on his right and hacked at terrifying evil palm.
-1000. -1000.
12-1000 damage texts floated on top of Zhang Yang's head continuously. At the same time, Zhang Yang's axe chopped nothing but air. The party members saw that Zhang Yang had the boss's attention, so all of them surrounded the boss and started launching attacks, while ranged attackers also threw fire arrows and fireballs from afar.
But their attacks also hit nothing like Zhang Yang.
These fire arrows and fireballs phased through the black fog until the maximum 30 meters skill range, where fire arrows fell on the floor and fireballs were automatically extinguished.
"This is not from the boss body, look for the actual target."
Zhang Yang quickly shouted loudly and continued rushing towards the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts' huge body. As the boss received attacks from the ranged attackers, Fatty Han, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream, the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts roared with the voice of the thousands and thousands of people shouting, and three masses of black fog emerged from the boss body and turned into three evil palms which raced towards Fatty Han, 100 Shots and Daffodil Daydream. The palms were made up by countless of anguished screaming faces.
-1000. -1000.
Multiple -1000 damage texts floated above these three persons' heads. When the boss kept its evil palms, each of their HP bars had already lost 12,000 HP. Zhang Yang was frowning, as this boss caused 1,000 damages to all types of classes, which made his pridefully high defense useless. He quickly referred to the battle record to check what type of attack he had received. "You have lost 1,000 HP due to the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts' bite." It was lost instead of being hurt. These two words produced the same outcome, but they had totally different algorithms. Being hurt would be affected by defense, magic resistant, passive immune and equipment absorption effect, while lost would directly deduct the HP, ignoring any resistance effects, even ignoring invincibility skills in effect. It was like the sharp bone paralyzing effect that Zhang Yang encountered from the skeletal minions previously, which directly deducted 10,000 HP within 5 seconds, without any discount. In this scenario, the tank's only remaining advantage over the other classes would be his high HP. Zhang Yang rushed towards the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, within a 10 meters range, and activated Charge. Shush! Zhang Yang was like a speeding arrow. He struck against boss and the goblin's head lobber on his hand crunched into the boss once again.
-1942. This time, the attack finally dealt damage to the boss.
Lord of the Myriad Ghosts screeched, the black fog emerged from its body once again, then turned into evil palm, and whacked towards Zhang Yang. Previously, everyone was attacking the boss' invincible evil palms and did not deal any damage to boss, therefore, the boss aggro list became disorderly, so the boss had launched counterattacks to the 4 persons who attacked it before. At this time, the boss body only received damage from Zhang Yang, thus, the boss aggro list was back to normal.
Zhang Yang received another 12,000 damage and his rage bar became full.
He immediately added 5 stacks of cripple defense on the boss, which activated the signal to lay it all out. Every party member quickly read the situation and started attacking the body directly.
The melee attackers also went around to the back of the boss to launch their attacks.
The ranged attackers were standing in a group, but were separated by 3 meters to allow the healers to heal without much difficulty. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts' attack seemed weaker than other Violet Platinum bosses as it dealt only 19,000 damage at once, but its attacks ignored any defensive skills, while also launching an attack every 2 seconds. Each strike was a guaranteed hit, and its DPS totaled up to 6,000. It was still a Violet Platinum boss through and through. Fortunately, this time, Zhang Yang had brought along 2 healers, which were Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart. They were the top healers in Lone Desert Smoke. Both of their abilities were sufficient in healing all of the party members' HP. Although this Lord of the Myriad Ghosts was not a magic-type boss, it caused Guardian's strongest defense skill, Block, to lose its role, which also prevented the use of Shield Bash. As Zhang Yang already had the 5-piece effect of the Titan set equipment, his Shield Bash did not require rage anymore, and its damage was doubled. When this Shield Bash struck on the boss with 5 stacks of crippled defense, it could actually cause 4,830 points of damage to boss, an impressive amount of doubled damage. However, when fighting against the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, Zhang Yang only had his higher HP to rely on. Mortals will eventually be swallowed up by death. Death is the beginning to eternal life. Mortals become part of the body of the king, and you will all be immortals. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts was attacking them as it uttered these words. Each line was uttered with the chorus of 1,000 voices. It was bone-chilling.
After Zhang Yang had stabilized the boss aggro, the boss targeted Zhang Yang alone. The 2 godly priests were in charge of healing. Even though Zhang Yang lost his immune ability, he still happily withstood the boss attacks. 90%, 80%, the boss HP started to reduce steadily. Foolish mortals, give up on your mundane ideas, and allow the king to devour your flesh and souls. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts angrily shouted. After that, the boss swung its body and countless of heads dropped from the black fog all over the ground. This scene was extremely bloody and terrifying, which could actually scare off a weak-willed person. Oh my god. The first person who screamed was not the timid member of the party, Fantasy Sweetheart, but Fatty Han. Everyone was speechless, and Han Shui was curious and asked, "Sweetheart, why aren't you afraid?" "I love to watch horror movies, so..." This little beauty with a baby face and plump bosom shyly answered. Zhang Yang laughed and asked, "Fatty, why are you screaming? You guys, don't you feel that this is scary?" Fatty Han answered with his half-opened mouth. Endless Starlight laughed evilly and said, "Brother Fatty must have gotten F***ed in the ass." When they were talking, the soil on the ground wiggled and formed into headless clay figurines. These clay figurines reached out and picked up the heads on the ground and stuffed them on their necks. It was like magic. Instantly a clay figurine army was formed. Restless Spirits, Normal, Summon. Level, 85. HP, 8,500. Defense, 80. These spirits look ferocious. The spirits even constantly uttered the same frightening screams as they lifted their hands, moved their clay feet and slowly moved towards Zhang Yang. There were about 400 of them. Damn, why do I have the feeling of watching zombie movie? Lost Dream yelled loudly. Zhang Yang frowned and said, "Starlight, move to the ranged attacker's position and kite that monster that are after them, and I will pull the monsters at the melee position." There were too many monsters to be squashed into the player's AoE skill range, therefore, it was pointless to pull the monsters into a group but to at least kill 50 of the monsters first. Roger that. Endless Starlight quickly kept his warhammer and moved backward to protect the ranged attackers. Normal monsters were totally harmless to the well-equipped tank, but these monsters were still threatening to the other classes, especially in such a high amount of monsters. Endless Starlight had already prepared his Vanguard's aggression and could be used at any time. The spirits didn't move very quickly, but there were so many of them that they slowly surrounded the party like a zombie attack in horror movies. Zhang Yang changed his weapon to his dark enigmatic sword and launched horizontal sweep. Suddenly, a wide cloud of -6000 damage texts floated across the monster's head, along with a few critical strikes which dealt up to 13,000 points of damage, and some spirits were killed instantly. The special effect of Dark Enigmatic Sword was activated and immediately launched another Sword of Shadows. Ah, the spirits screamed in pain and started moving towards Zhang Yang. Blast Wave. Zhang Yang wielded his Dark Enigmatic Sword once again and launched a conical shape shock wave. Suddenly, those areas of monsters were all stunned and more than 10-1-264 damage texts popped up, but the special effect of Dark Enigmatic Sword was activated, as when fighting against so many monsters, even a 1% chance of special effect activation would also be easy to trigger. Pa! 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 The spirits were just the normal monsters. Even though they were in high amount, they quickly fell defeated. Thunder Strike. Zhang Yang trampled on the ground, and then another series of damage texts popped up. Sun Xinu and the rest did not stand by idly, and also helped to clear out the horde. The pitiful minion's basic attack was only 1,700, even when attacked Zhang Yang from his back, they also caused nullified damage. -0 texts popped up when the spirits put their hands on Zhang Yang. Less than a minute later, the minions at the melee position was all cleared. There were still 100 monsters after the ranged attackers, which showed that Zhang Yang's sword was peerless in AoE attacks. Unfortunately, this special effect was greatly weakened after level 80, otherwise, they would have killed all the minions even faster. Sun Xinu and the rest turned around to help Daffodil Daydream and the others. Zhang Yang was still tanking the boss and Endless Starlight was steadily pulling the minions. He did not require Zhang Yang's help. In a short time, the minions at the ranged position were also cleared. Everyone headed back to the boss and vigorously launched attacks towards the boss. 70%, 60%. After a while, the boss dropped countless of heads once again to form another clay figurine army which then lumbered towards Zhang Yang and his party members. Previously, everyone did not use any long cooldown skills. This time, they cleared the minions with ease, obtaining plenty of experience points. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Blood Rage Armor Set. Chapter 371, Blood Rage Armor Set. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Fatty Han could not help but feel content for the moment. Little Yang, let's slow down the pace for a little bit and kill some more monsters. We can get more experience points. Wei Yenair laughed out loudly at Fatty Han and said, "Wretched Fatty, you just don't want to engage with the scary ghost boss, am I right?" Fatty Han sunk into shame and blushed as the gang continued teasing him. Everyone was laughing at him for being afraid of ghosts. 56%, 53%, 50%. Arg no. 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 Lord of the Myriad Ghosts let out a thunderous roar and collapsed down to the ground. The black mist that was surging through the body of the boss had also dispersed through the surroundings, followed by countless hideous faces crying miserably, while rushing towards the gang in a ferocious manner. -1000. -1000. It was an AoE attack, nothing more. Zhang Yang and the gang were inflicted by the attack and lost quite a number of health points. Basically, each of them had lost approximately 20,000 of health points. If it wasn't for the level 80 yellow gold equipment that they were wearing, and the 1 or 2 pieces of violet platinum grade equipment at hand on some of them, and also the Yi Vitality Aura that Zhang Yang possessed, which boosted each of their health points beyond 25,000, that wave of AoE attack would have wiped them out clean for good. Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart quickly healed everyone up. Because if the boss used any more powerful skills, one more wave of attack would be enough to instantly kill every single one of them, as they were already low on health. Boom! As the boss smashed heavily onto the ground and the black mist completely dispersed, a gigantic skeleton of a head appeared right before them. The size of that gigantic skeleton can be compared to the size of a house. The flesh and blood of this skeleton seemed to have decayed into dust completely, and the skeleton was only left with 2 large holes of eye sockets that ignited with the evil flame of the undead, from within the 2 sockets. So this is the real form of the boss? Ha, there's only a head without any limbs or body. Let's see how it fight. The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts spread its mouth open and let out a solid and husky voice. "Damn you, bastards. You bastards smashed all the souls to disperse, all the souls that I've collected. Do you have any idea how much effort was needed to collect so many souls? Damn you. Damn you. You forced me to use my body that has yet to recover to its former state." The ground began to tremble. Boom! As the boss was talking, the surface of the ground had begun to tremble and the rumble began to roll across the ground, like an earthquake followed by an avalanche. Boom, dot. Boom! 2 large arms of a skeleton emerged from below the ground, followed closely by a large torso of a skeleton that appeared right before the gang. Then, 2 legs of a skeleton that emerged from the ground. The sole of one foot was already the size of a large bus. This gigantically sized skeleton had all 4 limbs attached to its body, except for the skull. But as the entire body had emerged from the ground, the gigantic skeleton reached its arm to that skeletal head of Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, picked the skull up and attached it right to the neck joint. It was like attaching a piece of Lego head onto the top of a Lego body. A dark aura then surged and surrounded the gigantic skeleton. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts cracked its neck, and then the rest of the joints and knuckles like it was trying to adjust itself to a newly formed body. Lord of the Myriad Ghosts, complete form, violet platinum, undead. Level, 88. HP, 8,800,000. Defense, 2,500. Note, the completed form of the Lord of the Myriad Ghosts. OF*CKSH*T. The boss is at full health again. The gang was all screaming in dismay. "You pitiful weaklings, I shall smash you all into pancakes." The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts roared out like thunder from the sky itself and reached out with its large skeletal hand towards Zhang Yang. It gave him a large, bony slap. Block. -1304. Reflect damage of block.
Zhang Yang raised his shield up not because he wanted to, but because it was his natural response that caused him to raise his shield up to protect himself from harm. But no one had ever thought that after the boss entered its complete form, its attacks patterns and effects were changed as well.
The attacks could not be blocked, just like any other regular melee boss.
He immediately bashed out a shield bash on the boss.
-10432. An unexpected value of damage was inflicted onto the boss.
The shield bash scored a critical strike, apparently. Initially, shield bash could only inflict a basic damage of 2608. But after being blessed with the additional effect of the 5 pieces of Titan armor set, the damage output of the skill had been doubled. With a critical attack, the damage output of the skill could reach up to 4 times higher than the initial damage value.
That was awesome. The rest of the gang were shocked to see that high amount of damage.
The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts was enraged, as it pulled its right hand back over its skull and gave another Zhang Yang another bash.
-11634.
This time, Zhang Yang could not use his block again right after he had used it once, so all he could do was to endure all the impact of the attack.
But his defense, his damage immunity and his damage absorption of his equipment were all activated.
The basic attack of the boss was reduced from 19,000 down to 11,000, he had negated almost 40% of its damage. Everyone was stunned for a second there after seeing it, and then they resumed their assaults on the boss as hard as they could at the moment. Everyone knew that it would be pointless for them to complain even if the boss healed itself, so the best thing for them to do at the moment was to bring down the boss as soon as possible. Speed is the key. Truth be told, although this Lord of the Myriad Ghosts looked imposing and all in its completed form, its damage output had actually decreased. It could only inflict a total damage of approximately 12,000 in 2 seconds, and the damage value was further reduced down to approximately 4,000 after Zhang Yang's block and the damage reduction passives on his equipment.
That was a reduction of 50% on the boss's initial damage output of approximately 6,000 per second.
Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart were much more relieved on their role in healing the gang, and according to the current situation, Han Shui alone was enough to support the entire party. After reaching level 80, she had managed to equip a violet platinum grade staff, turning her into the super scion of healers. The only thing that she lacked off now was a long MP bar. As her MP usage on activating healing skills is massive, her current amount of MP she had at the moment is not sufficient for her to heal at will. She would need to coordinate carefully and time correctly to heal effectively.
98%, 96%, the health point of the boss had begun to reduce again. 90%. Enough of this nonsense.
Stop these futile struggling, you imbeciles. The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts halted its assaults on the team, and suddenly, white spikes made of bone sprouted out of its body, covering the entire body.
And shoof shoof shoof. The white spikes of bone were shot out in all directions from its body. Ding.
The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts has unleashed rain of bone spikes.
-19800. -19980. -19960. Instantly, everyone was inflicted with damage that almost reached 20,000. Fortunately, they had entire sets of yellow gold equipment, at the very least, and also the Yi Vitality Aura from Zhang Yang, so they had about 25,000 HP. If it weren't for all these, they would have been instantly killed by the rain of attack. -5312. Wei Yan did not even give a sh*t, because she knew that someone was healing her from behind. So, she furiously charged forward and unleashed her worst as she was gaining rage points exponentially. She bawled out and slashed at the boss, however, the boss did not receive any damage and instead, she was inflicted with a value of damage. The boss has damage reflect now. The little girl was shocked and she immediately informed everyone about it. It was really lucky for her to have a very high health points. As she was left with more than 6,000 health points after the boss's assault, she had not killed herself after receiving the reflected damage, leaving her with less than 1,000 health points. Rain of bone spikes, reflects all damage, last for 10 seconds. Right after it happened, everyone noticed that there was an additional special buff on the boss. However, it was not a buff that would benefit them. Everyone halted their assaults on the boss. Zhang Yang. Fatty Han and 100 Shots had to command their pets to stop their attacks as well. For that period of time, only the boss could unleash its assaults on everyone around without having to worry about being attacked. 10 seconds had passed quickly. Everyone rounded up the boss once again and continued on their attempt to take down the boss. 88, 84%.
Whenever the health points of the boss reduced by 10%, the boss would unleash the Rain of Bone Spikes, once and gain the damage reflect effect. By doing so, the boss gained an opportunity to inflict great damage to the players around and also restricted the damage output of the players. If players were careless, they might end up killing themselves after taking the reflective damages from their effort to attack the boss, while the buff of reflective damage is still effective.
Luckily, there were no idiots in this party.
Even Fatty Han had learned his lesson after being taught so many times by experiences. He had grown wiser. Even though he is still not a professional player, at the least, he won't repeat simple mistakes such as this one. When the boss was left with 50% of health points, everyone stopped as they did not know if the boss would immediately transform itself into another form like a transformer. No, it did not. There was only a Rain of Bone Spikes raining down towards the gang, inflicting them with massive damage. It was still manageable for Han Shui, but the MP bar of Fantasy Sweetheart had almost met the bottom.
Increase your damage output. Everyone.
Zhang took a glance at the two healers' MP bars and frowned a little bit. Too bad, they just came out from the pandemonium not long ago, so their Dance of the Heaven and Earth were all on cooldown. Even if they wanted to, they could not increase the speed in killing the boss. 40%, 30%, the health bar of the boss was reducing steadily. Zhang had to make do with it. What he was focusing on was to activate his Vanguard's aggression every time the boss unleashed its Rain of Bone Spikes to reduce the stress on the two healers. Although he was unsure of whether the boss would go into rage mode in the later stages of the battle, but if they can't even overcome the situation now, what could they do about rage mode then?
20%. 15%. 10%.
Undeads from the deepest dark abyss, come forth and show your allegiance to the king. The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts did not go into any sort of rage mode when its health points hit 10% low.
Instead, the boss activated a powerful skill.
Following the roar of the boss in a low-pitched voice, the entire ground shook and cracked right open. A large crack appeared right in the middle of the ground and there were vague signs of burning flames igniting up by the crack.
Crack. Crack. Crack. The crack was getting bigger by the moment, and in just a brief period of time, the entire ground was torn into pieces, as streams of raging flames sprouting through the cracks all over the ground, just like hot springs of water gushing out from the ground.
Zhang went on to touch the flame to test out on the damage those flames would inflict. Instantly, he was inflicted with a -6,226. You were inflicted 6,226 fire damage by the Unleash of the Earth Course Flame, 2,000 damage immune, 1,774 damage absorbed. Zhang took a look at the battle log record and said, "Don't let the flames touch you. The basic damage of the flame attack is about 10,000 points. And it's a fire attribute attack." As the ground was trembling violently, suddenly. Boom. 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 Skeletal hands emerged from beneath the ground one after another through the cracks, and all of the skeletal hands were almost as huge as the boss's hand. What closely followed were large white skeletons emerging from beneath the ground, crawling their way out of the cracks. All of them were holding scythes in their hands that were about 10 meters long. They looked exactly like Grim Reapers. Death Collector, Elite, Undead. Level? HP? Defense? Only monsters that were 20 levels higher than the player would show? On their level status, that would only mean that these newly spawned elite monsters were at least level 100. Zhang quickly kited the boss around using some tactical movement of his. He tried his best to avoid all of the death collectors while he was on it. These monsters are obviously too strong for us now. Everyone, just focus on the boss. Kill the boss, and all these monsters should vanish. If not, it would be illogical and unwise for a game company to spawn so many super powerful elite grade monsters. Everyone understood and agreed as they went around all of the spouting flames of spring fountains from the crack holes on the ground. Then, they began to focus their firepower on the boss. 9%, 8%, 7%, the health points of the boss was reducing while these death collectors were pursuing Zhang and the gang tightly from behind. But their movement speeds were extremely slow, allowing the players to avoid them with ducks and rolls. However, there are still flames spouting all around the area. One small careless mistake would cost 10,000 health points. Therefore, the entire gang was fully focused on getting the job done, but at that moment, the scene was really messy and chaotic. 5%, 4%, 3%. Everyone gulped down power potions to power up on their strength to attack, and they activated the best skills that they had. But it was really an unfortunate thing for them as their Dance of the Heaven and Earth were all still under cooldown period at the moment. If not for that, they could have unleashed hell onto the boss when the boss was left with 10% HP and didn't have go the worst and dangerous stage of the battle. 2%. 1%. 0%. Arg! The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts let out a miserable and raging cry, then its body smashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. Instantly, the pieces turned into a pile of shattered bones on the ground. Boom! That gigantic skull head of the boss did not shatter into pieces, instead, it fell right down to the ground and smashed heavily among the pile of shattered bones.
The impact was thunderously loud.
You imbeciles of the living, do not take this as your victory over me, I shall return. The Lord of the Myriad Ghosts spoke out its final words before the flames within the 2 eye sockets on the skull flickered and vanished.
Everything went silent for a moment. If you dare to return, we shall return you to dust one more time. Endless starlight growled at the pile of bones.
You mother of something. The moment when Lord of the Myriad Ghosts died, the elite skeletons with no level stated on them went crawling back to where they came from, the cracks one after another.
Crack, crack, crack.
The cracks closed together and the ground became one piece once again, and the streams of spouting flames had also stopped.
The entire area had finally returned to its peaceful state. Finally, we beat it. I'm so tired.
It was still simple at the beginning of the battle, but the final part of the battle, when the boss was left with only 10% of health points, was really hard and tiring. They had to dodge the spouting flames and the elite monsters, and at the same time, they were required to keep their damage output on the boss at a high rate.
It was indeed a tiring battle.
After slaying the boss, everyone could feel a heavy large boulder lifted from their shoulders, and the harder the battle was, the more excitement and joy could be felt by the players when they finally stand victorious. Wei Yan'er was the first one who went up to collect the coins among the loot. Meanwhile, Zhang went up to pick up a piece of shiny blackstone from among the loot.
Ancient magic stone, quest item. Description: this is a magic stone that has been passed down from the ancients, it contains powerful magic power.
Zhang was smiling with a satisfied expression on his face as he placed the item into his backpack. After Wei Yan'er picked up the coins, she turned her focus on the equipment.
Kroll, the Axe of Devastation, Violet Platinum, two-handed. Attack, 2356 to 2956. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 699.
Equip, 21% rate to ignore all defense of the target for 10 seconds when hitting on the target.
Unidentified. Level required, 80. Mine. Mine. It's mine.
Wei Yan'er widened her eyes, as it has been at least a month ever since she had longed to get a good quality Violet Platinum grade 2-handed weapon that had an attack interval of 3.8 seconds. Immediately, she hugged the shining piece of weapon piece, with strange bright lines on it, without fearing that she would be cut by the sharp edge of the weapon.
Among the whole party, only the little girl can wield a two-handed axe.
So, the rest of the members had to give up on the fancy piece of weapon to that little girl and selected the cancel button on their screen. Seeing that little girl was still drooling at her new toy, Zhang took over her job in looking through the loot. Blood Rage chestplate, Violet Platinum, leather armor.
Defense, plus 48. Vitality, plus 564. Strength, plus 161. Agility, plus 378. Unidentified. Required profession, thief. Level required, 80.
Blood Rage armor set, 1/8, Blood Rage mask, Blood Rage necklace, Blood Rage mantle, Blood Rage chestplate, Blood Rage gauntlets, Blood Rage greaves, Blood Rage boots, Blood Rage ring.
3 pieces, increase 500 points on agility.
5 pieces, when you activate, vanish, immediately recover 100 points on MP. 8 pieces, when attacking a target, there is 1% chance that you will acquire the Light of Perception and summon an ancient thief to fight by your side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 372, Killua Castle. Chapter 372, Killua Castle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After the Guardian and the Priest, the third armor set for a profession has appeared. But, there was only one armor set for DPS profession. Unlike Guardians and Berserkers, Priests and Pastors, the differences between these were like 2 different professions already.
And each of them had their own armor set. Sun Xinu and Lost Dream are both in need of this equipment, so they agreed on to decide by tossing the dices. Sun Xinu threw out a 21 point as the first toss, and just when she thought she was not fated to be the owner of the Blood Rage chestplate, who would have thought? Lost Dream threw out a 12-point roll only. Who would have thought Lost Dream was so out of luck on that day? Song of Victory, Violet Platinum, accessory.
Equip, every time a critical attack triggers, there is a 10% rate to activate a victory cry, boosting one of the attributes of strength, agility, intelligence attributes by 300 points for all party members, maximum 10 members, boosts the attribute of the player that has the highest points, last for 10 seconds. Level required, 80. The gang were looking at each other discussing about this piece. This little piece of accessory was indeed a little overpowered, somehow. But, it doesn't matter who took it, as it was a fine piece that provides benefits to everyone. So, as long as they are in the same party, everyone could still enjoy the perks of the additional buff this small piece can offer. And of course, there was no doubt that this accessory should go to a thief. Thieves wielded 2 weapons, and a number of attacks that thief can do within a set period of time, let's say within 10 seconds, was the highest among all of them. Furthermore, thieves had the highest agility attribute value, and their critical rate was also quite high. It would be easier for them to trigger the effect of the accessory. As Sun Xin, you had already taken the Blood Rage chestplate. Of course, it was natural that this piece of fine accessory should go to Lost Dream. It wasn't a bad deal. Although this accessory had a little smell of the spirit of serving the people wholeheartedly, but it could still be activated even if the player went solo. It would still be a fine piece. 300 points of attribute boost might not be much for one player, but it would become a boost of 3,000 points if there were 10 players, and the effect would make it worthwhile. Other than the 3 pieces of violet platinum equipment, the boss had also left 6 pieces of yellow gold equipment behind. However, only 2 pieces of them were taken by the gang. The remaining 4 pieces will be sold at the little merchandise. After they were done with the boss, everyone tore their teleportation scrolls and teleported back to the main city. Of course, mainly because they had just gotten some new equipment, so they would want to take them back to identify them. Zhang was dragged along by Wei Yan'er to help her identify her new weapon. So, after paying 200 gold pieces, this magnificent piece of a violet platinum weapon finally revealed its true form.
Kroll, the Axe of Devastation, Violet Platinum, Two-Handed Axe. Attack, 3,494 to 4,094. Attack interval, 3.8 seconds. DPS, 998. Level 3 Socket 1. Level 3 Socket 2. Equip, 30% rate to ignore all defense of the target for 10 seconds when hitting the target. Required level, 80. Holy Mother of Lord, the range of the basic attack of this weapon has already exceeded the attack of Zhang, which already accounted his strength value in it. So when Wei Yan'er switched the weapon on, her melee attack reached into a terrifying range of 8,311 to 8,911. When the special attack of the weapon activates, she can inflict a high damage of approximately 8,600 in a single attack on a high defense boss. That is just wickedly awesome. Just by comparing the damage in one single attack, it has already gone up to know just 2 times of Zhang's attack, but Zhang felt a little envious of the little girl after seeing this. Now, he is currently equipped with a level 70 yellow gold weapon. When it is compared to a violet platinum weapon, of course, the difference between the 2 weapons would be like miles apart. However, he believes that this quest, Mysterious Sword Hilt, would definitely reward him with an impressive one-handed sword. If not, then this quest 1, be limited to only warriors, knights, and thieves. These 3 professions only. It doesn't matter which type of thief profession you picked, there is no way a thief profession of any kind can lift up a 2-handed sword. So, next item to be collected would be the Millennial Heroic Soul. However, Zhang did not travel straight to the Killua Castle in Black Feather Forest immediately to find Honduras. The reason is simple. It would be unwise to begin another main quest right after completing one. Zhang knew that he needed to restock and prepare himself first before setting on to another main important quest, so he did not have any intention of starting any quests with a higher difficulty. Because this, Millennial Heroic Soul, would not be easily earned, he had to prepare for another tough battle. He then concocted a number of potions until the next morning, before he went offline to go for a morning jog. After buying breakfast and heading straight back to the house, he saw that Han Shui and Wei Yan'er were just placing their feet on the ground from the bed. Then, the 3 of them went on a war on who was the best eater of the deep-fried dough sticks dipped in soya bean, and they really made a mess with joy. After finishing up with their breakfast, Han Shui sent Wei Yan'er to school, while Zhang went to the company by public cab. It's really a joke that he would still be taking a cab to his company even after he had become a CEO of a multi-billionaire company, even after he has personal properties that were worth hundreds of millions. If this routine of his was to be spread out to the public, people would laugh at him hard. Well, might be time to buy a car, then. Zhang arrived at the company, and he was greeted by the secretary on duty with a cup of hot coffee, and a deep line of very obvious cleavage, plus the very upturned curve of a round butt. She attempted to seduce Zhang with all she got before she removed her presence from the office, and she threw a wink right before the door closed. This kind of life is quite good.
He could enjoy the pretty view of pretty ladies all around him, play online games whenever he wanted to, he can even tackle girls whenever an opportunity presents itself. More importantly, Zhang Yang did not have any big and great dreams ahead of him, so this kind of life suited him very much. Of course, there was the too poisonous cancer tumor lurking in the dark, making him feel uneasy. There is no sign of that Lu Shuyan, and Lu Wei had been quiet for too long already, God knows what he is planning in the dark. It was just too disturbing to just even think about. Putting on the game helmet, Zhang Yan logged into the game. The Dimensional Key Fragment 6 can be located within the Black Feather Forest, while the Millennial Heroic Soul was somewhere deep in the forest as well. However, these two quests have nothing to do with each other. The sixth descendant of the seven generals is called Kulanka. He was currently living uphill somewhere by the Snow Peach Mountain, a totally different region from the Killua Castle, located tens of thousands of kilometers away from the castle itself. After giving some thoughts on it, Zhang Yang decided to leave for the Killua Castle as a start. Even if he managed to get the Dimensional Key Fragment 6, now, it would mean nothing, without all of the fragments collected together in one place to form the complete piece of the Dimensional Key. But, it will be a totally different story if he can get the Millennial Heroic Soul. After getting it, he can just travel back to meet Marjorie, and hand over the mysterious sword hilt and unseal the first seal. Zhang Yang summoned Whitey and began his journey to the Black Feather Forest. Now that he had his hands on a party summon order, whenever he encounters a boss that he cannot handle, he can just summon his party members to aid him. This piece of party summon order is definitely a godlike piece in saving lives. After a long 7 to 8 hours of journey, Zhang Yang finally entered the last map on the level 80 Black Feather Forest region. How Black Feather Forest got its name was because of the countless dried trees seen in the middle of the map. All these dried trees were thousands of meters tall, and the treetops covered over tens of thousands of area in kilometers. Because of the dark inked green of the leaves, looking from afar, it's like seeing a land of black feathers covering the forest. Therefore, the name Black Feather Forest. Zhang Yang was riding Whitey, while traveling on a familiar road, and they traveled all the way up to the west side of the Black Feather Forest. They could already see a large castle from afar. By sight alone, they started heading for it. A flag with a golden griffin symbol painted on, stood high up on top of the castle, fluttering in the wind, giving out some flapping sounds. The castle had a deep moat surrounding it, serving as a protection facility for the castle. The moat was approximately 50 meters wide, and there was a hanging bridge connecting the two sides of the land that allowed people to enter the castle. The door of the castle was wide open, and there were 4 fully armored soldiers, standing guard, by the entrance. There was also a general sitting high on a battle horse, in metallic armor. Brunos the Ranger, yellow gold, humanoid creature. Level, 85. HP, 1,700,000. Defense, 1,500. On the other hand, the 4 guards were all level 82 elite grade NPCs, with 82,000 HP. They were similar to any other elites in the game. These NPCs were all labeled as green name monsters, which mean that attacking them would only bring disaster to oneself. It would definitely be a stupid decision to pick a fight with them. Zhang Yang tapped on Whitey and went up to them. Hold it right there, outsider. Brunos raised up his long sword in his hand and stopped Zhang Yang from going into the castle. Why would you stop a fellow adventurer from entering the castle, Honorable General Ranger? Zhang Yang halted Whitey from making another step. Bring your name and your intention to my ear, outsider. After being buttered by Zhang Yang, Brunos became so much more friendly than before, his face showed it all. Zhan Yu, an adventurer from the White Jade Castle. I have business to attend to with a person named Honduras Zat. Honduras? The traitor that turned into a traitor that sold his soul to the devils? Bruno suddenly trembled in anger, as both of his eyes were burning with murderous aura, looking straight at Zhang Yang. Guards, bring this outsider into custody. It's hard to say, this outsider might also be a devil's man sent here to spy on us. Yes, Sir Brunos. The 4 guards rounded up on Zhang Yang and pointed their weapons at Zhang Yang from 4 directions. If Zhang Yang showed any sign of resistance, they would undoubtedly launch their attacks on him. If the labeled names of these NPCs suddenly changed from green to red, then Zhang Yang would definitely have launched his assaults on them without having second thoughts. However, the 5 NPCs, including Brunos himself, still had green names. They were still friendlies. Zhang Yang gave it some thought, and he did not resist in the end. Instead, he flipped down from his battle mount and unsummoned Whitey. After taking Zhang Yang into custody and putting him in a jail within the castle, the 4 guards left him after locking up the door to his cell. Well, there were basically only 5 jail cells in the entire jail. Other than Zhang Yang's cell, there was only one more cell that held someone in it. The other jail cells are empty at the moment. Even before looking at the name labeled on top of the head, Zhang Yang knew for sure that it must be Honduras sitting in the next jail cell. Honduras the Great Trader, normal, humanoid creature.
Level 85. HP 8500. Defense 80. This NPC seemed like a 40 years old middle-aged man.
Although the NPC appears as a prisoner at the moment, the clothes that he wore were still fancy and grand. He had a big belly that pushed the clothes out tightly, and he had that look of a rich, crooked trader. He looked at Zhang Yang and turned his face over, sighed like he was having a real bad luck, frowning very hard.
Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Honduras, what devilish deed have you ever done to deserve such treatment?"
"I only mentioned about looking for you at the front of the castle, and I have been put here without any chance to plead for myself."
Honduras turned over to Zhang Yang, looked at Zhang Yang more closely and said, "You were looking for me? Do I know you?"
"I heard that you have made a purchase of a millennial heroic soul, and I would like to make a purchase of that item from you. That's the main reason for me to travel all the way from White Jade Castle to look for you." Zhang Yang expressed his real intentions to Honduras. "Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Zhan Yu, an adventurer from the White Jade Castle, but..."
"An adventurer?"
Honduras looked at Zhang Yang for a while in silence, and suddenly, his eyes were widened and he was pleading for help like a person that was about to drown pulling on a grass. "Zhan Yu, please help me. If you can get me out of here, I will give the millennial heroic soul to you for free." Real, for free. After waiting for a while, there was no sign of any notification from the system. Zhang Yang felt weird about not receiving any notifications. He could only follow the script to uncover the truth behind all these. So, he took out his goblin's head lobber that he had kept in his backpack for a while, ready to throw a powerful swing at the door to the jail cell.
"Stop!" Honduras quickly stopped him. "Adventurer, let's not be hasty.
If it's that simple to leave this place, I could have left any time I want." As he was speaking, a bunch of shiny keys appeared right on his hand as he took them up and shook them in front of Zhang Yang. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 373, Rescuing Winchester. Chapter 373, Rescuing Winchester. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang was shocked to see the keys. "How did you manage to get the keys to the jail cell?"
"Haha, my friend. You have underestimated the power of golden coins."
Honduras laughed hard, but he quickly frowned again and said, "I can escape, but my daughter, Adele, will suffer a worse fate."
"And I have only one daughter, nothing must happen to her."
It was actually unbelievable to see this crooked traitor turning out to be a good loving father. Zhang Yang nodded and said, "Then, how can I help in such regard?" Honduras sat down and began to explain. "Let me tell you the entire story from the beginning till the end." He paused for a while, trying to find the best way to tell the story, and finally began. "I, Honduras, am the best trader there is in Kulia Castle, and also the richest man. 20 years ago, I married the prettiest girl in Kulia's castle,
Every man in the city envied me. No exception."
Zhang Yang laughed and reminded Honduras to get back to the topic. "Honduras, just before you get way over your head, kindly consider the current situation that you're in right now." Honduras was shocked and he went into silence for a moment, and then he lowered his head down with his hands on his ears and said, "Although I am all wealthy, all that wealth could not save my wife from disease. 3 years ago, my wife had left me and my precious Adele and went on to meet the gods in the heaven, all on her own. And now, Adele is the only family I have left. She is all that I have left of my life. A few months ago, the younger brother of the Baron of Kulia Castle proposed, saying that he wanted to marry my Adele and take her away. This Winchester is already same age as me, and he still dares to marry my daughter." He punched the ground, revealing his raging face. 3 days ago, Winchester went out on an expedition and was ambushed by demons. Ever since then, there was no news about his whereabouts, at all. Back here, Leonardo accused me of making a deal with the demons and betraying Winchester. That's his intention, his scheme all along. He wants to take my Adele and my property from me, so he framed me on purpose. Is this the game version of the governor versus the rich? Zhang Yang then reacted, "Honduras, so you need my help to prove your innocence, right?" That's right. Honduras nodded and said, "If I'm all on my own, I can just leave everything behind and get a new fresh start in other places. But my Adele is still here. And she visited, and told me that the prick Leonardo threatened her with my life, and wanted her to marry him. Pooey. Luckily my daughter is bright and rejected him. If not, I would have died of a heart attack. If I am to die and he manages to marry my daughter, then all my wealth would go to him. Every single dime." Honduras paused for a moment again to reorganize his words. "Leonardo has placed people to monitor Adele, and she has no chance at all of leaving this city. So there it is, my warrior, this is why I must prove myself innocent and walk out of here, upright. I will not pull my daughter down to mud.
My precious daughter, ...
Then he looked at Zhang Yang and said, and, I don't believe that this Winchester would die so easily.
He's a great warrior, a strong one. Demons will not stand a chance against him.
Warrior, I require you to look up for Winchester and bring him back. If Winchester lives to come back and tell the truth, that will definitely prove my innocence. Also, I suspect that this prick Leonardo is the traitor who betrayed Winchester because it's been so long since he wanted to become the Baron to this castle.
Ding. Honduras has given you a quest, rescuing Winchester, accept or decline?
Obviously, to get the millennial heroic soul, Zhang Yang had to get Honduras out of the jail. So to get him out of the jail, he must first find Winchester. And he knew, he cannot skip or take shortcuts on this, he must do the quest step by step. Zhang Yang let out a breath of sigh and accepted the quest. Nothing comes by easy, no shortcuts.
Rescuing Winchester, quest difficulty, A.
Description: Winchester has been ambushed by the demons and his whereabouts remains unknown. You must quickly find him and bring him back to Killua Castle to prove Honduras's innocence. Hint: Winchester was ambushed by the Malin Bridge, there might be some clues left there.
Malin Bridge is located on the east side of the Killua Castle. Completion: rescue Winchester 0 to 1.
Honduras passed the bunch of keys over to Zhang Yang. Adventurer, I'm counting on you. Zhang Yang took the keys over, opened up the door to the jail cell and passed the keys back to Honduras. Just sit tight and wait for the good news. He walked out of the jail like a boss, and it was obvious that the game system did not plan for players to engage in battle in the city area, so there were no guards at all at the entrance of the prison. Zhang Yang summoned out his whitey and left the premises in pride. The guards by the entrance of the Killua Castle had already changed their shifts, so the new guards did not recognize Zhang Yang. So, they did not stop or interrogate Zhang Yang as he was passed through the main gates of the castle. After leaving the castle, Zhang Yang headed east for about half an hour, and then he saw a stream of rapid rivers. The water current was rapid and strong, and the sound of the water flowing was loud and clear as a waterfall. He searched by the two sides of the river and discovered that there was a visible bridge not far from where he stood. He patted Whitey's head and headed over to the bridge. No long after, he arrived at the bridge, and all he could find were the dead bodies of some humans and some demons where limbs had been torn apart. The scene was just bloody disgusting. The red blood belonged to the dead humans while the black blood belonged to the dead demons. From the abandoned, dead, torn up bodies and weapons in the surrounding, the battle between Winchester and the demons had begun right on top of the bridge, and the battle went on to the small forest by the east side.
As Zhang Yang followed the trail, the amount of blood splashes on the ground was getting lesser and lesser.
That could only mean that the battle was about to end at that location. After just a brief moment of walking, there was no longer any sign of blood on the ground, but there were signs of footprints walking straight into the thick forest, right before Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang went straight into the forest, following the trails and signs there were left behind, hoping that he was getting closer to Winchester. About half an hour later, Zhang Yang arrived at a small mountain ridge, and following the mountain ridge forward, he could see dozens of demons wandering at the entrance of a cave, as they were growling and giving out who knows what sounds.
Was Winchester in that cave, waiting for someone to rescue him?
Zhang Yang asked himself that as he approached the bunch of demons.
Raging Void Dweller, Elite, Demon. Level, 83. HP, 83,000. Defense, 450.
Zhang Yang threw a Spear of Obliteration at the Raging Void Dweller at the uppermost side among the horde. But as soon as the attack landed on the monster with a -2, 914 damage, the rest of horde suddenly charged over at Zhang Yang. Obviously, the aggro of the monsters were linked. He quickly moved in strategical movements, while kiting the monsters around. With his skills, Blast Wave, Thunder Striker, Heroic Leap, in restricting the movement of the monsters, he took his own sweet time to slowly torture them to death. In less than 5 minutes, the horde of Raging Void Dwellers had fallen under the axe of Zhang Yang. After picking up all the loot on the ground, he went up to the entrance to see if Winchester was in the cave. There was a middle-aged man with a deep wound in his abdomen, standing with his sword. The man was sturdy and tall, with a stern and frosty face of a superior that looked regal. Even after he witnessed Zhang Yang slaying all the monsters one after another, he did not lower his guard down against Zhang Yang. He was still gazing at Zhang Yang vigilantly, like he was afraid that Zhang Yang was trying to trick him by slaying his own fellow monsters before giving him a final, fatal blow. Winchester, Yellow Gold, Humanoid Creature. Level, 86. HP, 10,233/1,720,000. Defense, 1,500. You're Winchester, right? Zhang Yang began to talk to the man. I received news from Honduras that you were ambushed not long ago, so I have been sent here to aid you. Winchester looked at Zhang Yang with doubt and asked, Honduras? Why would he send you here to help me? He and I are not really friends to each other, we hardly know each other, but... Zhang Yang said, ever since you were ambushed by the demons, a man named Leonardo had accused Honduras of making a deal with the demons to betray you.
So now he's being imprisoned.
To prove his own innocence, he would like me to escort you back safely, alive to clear his name.
That little piece of prick Leonardo.
Curse that son of the beach. Winchester suddenly let out an outburst of anger, his eyes were ignited with murderous aura. That bastard, he could actually make a deal with the demons to betray his own brother, his own blood brother. He looked at Zhang Yang once again with much lesser vigilance. Warrior, I'm badly wounded, and I am even struggling just to stay awake, barely. I cannot engage in any battle at the moment, at all. If we are to return back to Kulia Castle now, Leonardo will definitely take the advantage of this and attempt to murder me, then he will just find another man to carry the crime such as yourself.
Zhang Yang followed the script and asked, then, what do we do?
So now we must heal me from my wounds before we can take on that bastard Leonardo. Winchester said, I have been inflicted with the demon's venom, only the purest blood, the unicorn's blood of purity, can cure the demon's venom. Warrior, please help me, bring me a bottle of the unicorn's fresh blood.
Ding. Winchester has given you a quest, blood of purity, accept or decline? Accept.
Warrior, you must hurry, the demon's venom is spreading, eating through my flesh as we speak. I can't hold on much longer. Winchester was struggling to finish his words.
Rest assured, I will bring you the fresh blood of the unicorn in time. I shall leave everything to you.
After leaving the cave, Zhang Yang mounted onto Whitey and he brought up the quest list to check on the new quest given to him.
He checked to see if there were any hints on the location of unicorns. Blood of purity, difficulty, A.
Description: Winchester requires you to bring him a bottle of blood of purity from a unicorn to purify him of the demon's venom.
You can find AI Carlo the unicorn in the Valley of the Wind by the south side of the forest. Completion: acquire the unicorn's blood of purity 0/1. With a specific direction to go to, things became simple and easy.
Zhang Yang went towards the south direction on Whitey for 2 long hours before he arrived at a large valley. There were huge trees that were outstretched to the heavens, all around the valley, and there was a lake right in the middle of the area. The lake wasn't big, and the surface of the lake rippled constantly, making the scene beautiful to look at. However, searching for a unicorn in this valley would still be like searching a needle in a haystack, even after he reaches the location stated in the quest description. It's just extremely annoying and hard. Zhang Yang gave it some thoughts and decided to stay in one spot, to wait for the unicorn to come to him naturally. It would obviously be unrealistic and stupid for him to search the entire valley for the unicorn. And it would make sense that an animal, beast or no beast, would need to drink, because water is essential to every living being. So, all he needed to do is to just sit nearby the lake and wait for the unicorn to come forth for the water. So it's just a matter of time before that happens. After making that decision to stay put, Zhang Yang is in no rush. So he rode on Whitey and began to wander around the lake to see if he could discover anything interesting while he was waiting. As he was currently free and doing nothing, and there were many herbs around available for picking, he decided to do something useful with his free time. Since he is in a treasure trove, why not make the best out of it and gather some herbs? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 374, Unicorn. Chapter 374, Unicorn. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
After wandering across half the lake, Zhang Yang spotted a white shadow flashing by his eyes. It was an extremely handsome white horse, as pale as lightning, arriving at the side of the lake. The horse lowered its head down to the surface of the lake and began to drink the water. The hair all around the body of the horse was so white and glossy that it glimmered in the light, enunciating every muscle, every defined curve of its body. It was an enchanting sight. Most importantly of all, there was a single horn that was about half a foot long on top of its forehead. The horn was sharp as a spear, giving off gleams of cold light. AI Carlo the Unicorn, Elite, Beast. Level, 85. HP, 85,000. Defense, 450. Finally, found it. Zhang Yang was so delighted after he spotted the unicorn, because other than this quest which required him to search for blood of purity, he still had a quest materials for the instrument, a main story quest which he accepted when he was level 10. The quest required him to get a horn of the mythical unicorn, heart of the black dragon, and the book of the damned, of the undead. For the book of the damned, he could only get it when he can enter the chaos realm, where he can equip the friendship jade, and wade over through the homeland of the undead and summon his fellow party members over to walk in and steal it. If he can get his hands on one horn of the mythical unicorn, then he would only need to worry about finding the final item, the heart of the black dragon. In just an instant, a quest that seemed impossible to complete was just one step from being completed now. But Zhang Yang could not understand some part of it. A mythical unicorn should be at least a level 150 super boss. That would mean that this kind of boss would be, at least, an ethereal grade. How can it just be a level 85 elite beast? It's just not right at all. Well, with that in mind, Zhang Yang still rode on Whitey and charged towards the unicorn. It only takes around 10 to 20 seconds to charge through a distance of 100 meters atop Whitey. In just a brief moment, Zhang Yang has already arrived the side of the unicorn. Shove. Whitey began to use Wild Charge and slammed solidly onto the body of AI Carlo. 1 second later, AI Carlo recovered from the stun effect and turned its sharp and pointy horn towards Zhang Yang.
It began to defend itself and swung its horn at Zhang Yang. Block. It was just a level 85 elite anyway. Zhang Yang can subdue this beast with ease. Human, why are you attacking me? AI Carlo suddenly opened its mouth and began to speak like a human, in human language.
Zhang Yang was shocked, so that's why they are called mythical creatures, because they can speak human language. That's why they were graded higher than elite. He spun his sharp axe around and said, I need a drop of your blood to save a man. If you can just stand still and let me get just one drop of your blood, I will spare you. AI Carlo let out a roar of rage as if it was heavily insulted. The horn right on its forehead began to glow vaguely as AI Carlo launched its assaults at Zhang Yang. The battle grew fierce for a moment as they continued to attack each other in a blaze. 80%, 50%, 20%, the health bar of AI Carlo was reduced steeply under the oppressive assaults from Zhang Yang.
Human, stop.
A stream of white light suddenly shot from the forest nearby the lake. As swift as a sudden clap of thunder which leaves no time for covering ears, it landed on Zhang Yang and formed into a large ball of shield that trapped him within. This ball of shield is very strong and infinitely tough. No matter how Zhang Yang tried to break it with his powerful strikes, the shield could not be even scratched. Well, you can't expect such a quest to be completed so easily after all.
God damn it.
Zhang Yang gave up on struggling and turned his sight towards the direction where the light came from.
Dozens of elven beauties walked right out from the forest.
One of them held a staff in her hand, wearing a snowy white long dress of a priest. The rest of the elves were holding swords in their hands, and they had bows and arrows hanging by their backs. All of them had really short leather skirts around their waists, revealing much of their fair limbs, looking very sexy.
Zhang Yang only focused his eyes upon the spellcaster-type NPC that was walking in front of them all, Priestess Thea Moon Glory?
This was the NPC that Zhang Yang met earlier on when he had rescued Merlinda, Song of the Forest. During that quest, she had become the ancient priest of the elves. So, according to the story of the game after that quest, she should have brought Merlinda and traveled back to the Chaos Realm to let Merlinda to carry on as the new Moon Priestess.
So the question is, why is she here? Could it be that the princess had been held captive by someone or some monsters again?
Thea pointed her staff and touched Zhang Yang gently, and the spherical shield disappeared almost in an instant and Zhang Yang regained his freedom. She began to talk, warrior, please don't hurt AI Carlo. She waved her staff again and touched AI Carlo very gently. A stream of white light surged through the unicorn and AI Carlo's health points recovered swiftly. Meanwhile, that unicorn was staring at Zhang Yang with unease, and it pawed its hooves against the ground for a while puffing out streams of air from its nose.
It was obvious that it was still angry at Zhang Yang. Well, it's understandable. If someone takes a knife and poke your ass while you're drinking water by the lake, wouldn't you feel mad about it? At least, that's what Zhang Yang thought to himself. So Zhang Yang ignored that unicorn and turned his attention towards Thea. Priestess Thea, haven't you all returned to the Chaos Realm already? Why are you still here? Thea let out a soft sigh. As we were passing by this valley, it was not our intention of stopping by, but as Merlinda noticed that AI Carlo's mother was being rounded up and attacked by a horde of demons, she put herself into battle. Although we managed to fend off the demons, she was badly wounded and she's on the verge of losing her life, but... AI Carlo revealed a sense of guilt on its face just like any human can. If Merlinda did not shield me from a powerful blow, then she would still be alright now. Now, she's dying because of me. If only I was full grown, then Mother would not have to stay to protect me, and Merlinda would not have been wounded so badly because of me. As expected. That woman is nothing but trouble, no matter where she goes. Although she is not being held captive by anyone this time, she is suffering a worse fate than that. She's about to lose her own pitiful life. However, the doubt that Zhang Yang had in him had been cleared out. No wonder AI Carlo is just a level 85 elite beast, because it has still not yet grown to adulthood. So, that's why it's named AI Carlo the Unicorn but not AI Carlo the Mythical Unicorn. Zhang Yang quickly said, Priestess Thea, can't you save Merlinda with your heavenly skills? She's wounded too badly. Thea shook her head and revealed a helpless expression on her face. I have already sent men to search for the Fountain of Life. Only a relic item such as that can really heal Merlinda. Zhang, it's not a coincidence that you appear here today.
You're a great and powerful warrior, a mysterious adventurer.
Please aid us in search of the Fountain of Life. Ding. Priestess Thea Moon Glory has given you a quest, the search for Fountain of Life, accept or decline?
Zhang Yang could not help himself but to pause for a moment. This so-called Fountain of Life, is it the same thing as the 100 over bottles that are now laying quietly in his backpack?
Is it the same thing as the thousands of bottles that are stored in his guild warehouse?
So he accepted the quest to check on it. Priestess Thea, I'm a friend of Merlinda, I will not sit by and do nothing. The search for Fountain of Life, difficulty, A. Description: the new Moon Priestess, Merlinda Song of the Forest has been badly wounded and in desperate need of Fountain of Life to heal her.
Brave warrior, please depart immediately.
You can find the Fountain of Life by the Valley of the Miracle within the south side of the forest. Please be cautious, powerful creatures are probably guarding this kind of miraculous fountain.
It would be wise to bring along some friends.
Of course, bring along some empty bottles as containers, or else you will not be able to bring it back, even after you defeated the powerful creatures around.
You can acquire the empty bottles from the alchemy shop.
Completion: acquire a bottle of Fountain of Life, 1/1.
Ha! It actually works. Warrior, thank you.
Thea thanked Zhang Yang with all her heart. Zhang Yang took out a bottle of the Fountain of Life and passed it over. Priestess Thea, I have acquired some mysterious items through my adventure. Rumor says that this bottle of Fountain of Life has unbelievable ability to heal life.
You can try to use it on Merlinda's wound and see if this works for her.
Thea revealed a sense of disbelief on her face and took the bottles into her hands. As she popped the cap open and took a sniff, she was so delighted with shock and joy at the same time. Warrior, you are really an amazing person. This is the Fountain of Life.
This is indeed the Fountain of Life. Ding.
You have completed a quest, the search for Fountain of Life, acquired 3 million experience points. This is the easiest quest that Zhang Yang had come across in his entire time in the game, and the fastest one to complete as well.
Come, let us go to Merlinda at once.
I wonder if one bottle is enough to cure her. Thea quickly rushed into the forest. Wait a minute, her words shook Zhang Yang for a while. If he was to go through all the trouble, come back and had to go back to the fountain to get more, that would just be annoying. But now that he still had hundreds of bottles in his backpack, there was no need to worry at all. AI Carlo stared at Zhang Yang without even blinking. Human, although you hurt me before, but you have cured Merlinda, and you're a friend of hers, I will not hate you any longer. Besides, if that bottle of Fountain of Life can really cure her, I will give a bottle of my blood to you as a token of gratitude. After finished talking, it turned around and followed Thea and the others and went into the forest as well. Zhang Yang began to have thoughts. Should he torture and slay this tiny young beast before it hits adulthood? If he waits for this little beast to grow into an ethereal great boss, then he shall have lots of trouble fighting it in the future if their paths cross.
Zhang Yang was conflicted with his own good and evil thoughts in his mind, while riding on Whitey, following those NPCs from behind.
After passing through a few layers of trees and bushes, they arrived at the temporary campsite.
There were hundreds of tents set up within the premises.
Thea went into one of the tents with the Fountain of Life, but the tent she went into was a little smaller than the others. The tent could only fit a few people inside, plus there were a bunch of guards staring at Zhang Yang with those vigilant eyes of theirs. So he knew it would be impossible for him to enter the tent.
Shove. Shove. Shove.
After a while, white lights were flashing out from the tent, and in another brief moment, Thea walked out from the tent, followed by a female elf with pointy ears, with round and a prominent pair of boobs, a curvy waist wrapped in tight clothes.
That's Merlinda. Merlinda, you're well again. AI Carlo cheered in joy and went up to the side of Merlinda.
And what happened next was AI Carlo burying its head in between Merlinda's two round and prideful pair of boobs. Legends say, unicorns are the symbol of purity, and they will only get near to kind souls of virgins. But what Zhang Yang just witnessed was that this unicorn with that horn on the forehead was definitely a horny creature. And just by looking at where the head was shoved into, it's indeed the symbol of the purest that picks only virgins, as virgins are clean and untouched. Merlinda filled her face with a smile and hugged the neck of AI Carlo gently. Thank goodness you're safe, AI Carlo. After the girl and the unicorn had a warm reunion, Merlinda turned her attention towards Zhang Yang with her pair of shy eyes. Zhang, you have once again saved me.
Ding.
Your relationship with Merlinda has increased.
Increased further?
Is the system going to put him into an actual relationship with an NPC?
Zhang Yang shook his head and laughed. It's just a coincidence.
For so many times when Merlinda's in trouble, he was the one who helped her. The number of times of him helping her has qualified him to be her personal knight. He simply said, "It's my greatest honor to be able to serve the great moon priest."
Just by Merlinda's side, there are Thea and the elvish warriors lining up to become her personal knight. Zhang Yang would not want to get ganged up and beaten up by them for trying to take up that place. However, does this mission only increase the relationship with Merlinda? Although Zhang Yang did not have to put much effort into it, but this is an A-rank quest after all, so there must be some reward that would make things worthwhile, right? But Merlinda gave Zhang Yang a pleasant smile and said, I have never imagined that I would see you here. Zhan Yu, you improve in Godspeed. I believe I will see you play an outstanding role in the literary world of Chaos Realm and become a legend. Everyone will sing your names in songs and poems. AI Carlo then took a few steps forward to Zhang Yang and said, Human, I promised that I would give you a bottle of my blood if you can save Merlinda's life. Merlinda heard about what had happened previously and she was shocked. Zhan Yu, why did you hurt poor AI Carlo? Zhang Yang explained himself, I have a friend who was inflicted with the demon's poison, and only the purest blood of a unicorn can cure him of it. So, I can only apologize to Air Carlo for what I did earlier on. Come on. AI Carlo closed its eyes and raised its rump at Zhang Yang, ready to be poked. For the blood, of course. What the hell? Of all parts, why must it be the butt? It did not matter much, as long as Zhang Yang could get the bottle of blood of purity back to cure Winchester. Zhang Yang took out his Dark Enigma sword, because it will be more convenient to use a sword when it comes to pricking for blood. He emptied out a bottle of potion and served the bottle as the container for the unicorn blood. After getting enough fresh blood of the unicorn, Zhang Yang looked at AI Carlo for a moment and saw the unicorn's miserable face as if it was suffering excruciating pain. He thought to himself that he was really lucky that the unicorn did not kick him with its back legs. Suddenly, a thought passed by Zhang Yang's mind. As AI Carlo is still a youngling of a unicorn, so it is basically still not yet mythical. Even if he kills it and cuts the horn off, it would not mean a thing. But the mother of this beast was a real mythical unicorn, and since she is dead, the horn would serve no purpose by just being left there. It would only be a goddamn waste. Zhang Yang walked up to Merlinda and asked, Do you know where did they bury AI Carlo's mother? Merlinda was shocked. Zhan Yu, you are not trying to take advantage of the body of AI Carlo's mother, are you? Bingo! Clever. But, if she's really so clever in guessing things, why is she still getting caught by bad people for so many times? Zhang Yang told her with just, how could that be possible, I just want to pay my respects to the mother. Merlinda bought his words and told him where the body was buried. AI Carlo's mother was buried within a forest in the valley, not far from the forest. After everyone had paid their respects, Thea gave the order to depart from the valley. Most probably, she could smell the electrical current between Zhang Yang and Merlinda. On the other hand, AI Carlo hated Zhang Yang very much and couldn't wait to leave that man behind so that Merlinda would only focus her love on itself. Pretty obvious, by just looking at how the young unicorn stared at Zhang Yang every single time. After bidding farewell to the elves and waiting for them to remove themselves from his view, Zhang Yang quickly took out his goblin's head lobber and used it as a tool to dig, then he began to dig the ground. In just a while, he finally dug out the deadly wounded body of the mythical unicorn. The body was pure white even though it's already dead, and the horn on its forehead reaches up to 2 feet long. There was some blood stain on it, black blood, should those be from the demons themselves. I'm really sorry, please rest in peace. Please forgive me, please forgive me. He repeatedly apologized for what he was doing to a dead body. Zhang Yang then cut off the horn of the mythical unicorn and shoved it into his backpack. As he did that, the quest assistant's taskbar showed that under the materials for making the instrument, the horn of the mythical unicorn has been obtained, leaving the mission to be completed by January 3rd. He then quickly buried back the body of the dead mythical unicorn and destroyed any evidence of him digging up the grave. Or else, it would certainly be a great news that will definitely reduce the relationship between him and Merlinda, if she ever finds out about this. AI Carlo will definitely challenge him to a death battle. That's its mother, no matter what. Riding on Whitey, Zhang Yang left the crime scene and went back straight to Winchester. After curing Winchester, he should be able to bring the NPC back to Killua Castle and rescue Honduras, to get the millennial heroic soul. By then, he should be able to unseal the first magic circle seal of the sword hilt. So, after having him go around in a big circle, this mysterious sword hilt better be some kind of a heavenly weapon or equipment. If not, it would have made Zhang Yang look like a fool, going through all sorts of annoying troubles. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 375, Returning to Killua Castle. Chapter 375, Returning to Killua Castle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Charging all the way back like a thunderbolt, Zhang Yang arrived back at the cave where Winchester was resting by. Fortunately, the NPC was still there.
Zhang Yang was very worried that the demons would have launched their assaults on poor Winchester after he left, and they might kill him just like that, and Zhang Yang would have failed the quest.
Warrior, you returned so soon. Good news or bad news? Winchester looked at Zhang Yang suspiciously.
Following the normal quest flow, players should have located the unicorn first, activated the side quest where players need to go on searching for the Fountain of Life, before finally returning here. So, it should be impossible for players to return in such short period of time. Zhang Yang took out the blood of purity, and passed it to Winchester. Let's cure the demon's venom coursing through your veins first. Winchester took the bottle and popped the cap open to have a smell of it, and then only he was relieved, like he just put down a very heavy burden off his shoulder. Looks like I made the right choice to trust you. You are indeed a capable man, with a good soul. He took off the clothes on his abdomen, which revealed a very deep and obvious wound. The wound was extremely deep, as anyone could vaguely see that his intestines were about to pop right out from the wound. What was even scarier was that there were dark-colored tissue and skin all over the wound. Obviously, they were signs of the demon's venom spreading into his body. Fortunately, Winchester was a major character in the game, or else, anyone inflicted with this kind of venom would have been dead long ago. Winchester poured the blood of purity onto his wound, and in an instant, a stream of pure holy light channeled through the wound, followed by an unholy stench in the cave. Drops of dark liquid were dripping rapidly out from the wound, as they were purified by the blood of purity, and turned into ashes when they touched the ground. The process took exactly 3 minutes before the wound of Winchester was completely healed.
He was finally cured of the demon's venom and ready to go back with Zhang Yang. Winchester laughed and turned to Zhang Yang. Warrior, do you have something to eat? I'm hungry.
If he could ask for food, that should mean he is all cured from the venom, already. Zhang Yang took out some snacks from his backpack and passed them over to Winchester. After Winchester took the snacks, he chewed everything and swallowed them down like a hungry wolf. His health points were recovering back as Zhang Yang stared at it with his own eyes. So basically, the snacks that Zhang Yang gave the NPC would not heal the health points immediately. It should work by healing 50,000 health points within 20 seconds. So if this NPC needed to heal himself back to full health state, that would require him to take about 30 to 40 snacks. But such characters in the game could not be measured based on the basic rules of the game.
Winchester only took 3 snacks, and his health was already back to full. Ding! You have completed a quest, Blood of the Purity. Obtained 3 million experience points. Ding! You have acquired a reward, Ring of Hope. Ring of Hope, yellow gold, ring. Vitality, plus 67. Strength, plus 61. Equip, 1% rate to recover 1000 health points when hitting your target. Unidentified. Required level, 80. It was not too bad at the least. This quest has given Zhang Yang a reward, although it was just a yellow gold grade equipment. But it has always been harder to acquire rings, necklaces, and accessories in this game. So, this Ring of Hope should cost a substantial amount. If he meets some rich buyers, he can definitely sell it out at a price that is higher than any of the regular violet platinum equipment pieces. Winchester walked out of the cave and looked in the general direction of the Killua Castle. Warrior, let us travel back to Killua Castle together, and give a big surprise to Leonardo. Ding! Winchester has given you a quest, return to Killua Castle, accept or decline. Zhang Yang laughed and said, I believe Leonardo will definitely have to pick his eyes and jaw off the ground when he sees you. Ha ha ha. Winchester laughed together with Zhang Yang. Return to Killua Castle, difficulty, A. Description, Winchester wants you to travel with him back to Killua Castle. Caution, Leonardo will definitely not admit defeat so easily. He will be doing everything in his power to kill Winchester. Warrior, you must protect Winchester and make sure that he returns to Killua Castle in one piece. Completion, escort Winchester back to Killua Castle 0 to 1. Winchester is a yellow gold boss, so it was actually very hard to tell who was escorting who now. After coming out from the cave, Winchester summoned a handsome horse that neighed loudly in pride. This magnificent black battle horse let out a powerful puff and took off towards the direction of Killua Castle like a black thunderbolt. Zhang Yang did not dare to be left behind as he must make sure that Winchester reaches the castle in one piece. So, he also summoned his Whitey and pursued Winchester from behind. A horse and a bear charged forward at lightning speed. Everything else around seemed to be flowing backward, and the wind from the front was really strong, blowing their faces to the point that Zhang Yang could feel his tongue coming right out from his mouth and his saliva dripping. After just a while, they already had the site of Killua Castle in their view. They were already not far from there. Shove. Suddenly, tens of arrows were shot out right from rocks from both sides, left and right. The arrows pierced through the air sharply as they flew towards Zhang Yang and Winchester. 434.
3512. Zhang Yang and Winchester were hit by the arrows, and they were both inflicted with damage.
However, the defense and the damage immunity of Zhang Yang has far exceeded the level 80 yellow gold boss.
Winchester was inflicted with a damage of approximately 3,500, while Zhang Yang was only inflicted a damage of not more than 500 points.
Ha ha ha.
Winchester. I predicted that you wouldn't die so easily. Sir Leonardo sent me over to stand guard at this location until you show yourself here. A man with a two-handed sword jumped right out from behind the rock and shouted at Winchester. DiCaprio, yellow gold, humanoid creature.
Level 85. HP 1,700,000. Defense 1,500. Note, one of the 7 generals serving Leonardo. Humph. One of the dogs of Leonardo. When did you get the courage to show your sword right before me?
Winchester did not hold himself back as well, not even looking at his opponent.
DiCaprio was enraged and he cried out loud,
Winchester. You are nothing but a weeping dog who weeps in failures.
What is there to be proud of? Brothers. Kill these 2 men, dot. Shuff. 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 Another wave of arrows flew from behind the rocks at the 2 of them, Zhang Yang and Winchester. Warrior. Let us clear out these annoying pests first.
Winchester smiled and let out a laugh, and then he rode on his horse and leaped over the rocks. This horse is obviously a battle horse, as Winchester is on the horse, but could pull out the sword from his back and swing it around. In almost an instant, splashes of fresh blood were visible, and countless miserable cries were heard from behind the rocks. Zhang Yang could not just stand aside and show that he could do nothing, so he immediately patted on Whitey's head and charged to the other side of the rocks. Then, he launched his fierce assaults at the soldiers that had let loose the arrows at him earlier on. These soldiers were all level 83 elites. After encountering Zhang Yang and Winchester in close quarters, they began to abandon their bows and arrows and pull out their swords from the sword hilts tied to their waists to engage in melee battle.
Winchester. Your time is over. If you were clever enough to hide your real name and stay quiet in the dark, you might have had the chance to leave out your remaining days quietly. But now, you have only one choice, death. I will not let you destroy Sir Leonardo's magnificent plan.
DiCaprio swung his two-handed sword over his head, at Winchester. Ah, if Leonardo is so capable of doing everything, then why does he need to make a deal with the demons to ambush me?
Humph.
For power, he would rather sell his own soul to the demons. To pass the title Baron to a traitor like that, no doubt, the entire castle and the people in it will suffer a fate far worse than being burnt alive. As their truth and beliefs were not on the same page, the 2 yellow gold bosses began to engage into a fierce battle. Zhang Yang kited the remaining soldiers around into one spot and switched to his Dark Enigma sword, and then activated his Blast Wave. In just less than a second, every single one of the soldiers within his attack range was inflicted with 1,000 damage points. At the same instant, the special effect of his Dark Enigma sword was activated, and another 2 rounds of damages were inflicted upon the soldiers. When his assault stopped, he acted, and continued to strike. Horizontal sweep. In about 2 to 3 minutes, the soldiers were taken care of and every single one of them fell before the sharp blade of Zhang Yang and the deadly claws of Whitey. Zhang Yang could not afford to waste his time on picking up the loot all around the ground, so he quickly flipped onto Whitey and charged towards DiCaprio, and began his full assault on the boss. Although bosses like this DiCaprio are yellow gold, the truth is, these kinds of bosses would only have a higher amount of health points, and normally would not have any deadly skills, or even any special skills that would bring devastating damages. So, this DiCaprio is only designed to only attack blindly like a wild boar. How would he able to go up against a battle against Zhang Yang and Winchester joining hands together? In less than a minute, DiCaprio had to face his own demise and collapsed onto the ground without any chance to even moan.
This boss only dropped 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment and a few pieces of gray silver equipment.
The 2 yellow gold equipment were a set of leather greaves and a pair Guardian's gloves. As violet platinum bosses were beginning to appear within level 80 dungeons like a new species being discovered within a new area, it's impossible for any of the bosses to drop equipment pieces of armor set. If they did, then the value of defeating a violet platinum boss would decrease.
Pooey. Traitor. Winchester spat on the dead body of DiCaprio with contempt. Warrior, let's continue with our journey.
But be warned, this might be the first ambush that Leonardo planted along the way back to Kalia Castle, but it will definitely not be the last one. The 2 of them rode on their battle mounts towards the direction of Kalia Castle. As expected, after traveling for merely 2 to 3 minutes, another platoon of soldiers revealed themselves and blocked their way. That imbecile DiCaprio, he still let these 2 slip through even he brought so many men with him. This time, the leader of the platoon was a spellcaster with a weird-looking staff in his hands. He looked like a 30-year-old man, clad in a light red robe, with a face filled with disdain. Clottier, yellow gold, humanoid creature. Level, 85. HP, 1,700,000. Mana, 850,000. Defense, 1,500. Note, one of the 7 generals serving Leonardo. So, this boss is a spellcaster type, and it would be natural that he has an army of spellcasters as his minions, and all of them were level 83 elites. This battle will be much more difficult than the previous one. When engaging into battle with spellcaster-type monsters, the defense of Zhang Yang is nullified against magic-type attacks, and he cannot duck and roll to avoid most of the magic damage. Winchester went straight up to Clottier without having second doubts. Zhang Yang knew his own capability, so he did not kite too many monsters in one attempt to keep the situation under control. If he kite too many monsters at once, he might need to use consumption items such as Fountain of Life and Healing Potion. But it is in his best interest that these items are to be spared until desperate times, before consuming them. Zhang Yang also let Winchester sustain some of the monster's attacks. Since he's an NPC and his health bar was freaking long as he does not die, Zhang Yang can just heal him back to his full health just by tossing some snacks over to him. After taking out every single monster around him, Zhang Yang engaged the boss battle with Clottier with the intention to aid Winchester in winning the battle. Spellcaster-type monsters were indeed impressive. In just a short amount of time, Winchester had lost about 300,000 health points after being attacked by those minions of the boss. If Zhang Yang had not rushed in to help, Winchester would definitely have died upon being ganged up by Clottier and these elite-grade minions. The main reason was also that of the aggro system in the game. The boss would just engage in battle when a target is detected within the aggro range. If not, Winchester could have begun by slaying all the minions first before engaging Clottier, giving him a higher chance to win the battle. But as players join in later, it totally turns the battle tide. Zhang Yang came in and slaughtered all minions that were poking around Winchester, reducing the damage received by Winchester. On the other hand, the situation had turned into hell for Clottier. Instead of overpowering Winchester in the earlier battle, now the boss is being raped by Zhang Yang and Winchester, with their continuous strikes to the point that Clottier was actually crying out miserably. Clottier's health bar was reducing like an avalanche crashing down the hill, and in just a brief moment, he knelt down in defeat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 376, The Hunt of the Evil. Chapter 376, The Hunt of the Evil. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Clottier had actually dropped some good items. Amateur God Oil, light as feather, usable. Use, enhances your boots, permanently increase movement speed by 10%. Beginner God Oil, light as feather, would only grant a 5% bonus movement speed. Ever since Zhang Yang and his friends had dominated the Cave of Bones, the supply for Beginner God Oil was able to meet up to his demands. It was by luck that Zhang Yang could finally stumble upon the G God Oil that would grant him 10% movement speed. The boot that Zhang Yang was wearing now had a 5% movement speed bonus. However, he was eager to put on the Titan set equipment instead. The Amateur God Oil would best be kept for the Titan boots instead of using it on his current one. Besides, God Oil, the rest of the loot was not worthy of mentioning. None of the yellow gold equipment in the stash was up to his standards. All of the loot were dumped into his inventory and would be sold in the little merchandise shop. The two of them proceeded forward and met with Leonardo's generals. All of them were killed separately instead of fighting them as a whole. Zhang Yang was extremely grateful that the story had set the bosses to be separate and to be killed one by one. If they were to gang up to fight together, Zhang Yang and Winchester would surely be killed without even having to lift their weapons. Still, it was surprising, yet expected to be. After all, they were playing a game. The developers would surely have needed to provide some kind of leverage for the players to grind or to kill the boss monsters. If the developers had placed a celestial tier boss right in Beginner's Village, how would anyone get past that? If the bosses in the first few dungeons had the ability to kill everyone in the raid, being overpowered to an unbelievable level, who would want to continue playing such a game? Right now, naturally, Zhang Yang was strong enough to solo a dungeon or even an S-rank quest, but so strong that he could solo kill a Violet Platinum boss. He could, but the chances of him dying would be extremely high. Zhang Yang had hoped for Leonardo to have several more generals for him to kill. 7 yellow gold bosses had already dropped him a mountain of yellow gold weapon. Although he had no inclination of using them himself, he wanted to get them to sell them off in his little merchandise shop. The equipment could be off to players, which will earn him lots of gold coins. After a lot more hacking and slashing, the two finally arrived at Killua Castle. That's Lord Winchester. Standing at the entrance of the door was Bronos the ranger with his mouth gaping wide open. Surprised, delighted, and relieved, Bronos leaped off his horse and knelt before Winchester.
Thank the gods for your safety. Winchester nodded. It all thanks to this brave warrior.
I could have never escaped from the demons without his help.
Bronos turned to Zhang Yang and raised an eyebrow.
His eyes widened suddenly and cried in surprise.
Didn't I throw you in prison? How did, eh? It seems I'm confused. Zhang Yang laughed and said, Ranger, don't think too much of it.
All you need to know is that, I am not with the rebels.
Lord Winchester.
Honduras, who had betrayed and framed you, were imprisoned.
However, we still lack enough evidence to have him on trial.
Now that you are here, you can personally identify the man that had made the deal with the demon, said Bronos.
Winchester sighed and shook his head. You're wrong. Honduras was not the person that had betrayed me.
The real culprit is none other but my own brother.
Leonardo. What? Brunos jumped to his feet.
His eyes lost focus as he started to tremble at the revelation.
That's the truth. He was the one who betrayed me.
It was all for the ownership of the castle, said Winchester. Brunos, as a ranger of justice, you need to make your decision now.
Would you serve me, or follow the man who had made a deal with demons? Brunos calmed down and stood up high and tall.
His eyes were now focused and serious.
There were no longer traces of fear and doubt in them.
Lord Winchester. I am yours to command, and I would never doubt you.
Well said. Gather every ally in the castle. We shall overthrow Leonardo's evil reign.
Yes, my lord.
Brunos the ranger saluted Winchester and rode away towards the castle. Ding. You have completed the quest, return to Killua Castle. Obtained 3 million experience points. Winchester turned to look at Zhang Yang. Warrior. We are getting closer to victory. If we fight harder, we can capture and bring Leonardo to justice. Ding. Winchester has a quest for you, Hunt of the Evil. Will you accept it? Why do such quests always throw decisions at the players? It's not like Zhang Yang would walk away from the quest.
Plus, Zhang Yang had to know what kind of rewards could he have by killing Leonardo.
Hunt of the Evil, difficulty level, S. Quest description, defeat Leonardo and obtain victory. Leonardo is located at the main chamber of the castle. Assist Winchester in delivering the last blow. Participation limit, 10 men, shareable. Progress, kill Leonardo 0 to 1. Quest reward, Titan's Necklace. Titan Necklace, Violet Platinum, Necklace. Vitality, plus 202. Strength, plus 58. Equip effect, absorbs 116 damage on attack. Equip effect, grants an additional 10% aggro generation on an attack if a shield is equipped. Class requirement, Guardian. Level requirement, 80. Zhang Yang was both happy, yet sad.
The good news was that he would gain another Titan equipment.
The bad news was that the equipment effect on the necklace was too bland. The additional 10% aggro generation was actually useful for other tanks.
But for him, he already possessed incredible firepower which could generate enough aggro.
What could he do with the 10% bonus? The boss would only attack him.
Zhang Yang sighed and accepted his fate. At least, he could secure another Titan's equipment, and that was the most important factor. Zhang Yang noticed the quest was shareable.
He immediately had an idea and quickly informed everyone else. Yo! Come along. I've got a good quest here.
Just as he finished talking, Zhang Yang equipped the party summon order and summoned the part to his side.
Newbie tank, what's so good about the quest?
You summoned us so quickly, I was actually busy doing something.
Zhang Yang kept quiet and smirked.
He promptly shared the quest with everyone and was rewarded with a loud gasp.
It's my set equipment necklace. God D*MN. This is good SH*T. Awesome.
Everyone was extremely pleased. Zhang Yang's reward was the Titan's necklace, but the rest of the party member had a different reward.
Their quest reward was their own respective set equipment necklace. Alright guys, follow that NPC. He's our god of fortune.
Cover him, and do not let him die, said Zhang Yang pointed at Winchester who was already halfway to the castle riding his horse. Everyone promptly summoned their rides and chased after him.
My lord! Lord Winchester!
As Winchester rode by, the castle residents bowed down in respect to him. From afar, it seemed that Winchester was a mighty lord when he was still reigning. Without much time, everyone reached to the entrance of a big and glamorous castle. There were 8 guards that stood guard at the entrance. When they saw Winchester approaching them, Winchester was greeted with the similar surprised expression, followed by them kneeling down. "Hail the lord of the castle." "At ease," said Winchester with a certain noble tone to his voice.
"The castle has been infiltrated by demons, no thanks to Leonardo.
I want to bring justice and to punish those who had committed the crime. Everyone, to arms, and follow me into the castle, to exterminate the evil." The guards were confused. They thought that they had already captured the betrayer, the greedy traitor, Honduras.
Why and how did the betrayer title shift to Leonardo?
"Do not listen to his words," cried a middle-aged man who shared a similar look to Winchester. The man turned to Winchester and bellowed.
"This man is not a man. He is a demon who is impersonating my brother.
My brother, the previous lord of the castle Winchester, is already dead.
This man is an imposter. Leonardo, Yellowgold, humanoid. Level, 86. HP, 1,720,000. Defense, 1,500. Note, the younger brother of Winchester."
This time, Brunos had arrived and brought along a large group of followers. He and everyone else had heard what Leonardo had just said and started to fall into a state of confusion. To their knowledge, demons were masters of deception. Winchester had been lost for a number of days.
It was hard to differentiate between the real and the fake. Winchester bellowed angrily.
He pulled out his sword and raised it up, high to the sky.
"I am me. Winchester Rain Alicane, son of Damian Rain Alicane.
The lord of Killua Castle and the whisperer of wind and fire.
Demon! Stop your foolish attempt.
We shall not be deceived by you."
Leonardo started down to Winchester.
"Not only you have killed my brother, you have the nerve to take up his face and to mock his name. My fellow citizens, warriors of Killua Castle, kill this demon and bring peace to my brother's soul." But both soldiers from both sides started to accuse of each other of siding themselves with the demon. Oblivious to the real truth, both sides stood at an impasse as they continued to throw slanderous words at each other.
Wei Yenair got annoyed and stomped her feet the ground. "You bloody idiots! Are you deaf?
That guy knows that he is exposed, which has led him to start throwing the blame to the other guy as a demon in disguise.
What are you still standing around for? Start killing already!" The little brat was just adding more wood to a fire.
Since she was just using pronouns instead of the actual person's name, both sides have just become more and more confused.
Winchester scoffed. "Leonardo, you and I are born with the same flesh and blood. You have always loved to have a quarrel with me at any occasion. However, you are fated to be a loser. You cannot win over me. Ever. You are my brother, and I can tolerate your wild ambitions, but this dream of yours to hand the castle and its people to the demons, that I shall not permit." Winchester took in a deep breath. "Come at me. None shall interfere.
We shall decide this ourselves."
"As you wish." "Demon," cried Leonardo with dignity.
From his tone and speech, he was careful not to confess to the identity of Winchester and would only address him as a demon.
Clang.
2 NPC rushed towards each other and parried each other's sword strikes.
Something is odd. How could this quest be an S rank when the boss is only a yellow gold tier?"
said Zhang as he sensed something was odd. The map he was in was not the same as the previous map that he had explored.
Yellow gold bosses were easy to defeat, and even having a violet platinum boss in the quest was not enough to qualify the quest as an S rank. If that was the case, then what's the real difficulty? Dummy dear. Why are you so reluctant to accept the truth? Couldn't the quest be a little easier, said Han Ingshui seductively. Zhang Yang frowned. It's not that I'm reluctant. I'm afraid that the quest might be harder than we think. Could there be a sudden change in the quest? Asked the party, as they stood by and witnessed the two bosses having a go at each other.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 377, Demon Portal. Chapter 377, Demon Portal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Both of them were cinematic NPCs, but Winchester was winning by a landslide. By the time Winchester had over 30% HP left, he had already managed to bring Leonardo down to his knees. Victory was just a sword slash away.
It looks like the quest was that easy, everyone agreed. Lord Wakala. Help me.
Out of a sudden, Leonardo cried in terror. Winchester scoffed and pointed his sword at Leonardo's throat.
Give up your foolish dreams, Leonardo. From the moment you raised your sword against humanity, you were destined to have this ending. Winchester lifted his sword up high. When his blades fall, Leonardo's head will roll. Boom! A cloud of black gas seeps out of Leonardo's body and formed a large hand that grabbed hold of the sword as it came down, stopping the blade from slicing off Leonardo's head. Winchester was shocked. He pulled back his sword and jumped back. Horror filled his face as he screamed, "This is demonic power. Leonardo! What have you done? You have brought a demon into the castle." Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As the situation had developed to this extent, Leonardo had no use to pretend anymore. He laughed loudly and said, "Winchester, I may never be an equal to you. You have always had the upper hand ever since we were kids. That is why I have kept a trump card against you. Lord Wakala, reap the fruits of your victory. Imbecile." A deep husky voice was heard out of Leonardo's body. To be accurate, the voice came from the necklace that he was wearing. Shirring. A black light blasted off the necklace and formed a portal. A pair of eerie red hands that looked like the claws of an eagle first reached out to grab the edges of the portal, followed closely by the face of a demon. Twin horns grew out of his forehead and a pair of bell-shaped eyes glowed with a dark flame. Ugh! The demon growled as he dragged his massive body out of the portal. He had a massive body, measuring over 10 meters. A dark, bloody red-colored skin and a pair of bat-like wings stuck out of his back. He also had a long devilish tail that was pointy at the end. Demon General Wakala, Violet Platinum, Demon. Level, 88. HP, 8,800,000. Defense, 2,500. When the demon appeared, it brought along a sickening aura that awakened inner anger, causing everyone to have a strong bloodlust. They could easily kill each other for the sheer fun of it. Until this point, the truth has not been clearer. Every NPC had pointed their weapons towards Wakala. Some were ready to start the fight, and some were trembling in fear. The demon glanced around the field, looking down at everyone as if they were nothing but rodents waiting to be crushed. He then turned to Leonardo and spoke in a deep demonic voice. "The portal is yet to finish. You imbecile. How could you reveal everything before that?" Wakala sighed disappointingly. 2 days. 2 days. You're such a bloody waste. Such a simple task, yet you could not do it properly. You're such a disappointment. Lord Wakala, I am not at fault here. It's all because Winchester had suddenly shown up. I can only do so much before. Excuses, said Wakala coldly. He then turned to Winchester and smirked. Winchester, did it ever cross your mind that you will be betrayed by your own brother? Thanks to him, I could infiltrate the castle. All of your defenses were for naught. Wakala laughed. But his laughter was accompanied by Winchester as well. Ha, you're so wrong, demon, you came here alone. Do you really think that you could defeat me? No matter how strong you were, you shall die right here and now. Right after I kill you, we shall prepare for a counterattack. Without you, we can easily eliminate the demon army. Such boldness. Ha ha ha. That is indeed a good plan. But, I seem to detect a major flaw in your plan of attack. That is, I will be the one who kills you instead, said Wakala with a sinister laugh. I had never attacked this castle, thanks to your magic cannons. But now, what can you use against me? Ha 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 ha. Furthermore, even though the teleportation circle has yet to be done and could not be used to do a mass transport, it could still be used at a limited capacity. Wakala then cast some sort of summoning skill. He thrust out his hands, causing the necklace that was hanging on Leonardo's neck to snap off and fly into his hands. Wakala murmured a few words and chanted a spell. The necklace glowed with a dark light and a black portal formed right beside him. In no time at all, a pair of blue-colored hands appeared out of the portal. Like pulling oneself out of a pool of mud, the pair of hands grabbed the side of the portal and dragged the blue body of a blue-colored floating apparition. Winchester cried out bravely, "Everyone! Destroy that portal! Do not let the demons into the castle, or many others will die." Ding! There has been a change in your quest, Hunt of the Evil. You must complete the following: 1. Kill Wakala. 2. Destroy the demon portal within 30 minutes. 3. Winchester must stay alive throughout the ordeal. If any of the conditions are not met, the quest shall be deemed a failure. Everyone in Zhang party received the quest changes notification. They were unable to move due to the quest cinematic sequence. Only now did they regain their mobility. Zhang immediately laid down the first command. I will tank the boss.
You guys attack the portal. If there are monsters, Endless Starlight, hold them off.
Roger. Everyone nodded.
Things had gone out of control. The boss had gained a buff, restoring 4% HP every second, that would last until the portal is destroyed. Even though Sun Xinu and the rest had immense firepower, they could not deal a strong enough damage to cause a drop of 1% HP every second to cope with the healing buff, even with Destructive Smash on him. They had to destroy the portal first.
As for Leonardo, he was simply sitting by the side.
Since he had been defeated by Winchester, leaving him with only 1 bit of HP left, he had been kneeling down by the sidelines. However, he had an invincible status effect which rendered unkillable. Zhang rushed to the front of the boss and got his attention with a Spear of Obliteration.
The quest demanded that Winchester is to remain alive.
Right then, Winchester had only over 30% HP left, which was over 500,000 HP. Facing the Violet Platinum Demon boss would put him in grave danger.
Human. Succumb to the power of the shadow. Wakala swiftly took out a pale silver axe and swung it hard towards Zhang. The blade of the axe cut through the air, giving out a scary whistling sound. Zhang tried his best to hold off the boss while diverting part of his attention towards the portal. What a troublesome boss. All Violet Platinum bosses are like that.
If he could, Zhang could pace himself and carry out the fight at leisure. The problem was due to the fact that the quest demanded the portal to be destroyed within 30 minutes.
30 minutes was a long time. An S-ranked quest wasn't that kind. The portal must have a monstrous amount of HP. Demon Portal, Tool. Level 1. HP, 50 million. Defense, 1000. Bloody hell. 50 million?
If it were just the rest of the party attacking, they would take roughly 20 minutes and more just to destroy the portal.
That was not counting monsters that will occasionally appear from the portal.
Since the party would need to invest a few seconds in defeating the monsters, they will be delayed by the monsters. There's no way that 30 minutes would be enough.
Now they understood why the quest was set to be S-rank.
Zhang frowned harder than he had ever frowned before.
Facing such a high HP portal, Dance of Heaven and Earth has lost its prowess.
How could they possibly damage a 50 million HP portal with just 100,000 damage?
F***CK it. Use all your ultis. Consume all potion that could increase your attack.
Use the E-Power Potion, even the ones with grade 10 transmutation.
Zhang ordered.
Everyone looked closely at the portal's HP and understood Zhang order. They knew that the quest had demanded them to perform beyond their limit. No one argued and took potions of their respective classes, and used skills that could increase their damage for a short time, and a bottle of Power Potion.
Beginner Power Potion, grade 10 transmutation, usable.
Use, increase 20% attack power.
Due to the transmutation effect, a 20% increase in attack power will be granted. Lasts for 15 seconds. Level requirement, 30.
As expected of a grade 10 transmutation, it had increased the potion effect by 100%.
Everyone braced themselves and used Dance of Heaven and Earth, without even thinking twice. -14000. -14000. -14000. Although Dance of Heaven and Earth was not a long-term skill, and could not have its attack increased by a player's equipment or other levels, it could be affected by buffs and debuff of the enemy. 9 players took their potions, increased their attack power to the best they can, and used Dance of Heaven and Earth. Zhang had even used Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. In just 10 seconds, the portal had received more than 2 million damage. However, the damage was done with 9 counts of Dance of Heaven and Earth, and 1 Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. Like a wooden sword, it cannot be used again after one simple sparring match. The rest of the NPC were restless, as they strived to destroy the portal as well. By then, the blue-colored floating apparition had managed to pull itself out of the portal. It immediately growled and attacked one of the NPC soldiers who was standing closest to it. Endless Starlight then kited the monster and attacked it, along with the rest of the party. The floating apparition was a level 85 elite tier monster. Once the number gets high, even Endless Starlight might have trouble tanking them. It's best to kill them as fast as possible. With haste, the team quickly turned the monster into grind meat, giving the party a tiny bit of experience points. When the first monster emerged out of the portal did not stop functioning. Instead, it immediately started to transport another monster. This time, it was an elite tier succubus. Zhang kited the boss as far away as he could, as Wakala would occasionally use Tornado Cleave, which will cause more than 20,000 damage to all targets within 20 meters away from him.
If the boss had not used the skill, Zhang Yang would not have kite the boss away, since no one else was attacking him. He could at least join the fight in destroying the portal and occasionally attack the boss to keep the aggro on him high. Despite that, Zhang Yang would throw a Spear of Obliteration at the portal every 10 seconds. Even though he could only deal over 3,000 damage to it, it was still damage. "Make haste, O demon's force," cried Wakala as he opened his hands wide. A black light ray blasted off his chest and onto the portal. Instantly, the portal gained a buff. Transport speed increased by 100%. The buff was as described. The speed of which the succubus emerged from the portal increased dramatically. Right then, more than half of her body had already come out. Zhang Yang leaped down from his bear and commanded it to attack the portal. His HP then dropped to a staggering 76,730. Still, he had no worries of being killed by the boss. Since the boss carried a recovery buff, having the bear with him would be like slicing water with a knife. It was a pity since the battle had started abruptly. Zhang Yang had no chance to swap his battle mount to the mythical turtle, or else he would have gained a tremendous boost of attack power. "Human! Give up! This world shall be ruled by the darkness. Bow down and surrender your fate to the shadow." Wakala kept on using the same provoking sentences to Zhang Yang as he attacked. "Do not falter over mere words, warrior. Demons are the race of deceit. Look at Leonardo. He has fallen to such a grade, for he had succumbed to the demon's temptation," cried Winchester in response. Zhang Yang laughed at Wakala and said, "Wakala, if you're willing to be my underling, I might even consider joining the dark side." "Foolish human!" Wakala bellowed angrily at Zhang Yang and smacked him with his massive palm. "Demon! Be gone!" "This is not your place," cried Winchester as he stopped attacking the demon portal and attacked Wakala with a quick jab of his sword. "Imbecile! With the power of darkness in my hands, you have but only to serve the greatness of it. Now, bow down to me." Wakala scoffed and hurled another palm towards Winchester. With a loud thud, the demon had managed to deal more than 16,000 damage on Winchester. If the quest had not demanded Winchester's survivability, Zhang Yang would not have minded having one or two more extra meat shields to take the boss attack. Instead, he could only coax Winchester to give up attacking. "Winchester, please lead the attack on the destruction of the portal. Let me handle it here. You had said it yourself, destroying the portal is the #1 priority." Winchester spat a mouthful of blood and wiped away some of it from his lips. He glared at Wakala disgruntledly and said, "Then, I shall take your word. Warrior, you must prevail. Until we have destroyed the portal, we shall join you to defeat this evil." Finally, this quest NPC could work for his life. Even though the speed of the portal transporting the demon was faster by twofold, it was not as fast as it seemed to be. Once it got out, they would be killed by Zhang Yang's party and the NPC soldiers around. Among their attacks, Winchester and Brunos were yellow gold bosses. Even though their remaining HP was so pathetic, their attack power was as strong as before. "Make haste, O demon forces!" Wakala bellowed again as he blasted another dark ray towards the portal, increasing its speed to 200%. As obvious as the sun in the sky, the buff could be stacked on indefinitely. If they do not destroy it as soon as possible, the speed of which the demons were transported will be increased to the point of no return. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 378, Destroying the Portal. Chapter 378, Destroying the Portal. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time is of the essence. Right now, time is a luxury none of them had. For each passing second was vital and could not be wasted on anything else. Zhang Yang's party had used their utmost best to damage the demon portal, and within 10 minutes, they had already dealt enough damage to hack down the portal to 56% HP. In the first 10 minutes, they had relied on their Dance of Heaven and Earth and Zhang Yang's Chaotic Dance of Electric Current to deal damage. Luckily, they were not greatly affected by the monsters that were coming out of the portal, but for every passing minute, the boss would turn around and send a dark beam to the portal, and cast a haste like buff on it to add 100% of its transport speed. At the beginning of the battle, everyone was able to pace themselves, with nothing but the portal to focus on. However, after 10 minutes, the party was beginning to struggle. Before they could kill the first demon, the second demon had already come out of the portal. If this piles up, there was no longer any meaning in defeating the monsters that come out of the portal. The monster would only keep piling up before they could even kill them, and eventually overwhelm everyone. Zhang Yang come to a final decision and said, "Ignore the monsters, let the NPC take care of the monsters. You guys handle the portal." Endless Starlight, attack the portal unless the monsters start attacking our own party member. If the number of monster exceeds your power, activate Vanguard's Aggression and Sacred Protection to protect everyone. Both Haning Shui and I will pair up to use Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew to clear everything.
Okay, boss. Everyone else nodded as well.
Even though the situation had indeed turned south, as long as Zhang Yang did not falter, everyone would follow and steal their mentality, as if Zhang Yang was their beacon of hope.
1, 2, 3, 18, 46 monsters. As the battle dragged longer and longer, the number of monster piling up in the field increased. Since the party did not spare any time to attack the monsters, causing the monsters to attack the NPC and forming a battle of their own. Occasionally, there will be a few escapees breaking off from the crowd and attacking the party members. Endless Starlight will then kite the monster away from the party and into the crowd of NPC soldiers. Whenever possible, he would lead them directly to Winchester and Bruno's, since the two yellow gold NPC had AoE attacking skills. As long as Endless Starlight could drag the monster into their attacking range, the NPC's attack will splash on them and the monster's aggro will be diverted to them instead. The number of NPC soldiers was extremely limited. Although they were also the same tier as the monsters, they could not endure the never-ending attack of the monsters that would only increase in numbers. When the battle entered the 20 minutes threshold, the NPC soldiers were nearly wiped out. The only survivors were just the two yellow gold boss and 7 soldiers that were at their limit. Boss! I can't handle this no more, cried Endless Starlight. Zhang Yang nodded and ran towards Haning Shui. Hey *TCH. Time for our show. Whoa! If only I can combine together with Noob Tank to make some skill. That would be so much fun, said Wei Yin Air enviously. Yin Air, what are you always tailing little young? Come and combine with me, said Fatty Han with a tease. No. Wei Yin Air rejected him instantly. Fatty Han sulked sadly and said, but, why? You're too ugly. Fatty Han kept quiet. Blizzard Sky. Lunar Stew. -5000. -5000. -5000. A storm of snow and gale engulfed the entire battlefield, damaging all monsters within the region, effectively killing them all. One by one, the elite-tiered demons dropped like flies, after a good aerosol spray. 30 seconds later, other than the 2 new demons that had just emerged out of the portal, the rest of the demons were completely wiped out. No! This cannot be! Wakala bellowed angrily. Despicable humans! I will crush you! I will obliterate you! The situation was so frantic that the party member had no time to be impressed at Zhang Yang's and Haning Shui's paired skill. While the skill was killing all the monster, everyone had dug deep into their very souls and started attacking as fast as they could. 8%. Which was 4 million HP. While there were still demons lurking out from the portal, the NPC soldier were all battered up. There was no hope in depending on them to suppress the incoming demons. The battle was at a crucial stage, nearing its end. Even though 8% was a small number, it would still require almost 2 minutes for the party to destroy it. In 2 minutes' time, how many demons would have already emerged out of the portal? If they could ignore the demons and solely focus on the portal, things might be a little different. Zhang Yang decided to act. Everyone! Focus on the portal. Let me handle the monsters from the portal. He then threw a spear of obliteration towards the monster that came out from the portal and shared the load of Endless Starlight and the NPC soldiers. As such, the amount of stress Zhang Yang had to handle now was immense. 2, 4, 10. More and more monsters were being dragged away by Zhang Yang. Just when the number is right, Zhang Yang activated all sort of skills, but Blast Wave, Thunder Strike, Heroic Leap. All status effect skills were unleashed, and none were kept on standby. When he was almost killed, he would restore himself with Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall auto recovery effect. He will stand strong. He will not fall. Until the end. 5%, 3%, 1%. Fight on, guys. We can do it. The portal is almost destroyed, everyone cheered. 300,000. 200,000. 100,000. Boom. As Wei Yin Air delivered the last strike, the portal crumbled into pieces of light which dissipated into nothingness. Oh yeah. Don't be too happy just yet. There's still monsters and the boss. Zhang Yang scolded the party as they started to cheer and forget about the battle they were in. They stopped cheering and started cleaning up the monsters on the field. Despicable. You have foiled what I have been planning for 3 years, bellowed Wakala after the portal was reduced to nothing.
As the flames grew larger and violent in his eyes, Wakala let out a deafening roar.
Death to all humans! Zhang Yang laughed.
You, who have been addressing us as nothing but imbeciles.
I shall give you one in return.
Your grand scheme, that you have planned for 3 years, had been foiled easily by a bunch of lowly humans.
Clearly, your level of intelligence is much lower than mine. Lost Dream laughed. Hey yo Zhang Yu. What's with you taunting the boss? Hee, to make it even.
Winchester walked up to the boss after defeating the last monster in the field and said, Wakala, you have nothing to support you now. I would like to see how do you plan to walk out of this castle.
Wakala cracked an evil smile and said, You think a few pests could stand up against a mighty demon general? What an egotistical demon.
Wei Yenair stuck out her tongue and swung her giant axe towards the boss, landing the first strike, after hitting him with, Charge, first.
Be gone to whence you came from.
Brunos drew his bow and fired arrows at the boss. He was a Wind Ranger, a class that was capable of both ranged and melee attacks. It was said to be a combination of both thief and hunter. Now that all the monsters were cleared, it's players and NPC against one boss. This time, the recovery buff on the boss had disappeared. He was nothing but a regular Violet Platinum boss, with a slightly higher attack and HP. However, facing Zhang Yang and his party, what was the use having a higher attack or HP? Wakala was nothing but a piece of meat waiting to be chopped down to bits. Right then, Zhang Yang was certain that the quest difficulty lay with the destruction of the portal. Now that they had accomplished that, the boss was nothing but a bonus that would grant them a few Violet Platinum equipment.
Jackpot. 90%, 80%, like an open hydrant, the boss HP dropped quickly.
The attacking team consisted not only of Sun Xinu, but also Wei Yenair and the others.
There were also the 2 yellow gold bosses, Winchester and Brunos.
With such a powerful force attacking, Wakala could only delay his inevitable death. Within 3 minutes, Wakala flapped his bat-like wings crazily, flying up a few meters in the sky before slamming down with a loud crash.
No! This cannot be. At the moment Wakala died, Leonardo stood up instantly.
He then screamed like a girl being surrounded by 10 hungry wolves.
Leonardo, what am I to do with my brother? Said Winchester, as he paced slowly towards Leonardo. No! Winchester! You are my brother. Your only brother.
You cannot kill your own blood and flesh, screamed Leonardo with panic and terror reflected in his eyes.
That's where you're wrong, kiddo.
My brother, Leonardo, has died, a long time ago, said Winchester with a solemn tone in his voice. He took out his sword and laid the killing blow. With that, all conditions of the quest were met.
Winchester walked back to the crowd.
He then flicked off the blood that was staining his sword before returning it to its scabbard. He bowed to everyone and said, Fellow adventurer, I give you my thanks for saving Killua Castle. You have saved the citizens of this castle from being engulfed in the shadows and ruled by the demons. I, Winchester, represent all people in this castle, and give you the utmost respect and gratitude.
Ding! You have completed the quest, Hunt of the Evil. Obtained 5 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained a reward, Titan's Necklace.
Besides Zhang Yang, everyone else was wearing a long smile on their faces.
The quest was extremely good, the equipment rewarded from the quest could be worn without having it identified. As such, the only equipment that Zhang Yang was lacking to complete the Titan set were the Titan gauntlets and Titan battle boots.
Winchester, please give the order to release Honduras. Zhang Yang had not forgotten to complete the other quest. That was his main purpose in coming here, in the first place.
Winchester nodded and spoke to Brunos. Brunos, please visit the dungeon and release Honduras from prison.
That man is not only innocent, he had also contributed to this victory.
Yes, my lord.
Zhang Yang hopped onto his bear and followed Brunos to the castle dungeon. With haste, the two of them arrived at the prison, where they met up with Honduras the traitor.
Warrior, you succeeded, said Honduras when he saw that Zhang Yang was with Brunos.
Zhang Yang did not look like he was being escorted back to prison, which gave Honduras hope of being released. Luck was on my side, said Zhang Yang with a smile.
Brunos then announced.
Honduras, Lord Winchester decreed that you are to be released from prison. You have risked your life to save Killua Castle. Your deeds shan't go unrewarded.
My lord will see to your reward.
Bless the gods.
Honduras smiled till his eyes were closed tight.
He then took out the keys to the prison and unlocked the door. That alone had angered Brunos to the extent that he could pull out his bow and unleashed hell on the man.
Oh! My baby daughter Adele. I'm coming back to you, said Honduras, as he slid out of the prison door.
Zhang Yang hurriedly chased after the man. He still owed him a millennial heroic soul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 379, Sword of Purging Devourer. Chapter 379, Sword of Purging Devourer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Honduras ran at such speed that Zhang Yang wondered that whether he was really true to his heart about meeting his daughter, or is that he wanted to actually skip town to get away from Zhang Yang. Luckily, Zhang Yang's mount could keep up with anything on 2 feet. No matter how fast Honduras ran, Zhang Yang was always able to chase after to him. He never had to worry about losing him. Honduras ran a good distance and turned back, only to see Zhang Yang was smirking at his futile attempt to flee. Finally giving in to his fatigue, Honduras panted and walked with a slower pace. He knows that no matter how fast he ran, he could never outrun Zhang Yang and his bear. His actions had only proved that he wanted to con Zhang Yang. The duo finally reached a town and went around a few streets before coming to a large building. Master.
Standing near the entrance were 2 gardeners. When they saw Honduras walking towards them, they exclaimed in surprise.
I'm back. Honduras nodded. Where is my daughter? Where is Adele?
The mistress is in the flower garden, sir, said the 2 gardeners in unison.
Oh. My beloved daughter Adele. Honduras rushed to the back of the mansion.
This time, he definitely missed his daughter. Zhang Yang pulled the reins and rushed to follow him. He crossed a small river inside the mansion and came to a large flower garden, with flowers of all kinds that radiated a perfume-like fragrant scent. The place was extremely grand and pleasant, like the Garden of Eden. At the side of the garden was a small stone pavement, with a small stone table and bench. Sitting sulkily alone was a beautiful little girl with lush, dark hair.
Adele, normal, humanoid. Level, 81. HP, 8100. Defense, 81. Adele. My daughter.
My baby girl, cried Honduras in a melodic tone as he rushed towards Adele with his arms wide open.
Father? Father. The sulky, solemn face disappeared, and was immediately replaced with relief and joy.
She jumped down from the bench and skipped towards Honduras.
With the father and daughter reunited, the long talk started immediately.
Questions about their health, places that they had been and other etc. popped out. For a minute, Zhang Yang was happy for the both of them. But that did not mean that they could just leave the man's savior standing at the side. Zhang Yang moved closer and coughed softly to remind them of his presence. Honduras ignored Zhang Yang's attempt and continued to have the father and daughter conversation with Adele. Zhang Yang had coughed even louder, yet Honduras continued to ignore Zhang Yang. On the other hand, it was Adele who took notice of Zhang Yang and broke off from her father.
I've heard. You're the hero that rescued my father. I thank you, honorable warrior Zhang Yu. Thank you for saving my father. You have my utmost gratitude. The honor is mine to have.
I am pleased to be able to meet such a beautiful young lady, said Zhang Yang as he bowed down. He then reassumed a rude stance and turned to Honduras.
Hey. Do you want to be called a lying traitor for the rest of your life? Where's my reward?
I'm an adventurer, a mercenary at best.
My service cannot go unrewarded. What a greedy bastard.
Honduras finally stopped pretending and revealed his true nature. Zhang Yang was troubled. He was called a greedy person by a dishonest traitor. How would Zhang Yang respond to that? In any means necessary, Zhang Yang put on a stoic stance and said, Honduras, you gave me your word. You will give me the millennial heroic soul in exchange of your freedom. I'd say, business is all about trust. You must really want to be a dishonest traitor for the rest of your life.
Humph. That's where you're wrong, said Honduras, ready to refute Zhang Yang's statement.
My words were for you to save me.
My freedom was granted by Lord Winchester. Not you. You have done nothing.
Zhang Yang could really faint from what he said. He had met a few people that he could not argue with, but to argue to this extent was extremely rare. Zhang Yang clenched his fist so tightly that he could swear that he could punch him right in his throat and be done with it.
He could simply ransack the entire mansion if he wanted to.
Instead, he pulled out his goblin's head lobber and smirked. Listen here, dishonest traitor, do you know the name of this axe? Said Zhang Yang with a heavy killing aura. What does it have to do with this matter? Said Honduras, unfazed.
HM. This axe is called the goblin's head lobber. I have beheaded a few monsters with this wonderful blade.
Now, I could easily kill a few monsters without much trouble.
Do you think I can behead a single human?
Hoping to scare Honduras, Zhang Yang brandished his axe in front of it. However, Honduras remained unfazed. It appears that Honduras was a man who willing to take a beating than losing his fortune.
Father, you have given your word to Mr. Zhang Yu. It's best for you to keep your word. Adele interjected.
She was slightly upset and nudged her father.
Have you forgotten about mother's words? That the most important virtue is honesty. Adele plea got through Honduras and he started to twitch and twist. My baby girl. Do you know how much did I spend to buy the millennial heroic soul? Honduras sighed heavily and turned back to Zhang Yang. Fine. I'll take it that you actually helped me out. I will give you a chance.
I spent over 20 million gold coins to buy that millennial heroic soul.
Now, you can have it for only half at the initial price. For 10 million gold coins, you have it.
You must know this, if it's not for my daughter, I would die before I lose 10 million gold coins.
10 million gold coins.
Even though there were 2 more territory had appeared, part of Thunderstorm Castle fees were earned from players that had reached level 50 and more. Since the number of player that travel in between maps had risen, the profits had only risen continually. Just on the travel fees alone, Zhang Yang had earned more than 1 million gold coins on daily basis. Honestly, it was not even hard for him to fork out 10 million gold coins. However, the main point was that there was no quest ever that had required a player to pay 10 million gold coins. It just meant that this NPC wanted to mess with Zhang Yang.
Father. Adele was already on the edge. I have seen the accounts.
That millennial heroic soul had only cost you 5 million gold coins.
F***CK.
He spent 5 million and plans to sell it for 10 million.
What a good trade. If it wasn't a cheat. Honduras nearly cried.
He turned back to Adele and patted her on the head.
Oh my sweet sweet Adele. Who are you supporting here? Ha 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 ha.
Zhang Yang laughed to a point where he was sure to have a stomachache.
Miss Adele.
I see that you're a girl of culture. In fact, if you succeeded over your father's business when you're a little older, you might actually be able to save your father from being called a dishonest trader.
Thank you.
Respected warrior, said Adele with a large smile on her face.
Honduras shook his head and sighed heavily. With that attitude, you would surely be losing business. Ayayaya.
I might as well live for only a few more years.
Fine. Warrior. You win. I give up. You can have the millennial heroic soul for free. Just promise me that you'll leave here and never come back. Don't let me catch you socializing with my baby daughter. Father.
Said Adele with a face blushed with the pink of a mildly abashed person. Honduras brought Zhang Yang into his mansion and towards a hidden chamber. There, he commanded Zhang Yang to wait outside as he went in to fetch the millennial heroic soul. He came out later with a red box, about the size of a regular shoebox.
Here. Take it. Inside this box is the millennial heroic soul. Now, leave. Don't let me catch you doing any funny business with my Adele.
Zhang Yang took the box off his hands and opened it. Inside the box, he examined the object that shared a similar appearance with a ginseng root. It was only 1 foot long and was entirely green. As he held up the millennial heroic soul, he could feel a powerful aura emitting from it.
Ding! You have completed the quest, Rescue Winchester. Obtained 3 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained an item, Millennial Heroic Soul.
During the time when Zhang Yang was arguing with Honduras, all the way to his mansion, and obtained the Millennial Heroic Soul, Han Shui and the rest of the party members had long left the castle and went to train their own levels. Zhang Yang got away from the mansion and headed towards the Altair Flatlands.
It's easier to go directly to Altair Flatlands from Black Feather Forest than to travel from Thunderstorm Castle.
That way, Zhang Yang would not have to waste a teleportation scroll, saving him a few gold coins in time. After a long ride, Zhang Yang arrived at Altair Flatlands and entered the dungeon, Pandemonium. Ever since the in-game time was altered, the dungeon refresh rate had remained loyal to the real time. A 20-man dungeon would take 3 days, real time, to refresh. It was 9 days in the game. Since the dungeon was not yet ready for other parties to raid, there were no monsters inside the dungeon when Zhang Yang entered the Pandemonium.
He ran effortlessly, all the way inside and towards Marjorie. Ho! Adventurer!
I see you have found the 2 items that I asked, said Marjorie, as she hobbled towards Zhang Yang with her magic staff which she used as a walking stick.
Scholar Marjorie. Yes. I have found them.
Zhang Yang took out the ancient magic stone and the millennial heroic soul, and passed the mysterious sword hilt to Marjorie. After she obtained all 3 items, she nodded as she examined the items.
These items are the right ones indeed.
Now, I will start channeling the spell to break the first seal. Adventurer, please be patient while I try to break the seal. She then held the hilt in her left hand while placing the ancient magic stone and the millennial heroic soul on a marble desk. She pointed her magic staff at the items on the desk and started chanting in some weird language. Without a word of warning, a bright, radiant light burst out of the ancient magic stone.
The bombardment of light was so blinding that Zhang Yang had to close his eyes shut and turn away. The entire process took close to 3 minutes. After that, the light started to dim down and eventually went out completely.
Zhang Yang turned back and saw that the ancient magic stone and the millennial heroic soul on the marble desk were gone. On the other hand, there was a 3-foot-long sharp sword, with a purplish glow in Marjorie's hand.
Ding!
You have completed a quest, the mysterious sword hilt.
Obtained 5 million experience points. Adventurer, please take this. This is the ancient godly sword of Purging Devourer. This sword contains the power of untold possibilities. I'm certain that this sword will be of much use to your adventures in the future, said Marjorie as she placed the sword into Zhang Yang's hands. Ding! You have obtained an item, Sword of Purging Devourer. Zhang Yang was extremely excited.
Although the sword's quest duration and length were not as long as the Dimensional Key Fragments quest, he had spent a great deal of time and had always looked forward to the reward. Sword of Purging Devourer, the mystery of the ancient legend, Violet Platinum, one-handed sword.
Weapon attack, 2219 to 2619. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 864. Special effect 1, consumes another weapon special effect. Can only be used once. Special effect 2, lowers the level requirement of the weapon by 10 levels. Note, unlock the first seal. Bound. Consumes another weapon special effect? What is that? Could it be that Sword of Purging Devourer could copy the Dark Enigmatic Sword skill? Furthermore, the sword was a level 90 sword. Yet, it could be worn right away at level 80. This would immensely support Zhang Yang as a low DPS guardian. The best of all, the Sword of Purging Devourer had only unlocked at the first seal. How much stronger would the sword be when the other seals are broken? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 380, The Search for the 6th Key Fragment. Chapter 380, The Search for the 6th Key Fragment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. What a load of surprise, ... Marjorie smiled kindly and said, Adventurer, I have discovered the means to break the second seal. For the next step, I need you to collect 3 items. They are Zinc Alloy, Dark Magical Fruit, and Light of Miracle. Ding! Marjorie has a quest for you. Breaking the second seal. Will you accept it? After breaking the first seal, the Sword of Purging Devourer was so strong that it could be a bug. If all the seals were broken, just how strong would the sword be? However, here comes the problem. Zhang Yang knew that all the items that Marjorie has just asked for can only be collected after Zhang Yang reaches level 100. It has been made clear that after breaking the second seal, the Sword of Purging Devourer would evolve into a mythical tier. If Zhang Yang could have guessed that, after breaking the third seal, the sword will evolve to ethereal tier, but even though the process of breaking the seal is troublesome, the end rewards would be outstanding. In the future, Zhang Yang would no longer need to swap swords between boss fights or regular monster fights. Without wasting much time, Zhang Yang readied the Dark Enigmatic Sword and activated the Sword of Purging Devourer special skill. You have activated the skill of Sword of Purging Devourer. Please select the weapon that you wish to absorb. Please be advised, the weapon that will be selected has to belong to you. The weapon that is selected for absorption will be destroyed in the process. Zhang Yang selected the Dark Enigmatic Sword in the pop-out. Ding! You have selected Dark Enigmatic Sword. The effect that will be absorbed grants a 2% chance to replicate a previous attack. The selected Dark Enigmatic Sword will be destroyed. Confirm selection? Confirm. Ping. A bright light burst out and the Dark Enigmatic Sword started to age and waste away as if time had sped up for 1,000 years. The sword then crumbled into many rusted pieces as the Sword of Purging Devourer glowed intensely for a brief second. Sword of Purging Devourer, the mystery of the ancient legend. Weapon attack, 2219 to 2619. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 864. Equip effect, grant a 2% chance to replicate a previous attack. Special effect, lowers the level requirement of the weapon by 10 levels. Note, unlocked the first seal. Bound. For the 3 items that Marjorie has asked for, Zhang Yang had little to no recollection of it. He knew the location of the items, but not the specific position or how to obtain them. He moved out of the dungeon and checked the quest log for a clearer explanation. Breaking the second seal, difficulty level, S. Quest description, you have obtained confirmation from Marjorie herself, the means of breaking the second seal. You can find zinc alloy at the skeletal spirit mining cave of the flatlands of the man-eating monster. You can find the dark magical fruit at the Gunma volcanic island of the Camaro Islands. You can find the light of miracle at the Sikri mountains of the Radiant Canyon. Progress, zinc alloy 0/1 dark magical fruit 0/1 light of miracle 0 to 1. As expected, no matter the locations, they were all located in the Chaos Realm, a place where a player can only enter after reaching level 100. Right now, there was no way Zhang Yang could complete it now. Zhang Yang sighed and calmed himself down. He then tore a piece of teleportation scroll and moved to Thunderstorm Castle. Even though the Sword of Purging Devourer had already been identified, it still lacked the necessary upgrade. The Sword of Purging Devourer still had 2 empty sockets and runestone enchantments. He then made his way to the gem shop and purchased 2, level 3 gemstone, and had them socketed in. After that, he requested Haning Shui for runestones and had the 2 new gemstones enchanted to 50% and 70%. After that, Zhang Yang replaced the Goblin's Head Lobber with the Sword of Purging Devourer. His basic attack power has increased from 2,914 to 3,334 to 3,863 to 4,263. A level 90 Violet Platinum Sword was strong. Today's Guild War had come to a conclusion and had produced the top 8 contenders. In 3 days, the final champion will emerge victoriously, and Zhang Yang hoped that Lone Desert Smoke would be the champion. However, as obvious as it seems, the Guild Wars competition was not as greatly welcomed as the Soaring Swords competition. Thus, the officials had not made any vigorous attempt at bringing up the heat of the competition. After this, the competition would not be held again. In the evening, Lone Desert Smoke faced Storm Riders. Under the guidance of Mountain Mover, Lone Desert Smoke sliced through the enemy like a hot knife through a butter. As they were not in the top 4 guilds, after 2 more battles, they would win the championship. Even though Mountain Mover had only joined Lone Desert Smoke for a few days, he had already gotten used to commanding the guild and made himself memorize all the members' classes and strengths, allowing him to craft up all kinds of countermeasures and attack strategies in the nick of time. Everyone was highly impressed by his ability and obeyed his commands as the word of God himself. This level of cooperation made Mountain Mover most pleased. A good soldier and a good strategist go hand in hand. All soldiers would want to work with a good strategist, and a good strategist would want to command a cooperative and powerful army. In this case, Mountain Mover was the good strategist, and Lone Desert Smoke the finest army that he could ever command. Even if he was to be chased away by Zhang Yang, Mountain Mover would plant his feet down in the earth, would never give up his soldiers. Unless everyone possesses a paired skill like Zhang Yang and Haning Shui, it was impossible to win a war, without a powerful and insightful strategist that could turn the tides of war with a simple plan. After Zhang Yang was done with the Guild War and the Team Battle League competition, Zhang Yang took his leave and rode towards the Snow Peach Mountain at the Black Feather Forest, in hopes of finding the 6th descendant of the 7 generals, Kilanka. The geographical landscape of Black Feather Forest was mostly flat, yet there were plenty of mountainous regions scattered all over the land. The Snow Peach Mountain was located at the northeast section of the entire map. As the name suggested, Zhang Yang could feel a cold breeze, accompanied by white snowflakes that slowly drifted in the wind. The quest logs had only revealed that Kilanka was located at the Snow Peach Mountain. As usual, a quest will never reveal the objective precise locations. Zhang Yang had to depend on himself to search for Kilanka. Zhang Yang had spent some wandering around the Snow Peach Mountain, and after half an hour, he saw 4 players grinding some monsters at a spot to his north. He was only slightly shocked to saw actual players grinding their levels here. Players that come to this map should not have any other motives, besides questing. It may not be level 80, but it should be at least level 77 or 78, and above. Yo! Warrior dude! Zhang Yan walked to the side to avoid confronting the lot. Yet, after walking a few steps, one of the players noticed his presence and called out to him. Zhang Yang stopped his bear and turned around. Among the 4 players, the one that had called out to him, waved his hands vigorously as he ran to his side. His IGN was Treasure Water and his class was a Sacred Knight. His guild was, he did not have a guild, as well as the other 3 players that were with him. Truthfully speaking, with their current level, they could easily earn a good position in any possible guild that would take them in. Thus, the reason why levels were so important in any given MMORPG.
Treasure Water was able to recognize Zhang Yang as a warrior due to him carrying a shield on his back, not to mention the presence of the rage gauge.
Zhang Yang smiled. Is there anything I can do for you?
Treasure Water smiled back kindly and said, sorry to bother you. Originally, we were a group of 5 players trying to do some quests here. We came across a boss and was about to defeat it when our tank had some matters to attend to, leaving us unable to defeat the boss. So, we wanted to come here to grind some monsters and be done with it.
Until we saw you.
Treasure Water gestured at Zhang Yang. I had never thought that we could stumble upon another player, and a tank at that. Since this place is as deserted as the Sahara Desert, we've actually given up on continuing the quest.
So how about it?
We ask of you to join our party and do the quest together and help us take on the boss.
Bro, I'm telling you, the quest reward is rather awesome.
Although Zhang Yang had no intention to sidetrack, the man had been rather friendly towards Zhang Yang and presented no hostility towards him. Zhang Yang felt that killing a boss might not take as long as it should, and he nodded.
All right. Count me in.
In a moment, a player called Thinking 5 Million had sent Zhang Yang a party invitation which Zhang Yang accepted in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah.
I was right, said a thief player named Blizzard General.
Wait a second. 111,260 HP. What the papa-pucking pickety-puck? Is this guy a player or a boss? Hey guys, Kindling had only over 20,000 HP. Have a load of this guy.
If I tell him that we found a tank that had over 100k HP, he will surely be asking us not to drink so much.
A player named Bleeding Tornado cried out. Zhan Yu. One by one, they took notice of Zhang Yang's IGN and were left dumbfounded. Treasure Water laughed and said, looks like I have unintentionally recruited China's #1 tank. China's #1 tank. So that's why he has such high HP. Whoa. You're already at level 82. You must be wearing a full set of yellow gold equipment. That explains the high HP. Bro, level 80 yellow gold equipments are only okay. He must be wearing violet platinum.
Everyone started to argue about the topic of equipment tier and HP bonus.
Zhang Yang smiled and clapped his hands hard to gain their attention. Guys. Are we going to discuss about equipment or are we going to kill a boss? Either way, I'm fine with it. I'm just saying. Ha 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 ha. You're cool, bro. You're cool. The
4 players were obviously good friends, like Zhang Yang, Han Shui and the rest of the party. As they talked and chatted about, Zhang Yang realized that they too were friends in real life. The team was led by Thinking 5 Million and reached to a flattened side of a hill. On the other side of the hill, everyone could see a gigantic, mechanical puppet that was attacking a large boulder with both its mechanical arms. Like an engine's pistons, the puppet's arms struck the stone with his fist with such force that the residual shock shook the entire mountain, sending tremors and quakes.
Optimus Prime, Yellow Gold, Mechanical Servant. Level, 85. HP, 1,700,000. Defense, 2,000.
Everyone stopped as Treasure Water tried to explain the situation to Zhang Yang. We had actually stumbled upon this quest when we were grinding some monsters.
We found an SOS bottle which was sent out by an NPC called Kilanka.
In the bottle, the message said that he was trapped at some place and requested to be rescued. The reward would be a fantastic ring, but in your case, I don't think that you'll even want the ring.
Zhan Yu. Kilanka?
Zhang Yang had never thought that this sudden encounter would only help him to find Kilanka.
While Zhang Yang was in his thoughts, Treasure Water shared the quest to Zhang Yang.
Someone help me, difficulty level, B. Quest description, you have incidentally found an SOS bottle in the stomach of a white deer. In the bottle, there was a map scribbled poorly, along with the word someone help me. You have traced the drawing of the map and found the target was located at Snow Peach Mountain of the Black Feather Forest.
Brave warriors. Heed the call and save a man in need. Be advised, the quest is likely to be dangerous. Progress, rescue Kilanka 0 to 1. Quest reward, Ring of Grandiose. Ring of Grandiose, Yellow Gold, Ring. Vitality, plus 67. Strength, plus 27. Equip effect, absorbs 7/4 damage on attack. Level requirement, 80. Zhang Yang was right. The quest was about Kilanka, the 6th descendant of the 7 generals. One thing that he agreed with Treasure Water was that Zhang Yang had no interest in the ring reward. After all, both of his current rings were of level 80 Violet Platinum tier. Zhang Yang did not swap out the mythical turtle and had used the gold-eared Bear King to take on Optimus Prime. Before Zhang Yang had come in, Treasure Water's party did not have a tank, thus, even though they had a healer in the party.
They knew that the boss fight was out of their league. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, was a special case. Alone, he could easily overpower the boss. Now that he was in a party, the extra damage of the mythical turtle could be foregone.
3982.
Zhang Yang tossed a spear of obliteration to gain the boss's aggro and dealt a strong amount damage that had left the rest of the party member flabbergasted.
Are you sure that he is a guardian? From the looks of it, he could be a berserker with a shield.
Yeah.
He's right.
Zhang Yu's spear of obliteration basic damage was already at 4,000. That means his weapon damage has already reached beyond 4,000.
What power, ha!
Kinling will surely be jealous to the high heavens when he sees how powerful this tank is.
Yeah.
Everyone laughed and cheered, yet none of them slacked in their attack. Everyone was cooperative and performed their roles of their character classes. The boss took the attack from Zhang Yang and turned his entire metallic body towards him. When he turned to face Zhang Yang, everyone could see a number of holes on his chest and body. It appears that if Optimus had gone through numerous battles, the original blue and red color scheme on his metallic body was mostly dyed in rust black. One of its arms was in such a bad shape that it looked like it could fall off any time. Black oil was spilling off his damaged arm like blood. With one fully operational arm, Optimus attacked Zhang Yang, making loud metal clanking noises as the arm thrust towards him. In the name of high heavens and the gods above, kill that bucket of rust. Whilst attacking the boss, a voice suddenly rang out from the bottom of the pile of rocks and dirt. Zhang Yang turned his head quickly and glanced through. In the small gap of the rocks, he saw a man's head.
Kulanka, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 82.
HP, 9,999/82,000.
Defense, 450. The NPC name tag was green.
That only meant that Zhang Yang cannot resort to brute force to get the key fragment. The battle started for a while now, yet Optimus had not made any speech besides the loud, annoying metallic crashing sound at every movement. Since the start, Optimum had only attacked the party with its fully functioning arm. Every time the metallic arm crashed onto Zhang Yang, it would send a mini quake to the ground, making it hard to stand firm. Still, no matter how bombastic its movement of how awesome the after effect it made, a yellow gold boss will forever be at a yellow gold level difficulty. Zhang Yang had not trouble to deal with a violet platinum boss, what more a yellow gold?
Within 2 to 3 minutes, the boss crumbled down into a pile of mangled scrap metal.
At the moment the battle was over, the party checked on their damage report and found that Zhang Yang had contributed 42% of the entire damage output.
It was close to half.
The rest of the 3 attacking class player had to feign ignorance to this fact, or it will be extremely shameful to face Zhang Yang. Treasure Water was the only player who did not bother to check the damage report, as he was a healer since the beginning of the game. It had become a habit for him to not be bothered about damage. Everyone was so impressed at Zhang Yang, and was praising him for having the ability to take on the boss single-handedly. For them to be nearly bystanders, they were extremely satisfied to have the ring as the reward and wanted Zhang Yang to claim all the battle loots. Now that is what they say, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, don't be that way. If it weren't for you guys, I would not have killed any boss in the first place. Since everyone is part of the party, let's skip the formality and move on to the sharing. I'll have you know that you guys had saved my *SS big time.
I was here originally to find this NPC Kulanka.
If it weren't for you guys, I'd be wandering like a fool around the entire Snow Peach Mountain before I find this bugger.
How about this? I'll take one equipment and you guys take the rest? Seems fair?
Everyone exchanged a happy look and nodded their heads. It's extremely hard to find someone as kind and generous as Zhang Yang these days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 381, The Return of Megatron. Chapter 381, The Return of Megatron. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Zhang Yang had proactively taken only a pair gray-silver boots and moved to one side. Treasure Water and his friends had understood Zhang Yang's good intentions to give them all the equipment and felt extremely grateful for his actions.
Unlike Zhang Yang, they had high demands of yellow gold equipment. Hey guys?
Could you speed things up at the part where you're supposed to help me? Cried Kulanka. During the boss fight, the boss had not crushed the spot where Kulanka was stuck. The attack from the boss had only managed to loosen the land around and made the small hole into a long crack in the earth. However, the gap was only as large as his head and Kulanka could only stare from the inside. Zhang Yang and the rest of the party member went towards the gap and forcefully pulled Kulanka out by his hands.
My word. I am but an old man.
You, young lads, could have been a little gentler with me, said the 60-years-old man. Although the man was already an old textbook, he was in amazing shape. He must have been a strong man when he was younger.
Kilanka dusted the dirt on his clothes and turned to the party. Still, I am grateful. Thank you for saving me from that wretched giant robot there. Ding! You have completed a quest, someone save me. Obtained 1 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained an item, Ring of Grandiose. Even though Zhang Yang had treated the ring as another item that was meant to be tossed into the little merchandise shop, Treasure Water and his party treated it very much differently. Besides Zhang Yang alone, the rest of the party were smiling happily as if they had just won the lottery, while Zhang Yang had just drawn a dud. While the party was chatting about the reward they had just obtained, Kilanka walked towards the boss' dead body and pulled out a glowing crystal forcefully from Optimus's chest. Hey! You guys seem strong. Would you like to help me on some errands? I will reward you handsomely. What about it? Thinking 5 million, replied Kilanka immediately. The first quest reward was already a yellow gold ring, how would the next reward be after escalation? Kilanka smirked. I need you to travel to the Crumbling Valley and search for a similar mechanical servant, called Megatron. Take this energy crystal and revive him, and bring him back here, but... Ding! Kilanka has a quest for you, revive Megatron. Will you accept it? Everyone accepted the quest without thinking twice. Revive Megatron, difficulty level, C. Quest description, Kilanka wants you to find the deactivated Megatron at the Crumbling Valley. Use the energy crystal that Kilanka has given you to revive the mechanical servant and lead the machine to Kilanka. The Crumbling Valley is located to the north of Snow Peach Mountain. How weird. The subsequent quest was lowered to C tier. However, Zhang Yang did not give it much thought of it. He also did not care about the quest reward. The most important reason was that he only cared about triggering the quest that would lead him to the dimensional key fragment. By any means, it's best to complete the quest and let it run its course. Zhang Yang and the rest of the party summoned their mounts and took off. By then, the drop rate of a battle mount was still a scarcity. Among the 4 merry friends, only Blizzard General had a battle mount, the rest of the party only had normal mounts which were available for purchase at level 40. After descending down Snow Peach Mountain, the party headed north, and after 20 minutes of traveling, they arrived in a cold, abandoned valley. Everything around the valley spoke of the aftermath of a great war. Rocks, pebbles, and a barren landscape illustrated the great history of what that had occurred there. Crack! As the party moved forward, a skeletal monster broke out of the earth and bared its fangs towards the party, displaying hostility. The skeletal monster was completely battered. Just like the Crumbling Valley, the monster had broken bones, tattered wounds, rotting flesh, and many other features that had given off a feeling of ancient war. Tattered Skeleton Soldier, Elite, Spectre. Level, 84. HP, 84,000. Defense, 450. Up till this point, Zhang Yang had finally felt the annoyance of Spectre monsters. Anywhere he went, they would surely be a nuisance and would not let him be. Zhang Yang unsheathed the new sword he has just obtained and sliced the enemy with a clean downward slash. At the same time, his shield was held up high and had blocked off another monster attack. -3 989 normal attack. -4 246. Shield bash. Although they had already witnessed Zhang Yang prowess from the boss before, they had not yet gotten used to seeing such a devastating damage coming from a player, and a guardian at that. Boss Zhang Yu, how are you able to deal such high damage? That was just a normal sword attack and shield bash, correct? Kindling, that SOB had only managed to deal 1,500 damage with his shield bash. How are you? What did you do? Everyone asked. After having interacted with Zhang Yang for a short period of time, all 4 friends had already fallen for Zhang Yang hard. One by one, they started calling him boss and big bro. From the manner of their conversation, Zhang Yang recognized that they and the unknown player called Kindling Justice were second-year high school students who were living together in a dorm. From the way they address each other, Zhang Yang knew that they shared a strong bond with each other. Naturally, they would be playing together. Zhang Yang posted the properties of the Titan chestplate into the group chat, explaining why Zhang Yang's shield bash was so strong, as if he had permanently triggered a critical strike. All 5 of attacked simultaneously and killed the tattered skeleton soldier. I have been meaning to ask, why haven't you guys joined a guild? You do know that joining a guild will grant you some extra bonus experience points? Zhang Yang asked. He had judged and evaluated these 4 players, and felt like they possessed some sort of prowess to them. We did. But most of them were really strict. That's why we left. For the past few months, I think we had already joined and left at least 13 guilds? Guys? Nah, at least 16. Bro, I think we've nearly hit 18.
Zhang Yang started to twitch. Even though Zhang Yang would agree that there were a few guilds that were famous for being extremely strict, but quitting 18 guilds would only prove that these lads were a problem.
With that thought, Zhang Yang was a little worried and never mentioned anything else about guilds.
The party went on and encountered many more skeleton soldiers which dropped some gold coins, experience points, and occasionally, a few equipment.
Which was nice.
The party killed their way quickly and entered the deepest part of the valley. Deep in the valley, there was a huge lake. The lake was extremely calm and clear, yet in the center of the lake was a huge mechanical servant's head. One of the mechanical eyes was blackened while the other was clear, yet dark. The head alone was big enough to be a house or a restaurant. Zhang Yang stood closer to the edge and could make out the rest of the massive body of the servant through the crystal clear water.
Are we supposed to revive that thing? Everyone asked. Since there were no name tags nor any clue to indicate its name, everyone could not be sure that it was Megatron. Let's try it out, said Zhang Yang. He then summoned out his mythical turtle. Whoa! Boss! Is that an underwater mount? You even had that? Treasure Water cried out in amazed. But when everyone saw the tier and the mount's HP, they could not say another word. These guys had yet to even battle a Violet Platinum boss, and yet Zhang Yang was already riding a Violet Platinum mount. No wonder people will always say that there will always be someone better than you. Zhang Yang hopped on the mythical turtle and jumped into the water. Like an arrow, Zhang Yang shot towards the massive servant and headed towards the head. He then aimed at the broken eye and shoved the energy crystal in it. Boom! A powerful shockwave blasted out in all directions, sending the waters off the lake. The shockwave continued and created a huge tidal wave that dried the lake. Not just the lake, in fact, the entire valley started to vibrate and shake in a dangerous manner that sent stone and dirt off the top of the peaks. As if they were standing on a woman's vibrating dildo, their vision started to degrade tremendously, unable to focus on anything or anyone. I think, one of them screamed, trying to overlap the massive loud noise. I think something is about to happen. You think? Even a blind person could see that. Idiot. How would a blind person see? While the four of them were busy having their menial argument, the gigantic servant glowed with an intense brightness, creating an even more violent surge of shockwaves. Boom, dot. With an even bigger shockwave, the servant's eyes glowed like a miniature sun that was too blinding to see, even when they had already squeezed their eyes shut. Shush! The servant stood up, creating yet another massive tidal wave that lowered the water level of the lake by several meters. Thud! 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 The servant got out of the water and moved towards the land. Water droplets the size of a pickup truck splashed down from above. The light in its eyes dimmed down and turned into a blood-red color. After standing still for only a few seconds, it turned its head to a certain direction and started moving toward it. Megatron, Alien Lifeform, Yellow Gold, Mechanical Servant. Level, 88. HP, 1,760,000. Defense, 2,600. Alien Lifeform? What is that? Does that mean that this machine was from outer space? Everyone exchanged a worried look. This contraption could have weighed a few million tons, easily, judging from the massive quake it made every time it took a step. If it does not listen to the party, how do they bring back the servant back to Kilanka? By the time they were thinking of a method to draw its attention, Megatron had already covered a good distance away from the party. Everyone summoned their mounts and chased after it. Luckily, the direction where Megatron was moving towards was where Kilanka was, and only then did the party relax. Although Megatron movement speed was extremely fast, like nothing Zhang Yang had ever seen, they were still able to chase after it since the body of the servant was extremely huge, allowing Zhang Yang to see its figure, even though they were left far behind. By the time Zhang Yang had returned to Snow Peach Mountain, they were surprised at the sight of Megatron standing still at a place, completely motionless as if someone had hit the shutdown button. When Zhang Yang approached closer, he could see Kilanka was already climbing onto its shoulders with a big smile on his face. "You're late," cried Kilanka. He then did something to Megatron's chest plate and the servant's chest opened like a cockpit in the all-time famous, Japanese iconic symbol of mechas, Mobile Suit Gundam. Kilanka jumped towards the cockpit and entered the contraption. "Sorry, there's some trouble along the way," said Zhang Yang from the top of his head. Thinking 5 million immediately cried out, "Yo! We have brought Megatron back. What about our reward?" Ha 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 ha. Kilanka laughed maniacally. "What a bunch of stupid adventurers. Are you daft?" Kilanka then went into Megatron and closed the hatch.
A robotic voice echoed out of Megatron, "I merely gave you a few scraps and you're as obedient as a dog."
Did you really think I would be that generous? Ha 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 ha. Do you think I would even care about a few obnoxious adventurers?
I had only used you to help me obtain Optimus Prime's energy crystal and travel to the dangerous land of the Crumbling Valley to revive Megatron. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 382, Foil the Plan. Chapter 382, Foil the Plan. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. F***CK. What a sh**TTY NPC, cried Bleeding Tornado.
Even though the NPC had obviously turned against the player, his name tag was still in the color of green. Zhang Yang and the other players could not attack him just yet.
Zhang Yang tried to trigger something to initiate the battle.
Kilanka, just what is that servant?
Ha 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 ha. Now, that is the question I wanted to hear. His sinister laugh echoed through the cockpit.
This machine is a living mechanical being that came from outer space.
For it possesses an immense power, strength, and the ability to transform.
According to my extensive research, these aliens were divided into two factions. They are the Autobots and the Decepticons.
The previous enemy that you had just defeated for me was the leader of the Autobots. He was the last of his kind. It was a pity that when I had revived him, he was still conscious and I was unable to control him. Kilanka continued.
It was only later when I had found the body of Megatron, the fallen Decepticon. At the same time, I had also found out the hidden secret of controlling these mechanical servants. I had used that method and cast a spell on the body of Megatron which will allow me to control him after his resurrection.
Kilanka started laughing maniacally.
However, the only energy crystal was already used on Optimus Prime, and without it, I could not revive Megatron. Never had I thought that the leader of the Autobots was so strong that he had trapped me in the earth. That is, until you fools had freed me from my peril.
Now that I've said it, I should be thanking you for it. Not only have you freed me, you have also brought me Megatron.
Zhang Yang had been bamboozled by the system again.
Kilanka was a typical villain.
After gaining massive power or the means to topple the hero, he will start monologuing, revealing all his plans to everyone as if he would have died if he had not.
Do you know why did these mechanical servants had come to our world?
They were here to search for a power source called the Allspark, an ancient artifact that could create mechanical life. Be it the Autobots or the Decepticons, they were both born from the power of the Allspark. To think that the precious treasure had fallen into our world.
Ha ha.
Now that I have gained control of Megatron, I could finally start searching for the Allspark. I shall use the power of the ancient artifact to create an indestructible army to dominate the world. I shall reform the Earth as to how my ancient ancestors would want.
Ah. Blizzard General clapped his hands as he had an epiphany. Transformers. I see it now. D*MN. It's Optimus Prime and Megatron.
How could I have forgotten about them, cried Treasure Water.
How nostalgic. How many years has it been since they had made the last movie?
Everyone started to discuss the years when they had watched the movies and the cartoon animation of the Transformers series. I, Kilanka, must thank you for your contribution to my conquest.
Now, you can die without having any regrets.
Kilanka bellowed and the name tag Megatron turned red.
Ding. The quest, Revive Megatron, has been deleted. Ding. You have received a quest, Foil the Plan. Foil the Plan, difficulty level, B. Quest description, Kilanka has managed to gain control of the alien mechanical lifeform, Megatron. Planning to search for the ancient artifact Allspark, Kilanka wants to dominate the world by creating an army of mechanical servants. Warrior.
You have to stop his plans and save all of life's creations. The fate of the world lies in your hands. Progress, defeat Megatron 0-1, kill Kilanka 0-1.
Everyone's quest log suddenly popped out and displayed a change in their original quests.
Zhang Yang had not cared about it one bit, as long as he could kill Kilanka and obtain the dimensional key fragment from him forcefully.
Guys, roll out.
Zhang Yang laughed at his own attempt at mimicking Optimus Prime's voice and battle call.
Submit to the power of the Decepticons, cried Kilanka from the inside of Megatron chest.
The movement of the giant mecha was rather rigid and slow, which automatically told everyone that Kilanka was just a novice at piloting the machine.
He then controlled Megatron's arm and thrust it towards Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang raised his shield to intercept the attack. With a loud crashing sound, Zhang Yang was pushed deep into the ground, making a meter-sized crater from where he was standing. Right then, Zhang Yang's strength was already off the charts, yet he had still been pushed back.
With all the power he had, Zhang Yang forcefully repelled the attack and managed to parry Megatron's massive metallic arms back. Ho, impressive. I have never assumed that you possess such brute strength. However, could you hold up forever with a mechanical servant? Cried Kilanka as he taunted Zhang Yang. The machine then drew back its arm and thrust another punch at Zhang Yang. 5-978. The attack had landed on Zhang Yang and dealt only 5% of Zhang Yan long 100,000 HP. The rest of the party did not stand by in awe, instead, they started their attack as soon as they had the chance. Everyone upheld their class roles: attackers attack, healers heal. Ugh! Annoying pests. Death be upon you lot. Kilanka growled and left Zhang Yang be. He then moved Megatron towards Blizzard General and smashed him with the massive mechanical palm. 12-073. When the massive damage dropped on Blizzard General, he panicked. Colors started to fade from his face as he has just realized that he had lost close to 1/3 of his HP. He managed to survive, as he was riding on a gray-silver battle mount, or else he would have lost more than 50% of his original character HP. After one attack on Blizzard General, Megatron left him and switched his target to thinking 5 million. Similar to all his previous attacks, Megatron smashed him with his massive palm. Something was odd. The battle with Megatron was extremely different compared to any other battle that any player had ever encountered. The boss seemed to be immune to the aggro system. It will attack anyone, and anytime he wanted. Based on damage alone, Zhang Yang would take the lead in rank and position. Also, as a guardian, the amount of aggro generated by him would have made sure that no one in the party could ever OT. However, the situation now begged to differ. They checked the aggro list and found out that everyone's aggro value was changing faster than a traffic light could. Even when those players had not made any attack on Megatron would have their aggro surged up to the maximum, whereas Zhang Yang, who was attacking furiously from the start, had his aggro value dropped to the lowest. Was there a bug in the system? Zhang Yang could not help but think of an explanation. Megatron is just a servant. Who he attacks is determined by Kilanka. Since Kilanka is hidden inside the machine, he could not take damage, and would not have his aggro controlled. He can freely attack whoever he wants. The rest of the party started to panic when they heard Zhang Yang's explanation. Zhang Yang quickly added, Blizzard General. Use, vanish, and leave the battle. Do not think of continuing the fight. The three of you. Hide behind me, I will try to move around to prevent Megatron from attacking you. Ho ho ho. Feel the power of Megatron. Kilanka taunted. Think about it. No sooner after this, I will create more soldiers just like this. I will create an empire far larger than the Imperial Heavens Empire. No matter who it is, be it the specters, the demons, humans, all demi-humans alike shall bow down to my reign. Poof. Just because you have obtained a little bit of power, you think you can rule the world with it? Zhang Yang scoffed. This Megatron contraption was just a yellow gold boss entity. Even if Kilanka could create a million more like it, a celestial tier boss could easily wipe everything out of existence with just a lift of its finger. Even Princess Serena, a mythical tier entity, could easily wipe out every living being in the land with her sword. I am the descendant of the mighty Louis Comte Wiki. I will recreate, I will make a new glorious empire, far better and stronger than any empire had ever existed. My name shall forever be etched in the walls of history. Kilanka screamed as if he was greatly offended by Zhang Yang's menial scoffs, which led to several consecutive attacks on Zhang Yang. Shun, I know now why people say that a tank must have an annoying, punchable face. Big bro Zhang Yu is sure as strong. Not only does he have the skills, but he also has a face that could endure a good punch, but... Ha ha. Yeah. He could grab the boss aggro when the boss had no fixed aggro to begin with. Go Zhang Yu. Guys, it's not just the face. Big bro Zhang Yu has also a poisonous mouth that could literally make any person, in this case, the boss, angry. As expected from Zhang Yu boss. Go Zhang Yu go. Everyone slapped Zhang Yang on the back enthusiastically, which left him wordless. If he could, he would have paused the fight for a while to give them all a good slap on the face before continuing the fight. No wonder these guys have always been jumping guilds. It was probably because of their loud blabbering mouths. Perhaps, a good number of players were sick of them. Stop yapping. Attack the boss. Due to Zhang Yang's consistent verbal insults on Kilanka, the boss had only attacked him. From the looks of it, verbal assaults were especially effective at gaining aggro, since Kilanka is a man of pride. He thought highly of his own ancestors and would never accept insults to them. Now that most of the aggro was on Zhang Yang, everyone else could lower their guard a little and attack the boss. Truthfully, Zhang Yang could easily take on the boss without a hitch.
However, now that the other party members had joined the fight, he would have to play his role of the tank and protect his teammates. Instead of improving the battle, their presence in the battlefield had only affected Zhang Yang's performance. Still, it was only this special boss. In just 3 minutes, Megatron HP was cut down to only 100,000.
No. No. This cannot be. Kilanka started to panic. Impossible. It's not possible. You could not defeat me. You would not defeat me.
It's time to face reality, Kilanka said, thinking 5 million with confidence.
Everyone else laughed at his taunt.
Just when the rest of the team wanted to pitch in their share of insults, a sudden loud noise was heard.
1.
A sudden blow in the one eye of Megatron shone and its entire mechanical body stopped, as if the machine had just run out of power.
GRAH. Move. Move and kill these bastards for me. Piece of trash. I revived you. Move.
Aren't you but nothing but a piece of rusting tin can? Kilanka's voice could be heard from outside the cockpit.
Immune. Immune.
The party had not stopped attacking even when the machine had stopped moving. However, their attacks seemed to have no effect on the machine. Their attacks were only responded with the word immune as they attacked.
Megatron opened its mouth and cried, "None shall insult the great Megatron."
The chest plate hatch opened and revealed Kilanka inside the cockpit.
Megatron forcefully grabbed Kilanka from inside and tossed him to the ground. "I am Megatron," cried the machine as it extended out its arm and legs.
He then stomped on Kilanka and bellowed, "I am king.
I am the strongest. No one can control Megatron." Qua.
Kilanka spat blood as he was being stepped on. A sudden ding was heard and a silver piece of metal fell off his body. Zhang Yang focused on the item and realized it was the dimensional key fragment. Just when he was about to move towards it, he realized that he was frozen in place. He had been forced into a cinematic scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 383, Search and Destroy the Allspark. Chapter 383, Search and Destroy the Allspark. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Dimensional power, said Megatron as he noticed the key fragment.
He then held out his palm, and the key fragment somehow moved on its own and flew into his palm, as if Megatron had the power of telekinesis, despite being a mechanical being.
Marvelous. With this power of dimensional travel, I can finally complete my search for the Allspark.
Beware my words, Earth dwellers.
For now, I am wounded. You shall live for another day. But I will be back. And I will lead an army to dominate this pathetic world. Beep beep boop ching clang. The mechanical servant transformed and folded itself into the shape of a jet.
He then took off at an intense speed, leaving the airspace with a loud sonic boom and disappeared in the air. Megatron flew like a jet, but would be possible to chase after him with a flying mount.
However, right now, there were nothing Zhang Yang and the rest of the party could do but stare blindly at the Megatron leaving, with only a fraction of his HP left, with the dimensional key fragment at that too. Everyone regained control of their character only after Megatron had disappeared. Ding!
Megatron has obtained a piece of the dimensional key fragment.
He will use it to complete his search for the Allspark. His intention to the entire land is not but dire threat. Warrior! You have to stop him. Ding!
You have accepted the side quest, Search and Destroy the Allspark. Search and Destroy the Allspark, difficulty level, S. Quest description, Zhang, you must search and locate Megatron before he locates the position of the Allspark and summons an army of mechanical soldiers. You have to find him and kill him. The Allspark must be destroyed in order to foil any future threats to the land. Tips, dimensional key fragments will resonate with each other. Progress, destroy the Allspark 0/1. Zhang Yang was stunned. He quickly turned to the party and asked, "Have you guys obtained any new quests?" "Nope," said the guys with a straight face.
Zhang Yang finally understood what was happening.
The side quest that had just triggered was only given to players with the original quest, Meteor Sword. For any other player, the quest would be concluded as soon as they were done with the quest Foil the Plan. As for Megatron and the Allspark, if he had directly tried to invade any major city, he will be killed instantly without any chance of resistance. There are many other celestial tier bosses in each of those cities.
Kilanka had received a major strike from Megatron, but he had not died just yet.
From the looks of his HP bar, he was just one clean sword strike away from being sent to the graveyard. Wrenching in pain, Kilanka spat out a mouthful of his own blood while still monologuing on his own. Impossible.
There's no way.
I've worked for more than 10 years for this. I will never accept this ending.
Never. Oh.
Just die already, cried Blizzard General as he laid down the final blow, successfully ending Kilanka's life.
Ding. You have completed the quest, foil the plan. Obtained 3 million experience points.
Zhang Yang sighed at the reward the quest had given. Nothing but a luxurious amount of experience points was the least of what they had expected. The four merry friends cried all sort of insults at the dead body of Kilanka, cursing him to come back alive so that they could beat the crap out of him again. The game utilized some sort of player's lens perspective. In cases where an NPC had died, the player who had just completed the quest will never again see him. If the quest did not belong to a hidden quest or a special quest, other players could still trigger the quest, but not the same player that had already completed it. Kilanka was just an elite tier monster. Naturally, he would not drop anything special but a few silk and coins. Zhang Yang had not even bothered to look at the drops, lest being the other four players. Zhang Yang opened the world map and noticed a small blimp at the northern part, far from where he was. Even though it was far away, this was the first time a quest had provided the location for where Zhang Yang needed to go next. Zhang Yang jumped on his white bear, bid everyone goodbye and rode towards the bleep on the map. After riding for at least 2 hours or so, Zhang Yang left the grassy plains and found himself in a huge wasteland, covered in ice and snow. Not far from where Zhang Yang stood, he saw a huge hole. Zhang Yang approached the hole. Immediately, he had a bad intuition, and tried to test the depth of the hole by throwing a piece of rock into it and waited. He waited and waited until God knows how long, but there was no sound of the rock reaching the bottom of it. If Zhang Yang did jump into the hole, he would probably be jumping straight to the domain of Lucifer. At least, Zhang Yang had a way to prevent death, for he had the skill of the Heart of the Death Knight, which would grant him 10 seconds invincibility to nullify even falling damage. But the main problem was the fact that the hole devoid of light. There was no way for Zhang Yang to even know if he is about to reach the bottom. Jump? Don't jump? Or jump on another day? Zhang Yang kept on contemplating hard. He then thought to himself, right then, it was impossible for any player to possess any flying mount. As far as the system goes, it would never allow a player to jump to their death, when clearly the situation calls for it. If that was the case, then, could there be a lake at the bottom of this bottomless pit? Zhang Yang ruffled his hair into a mess. Frustrated at his indecisiveness, Zhang Yang made sure that there was no one around the area before he let out a frustrated scream. F***ck it. Zhang Yang said. If he dies, then so be it. It's not like he would lose any experience points or level. A mere 10% loss of equipment durability is nothing. It's not like it would burn his pocket to fix them anyway. Zhang Yang unsummoned the bear and took a deep breath. Leroy Jenkins. Zhang Yang screamed as he jumped into the hole. The sound of the wind brushing across his ears was so loud that he could not even hear his own scream. The speed at which he gained started to have a piercing effect, and Zhang Yang felt a slight painful pull from the side of his cheeks. Shush. At the speed of him falling down, Zhang Yang could have sworn that he would be the fastest man alive. Still, he was still gaining speed. The giant hole was so deep and dark, and Zhang Yang felt a great nervousness at the beginning of his fall. However, as the time dragged on, Zhang Yang was still falling. Eventually, he felt bored and irritated. Nothing but the sound of the wind accompanied him as he fell. There was nothing, or rather, due to the absence of light in the hole, it was just darkness and wind. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 30 minutes. Zhang Yang had been falling for 30 minutes, and still counting. Since he was playing the game in his sleeping state, however bored he became, he would not feel tired. He then decided to call on Wei Yan Air and teased her for the fun of it. This little brat was a real fun to tease. Finally. A bright blinding light pierced Zhang Yang's vision like a sharp needle. As he got used to the presence of light, he began to see what lay beneath the hole. As he approached the bottom, he finally saw a blurry reflection of himself. It was a huge lake. Splash! Like a bullet hitting the water, Zhang Yang prepared himself and made himself fall feet first, while crossing his arms. He remembered it well, as an experience he had at a water theme park's water slide. Since the speed of which he entered the water was too quick for any human eyes to catch, the splash was not any regular splash. Zhang Yang had dived down at such tremendous speed that he had made a tsunami of the lake. Even though it was water that he was crashed into, the massive repelling force was still too strong that it was not dampened so easily. Zhang Yang had forcefully taken a huge damage. His HP dropped from 78,440 to only 7,241. And that was Zhang Yang we were talking about. If it were someone else, the sheer repulsive force of crashing into the water at that speed would easily kill someone. Still, anyone could easily survive that with survival skills that could grant damage absorption, or temporary invincibility. It took some time, but Zhang Yang managed to swim his way back to the surface of the water. Once he managed to get a breath of air, he summoned the mythical turtle and shot his way to land. Zhang Yang got himself out and was immediately dried up. He felt a little relieved for surviving such a fall and felt like Wei Yin Air could have fun at this place. From where he stood, Zhang Yang noticed that there was nothing but one circular wall at the edge of the lake. He turned and saw another exit besides the hole from where he jumped in. The exit was a small ledge which could lead him out of the lake and into a huge hill. Like the movie Journey to the Center of the Earth, Zhang Yang felt a euphoric moment of discovery. The place was practically a rainforest with plants and grass all over the place. The source of light that Zhang Yang saw early was emitted from a fiery ball hanging on top of the sky. The ball of fire was not the sun, but it was still shining brightly and spreading heat across the land. The forest was filled with beings of various size and shapes, similar to what you would see in a rainforest in the real world. However, due to the different environment, the animals here had undergone a different kind of living process. By which, the only major difference Zhang Yang could observe was their size. They were huge. There was a bug the size of a real-life bull and a bull the size of a 6-story building. There was even an eagle so big that each side of its massive wing could measure at least 100 meters long. Just when he thought that Megatron was huge, he was nothing but a regular human-sized mechanical robot when he dwells among these colossal beasts. And Zhang Yang was nothing but an ant. In fact, an ant could probably be bigger than he is, in this amazing world. Naturally, size was nothing when judging the power they held. Zhang Yang had even encountered 3 celestial tier boss that were no bigger than you and I. The only difference they had was the immense power they held. Zhang Yang opened the world map to check his location, but only saw a blank map with his avatar, and the bleep was at the same location. In the mini-map, however, he saw an arrow that pointed northwest from his location. It was pointing to the location of the 6th fragment of the dimensional key. However, due to the great distance between them, the mini-map could not be enlarged any bigger and had replaced the location with an arrow pointing to its direction. Zhang Yang summoned the gold-eared bear king and rode towards the direction. Boom! 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 Within a few steps, Zhang Yang was already interrupted by a loud stomping noise that had sent tremors beneath his feet. At his front, he saw a ridiculously huge mountain goat rushing out of a bush and charging towards him at great speed. Earth Core Berserking Antelope, Elite, Beast. Level, 85. HP, 85,000. Defense, 450. Facing a beast as large as a building, Zhang Yang could not help but feel like a tiny little ant. However, just because the monster was incredibly huge, it did not mean it was any stronger than a regular elite in this game. Mia, the antelope bleats and lowered its head to charge towards Zhang Yang with its horns facing him. Although Zhang Yang felt intimidated by its sheer size, it was just a millisecond before Zhang Yang regained his confidence. No matter how big or scary it looked, it did not change the fact that it was only a level 85 elite tier monster, having the same attack power as any other level 85 elite tier monster. Zhang Yang felt a little funny, thinking that he was afraid of the antelope that had only 5,000 to 6,000 attack power. With a whack and slash, the antelope fought bravely and even managed to gain a 50% attack power bonus after entering the berserk state. However, it died in the hands of Zhang Yang. It may still fight and defeat other players, but while facing Zhang Yang, the monster would only be facing death itself, with nothing but a short struggle. The antelope had dropped 2 to 3 counts of antelope fur. Zhang Yang proceeded on and slew a few more Earthcore Berserking Antelope and picked up a few more antelope fur. Although these elite monsters would only drop fur, Zhang Yang was not disappointed at all, because the forest he was in was filled abundance with many kinds of herbs. Although it was a shame that the herbs found here were not rare, like the zombie moss. Along the way, as he collected more herbs, Zhang Yang headed towards the northeast and came across a huge cave, with crystals forming on the walls. The cave was as huge as a large stadium, with a ceiling measuring at several hundred meters tall. There was literally nothing but crystal pillars in the cave. Like walking inside a kaleidoscope, the crystal forming the walls were of all sort of colors, like red, yellow, green, and all the hues of the rainbows. Due to the light reflected and refracted by the crystals, the cave was illuminated clearly, but as far as Zhang Yang could see, he could not determine the end of the cave. Although the cave was so huge that it could probably fit Megatron in his jet form, it was still considered as an indoor environment. Zhang Yang was immediately ejected from the bear as soon as he set foot into the cave. Zhang Yang sighed and shrugged it off. Tat, tat, tat. Echoes of his footsteps could be heard resonating throughout the entire cave. As he walked forward, Zhang Yang thought that it would bring a huge advantage to any player who gets hold and uses the Allspark. As per what Megatron and Kilanka have explained, the Allspark could be used to create countless mechanical soldiers. If a player could use it, it would summon an army at no cost, which would allow him or her to win any sorts of battle. It was a shame that the quest would have him destroy the Allspark, making it impossible for anyone or anything to possess it. Pew! Just when Zhang Yang was having his deep thoughts, he saw a green hue shooting through the cave.
It was a large green emerald crystal pillar that flew towards him like a missile.
With lightning speed, Zhang Yang lifted his shield and activated block out of instinct.
Boom!
Although Zhang Yang's speed was so fast that it could even rival the speed of sound, the peak of the crystal had hit Zhang Yang's shield at the top angle, causing Zhang Yang to lose his balance and stumble back. At the same time, a huge, red-colored mechanical servant appeared in his sight. The mecha was equipped with two huge cannon-like weapons on each of his shoulders. In his right arm, he had a long chain coiled up.
Starscream, Yellow Gold, Mechanical Servant. Level, 85. HP, 1,740,000. Defense, 1,500. Note, one of Megatron's right-hand man. A cunning war general. What the hell? Another Transformer character?
After Starscream's first attack was blocked, it thrust out his right arm and uncoiled the black chain. Like a long viper, Starscream sent the black chain towards Zhang Yang and chained him by the waist.
-6, 212. The attack was too quick and accurate, that Zhang Yang had no time dodging it. Earth Dweller. Was this you who attacked Lord Megatron? Starscream shrieked.
His robotic voice was truly annoying, being high-pitched and loud.
Was Megatron so debilitated that he allowed himself to be wounded by a mere puny warrior? He even lost one of his eyes. Looks like it's time for me to lead the Decepticons.
A charging sound was heard from his left shoulder and the cannon fired a light beam which blasted Zhang Yang directly at his chest.
Ding!
Starscream had used laser beam.
-10, 170.
Zhang Yang took a great amount damage.
He then immediately opened the damage log.
You have received 10,170 natural damage, 3,000 damage reduced, 1,830 damage absorbed, from Starscream's laser beam.
D*MN. What a cheating attack. The boss had a physical attack, a binding chain, and a cannon attack. How would one actually defeat it?
Fortunately, the laser attack was strong, but it had a long cooldown, so the boss could not use it consecutively. That or Zhang Yang would have already been shot down like a honeycomb. To counter a boss with high defense, Zhang Yang had to rely on crippled defense first and then only laid down all his attacking skills. It was a pity that Starscream had suddenly ambushed him, or else Zhang Yang would have time to swap his bear for the turtle. Because of that, he had lost a great deal of DPS power.
With him alone, Zhang Yang would not be stupid enough to charge recklessly. The cave interior was filled with a great number of crystal pillars. He could use the pillars to take cover from the boss attacks and restrict the boss movement due to his colossal size. Peon. Peon.
As Starscream gave chase, he had already broken many crystal pillars. This was why having a small size had an advantage. Just when the boss was about to attack, Zhang Yang had moved away and forced the boss to be blocked by one or two pillars.
The boss would have to resort to attacking the pillars in order to clear a path towards Zhang Yang.
Utilizing this strategy, Zhang Yang had brought out the full potential of the pillars, almost taking no damage at all. All but the laser beam was negated. Zhang Yang would still have to take a clean hit from the laser beam. Luckily, the laser attack had a 20-second cooldown time, providing Zhang Yang enough time to heal himself back with healing potions and Fountain of Life. Besides that, he also had other skills such as the Berserker's Heal and the Shield Wall that could easily allow Zhang Yang to cut down the boss HP to 10%. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 384, Devastator. Chapter 384, Devastator. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
What power you have, for a tiny little earth dweller, cried Starscream. He wavered a little and withdrew a few steps back. Suddenly, his massive body made a huge loud crack and he then transformed into a huge jet plane just like Megatron. In this case, Starscream's jet plane was red in color. It fired its afterburner and was about to take off. If Zhang Yang was slower by a little later, Starscream would have already shot through the cave and disappeared just like Megatron did back then. Zhang Yang could not allow it to happen. He then jumped to the front and activated Dance of Heaven and Earth and the Ring, Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. The shadow formed and quickly seeped into Starscream's body. At the same time, an old orc mage appeared by Zhang Yang's side and started chanting a spell. -5000 -5000 -10000 -10000. In just a few seconds, Starscream's HP dropped from 10% all the way to 0. Starscream was able to only travel a few hundred meters when his HP was completely drained, causing him to die and crash violently into the pile of crystal fragments. With a loud explosion, Starscream's mechanical body exploded into many parts and was sent flying in all directions. Zhang Yang ran to the body and picked up a funny item called laser cannon. Besides that, he had also picked up 2 other yellow gold equipment which was not worth mentioning, and 6 other gray silver equipment. Laser cannon, usable. Use, deals 10,000 natural damage to all targets in a 3 by 3 meters area. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Uses left, 10/10. Level requirement, 80. The laser cannon looked somewhat of a miniature version of the magic cannon that was etched on the walls of Zhang Yang's Thunderstorm Castle. Though it may have the same AoE attack power, its damage was greatly reduced and had a long attack interval. It also had a limited usage, which made it a mere toy. A powerful, lethal toy at that. Zhang Yang picked up all the loot and went on his way. Not long, another mechanical servant came up and attacked Zhang Yang. Brand new mechanical robot, elite mechanical servant. Level 85. HP 85,000. Defense 800. Even though the monster's defense was strong, Zhang Yang had eagle eye and crippled defense. Basically, Zhang Yang would be hitting him directly, never to worry about high or low defense. Zhang Yang only needed to worry about a monster's defense when other players were around. Having the sword of Purging Devourer, Zhang Yang took a few minutes to reduce the moving mechanical robot to a pile of scrap metal. Zhang Yang reached out to collect the loot and picked up 4 counts of mithril. Mithril was a type of metal mineral that can be found in maps in level 60 or higher. The mining cave that Lone Desert Smoke occupies also produces this kind of minerals. Mithril is one of the hottest selling minerals in the game. The mineral will remain as a hot selling item as long as new players keep coming in. Until new players stop joining in the game, the item will forever remain in high demand. The monster did not drop any coins directly, but a single mithril could be sold for 1 to 2 gold coins. It was a worthwhile trade. Zhang Yang had killed more than several hundred mechanical servants and discovered that not all of them would drop mithril. Instead, they only dropped worthless iron bar and solid iron bar. Only a few would actually drop refined iron and thorium. Thorium is a kind of mineral higher tiered than mithril, which would normally spawn in maps higher than level 90. After half an hour or killing, Zhang Yang had faced 6 larger mechanical servants. They were slightly apart one another. One of them, which was placed at the further left, had its eyes glowing in a weird, reddish hue. While the machine with the glowing red eyes was active, the rest were completely motionless. Hook, Gray Silver, Mechanical Servant. Level 88. HP 880,000. Defense 1,200. Note, a mechanical part of the Great War General, the Devastator. Filthy scum, cried the truck with a giant hook. The truck was all too similar to the tow trucks that are used by law enforcers to tow away illegal parking cars. The truck transformed itself into a humanoid figure and waved his right arm, without the hook, towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang remained motionless and did not even bother to use block against a mere Grey Silver tier boss. -2, 778. Zhang Yang took a clean hit without resisting and only received damage that could not even surpass 3,000. Zhang Yang smirked confidently. He had nearly equipped himself with a complete set of violet platinum equipment. On the contrary, the boss could even call Zhang Yang the real boss. After a good whack, smack, and splat, Zhang Yang had only traded a berserker's heel for the boss life. Boom! The mechanical body of the boss exploded in flames, which immediately died down and dropped 1 gray silver equipment and 3 green copper equipment. Fu Wong. As the next moment, the second mechanical servant was activated. A bright glow flashed at the headlights. However, it did not immediately start its attack. In fact, there was a progress bar appearing above its character, which indicated it required some time, a total of 20 seconds before the battle starts. Zhang Yang quickly seized the chance and swapped out the mythical turtle in place of the bear. With the little time left, Zhang Yang sat down and started munching on recovery snacks to heal himself. Before, he had no time to properly judge the battle beforehand, but now, Zhang Yang knew that he had to fight a total of 6 gray silver bosses. Luckily, the bosses did not jump on him altogether. Even though they were playing tag with each other, at least they were polite enough to give Zhang Yang 20 seconds to prepare for the next fight. Excavator, Grey Silver, Mechanical Servant. Level, 88. HP, 880,000. Defense, 1,200. Note, a mechanical part of the Great War General the Devastator. 20 seconds later, the machine was activated. After spinning around, it transformed itself into a bipedal form and started to charge towards Zhang Yang.
Shush! The massive shovel was sent smashing downward and smashed Zhang Yang right on his head.
After another round of one-sided battle, Zhang Yang managed to defeat the excavator even quicker now that he had help from the mythical turtle. In just 1 minute and a half, Zhang Yang had wiped the floor with the boss and had only consumed a bottle of Fountain of Life. If the environment was not an indoor setting, Zhang Yang could have gotten atop his battle mount and defeat the boss without using any healing, midway into the fight. After clearing the second boss, Zhang Yang sat down again to heal himself and waited for the third boss to come at him. The third battle was with a cement mixer, and Zhang Yang had only used a Berserker's Heal just when it had finished its cooldown. The fourth battle was with a flattener, at which Zhang Yang had used Shield Wall, healing over 150% of his HP. The fifth battle was with a crusher, and Zhang Yang had used Berserker's Heal just after finishing its cooldown. For the last battle with a pickup truck, Zhang Yang had consumed a bottle of Grade 7 Transmutation Level 3 healing potion and another same bottle after a minute into the fight. He had killed the boss with only 3,245 HP remaining. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Yang had no need to consume any healing potions to fight the boss. He could have just allowed the mythical turtle to tank the boss for a bit and share the damage load. Naturally, the entire battle duration would be prolonged slightly. Zhang Yang had chosen not to be cheap and used the potion anyway to save some time instead. Zhang Yang had no need to save any gold coins in the first place. After killing the boss, Zhang Yang quickly sat down to heal himself back to full health. In any event, where a wave of machines come to attack him, it would be quite an annoyance but not fatal to him.
Funing. Fuung.
When Zhang Yang was healing, all 6 dead machines glowed with an intense red color as if they were resonating with each other.
Zhang Yang had no idea what was happening. Were they trying to revive and attack him in one go? We had underestimated you, Earth Dweller. All 6 bosses spoke in unison. After a loud crashing and clanking sound was heard, the machine rose up and started to merge together weird shape and sizes. Like the robots combining themselves in the show, Power Rangers, the machines transformed themselves into parts that fitted to the main body, heads, hands, and even legs. Kachak. Kong. Clang.
All 6 parts joined in together and formed a complete, colossal machine. A progress bar appeared on the top of its character with a 30 seconds countdown timer.
Devastator, Yellow Gold, Mechanical Servant. Level, 88. HP, 1,760,000. Defense, 2,000.
Note, formed from the combination of hook, excavator, cement mixer, flattener, crusher, and pickup truck.
What the hell?
After fighting so many bosses, Zhang Yang was actually expecting to fight something even stronger than a regular Yellow Gold. It was actually rather disappointing for him. However, a Yellow Gold boss could never be compared with a Grey Silver boss. Even though Zhang Yang had high confidence in his battle strategy to defeat the enemy, he had never underestimated an enemy's battle prowess. He used his remaining time to heal himself quickly. After 20 seconds, Zhang Yang had recovered to full health and threw a Spear of Obliteration at the boss.
Immune. Obviously, the system would not allow the boss to be vulnerable to players' attacks during the preparation time of 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. You have proven yourself to be among the strongest in this planet. For, it would require the 6 of us to defeat you, the Devastator growled in a deep mumble. It then thrust out his right arm and attacked Zhang Yang. After combining, the boss megastructure was so huge that it might be even larger than Megatron. Its fist was so huge that it could cast a gigantic shadow when it was about to smash Zhang Yang from above. What a self-loving, narcissistic boss. So what, if it was a Yellow Gold tier? There were many other bosses of the same tier, having stronger, deadlier, and faster attacks. After all 6 Grey Silver bosses were combined, their power had indeed gained a massive boost. Still, how strong they were only a level 88 Yellow Gold boss. Far from the prowess of a Violet Platinum boss, let alone a mythical tier. Zhang Yang unsheathed his sword and delayed in attacking the boss. Instead, he unequipped his shield and attacked without it. He wanted the mythical turtle to gain more aggro, allowing it to be the temporary tank. Having close to 4,000 DPS, the mythical turtle's total damage output was only a little higher than Zhang Yang, and he could not use block, reflect damage and shield bash. As long as Zhang Yang held back just a little, the mythical turtle could maintain its aggro value.
After activating the mythical turtle shell defense, Zhang Yang re-equipped his shield and started to attack after 20 seconds. With haste, Zhang Yang gained the boss' attention and became the main target of the boss. Zhang Yang activated the turtle's Wild Recovery and Madness, and the mythical turtle recovered rapidly. Zhang Yang began to attack with all he had. After obtaining 5 pieces of the Titan set equipment, it had granted Zhang Yang's Shield Bash much higher DPS. The damage output for Shield Bash, after crippled defense, was 4,696.
Having 6 seconds of cooldown interval, the additional DPS it added to Zhang Yang's overall DPS was 783. If he was lucky enough to trigger a critical strike, it would add much more DPS. Nothing but wails of pain coming, only from Zhang Yang's enemy, the Decepticon, Devastator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, The New Servant. Chapter 385, The New Servant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
In the cartoon, Devastator was one of the savage generals of Decepticons, and its iconic combination function was extremely strong.
Admittedly, to smack around a strong villain from a childhood cartoon was a very exhilarating moment.
Zhang Yang was very excited, as this cartoon was a classic, over 60 years ago. Berserker's Heal, Shield Wall, and Heart of the Death Knight S effect were activated in succession, and Zhang Yang drank the grade 10 transmutation potions like a jug of water, while also drinking a health potion. Then, he used Rearm to reactivate Berserker's Heal and Shield Wall once again. He vigorously bombarded Devastator HP down to less than 10%.
No! D***M Earthling. Devastator roared as its body pivoted, its left arm suddenly falling off and transforming into Longhaul. I will crush you to pieces. I will. Longhaul remained the same gray-silver boss that was close to death, with 1 HP remaining, but it carried an invincible effect which made it immune to all damage as long as Devastator still stood. This means that as long as the main body is not destroyed, even with Longhaul having only 1 HP, it would never die. This was another kind of a boss berserk mode. Zhang Yang was holding on to his Titan's shield, the key to his survival. Currently, he retained only 50,000 HP, which was far from critical. Chang. Devastator HP was depleted by another 2%, and its right leg also suddenly became separated from its main body, which then transformed into Bone Crusher, and continued launching aggressive attacks towards Zhang Yang. 3 versus 1. 6%, Devastator left leg suddenly broke off and turned into Hook. The boss had lost its 2 legs and was unable to move, but its huge hand was enough to cover the distance of 30 meters. So, if Zhang Yang wanted to continue attacking the boss, he had to also remain in the range of the boss attacks. With the 4 bosses allied and attacking Zhang Yang at the same time, Zhang Yang's HP also started to decrease rapidly. 4%. The boss right arm finally fell off as well, and turned into nothing but scrap. 5 versus 1. Zhang Yang thought that the boss' main body was a dummy, but Devastator's eyes suddenly flashed and emitted 2 rays of laser that instantly dealt 8,000 damage to Zhang Yang. Titan's Shield, initiated. 2%. The main body part of Devastator also transformed into Mixmaster. At present, there was only Scavenger still intact as Devastator head. To bombard the boss remaining 2% HP, regardless of Thunderstrike, Horizontal Sweep, or Blast Wave, any of these AoE skills could also kill the 6 bosses at the same time. A yellow gold boss and 5 gray silver bosses were definitely powerful, but Titan's Shield could absorb 300,000 damage, which was equivalent to 4 times of Zhang Yang's HP. Who else could defeat Zhang Yang? 1%. 0%. Zhang Yang finally bombarded Devastator's last drop of HP, and Devastator's huge head also turned into Scavenger's appearance. The 6 gray silver bosses only had 1 HP, and their invincible effect had disappeared. Horizontal Sweep. Zhang Yang slashed them with his shiny sword, and 6 bosses fell defeated at the same time. A gold chest dropped from them. Zhang Yang quickly opened up the chest. Regardless of opening whichever grade of chests, players would always be excited. Servant, Devastator, Silver Tier. Use, summons Devastator as your servant in battle. Lasts for 5 minutes. You can only summon 1 servant at a time. Summoning any servant will cause all servants to be in cooldown. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Level requirement, 80. Binds on pickup. Zhang Yang thought for a while, and decided to pick up the servant directly as his original servant, Clear Lotus, was already outdated, and although her substitute was still strong, 30 minutes of cooldown just to summon her for a substitute skill was not really worth it. Zhang Yang then summoned Devastator to see its standards. Devastator, Silver Tier Servant. Level, 88. HP, 22,400, 25,980 with Vitality Aura. Defense, 2,500. Melee damage, 4,689 to 5,289, attack interval, 3 seconds, DPS, 1,663. Skills, Quake Strike, Force Blast, Heavy Fist. Quake Strike beats the ground continuously with both arms, causes 2,000 physical damage every 2 seconds to all the surrounding targets within 20 by 20 meters. Lasts for 10 seconds. During this period, the caster must always maintain a channeling status. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Force Blast causes all the targets within caster's 5 meters range to be knocked back 10 meters behind and interrupts the target's casting bar. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Heavy Fist uses a huge fist to strike a target, and the target will receive a melee damage equivalent to 100% of physical damage. Cooldown time, 5 seconds. This servant's basic damage was similar to a player who was equipped with level 80 yellow gold equipment, but its offensive skills were not strong enough, which was Heavy Fist only. Although both Quake Strike and Force Blast were powerful skills, their cooldown times were too long. However, this servant was huge. Zhang Yang was only as tall as Devastator Toe, and Zhang Yang could not imagine what happens if he summons this servant in a place where the space is not big enough. There was nothing else of note in the chest, only 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment with mediocre attributes were found in the chest. Zhang Yang could not even find any gray-silver equipment in the chest. Zhang Yang assumed the gray-silver equipment was included in the loot from the previous 6 gray-silver bosses. After picking up all the loot, the gold chest automatically disappeared, and Zhang Yang continued moving forwards. The system was not designed to let the players confront with the boss so easily, and along the way, there were so many minions popping up and launching attacks towards Zhang Yang. However, it was not a bad deal, as Zhang Yang could also get experience points and mining bars along the way. About 2 hours later, Zhang Yang finally reached the deepest of the cave. The landscape here seemed more capacious, and the minimap finally showed a blinking spot which indicated that the 6th piece of key fragments, just within 200 meters. Zhang Yang looked up and he saw that Megatron was standing on a 10 meters tall hillside far away. Megatron seemed to be fiddling with something like a Rubik's Cube, and this cube emitted unusual rays towards a metal ore. The metal ores that came into contact with the rays trembled vigorously, and then turned into mechanical servants. The huge robots were transformed from big metal ores while the smaller robots were transformed from the smaller metal ores. To Zhang Yang, they were all giants. This must be Allspark. It was amazing and it could continuously create the mechanical lifeforms. Luckily, Megatron had just created the normal minions through Allspark, therefore, Zhang Yang did not really bother about it. The main issue was that Megatron's eye and the scars on his whole body had been fully repaired. What frustrated Zhang Yang the most was that Megatron had actually turned into a Violet Platinum boss. Megatron, leader of Decepticon, Violet Platinum, mechanical servant. Level, 89. HP, 8,900,000. Defense, 3,000. This must be the effect of Allspark, since it could create mechanical life. Curing some injuries would not be a big deal. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang could not fight this Violet Platinum boss alone. Zhang Yang equipped the party summon order, called up Sun Xinu, Han Shui and the rest into the party channel and said, "Let's fight a boss." Is it a Violet Platinum boss? Wei Yenair excitedly asked, as although she already had a Violet Platinum two-handed axe, she still had not obtained any Violet Platinum set equipment parts, which made her impatient. Stupid brat. If it's not a Violet Platinum boss, I can simply defeat the boss myself without having to call any of you guys up, right? If not for my stupidity, how else would you be able to appear smart in contrast? That's some abstract thinking, since when were you so smart? After all 9 people had joined the party, Zhang Yang activated party summon order, and then Sun Xinu and the rest instantly appeared around Zhang Yang. Megatron? Leader of Decepticon? Is this the legendary Transformers? Lost Dream and the rest of the guys were astounded, as all of the boys loved Transformers. Where is Optimus Prime? He is dead. Write him a note to hell if you have any questions. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders as he said. Wei Yenair had no idea what the Transformers were, and she did not even know that Transformers represented the men's childhood memories. She swung her broad axe with murderous intent and said, "Quickly, kill the boss and drop me some set equipment." Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "I will pull the boss, Starlight will tank the minions. If I can last long enough by then, let's kill the boss together." N. Zhang Yang held his sword of Purging Devourer and dashed towards the boss. Endless Starlight did not move immediately, but held his shield up, carefully surveying the crowd of monsters. When killing groups of monsters,
tanks fear getting swarmed out to a point beyond their control. Also, it would be like trying to catch chickens in a chicken coop with doors open on all sides. Catching hold of them all at once would be difficult.
Earthling, you actually had the guts to follow me here?
Megatron looked at Zhang Yang with his eyes, full of strong hatred. Megatron kept the Allspark and took out a red flashing sword from his back with its 2 hands, and then strode towards Zhang Yang. Great, at least I can have my revenge at once. As the boss moved, the minions surrounding the boss were all affected by the aggro link, and instantly, the minions formed a tidal wave of robots and rushed towards Zhang Yang. That was good, as Endless Starlight would not need to chase after the minions by himself. Evil B** TCHY, fantasy, don't cast healing on me first, as now, all the minions aggro are on me.
If any of you cast healing on me, they will come after you. Let me use Berserker's Heal first.
Zhang Yang lifted his sword and shield.
Roger that. Megatron strode forward and it waved the sword in its hand and threw a huge cleave at Zhang Yang's neck. Block. -1. Block, reflected damage.
Before adding 5 stacks of crippled defense on the boss, even if Zhang Yang had Eagle Eye, which ignored the boss' 50% defense value, with the boss' 1500 defense value, Zhang Yang could barely hurt him.
-3, 196.
Zhang Yang quickly followed by a free shield bash, and this time the damage was impressive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 386, A Fierce Fight Against Megatron. Chapter 386, A Fierce Fight Against Megatron. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Idiots, all of you do not deserve to take possession of this world. Megatron launched another attack and slashed at Zhang Yang. I proclaim that this world will be ruled by us. I never thought that this mechanical boss would have such a great ambition in its mechanical brain.
Han Shui teased. Sure, everyone must have a dream, Sigh. Fatty Han sighed, when will my little dream come true?
Zhang Yang smiled as he said, Fatty, you are that eager to get married to Xiao Wei, huh? She still has not graduated from university, calm your flaps down. Xiao Wei is good at everything but she is too strict with me. Fatty Han sighed again and again, it is my fault as I had an impulse to confess to her about something that had happened previously. So, she was worried about it and she calls my house phone every hour to check on me, and if I do not pick up the phone within 3 rings, she will break up with me.
Sigh, now I even fear to go to the loo.
Like yesterday, I ran out off the toilet for a phone call and I did not even wipe my ass. Luckily there was no one else in my house, otherwise, people would have seen my naked *SS. Yo, all of the girls covered their noses and mouths with their hands. At this moment, the minions rushed towards them like a tidal wave, but Zhang Yang was already prepared and waited for them. Zhang Yang launched Blast Wave.
-1 228. -1 228.
All of a sudden, countless of -1000 damage texts floated among the minions, and one after another of minions replaced those which were defeated. Sword of Purging Devourer flaunted the dark enigmatic sword as special effect like a new baby. Therefore, the scene was like fireworks, with dazzling damage texts. As the Sword of Purging Devourer S level requirement was level 90, it meant that the 2% chance of activating special effect would only decline after Zhang Yang reaches level 110. Besides, Wei Yan also provided a strength aura during the battle, and 8% of strength didn't seem like much, but it actually increased Zhang Yang's strength attribute by 100 points, and this was a permanent strength increment. On the other hand, if Lost Dream successfully triggered critical attacks, then Song of Victory S special effect would be activated, which would also increase another 300 points of strength attribute.
Horizontal Sweep. -7 924. -8 243. -8 721.
A series of -7 900 damage texts floated among the minions once again, within the range of Zhang Yang's sword slashes. A lot of minions instantly screamed in pain and fell defeated.
But they never dropped any equipment and only equally distributed 850 experience points to everyone.
Horizontal Sweep, also immediately activated, Sword of Purging Devourer S special effect of cloning the attacks.
The damage texts floated among the minions again and again.
Zhang Yang then summoned Servant, Devastator, and once this huge fellow appeared, it uttered a thunderous roar, and both of its arms struck the ground and then started beating the ground continuously with both arms.
Quake Strike, activated. -1 980. -1 980. Quake Strike was a terrifying AoE skill as it dealt 10,000 basic damage within 10 seconds. After 3 rounds of attacks, at least hundreds of minions were killed instantly, and this scene left Han Shui and the rest astounded. Although I have seen this many times, that damage is too powerful.
I strongly request to weaken this, otherwise, our pure attacker classes are going to look lame. Lost Dream shook his head as he said. Endless Starlight laughed happily and said, now you know that tanks could be quite capable, huh? Pfft, it's not you launching such powerful attacks. Fantasy Sweetheart pursed her lips as she said. Pretty sis Fantasy, you are wrong by saying so. Boss Zhang, you and my hearts are always united, both of our souls are eternally bound and beat as one. Thus, there is no difference between both of our attacks. Endless Starlight said shamelessly. Suddenly, all the girls looked at Zhang Yang together. Zhang Yang quickly put up his hands and said, I don't even know this person. Endless Starlight shyly smiled and said, brother, have you forgotten the little star at the beautiful Deming Lake? Everyone burst into laughter. Before all of the minions had been cleared, the party could not strike the boss. So, all of them launched AoE skills to kill all the minions ferociously. The thousands of minions were indecently slaughtered by party members' strong firepower, especially Zhang Yang's, sort of purging devourer. After 4 minutes later, all of the minions were almost annihilated. Wretched earthlings, stop it. Megatron roared again and again, and it stretched out its left arm, and a magic cannon immediately unfolded itself from its arm, and a white light flashed at the muzzle of the cannon, gradually growing in size. A casting bar appeared on top of the boss head, magic firearm. Casting time, 3 seconds. Zhang Yang quickly yelled, everyone, back away from me. At least 10 meters, no, at least 20 meters. The mechanical servant was like a moving castle, and that, magic firearm, was a miniature, magic cannon. Thus, Zhang Yang believed that the power of this, magic firearm, would almost be able to wipe out any average player, and that he would be able to withstand it. Sun Xinu and the rest were smart enough, all of them immediately stayed away from Zhang Yang. Shush. 3 seconds later, a ray of bright light from the muzzle of Megatron's magic firearm shot towards Zhang Yang. Bang! -30-170. -40-000. 2 damage texts immediately floated across Zhang Yang's and Mythical Turtle's heads respectively. Zhang Yang was unable to evade as he was already locked on as a target by the boss. As for the slow-moving Mythical Turtle, it stood no chance from the beginning. As expected, this attack from the boss was an AoE and the coverage area of magic firearm was about 10 by 10 meters around the main target, and the basic damage was up to the terrifying amount of 40,000 damage. This kind of high damage could only be withstood by a tank with the best equipment. If it was other attackers, they could only use survival skills. F***CK, is this the power of a Violet Platinum boss? That's ridiculous, everyone exclaimed as the Violet Platinum bosses they met generally dealt about 20,000 basic damage. No. All of you, look at the boss defense value. Zhang Yang suddenly said. Dropped from 3,000 to 0. What's going on? Lost Dream slapped his thigh as he said, I get it. In sci-fi movies, if a space battleship wants to launch the main gun, it is required to draw away all the energy around it, including the energy of the shield. Thus, the boss, magic firearm, would deal high damage to the enemy, while at the same time, the boss would also harm himself. Although the magic firearm's damage is extremely powerful, the boss defense value has drastically dropped as well. Everyone agreed and found this explanation logical. Since the boss had 0 defense value at this moment, everyone quickly launched attacks toward the boss vigorously. The boss' 0 defense value gave an advantage to the physical type attackers. Within Zhang Yang's party, except for Daffodil Daydream, the rest of the attackers were all physical type attackers. Suddenly, the party's attack power skyrocketed. However, this good moment would not last long, as the boss recovered 100 defense value every 2 seconds. The boss would slowly recover to 500, 1000, 2000 until its defense bar was full, which was 3000. This was only in theory, as in fact, half of the boss defense value was already weakened by 5 stacks of crippled defense. A minute later, Megatron's defense value recovered to full, and it stretched out its left arm once again. That magic firearm aimed towards Zhang Yang. Get out of the way. Everyone scurried away. Bang! A ray of bright light emerged from the muzzle. Zhang Yang and Mythical Turtle were immediately harmed by the high damage. The boss, magic firearm, was extremely powerful. If it was another tank with poor equipment, they would have been one-shot. But Zhang Yang had about 80,000 HP and these 30,000 damage values could not even reduce half of his HP. Conversely, Megatron's defense value dropped drastically after it launched magic firearm's attack. The first time, everyone was not ready, but this time everyone was ready and immediately drank a power potion and madly launched attacks towards Megatron. The boss increased its own attack power, but at the same time, the boss had also weakened its defense. On the other hand, this helped the party increase their attack power as well. After the crippled defense debuffs, it only had 750 defense, which was actually similar to a yellow gold boss. "I'm Megatron, I'm undefeatable," the boss angrily howled, and suddenly it lowered its body and beat the ground madly with both of its arms.
Ding! Megatron has used Quake Strike. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Suddenly, the ground was like a jittering carpet, and the party felt as if they were in a ferry boat that was being continuously rocked by extremely big waves. The rocks were all broken, and the broken stones were hitting them like bullets.
-14 820. -14 940. -14 780.
Zhang Yang and the rest were blasted with huge damage values. Besides, the quaking ground caused them to stumble around drunkenly, therefore, they could not cast healings and attacks. Within these 10 seconds, everybody continuously stumbled and fought to regain their footing. Luckily, the damage was a one-time off, otherwise, 15,000 of damages every second could actually annihilate them directly. Megatron attacked Zhang Yang madly, and because Zhang Yang was only buffed with 2 regeneration skills, he lost a total of 50,000 HP. Also at that moment, Megatron's defense value had also been recovered back to 3,000, and the magic firearm had also started charging up.
F***CK.
Zhang Yang cursed the boss and activated his shield wall, while at the same time, he also commanded Mythical Turtle to initiate Turtle Shell Defense.
-6 170. -4000.
A bright light emerged from the muzzle of Magic Firearm, and Zhang Yang only received 6,000 damage, while Mythical Turtle was even more powerful, with its Turtle Shell Defense, resisting the damage by up to 90%. Therefore, Mythical Turtle only received 4,000 damage.
Finally, 10 seconds had passed.
Everyone stood up and started attacking and casting healings. Little Yang, the boss, Quake Strike, is much powerful than your robot servant.
Bullshit, one's a boss, and the other's a servant, what do you think?
After getting through Megatron's combo, Megatron's HP bar had been reduced to 50%. Now, the party had already found out the boss attack patterns, therefore, they knew when to launch attacks and when to evade.
As a result, they now had it easy.
As long as you can anticipate a boss attack pattern, the boss could be defeated with ease. The same goes for the open world, overpowered bosses.
40%, 30%, 20%.
Megatron's powerful damage had almost come to an end.
Although Megatron's damage was still quite strong, Zhang Yang was still undefeatable in front of Megatron. Megatron's futile attacks would only be counteracted completely by Han Shui and Fantasy Sweetheart. 10%. Bastard, damn it Earthlings, I want to kill all of you. I must kill all of you. Megatron roared loudly and launched the second, Quake Strike.
This was also the last rage mode of the boss. They passed the boss attack smoothly. After this, they were going to claim victory.
3%, 2%, 1%. Bang!
Megatron's huge mechanical body fell defeated, and then countless sparks poured out from its body and causing some exploding sounds.
Who finally defeated the boss?
Zhang Yang walked over to the boss corpse and picked up a shining silvery metal fragment and a cube-shaped metal block that was bigger than his brain.
Ding! You have obtained an item, Dimensional Key Fragment 6.
Zhang Yang kept the 6th fragment, but that cube-shaped metal block was unlootable, and actually had a HP bar.
Allspark, Tool. Level 1. HP 50. Defense 0. Note, the miracle created by an ancient great god which can create mechanical lives. Unfortunately, players were unable to use Allspark. Zhang Yang felt that it was too bad that he could not use the Allspark, and with a heavy heart, he raised his Sword of Purging Devourer and brought it down on the Allspark. -4 134.
Instantly, like a sodium compound reacting with water, the Allspark then ignited with a bright light and lit up the air. This process lasted for about 10 seconds, and when the flame was extinguished, the Allspark was only left with a fragment about the size of a little finger. Zhang Yang was speechless as he seemed to be having an endless fate with fragments.
Ding! You have completed a quest, Destroy Allspark. Obtained 5 million experience points. Ding! You have successfully completed side quest. Please pick up your reward. Zhang Yang's eye shone and picked up the Fragment Allspark. This item could only be used after it has been broken into slag? Fragment of Allspark, Tool.
Use, create level 85 elite mechanical servants to help you guard your territory.
You must have a territory, or your guild must have a territory. Otherwise, if you summon the mechanical servant, it will disappear automatically after 5 minutes. Mechanical servants can permanently guard the territory, but they cannot be resurrected after death and they can only be active within the range of 1 kilometer from a territory.
The number of the mechanical servant that territory can accommodate is decided by the level of city defense.
Level 1 City Defense, 100, Level 2 City Defense, 500, Level 3 City Defense, 1000, Level 4 City Defense, 2000, Level 5 City Defense, 5000. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Level requirement, 80. Bound. Zhang Yang was stunned.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 387, Spirit of the Flame. Chapter 387, Spirit of the Flame. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
As the mining cave had been providing many different kinds of mining ore, Thunderstorm Castle had already been built up to the level 2 city defense and they were almost reaching level 3 city defense. In other words, the total amount of mechanical servants that Thunderstorm Castle could accommodate would be up to 1000. These were 1000 level 85 elites. With the help of the players, if there is another monster attack, Zhang Yang was confident that he could easily defend Thunderstorm Castle against a monster attack.
Noob Tank, did you get any good items? You're smiling so tightly that your eyes have disappeared. Wei Yenair said sweetly. Is it that bad?
Zhang Yang smiled as he asked.
Yes. Yes. Wei Yenair nodded again and again.
Zhang Yang then posted the fragment of the Allspark's description in party channel, and everybody oh-oh'd at it. Oh my gosh, our Thunderstorm Castle is going to reach level 3 city defense, would it be possible to accommodate 1000 robots? Hehe, if other guilds want to attack our territory, I can't imagine their expressions when they see our elite robots. Ha ha ha, it must be quite interesting. Everyone was laughing joyfully, while Wei Yenair was more interested in the boss loot. Therefore, she quickly ran over and picked up the loot. Titan handguards, violet platinum, heavy armor. Defense, plus 80. Vitality, plus 564. Strength, plus 378. Dexterity, plus 161. Class requirement, Berserker. Level requirement, 80. Titan armor set, 1/8. 3 pieces, increases your strength attribute by 500 points. 5 pieces, reduces Tornado Cleave's cooldown time by 1 second. 8 pieces, every time you successfully hit a target, there is 1% chance to acquire Blessing of Titan, inflicting serious damage to the target. Zhang Yang was very excited when he saw Titan handguards, but when he read the equipment's details further, he almost collapsed. As it was the Titan armor set for Berserkers. These game developers were pretty lazy, they did not even bother to change the name of armor set. Without a doubt, this equipment would go to Wei Yenair. The little brat was extremely happy, and her beautiful eyes became crescent moons as she smiled. Fearless Hammer, Violet Platinum, One-Handed Hammer. Weapon attack, 1305 to 1705. Attack interval, 2.8 seconds. DPS, 538. Equipment, after successfully hitting the target, there is 1% chance of recovering 500 HP. Level requirement, 80. This hammer could be used by guardians, defenders and bandits, but defenders had mace mastery. On the other hand, there were no bandits in the party, and Zhang Yang already had the sword of Purging Devourer. Therefore, this hammer suited Endless Starlight the best. Flag of Brave Fight, Violet Platinum, accessory. Use, increases your strength attribute by 1000 points. Lasts for 15 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Level requirement, 80. Wow. It is mine. It is mine. Wei Yenair smiled even happier, today must be her harvest day. Certainly, the accessory that increases strength attribute should be prioritized for Berserkers. Therefore, Wei Yenair happily received the Flag of Brave Fight. The boss loot was left with only 6 pieces of yellow gold equipment, and after distributing 2 pieces of yellow gold equipment, the rest of the yellow gold equipment was given to Zhang Yang to sell in little merchandise shop. Let's return to the city. Let's return to the city. Wei Yenair could not wait for her equipment and weapons to be identified, and of course, she would want Zhang Yang to pay up for her. Everyone was unable to walk out from this cave, therefore, they tore off teleportation scrolls and returned to White Jade Castle. Little Brat dragged Zhang Yang to the item identifier to identify her Titan handguards. After that, Zhang Yang went to his little merchandise shop to put on the equipment they had just looted for sale. Next, Zhang Yang went to the auction house to seek for some good items as this was also one of his interests. Come on, have a look at these. A lot of street vendors were nearby the entrance of an auction house and obviously these people were unwilling to be defrauded of the 20% transaction fee by the auction house, therefore, they chose to peddle outside auction house.
Besides, there was no better place than to peddle outside the auction house. There were a few good items for sale there, and some yellow gold equipment too. Unfortunately, Zhang Yang already had a lot of equipment and he was only interested in skill books and recipes. Hey brother, don't look at that yellow gold equipment, you cannot afford them. Come here, look at the level 70 gray silver equipment, they are good and cheap. Let me tell you frankly, you do not have many chances to battle against bosses, thus, it is pointless for you to equip all the yellow gold equipment. Gray silver equipment would be better as it is affordable and fulfills your requirement of gaining levels. When Zhang Yang was browsing around, that street vendor took the initiative to chat with Zhang Yang. Initially, Zhang Yang did not notice who the street vendor was. When he looked up at the street vendor, he was an orc bandit, and equipped with nondescript equipment. He was wearing a cloth armor hat, heavy armor boots and holding a scarlet staff. Indeed, bandits could wear cloth armor but cloth armor did not increase any strength and dexterity attributes, therefore, it would be pointless to wear cloth armor. Similarly, bandits could wear heavy armor but heavy armor would not add any attributes to bandits. Same went to the staff, bandits could equip stave AS but the staff would not add damage attributes to a bandit. In short, this bandit was either an idiot or is simply trolling about. However, the cloth armor hat, heavy armor boots, and scarlet staff the orc bandit were wearing and holding were all yellow gold grade. Besides, these were all the top equipment at the current phase, with violet platinum equipment being a luxury equipment. Big Cannon, level 76, male, orc bandit. This orc bandit deserved the name Big Cannon, as he was good at exaggerating the equipment and criticized Zhang Yang when he first saw Zhang Yang. However, he was correct as ordinary players truly needed only gray-silver equipment to fulfill their requirement of gaining levels, and ordinary players hardly battled against bosses. But this orc bandit liked to badmouth and easily offended people. Zhang Yang did not bother him much. Zhang Yang also hid his profile as he did not want people to recognize him to avoid causing any trouble. Because of this, some arrogant fellows would often swagger around him. Big Cannon continued as he saw Zhang Yang smiled at him. Brother, what is your level now? Don't worry, here I have equipment from level 20 to 70 and these will definitely fulfill your requirement. Look at me, I'm wearing all the yellow gold equipment, I look cool right? It's more than just cool, it was actually convulsion, but... Zhang Yang laughed and said, I'm not interested in equipment, show me some skill books and recipes. Zhang Yang had been waiting impatiently for zombie potion S recipe as he was not able to find it, and so far he never saw anyone selling it in auction house yet. You are seeking for the right person. Our guild just defeated a yellow gold boss yesterday and it dropped a pet skill book, but our guild's main force doesn't have a hunter, and the rest of the hunter members in our guild do not value this good skill book, so I'm taking it out for sale. Have a look at this is the best pet skill book, Spirit of the Flame, and I'm only selling it for 10,000 gold coins. Big Cannon was acting like a pimp, he took a skill book with red cover from his inventory and showed it to Zhang Yang. Spirit of the Flame? Zhang Yang's eyes suddenly shone, could it be that skill? If so, I must have found good stuff. Fine, I want this. Zhang Yang nodded with great satisfaction. Honey, my petal hasn't learned any skills yet, buy me a pet skill book. At that moment, a human couple appeared in front of Zhang Yang. The male's name was Overlord Prince of Dragon City, while the female's name was Rose Fairy. The female was embraced within the male's arms as she cooed. The female was a hunter, and there was a floral spotted tiger following behind her. Overlord Prince of Dragon City patted the female's hand and talked to Big Cannon with an arrogant expression. What pet skill books do you have? Show me the most expensive one, I have a lot of money. Honey, you are so domineering. Rose Fairy said with an admirable expression. Overlord Prince of Dragon City lightly touched the female's chest and smiled with a complacent face. F***CK, that was the typical wealthy fool. Big Cannon quickly waved the Spirit of the Flame S skill book towards Overlord Prince of Dragon City and said, Overlord Prince, right? Have a look at this Spirit of the Flame S skill book. Yesterday our guild defeated a yellow gold boss and it dropped this skill book. This absolutely a godly skill book. How is it? I know that Overlord Prince, you are rich. If the price I offer is too low, it would mean that I am looking down on you, Overlord Prince. So, 50,000 gold coins it is. Although Big Cannon was badmouthed, he was good at hoodwinking people, and he successfully hoodwinked that Overlord Prince of Dragon City into confusion. Honey, I want this. Rose Fairy shook Overlord Prince's arm as she said. Zhang Yang was frowning, he did not bother how Big Cannon hoodwinked Overlord Prince, but Zhang Yang must get that Spirit of the Flame S skill book. Zhang Yang said, Big Cannon, I had eyes on that Spirit of the Flame S skill book first. Hey, who the hell are you? Rose Fairy stared at Zhang Yang. Big Cannon said, Brother, I haven't sold this skill book to you yet. I'm sorry, we are just trading for money, right?
Overlord Prince, he is willing to buy this with 50,000 gold coins. Dude, please don't call this injustice if you don't have money.
Nowadays, everyone looks at the money. This was going to be trouble.
Zhang Yang sighed as he said, alright, I will buy this with 50,000 gold coins, first come first serve. Overlord Prince of Dragon City was frustrated then shouted, 60,000 gold coins.
Honey, you are so imperious.
Rose Fairy supported Zhang Yang, and some females really loved to see their man flaunting his wealth for their sake. However, Zhang Yang would not do such a thing like these wealthy fools, even though he was very rich himself, as it was not worth it at all. But this was related to Spirit of the Flame, skill book, he had to get the skill book.
70,000, he said calmly. 80,000, 100,000. 110,000.
200,000. Zhang Yang lost his patience and started adding the bid by 100,000.
Overlord Prince of Dragon City suddenly laughed and said, damn it, is this guy a Confederate? You really thought that I'm a wealthy fool and don't understand what you two doing? F***ck, if you are not a wealthy fool, then who else is the jackass?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 388, The Competition. Chapter 388, The Competition. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Overlord Prince of Dragon City could not believe Zhang Yang, and even Big Cannon also shocked. He looked at Zhang Yang as he said, dude, you don't make trouble just because I'm not selling the skill book to you. You are poor, because you were born in a poor family's background and you are disappointed, I get it, just don't blame society for it. F***ck, Zhang Yang could not bear with them anymore. Zhang Yang opened up trade window with Big Cannon and keyed in 200,000 gold coins, but he never selected confirm transaction. In God's miracle, the amount of money keyed into the trade window is restricted by the player's money.
If the players had 100,000 gold coins, they would not be allowed to key in 100,001 gold coins in the trade window, even an extra copper coin was not allowed. The reason Zhang Yang did so just to prove to Big Cannon that he could pay the price of 200,000 gold coins. Big Cannon stopped talking. Regardless of who the winner of this auction is, he would be the biggest winner of all. From Big Cannon's reaction, both Overlord Prince of Dragon City and Rose Fairy realized that Zhang Yang actually able to pay 200,000 gold coins.
Honey. Rose Fairy saw that Overlord Prince of Dragon City did not continue bidding. She shook Overlord Prince of Dragon City's arm again and again as she acted like a spoiled child. 210,000. Overlord Prince of Dragon City endured the pain in his heart. He must be an idiot for wasting so much money to buy a pet skill book that he was not even sure about. Although he was pretty rich, he did not reach the level that he could simply spend the money like water. Rose Fairy was immediately contented with Overlord Prince of Dragon City's reaction and gave a snort of disgust towards Zhang Yang. For her, this is not about Spirit of the Flame, skill book anymore but pride. 300,000. Zhang Yang was not going to give up Spirit of the Flame, skill book, therefore, he continued bidding with Overlord Prince of Dragon City and Rose Fairy. Zhang Yang sighed internally as he realized that he had acted almost similarly to the both of them. Overlord Prince of Dragon City's facial expression had changed, and his veins on his face almost burst as 300,000 was been far beyond the limits he can tolerate. Overlord Prince of Dragon City sent a private message to Zhang Yang, bastard, get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, I will order my followers to kill until your level drops to 0. This scumbag, did he not know that the game had already revised such a function? Zhang Yang ignored Overlord Prince of Dragon City and talked to Big Cannon, 300,000 gold coins, and hurry up, wrap it up already. Big Cannon looked at Overlord Prince of Dragon City, but Overlord Prince of Dragon City avoided Big Cannon's gaze. Therefore, Big Cannon knew what to do, and he said, alright, deal. The skill book that he intended to sell at 10,000 had been jacked up to 300,000, therefore, he had nothing more to complain. Rose Fairy anxious and yelled, honey. Quickly, increase the bid. Bid him to death. Increase my *SS. Overlord Prince of Dragon City got angry, turned around and slapped Rose Fairy in her face. Because PvP was not allowed in the main city, Overlord Prince of Dragon City was not able to slap Rose Fairy, but waved his hand in front Rose Fairy's face and slapped the air. Rose Fairy turned furious and yelled loudly, you this weakling scumbag, you cannot fight against others so you decide to release your anger on me. You son of the B***tch, I'd rather get F***ked by a dog, I don't want you to touch me. She flung Overlord Prince of Dragon City's arm away and ran away without looking back. Zhang Yang already completed the transaction with Big Cannon and got the Spirit of the Flame skill book.
He summoned Mythical Turtle and patted Spirit of the Flame S skill book on the Violet Platinum Mythical Turtle and let it learn the skill. Spirit of the Flame, after activating this skill, all of the pet's physical damage will cause fire damage. Lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 1 hour. This was an extremely powerful skill. Most of the bosses in God's Miracle had high physical defense and low magical resistance. Therefore, when the pet activates Spirit of the Flame, the pet will completely ignore the boss defense and cause terrifying damage. This was also similar to Zhang Yang's Eagle Eye. Although Spirit of the Flame only lasted for 10 minutes, it is sufficient to fight against the bosses at the current phase. When fighting against minions, there would be no need of activating such a powerful skill at all. As Zhang Yang planned to enter the auction house to continue looking around, he saw that there were about 10 players riding war horses towards him from the corner of the street. One of them looked high-handed, like he was some sort of famous figure. Zhang Yang was lightly stunned internally as the person who was leading the group was somebody he knew long ago, Rogue Bunny from Rogue Family. Those following behind him were the Bunny brothers. Overlord Prince, which vulgar fellow triggered your anger? We, Rogue Family, will help you destroy him. Rogue Bunny patted his chest as he said, and his face was full of righteousness. Overlord Prince of Dragon City laughed out loud and looked at Zhang Yang as he said, "Bastard, I already warned you. Whoever fights against me will pay a price. How is it? I have so many people with me, now you should be afraid of me, Rogue Bunny walked forward and he suddenly frowned as he recognized Zhang Yang. Why does this fellow look so familiar? Bunny Bro 3 also walked forwards and looked at Zhang Yang carefully. Suddenly he cried out involuntarily, he was the bastard fellow who tricked us into saying we are all stupid in the beginner villages, after that he annihilated all of us. He is Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu, be it the members of Rogue Family, Overlord Prince of Dragon City or Big Cannon, all of them showed a shocking expression. Ever since Soaring Swords competition, Zhang Yang had become the China's top player and commanding the strongest guild in China. Who would not be aware of this? Overlord Prince of Dragon City was taken aback and said, "Zhan Yu, since you are a famous figure, I will show you some respect. As long as you apologize, we are even, Zhang Yang laughed as he said, "Why should I apologize? I wanted this skill book first and you wanted to snatch it away from me, and now you call your people over to gang up on me? Although I don't like to make trouble, that doesn't mean that I'm a coward." Zhang Yang did not intend to argue with Overlord Prince of Dragon City, and since PvP was not allowed in the main city, Zhang Yang directly moved forwards into the auction house. Bastard! Overlord Prince of Dragon City was extremely angry, and he pulled his sleeves and made to chase after Zhang Yang. Overlord Prince! Rogue Bunny quickly stopped him and said, "Zhang Yang has Lone Desert Smoke behind his back, we can't afford to offend him." Overlord Prince of Dragon City calmed down a little, but he was still angry and said, "I cannot take it. If we let him go just like this, how am I going to face people in the future? Overlord Prince, calm down, there is still a chance in the future. The true man must endure a moment of anger and wait for the right timing and chance to fight against the enemy." Rogue Bunny thought as he said, "Besides, we are not allowed to PvP in the main city. Let's look for a chance to ambush him in the open world. Although that fellow is the China's top tank, how can he fight against 40 of our people? Even the invincible King Kong will also be defeated by us. Haha, deal. You keep your eyes on him, as long as this deal is done, I'll reward you." "Thank you, Overlord Prince." Zhang Yang did not find good stuff in the auction house. After searching around, he used a teleportation scroll and returned to Thunderstorm Castle. Most of the main quests at the moment could not be completed, and the last, Key Fragment, could only be found at level 90 map, 10 Barren Sea, while the second seal of Sword of Purging Devourer could only be unsealed when he is able to enter Chaos Realm, and the other two main quests also could only be continued after he entered Chaos Realm. Thus, he had nothing to do now other than to train for his levels. The use of Fragment Allspark was very restricted, as it could only be used in Thunderstorm Castle. Otherwise, the mechanical servants Zhang Yang summoned would disappear automatically after 5 minutes. Zhang Yang urged the guild members to quickly gather the ingredients to upgrade the Thunderstorm Castle to a level 3 city defense. Fragment Allspark created a mechanical servant every hour. Theoretically, 72 mechanical servants would be created within a day of real time, and 7 days were required to reach the number of mechanical servants to accommodate a level 2 city defense. The guild members of Lone Desert Smoke were pretty supportive, as all of them aggressively looked for the ingredients to upgrade the level 3 city defense as Zhang Yang urged them. Of course, Zhang Yang would not allow his guild members to work for nothing, and he bought all of their ingredients at market price. After a day, Zhang Yang and his guild members were to meet their semi-finals opponent in battle, which was Lone Desert Smoke's subguild. Indeed, it was a battle between Lone Desert Smoke and Lone Desert Smoke. Due to Mountain Mover's outstanding commands, the sub-guild performed with excellent competitiveness instead of performing like a low-ranked guild. They continuously beat opponents and overcame difficulties, and finally, they met their main guild in the semifinals, which made a lot of people astounded with the capability of Lone Desert Smoke's sub-guild. Of course, Sage of God Killer, the guild master of Sage of God's Path, was extremely regretful. Both sides underwent a friendly battle, and lastly, sub-guild automatically threw in the towel and quitted the battle. As a result, the sub-guild was going to battle against Imperial Sky and Radiance for the third place. After a while, the battle between Imperial Sky and Radiance had ended and Imperial Sky finally won the battle, which caused Radiance's battle of revenge to fail. This also meant that the finale of the Guild War was similar to the Soaring Swords competition's final, which was a battle between Lone Desert Smoke and Imperial Sky. This finale also caused a lot of discussions in the forum. Had Imperial Sky also dispatched a cyber army to criticize Lone Desert Smoke, as a level 3 guild was being oppressive towards a level 2 guild. Even if they win the battle, they would have won disgracefully, which would shame China's strongest guild. Zhang did not even bother about it, and he would not talk about fairness with Imperial Sky. Besides, he upgraded his guild level by killing the boss, and the boss dropped a level 3 guild upgrade order. He paid hard work for it. Why should Zhang give up this superiority? After a day, the battle between Lone Desert Smoke and Imperial Sky finally commenced. Previously, both of these guilds were fighting each other on a smaller scale, and they did not have a war with each other. Therefore, this guild war attracted a lot of attention. Countless of players came to the audience seats and were ready to enjoy the war between two strong guilds. Certainly, almost 90% of the people believed that Lone Desert Smoke would win the final victory. After all, everyone had seen the capability of Lone Desert Smoke. Besides, the number of Lone Desert Smoke's people were more than half of the opponent. If Lone Desert Smoke could not win this, it would be doubtful whether it is a one-sided contest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 389, Sailor Moon. Chapter 389, Sailor Moon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though everyone had guessed the outcome of the competition, the entire process of the battle was really out of expectation. It was totally a one-sided slaughter. Under the tactical command of Mountain Mover, the Lone Desert Smoke exhibited their explosive battle power to the public by taking out Imperial Sky off their feet with just a snap of their fingertips. It was really lamentable to see how a large army of absolute power was broken down by one super tactician on their enemy side. The difference of just one person could really make a difference. During the competition, Zhang had also let Fatty Han and the sub-guild join into the main guild on purpose. The intention was to let every single one of them get their very own gray-silver grade battle mount. And it really did happen, because this system of the competition was full of loopholes to exploit. The moment Lone Desert Smoke secured their position as the champion of the competition, even the newly joined members such as Fatty Han and the remaining members of the sub-guild obtained the rewards to be elevated by 3 levels and 1 gray-silver grade battle mount, Crimson Flaming Horse. Later, Zhang arranged for Fatty Han, Mountain Mover, the members of sub-guild to go back to the sub-guild with the intention for them to join the competition for the 3rd and the 4th place that was about to start in a while. When Mountain Mover was leading the members of the sub-guild, which was deemed to be much weaker in battle, it was obvious that the performance and show of strength from the sub-guild obviously improved by a lot. They actually won the match against Radiance by using the Guerrilla Tactics 1, and secured the 3rd place in the competition. What was said to be a waste was that Zhang did not join in, and he missed the opportunity to get the reward of the winning, together with the sub-guild. It was just nonsensical. If he knew that he would also get the reward by just being on the sub-guild, he would have put himself into the sub-guild and elevated himself to yet another level. No wonder this was a one-in-a-lifetime kind of competition, as there were simply too many loopholes to exploit. There was nothing fair to begin with even in the first place. Now that the members of Lone Desert Smoke in both the main guild and the sub-guild had their own battle mounts of gray-silver grade and black steel grade from the winnings, the entire force of the Lone Desert Smoke had definitely crowned themselves above every other guilds in the China server. Other than the large-scale guild Imperial Sky, no other guilds can stand against Lone Desert Smoke, at least not in the China server. The other guilds that can pose a threat to the Lone Desert Smoke are the top-tier guilds from the other 7 main regions. After all, no matter the Soaring Sword competition, or the Guild War competition, these competitions were held separately in different regions. So there were a total of 14 champions in all 7 main regions. After acquiring the level +3 reward, Zhang had reached level 85, but still, he is surrounded by the best players in the server. Another 3 days have passed. The Thunderstorm Castle had been successfully upgraded up into a level 3 territory defensive castle. Meanwhile, Zhang has been busy making more than 200 elite-grade mechanical servants.
With the 100-plus mechanical servants left from his previous battles, the army of these mechanical servants had reached up to a total of 400. Zhang Yang had plans for these mechanical servants, to use them as an element of surprise when in desperate times. To hide the army from plain sight in order to keep them as an element of surprise, Zhang Yang purposely used his privilege as the Baron of the Thunderstorm Castle to create a secret warehouse to store the army. In each passing day, there would be an increment of 72 servants in the warehouse. It only took about 7 days for their number to grow up to the maximum capacity for the level 3 castle defense. Zhang Yang felt more relaxed in the coming days, because he did not have to run around completing quests. As long as he grinds his levels and crafts some potions to keep on track, he would be up to speed. Ever since he acquired the skill, Alchemist's Intuition, he became obsessed with making potions. Always looking forward to the surprises of his random transmutations, he would never grow tired of it. But, it's not like he can really slack off on his progress as he pleases, or just play the game casually. In other words, the game is always full of competitions and disputes. It began a few days ago. A number of assassinations, ambushes happened on the players of Lone Desert Smoke who were sent on to the mines to gather some materials. That had caused the production of the guild to decrease steeply. Not all players signed up for the game to be top warriors and fighters. There were also players who logged in every day to live a peaceful life, mining and collecting materials at leisure, to be sold in the marketplace for gold. They did not have top-tier equipment, or levels to match up to the pace of the game. Since they were such peaceful players, they were easy targets. This situation escalated to the point where 100 Shots was forced to arrange escorts to protect these peaceful players. But the culprits were cunning and sly, because they will just avoid doing anything and stay hidden when they come across those large group of players, while they will slaughter the players if the group is small. This kind of issue has caused major inconveniences to Lone Desert Smoke. After all, players had to stand their own ground, with each man for himself, so even their defenders would be overwhelmed at times. These culprits are very good in hiding, because up until now, they have not exposed themselves yet. That has presented a helpless situation for 100 Shots to solve. He can only increase the number of players in escort. And on this day, Zhang Yang had just made a mechanical servant with some fragment source of cinder, and was ready to use his lover's charm to teleport himself to Sun Xinu. He wanted to prevent any means of travel before going straight into grinding his level. Suddenly, he received a group invitation. This invitation came from a player named Sailor Moon 2. Zhang Yang took a look at the player's character information and realized that she was actually one of the members of Lone Desert Smoke. He accepted it immediately and joined the party of 3, making it into a party of 4. Team Leader, Sailor Moon, Human Spellcaster, level 62. Team Member, Sailor Chibiman 3, Human Spellcaster, level 62. Team Member, Sailor Mars 4, Human Spellcaster, level 62. Zhang Yang could not help himself but to sweat in silence. Did he just join the Sailor Moon party? But Guild Master, please help us. Sailor Moon was shouting out in the party channel, her voice filled with anger and helplessness at the same time. Zhang Yang frowned. What's the matter? There's a bunch of people clinging onto us, saying that they just want to be friends with us. At first, we did not mind them at all, but they have been following us and harassing us, and then they began to block our path, physically. And when we were about to use our teleportation scrolls, they would interrupt us. They had no intention to kill us as well, they're just blocking us from leaving. Now they are trying to force us to be girlfriends of their boss. Sailor Chibimoon spoke up. These bastards are just being as asterisk holes. Sailor Mars boiled with anger and said, Guild Master, we have just joined the guild not too long ago, and we don't know who to call for help. The first person we thought of is you. Please help us. Although these 3 girls weren't talking in order, Zhang Yang could piece up the information. Also, their voices were so similar. With just a second of distraction, one would have lost track of who was speaking at the time. How many are there? These people. Zhang Yang asked them. 10. Sailor Moon replied in an instant. If the number is huge, then Zhang Yang will have to summon a large number of people as well, but since it's just 10, he can definitely take them on himself without a problem. While riding on Whitey, Zhang Yang let out a short shout and charged towards the direction of the Sailor Moons in high speed. He informed through the party channel, just hold on for a little longer, I'll be there before you know it. Guild Master, you must bring more men. That's right. Kick their asses. It's driving us mad. The 3 girls were talking at the same time, and Zhang Yang couldn't decipher a piece of information. All he could hear was some noise. The Sailor Moon were not too far from Thunderstorm Castle, so it only took approximately 20 minutes for Zhang Yang to arrive. There were more than 10 male players present at the scene. They were of different professions, different races. These men were surrounding 3 girls in white robes. They had them trapped beside a lake, surrounded by half of a circle of men, with their backs against the lake. These men did not attack, and they were all smiling like perverts. They would heal each other whenever the girls attacked them. And whenever the girls attempted to use their teleportation scroll, they would wait for the right timing and launch an attack on the girls to interrupt the teleportation. Zhang Yang could not help but feel shame as a man. For the first time in God's Miracle, he is actually seeing such immoral players. So, what's difference between these players and those hoodlums who take liberties on girls on the streets? The only difference is that there are cops in the real world, but in God's Miracle, these sorts of people can do whatever filthy deeds they want without having to worry about cops. With a closer look, these people are from that hoodlum guild, called the Rogue Family. And that filthy rich boy, Overlord Prince of Dragon City, was among those hoodlums. Goddammit. Do know that this fellow actually made Zhang Yang look stupid in their previous engagement. He should have guessed it right. Other than those hoodlums in the Rogue Family, no other players would do such a shameful thing. Zhang Yang patted Whitey and charged in on them, with a long leap and a shoof. He collided into the two healers standing at the back of the other hoodlums. There were a total of 11 hoodlums, 2 of them were healers, 2 of them were spellcasters, 3 of them were thieves, 2 of them were hunters and 2 of them were warriors. Who's there? As these hoodlums were focusing their attention on the 3 girls, they had never thought or expect a man to charge in all of a sudden. It was until Zhang Yang's sword reached the neck of a healer, when they realized what was happening. If it was up to an experienced and skillful player, the player would just activate Terror Shriek to terrify Zhang Yang with a moment of restriction effect. But good skillful players were hard to come by these days, and these are mere hoodlums from the Rogue Family. How would it be possible to find good and skillful players in a guild like this? 193. Zhang Yang swung his sword past and the healer was inflicted with a damage. That value was 1/3 of his entire health bar. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had gained a total of 37 rage points. Because when he was charging over to the hoodlums, he had already activated Blood Rage, and now he has a total of 67 rage points on his rage bar. But regular attacks will not trigger the common cooldown of the skill sets. So Zhang Yang swung his Sword of Purging Devourer with a horizontal sweep. The sparks from the sword flew across the air, and the 7 players from the Rogue Family were inflicted with damages ranging from 7,700 to 8,500 in the same moment. There was a critical attack on one of the spellcasters, which instantly killed the fellow. That was considered as a good strike. Then, the special effect of the Sword of Purging Devourer kicked in, and another wave of damages ranging around 7,000 plus were inflicted upon every single hoodlum within the effective area. Arg. The miserable crying continued and another 3 hoodlums were killed and turned into white lights, one after another. Whitey continued to attack with its claws, causing approximately 5,000 damage in every attack. For the hoodlums who were left with only a little health points left, these attacks with such an amount of damage would prove to be fatal. One touch is already a touch of death. Zhan Yu, one of the hoodlums, had finally set his eyes right on Zhang Yang's face and recognized him. As he finally identified who the attacker was, he was shocked and angry at the same time. All the mixed expression was revealed on his face. We did not even touch a hair on your head, why would you ambush us? Don't think that you can do whatever you like just because you're the guild master of Lone Desert Smoke. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang was amused, and he laughed hard. A hoodlum would actually try to appeal to his civility. It was really something to remember by. Stinky hoodlums. Sailor Mars threw out a ball of fire onto Overlord Prince of Dragon City and began to cast the spell for Explosive Flame. Eat this. Serves you right. Don't ever think that we girls are meant to be bullied. The girls all squealed out in agitation at the same time, making it hard to hear their words. Sailor Chibamun and Sailor Moon were also throwing balls of fire attack over to the hoodlums and began to cast their own explosive flames as well. Overlord Prince of Dragon City was shocked. Rogue Bunny, didn't you said you'll torture him to death? Now that he's here already, why aren't you doing it? Rogue Bunny was frowning with cold sweat. He was only trying to butter the spoiled rich boy. Now that Zhang Yang and his Lone Desert Smoke were in their prime, who would dare to challenge them now? Anyone who does that would be committing suicide. It could have gone way much better if that filthy rich boy could just forget everything he had ever said to butter him and not bring it up again. Zhang Yang shook his head. You are cornering and harassing my guild members, and you dare to question why I, as their guild master, would charge in and interrupt you hoodlums? Ha! I can see that your heads have been knocked dead by a donkey. Knocked by donkeys so many times that they can't even think straight. They have scrambled eggs for brains. I would say these hoodlums did not have brains, to begin with. The 3 Sailor Moon were speaking and giggling all at the same time. Although Zhang Yang was still talking, his hands were still swinging his weapon around without any pause. He was currently equipped with almost a full set of Violet Platinum equipment already, and the weapon within his hands was a level 90 Violet Platinum weapon. So, be it his attack or his defense, he was so powerful that these hoodlums should fear him to the point that they should flee on sight. On the other hand, these hoodlums from Rogue family had just reached level 70, and they had just purchased some level 70 gray-silver equipment. So, their attacks could not even inflict any physical damage on Zhang Yang, not even a little. Although their spell-type attacks could still pose a threat to him, but those 1000 to 2000 flashes damage would mean nothing on the 100,000 plus health points of Zhang Yang. Even if Zhang Yang stood still and allowed them to hit him, it would take hours, or even longer to empty out his health bar. Not to mention that Zhang Yang has assistance from the 3 Sailor Moon girls. Although their levels weren't that high and their equipment wasn't that good, the focus fire of 3 spellcasters was obviously very powerful. It served greatly as a support from the side.
In just a brief moment, they had already sent every single one of the hoodlums, including Overlord Prince of Dragon City, to the graveyard.
Humph, we just proved to them that girls are not to be bullied.
Pile up their dead bodies. Make sure they get the message. Sailor Chibamun seemed to be making threatening gestures while saying it.
Zhang Yang took a glance at the faces of the 3 girls, and he understood why that Overlord Prince of Dragon City would be so interested in them. The 3 girls had almost the exact same faces. And all 3 of them were pretty and young, and full of youthful energy. Although players can customize their faces in the game, it would be extremely hard to customize their faces until they all looked the same. Only the natural-born faces would look the same, and by scanning their facial features and making some adjustments, only can they make their faces so similar within the game. So thinking about the obvious, these 3 girls must be sisters in the real world. The sort of people like Overlord Prince of Dragon City would never be able to resist such delicate flowers. That was the main reason why he stuck around, putting in his best effort to keep them from leaving.
Guildmaster, you are amazing. You shoot away these hoodlums single-handedly.
Sailor Mars was looking at Zhang Yang with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "That's because you girls helped me out." The 3 girls looked at each other and began to giggle with their hands up to their mouth, accentuating their round boobies.
You 3 are sisters, aren't you?
Zhang Yang asked the girls while he picked up all the items and equipment that fell from the hoodlums after they died. Although he was not interested in the equipment, it would be better for him to pick them up than to leave them there, waiting for the hoodlums to come all the way back.
This should teach them some manners. Yes, in fact, we are triplets.
Sailor Moon pointed at herself and said, "I'm the eldest, the first to be born.
This is the second, only 3 minutes after me.
Last but not least, she is the youngest, born 5 minutes after that." She pointed at Sailor Chibamun and Sailor Mars while explaining. Zhang Yang nodded as he took out 2 of the equipment, leather armor pieces, and passed them over to the girls. "Here you go, it's your share for our victory."
Hee, the girls took it without any hesitation and kept them into their backpack. So where are you from, sir? Sailor Moon asked him out of her own curiosity. Jiusu City.
Zhang Yang told them.
Oh, what a coincidence. We're attending classes in a university in Jiusu City.
Sailor Chibimun clapped her hands in excitement.
You did us a great favor, so please, let us repay you with dinner. Please?
That's right, you must come, Little Bin is good at making dishes. So that concludes it, tomorrow night it is, that. The 3 girls were talking all at once again, and then giggled together. Zhang Yang frowned at the way they invited him to dinner.
The girls said it all, he had not even opened his mouth yet. Then, you girls wouldn't mind if I bring along 2 more people, right? Zhang Yang smiled.
Since they looked so sincere, he could not just reject them already.
Boy or girl?
Girls.
Your girlfriends? The 3 girls were filled with curiosity to find out. You 3 are really talkative.
1. Guerrilla tactics, a form of irregular warfare in which a small group of combatants uses military tactics such as ambushes, sabotage, raids, petty warfare, hit-and-run tactics, and mobility to fight a larger military force.
2. Sailor Moon, main character in Sailor Moon anime series. 3. Sailor Chibimun, one of the sailor character in Sailor Moon anime series.
4. Sailor Mars, one of the sailor character in Sailor Moon anime series, representing Mars. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 390, The Needle That Fell Out of the Haystack. Chapter 390, The Needle That Fell Out of the Haystack. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, Zhang Yang went to meet the girls, along with Han Shui and Wei Yin Er, and also Sun Xinu. They went straight to the address that the Sailor Moon girls. No, the Xiaobin sisters gave to Zhang Yang.
So, the three girls are Zhao Bin, Zhao Yu, and Zhao Shui. All of them are 19 years old. They had just moved into the life of a university.
Their hometown is located at Jinnan district.
Although the three of them were going to the same university, but they were of different majors, so they could not stay in the same dorm. The bond of their sisterhood is strong, as they cannot live without each other in their lives.
So they are renting a unit near their university, so that they can stay together.
Initially, Zhang Yang intended to bring only Han Shui and Wei Yan, but as they ran into Sun Xinu, the Icy Queen actually followed them without saying a word.
Zhang Yang was actually shocked to see that she actually cared.
The four of them arrived at the doorstep of the address, and the three sisters welcomed them in afterward. They were obviously very curious about Zhang Yang's relationships with the three pretty girls that came with him. So, they kept on poking around with their interrogation skills, hoping that they would get what they wanted to hear. Han Shui was acting like a queen, making herself look as if she was Zhang Yang's girlfriend, while speaking to them. Meanwhile, the Ice Queen was burning in flames of jealousy beside them, which made the triplet sisters laugh silently. Wei Yan was about their age as well, and she will be going for the National College entrance examination in 3 months' time, before she becomes a freshman. So, the four of them had many topics that clicked, and had a blast chatting.
After having dinner and a little chat, the four of them got ready to leave.
But as they were just about to leave, Zhang Yang stepped out of the door and suddenly, he lunged back and squashed the front portion of Sun Xinu, who was right behind him. The Ice Queen blushed in shame and in an angry tone, "Asshole, if you did that on purpose, I'll arrest you and take you back to the police station." Her chest was the most sensitive part of her body, and ever since she had known Zhang Yang, she had already lost count of how many times that part of her had been felt up, squashed up, roughed up by him already. Zhang Yang turned around and put his finger on his lips, telling her to shut up. He had a serious expression on his face. Then, he slowly closed the door until there was only a slight opening by the door panel and said in a very low voice, "Look.
What's so nice to look at?" Wei Yan shouted out loudly by the door, trying to take a peek as well. The girls were peeking out from the slight opening by the door panel. Lu Shuyan. Sun Xinu and the two sibling sisters were shocked to see that woman. "Who's Lu Shuyan?" Zhao Yu asked them out of curiosity. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Well, what do you know?
Can't believe that we tried so hard to find her, and now she pops up in front of us."
"Well, what a coincidence. A very juicy one too."
It was supposed to be a simple dinner with the girls.
Now it turned out to be a bingo.
Still, although she is an important suspect in a criminal case, there is no evidence to prove that she is the one who lit up your apartment.
So, I'm afraid that even if I detain her now, we won't even hold her for 24 hours before she goes wild again. Sun Xinu told Zhang Yang. "Not a problem, the main thing is that we know where she is now.
So there's no worry over her being stubborn and not talking." Zhang Yang put a sinister smile on his face.
"Why am I feeling like the three of us are invisible now? Hello? We're in a different realm now, no one will mind us, or even see us. Pity us."
The triplet sisters began to cry and sigh beside them. Zhang Yang took out his phone and dialed his brother-in-arms, "Fatty, come over quick, we have spotted that B*TCH Lu Shuyan." As of the current development of the game, players can make calls or receive calls when they are logged in, God's miracle. Players can choose to bind their phone numbers and their pager numbers with their account. That makes it possible to communicate from within the game, with the players, even if the caller is in the real world at the moment.
"Alright, I'm on my way." Sun Xinu stared at Zhang Yang and said, "You are not going to do something that I don't like at all, are you?"
Zhang Yang smiled vaguely and said, "If you can get her to turn herself in, then I will gladly watch by the side."
"I'm going back."
Sun Xinu saw that Lu Shuyan had already gone into the house and closed the door shut, so she walked out of the door. Then she stopped and stood there for a while and said, "If anything happens, call my number." Zhang Yang felt a glimpse of warmth in his heart, as that was how Sun Xinu usually expressed her affection towards him. That's just how she expresses herself.
After Sun Xinu was gone, Zhang Yang also had Han Shui and Wei Yan scurry back to their house. Because what was about to happen was not going to be a pretty sight.
Zhang Yang said goodbye to the Zhaobin sisters. He did not want the triplets to be caught in his own affair.
Better to be safe than sorry. Soon after, Fatty Han arrived in a hurry.
Zhang Yang looked at him and nodded.
"It's show time."
The two of them went up to the front door of Lu Shuanyu's house, and they were ready to do what must be done.
They knocked the door.
After a while, the door crack opened, and the next thing they saw was the head of Lu Shuyan peeking out by the panel of the door. Fortunately, there was no peephole in the door, as this design of door seemed to be very old. The houses in this area were considered old. Zhang Yang smiled at her, specifically at her.
The facial expression of Lu Shuyan changed in an instant, from heaven down to earth.
There, she realized that it was Zhang Yang. She quickly pushed the door with the attempt to close the door shut, however, boop. She could feel that something was stuck in between the door, preventing her from closing it.
We have been looking for you for a long time, Missy.
Zhang Yang pushed the door open and took back his foot that had stopped the door from closing.
Well, this Lu Shuyan was indeed worthy of being the mastermind behind the entire scheme.
She was calm again after a very brief moment, then she walked steadily back into her house. Well, you must be very tired. Zhang Yang looked at Fatty Han and nodded, and the two of them walked right into the house as well. Zhang Yang, you already own the entirety of Silky Soft Holdings, what more do you want? As she pleaded, Zhang Yang and Fatty Han took a good look at her close-up, finally. This Lu Shuyan was indeed pretty and she had a great body as well, as a woman of course. The parts that should be big are big, and the parts that should be small are small, all at the right size to the point that men would drool by looking at her. And, she was wearing a pair of high heels, with long stockings that were almost transparent, up to her thighs. The way she positioned her feet as she sat down was definitely seducing. Zhang Yang gave a soft smile and said, looks like you have forgotten about the fact that you burned my apartment down. Natural disasters happen because of natural causes. That's just how nature works, kid.
Why would you blame an act of nature on a weak, helpless lady like me?
Lu Shuyan was trying to make pity of herself. Zhang Yang shook his head with an annoyed face and said, there are only 3 of us here, you can just be honest with us, you know? Lu Shuyan began to talk in an aggressive manner, I really didn't do anything, so how honest would you want me to be with it? This woman was being very careful, as she was probably worried that Zhang Yang and Fatty Han might have activated some recorders. Every word she used, every sentence she spoke, she picked her words carefully enough. Zhang Yang revealed a smile with his teeth and said, well, we are not cops, we need no evidence. Lu Shuyan suddenly laughed out loud and said, so what are you going to do to me?
Rape me?
That's good, because I have not had a man in bed for a long time, my P*SSY needs a good scratch these days. You two can come at me at the same time, show me what you got underneath your trousers.
Let me savor them.
Right in front of Zhang Yang and Fatty Han, she took off her clothes one layer after another, then she lied down onto the sofa. Then, with one hand grabbing her own boobs, massaging them, like she was really excited, while the other hand was down in front of the bushy cushion, trying to dig her finger into the entrance in between her cushions. She was moaning like a cat, seducing the 2 men to stand up and make their entrance.
What the F***CK? What a slut, man.
Fatty Han looked at her with scorn, but his eyes were already nailed onto the important parts of Lu Shuyan, and he just could not turn his eyes away from them. I shall teach her a lesson for you, little Yang. I'll take it from here.
Fatty, she's a snake, a fiend. A pretty and sexy one, of course. But you better not enter her, because once you do that, there's no turning back. And God knows what kind of trap she has prepared for you, once you do it.
Zhang Yang warned Fatty Han straight up.
Don't worry, didn't I just said I'll take it from here? Head back first, wait for my good news.
Zhang Yang nodded, then he turned around and left the house. After that, he went straight back to Han Shui's house.
Fatty Han did not let Zhang Yang down at all.
In just a few hours, he had already contacted Zhang Yang and told him that Lu Shuyan had been taken care of, and she that had already given herself up to the police station and had revealed every single truth about her own crimes.
Zhang Yang was amazed and yet confused, how did that fatty do it?
So, he asked Fatty Han about it. As he knew, Lu Shuyan was definitely very tough and extremely hard to break without using violence.
So, how could she break so easily then? Ha, that slut loves men for a reason, right?
So all I had to do was to call 20 of my brothers over, muscular and strong on the upper body, and also strong down there. I lined them up before her, not a single fabric covering their bodies. I also put a small little blue pill into each of their mouths before letting them do their work. After that, she submitted to everything. And most importantly, she let everything out, I got it all recorded.
Fatty Han was laughing hard. Wow, 20 men with Viagra. The force must have been strong.
Zhang Yang could only shake his head, Fatty, you really are filthy, you know that?
Filthy good, man.
Che, this is a tactic. To win the battle without having to fight.
All famous generals use tactics. Fatty Han said without any sense of shame.
But in the end, that Lu Shuyan really did went to prison after that. At least 20 years of serving was waiting for her, ahead of her life, at least 20 years of prison life. So she will definitely not be a problem to Zhang Yang, well, at least for 20 years. Now that the potential threat has been removed, Han Shui and Wei Yenair no longer required protection anymore. So he decided to move out from their places. A man living under the same roof as 2 ladies, he would still feel a bit uncomfortable with it, no matter what. But his old apartment and everything in it had been burned to crisp. So now, he could only think about buying a new house for him to stay. Haning Shui and Wei Yan'er found out that he was trying to look for a new house, so they decided to aid him in his search. They tagged along with him to several locations, most of which were per their suggestions. The designs, the location, everything should follow their so-called guidelines. Zhang Yang tried to say no to their proposals, but according to some wise people, a woman is like 500 ducks one. He only had one mouth, how could he win against 1,000 ducks? So by the end of it, he let the girls decide everything for him. Another few days had passed, the army of mechanical servants had finally reached the 1,000 maximum capacity of a level 3 castle defense. So, to increase the limit capacity on the number of mechanical servants he can produce, he must elevate his current castle defense level up to level 4. In order to do so, he needed mining ores that are acquired from level 90 mining profession skills. So, it was impossible for him to proceed at the moment. Zhang Yang had reached level 86, so he is just 4 levels away from reaching level 90. He was also looking forward to getting the final piece of the fragment of dimensional key, and becoming eligible to enter the fallen palace of the Imperial Heavens Empire. He intended to seek out the ancient godly weapon Meteor Sword, and complete the main quest that was assigned to him by Princess Serena. This linked quest is believed to be the longest main story linked quest that Zhang Yang had ever received. There were quests among quests, it was extremely annoying. Of course, the reward of this extremely long and annoying quest should have heavenly, or else, what was the point of all this? Server announcement: Player 1 Sword Stroke has successfully stopped the resurrection of the Witch King of the Undead Yikla, and contributed greatly to preserving the peace of the mainland. This great deed will be published on the list of the glorious deed for the world to admire. Server announcement: Player 1 Sword Stroke has acquired level +2, skill point +1, lucky attribute +1 as rewards. Zhang Yang suddenly received a server notification which congratulated 1 Sword Stroke, while he was making potions. Well, that was marvelous of him. That should be one of the main quests in the game. The rewards were handsome. Just by seeing the level increment, the skill point reward, lucky attribute increment, Zhang Yang knew that there must be more, such as a skill book, some powerful equipment that made the entire quest worthwhile, and also a powerful pet as additional rewards. 1 Sword Stroke, a skillful player, formidable opponent that one must not forget. After a while, Haning Shui and the rest of the gang were beginning to discuss about 1 Sword Stroke's achievement on the new quest that he had completed. They were making guesses which boss did Imperial Sky slay, and what kind of rewards did they get. At the best, it could only be a Violet Platinum boss. The officials have introduced before, mythical grade bosses will only start appearing in level 110 dungeons. Now that Zhang Yang is only at level 86, we're still far away from entering the Chaos Realm. Lost Dream said. Everyone nodded to express their agreement on this. Zhang Yang then reminded them, well, they might have acquired some sort of skills like Dance of the Heaven and Earth. So, the next time we engage with them, we must be ready to use our life-saving skills. It's actually a fortunate thing that the arena forbids the use of such skills, or else every match or every competition like the Professional League Championship will mean nothing, as people would just activate powerful skills and see who dies first. No skills will be tested anymore. After the gang had their discussion and chit-chatting, they soon forgot about the achievement of Imperial Sky. But this was actually a huge success for the Imperial Sky as they managed to reforge their image and name in the game. Although they would still not be as good as Lone Desert Smoke, at least they have stepped up to show their strength to the public. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 391, Imperial Sky Assault, 1. Chapter 391, Imperial Sky Assault, 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, just a few days after, Zhang Yang received an important news. The news came from Luo Xin. Just like history unfolding itself into the present, she actually did meet Lu Wei when she joined the model exhibition in her school. And just like history, Lu Wei fell for her and took her in as his mistress. Luo Xin was really greedy. It wasn't enough for her, even after Lu Wei provided her $50,000 every month. So, she still continued to be the spy and consistently contacted Zhang Yang. Only, she was not able to provide any important information, therefore she was not given any additional rewards. But this time, the news that she brought up to Zhang Yang was definitely worth something. 1 Sword Stroke had also acquired a piece of Territory Conquest Order when he completed the main story linking quest. Meanwhile, under the influence of Lu Wei with a substantial amount of gold, Imperial Sky, Rolling Rocks, and Storm Riders, 3 top-tier guilds were going to join forces as a temporary measure in order to launch their assault on Thunderstorm Castle. They were going to activate the Territory Conquest Order. They were going to start a war with the Lone Desert Smoke. At first, Zhang Yang could not understand.
Be it a territory conquest or a territory defense, the battle could only be led by one guild.
So how can these three guilds join forces? Luo Xanyan then explained it clearly to Zhang Yang that Rolling Rocks and Storm Riders would temporarily send their top players over to join Imperial Sky.
In that way, they could gather all of their best players to form an ultimate force to win the territory conquest.
So, what about the maximum capacity of the members in one guild?
They wouldn't be able to fit so many top players in one guild. Of course, One Sword Stroke had already get his hands on one, level 3 guild upgrade order, when he had completed the previous quest.
He hasn't used it because he wanted to keep it as an element of surprise.
When he is ready and the time is right, he will use it and move forward with his plan. By then when Lone Desert Smoke sees it in the system notification, it will be too late to react.
Indeed, there weren't any guilds strong enough to take on Lone Desert Smoke one-on-one.
But these three guilds were three of the top guilds in the China server, and they have joined their elite forces together into one powerful force. This force might just overwhelm the best of Lone Desert Smoke. Furthermore, the Imperial Sky still hasn't used their level 3 guild upgrade order.
If Luo Xanyan did not give this news to Zhang Yang, and the guild would only make preparations planning according to their current level 2 guild.
They would only make preparations to go up against the basic number of 20,000 players in Imperial Sky. But Imperial Sky can simply use the level 3 guild upgrade order and increase their maximum capacity of players up to 30,000 and expand their force at the final moment before they begin the territory conquest, like an hour earlier or so. Then, they will have the element of surprise over Zhang Yang and the Lone Desert Smoke. Over these few days, the Imperial Sky and the two other guilds have done preparing their forces, so that meant that it's just a matter of time before they activate the territory conquest order and launch their full-scale attack.
Zhang Yang took a deep breath.
He should have guessed it. Lu Wei had been in the dark, hiding for too long, and it's about time he made his move.
But why aim at Thunderstorm Castle?
Well, Thunderstorm Castle is the first territory that appeared in China server, so the time and effort used to set up the territory were the longest, and the castle defense level must be the highest as well.
And, not to mention that there is a top-tier guild called Lone Desert Smoke running the territory behind it.
So this territory was definitely the hardest to fall among all three territories in the China server.
So why would they want to aim at the most difficult one? After thinking further through, Zhang Yang finally understood.
One Sword Stroke had an insatiable appetite, so large that he will not stop until he is bloated with it all. So after his latest achievement, if he takes down Thunderstorm Castle, then Imperial Sky will become a stronger guild than can replace Lone Desert Smoke at the top, becoming the best guild in the entire China region. But if he proceeded to conquer the other territories, that will actually give him the same benefits in terms of economic growth for his guild, but they will never be able to shake off the shadow that had been cast upon them by Lone Desert Smoke.
The higher the risk, the higher the benefits. There is only one question left. Can One Sword Stroke and Lu Wei secure their victory over this conquest? We shall see about that. Without Luo Xanyan's news, maybe Zhang Yang would have been beaten before he could react, but he had prepared the 1,000 army of mechanical servants. That's his secret weapon that his enemies did not know of. That's his element of surprise.
These 1,000 mechanical servants can charge out to save the fight when they are in desperate times.
This army of mechanical servants was the key to turn the tables. When the time comes, let's see who surprises who. Zhang Yang did not leak the news regarding Imperial Sky, Rolling Rocks, and Storm Riders.
He only told Fatty Han, 100 Shots, and a few more core players of the guild about it, so that everyone is prepared for it. But, only one day after he received the news, One Sword Stroke had launched the territory conquest order on Thunderstorm Castle, igniting the countdown to a war.
Ding!
Player One Sword Stroke has launched territory conquest order. The territory conquest will begin tomorrow at 7 p.m. The territory conquest will last for 3 hours. Participants limitation: all members of Imperial Sky and Lone Desert Smoke only.
During the territory conquest, all teleportation services or scrolls will be unavailable.
All players who are killed during the territory conquest will be teleported back to the main city, and these players will not be able to rejoin the conquest. After the 3-hour conquest, if Imperial Sky takes down the territory main hall, then Imperial Sky will be deemed victor. Player One Sword Stroke will take over and become the new Baron of Thunderstorm Castle. Both sides of the guilds received the same notification message from the system.
Ha. The Imperial Sky still hasn't had enough from us. Let us give them bastards some real firepower this time.
Lost Dream was crunching his fists already. A battle maniac like Wei Yin Air would, of course, have sharpened her weapons and was prepared for battle at any time. Everyone knew that the Imperial Sky had a secret weapon, but none of them knew how Zhang Yang got the news. Zhang Yang had also kept the fact that Luo Xianyan told him the news from everyone around him, not because he didn't trust them, it was just that, the more people know, the easier the news would leak.
And most importantly, it wouldn't benefit anyone as not many even knew Luo Xianyan.
One day had passed. It was 6 in the evening, and all members of the Lone Desert Smoke were gathered at Thunderstorm Castle. From that moment on, the teleportation circle service had ceased functioning for all outsiders, except for the members of Lone Desert Smoke. Many players had no idea on what was about to happen, so there was an uproar on why the teleportation circle could not be accessed. The members of the Imperial Sky were beginning to gather by the front of the Thunderstorm Castle outside the castle wall. Later, they were joined by the members of the Rolling Rocks and the Storm Riders. So they really are patient about this, it's almost time to begin, and they are showing no intention of using the Level 3 Guild upgrade order yet.
100 Shots laughed.
The later they use it, the shorter time we will have for our preparation.
Well, they've done great, all those efforts in trying to surprise us. So unfortunate for them.
All members of the Lone Desert Smoke were standing on the castle wall while smiling and laughing, for they already knew the little surprise that their opponents thought no one knew.
It was already 6:50 p.m.
Server announcement: congratulations to Imperial Sky for becoming the second Level 3 guild in the entire China server. For the next 3 days, all Imperial Sky members will receive the reward of earning 100% additional experience points, and the cost of repairing equipment, inserting gemstones into sockets, and identifying equipment will be halved. Finally, one sword stroke had taken out his ultimate game card.
7 p.m. Ding! The territory conquest has begun.
In an instant, every single player that was not from Lone Desert Smoke and Imperial Sky were teleported 2 kilometers away from the Thunderstorm Castle.
Gululu!
As sounds of heavy objects were heard, 5 catapults appeared at the front line of the battlefield.
Shuff! 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 Shuff!
5 huge rocks were shot out from the catapult swings, and the stones were flying over like missiles, smashing onto the castle wall of Thunderstorm Castle.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As the rocks were smashing onto the castle wall, the walls were blasted into pieces as countless bricks of the wall flew all around into the surroundings. Those who did not react fast enough could not avoid the assault of the huge rocks and were the first to die. As for those who survived the impact of the huge rocks, also took great damage.
So, now we're dealing with catapults, eh? We have our own catapults too.
Mountain Mover was the absolute commander in this battle against the large army of the Imperial Sky. He raised up his hand and made a commanding gesture. Then he shouted, "Aim at their catapults, fire back at will."
Shuff! Shuff! Shuff!
The catapults within the Thunderstorm Castle premises were also beginning to fire huge rocks back to the formation of the Imperial Sky Army. However, although catapult attacks can bring a substantial amount of damage to the castle wall, but the damage inflicted on living targets weren't really that high. Even if the rocks landed on the targets, it would only be able to wound the targets badly. These targets can then take some snacks or some potions to recover their health points, and they will be as good as new. So, these kinds of attacks cannot be effective against living targets. After all, catapults are meant to use for breaking down castle walls only.
If catapults can also inflict great damages to players, then what use would be the magic cannons? Boom! Boom!
The 2 guilds exchanged fire with catapults. But catapults were just like magic cannons as well, they had limited ammo, and every catapult can only fire 20 huge rocks in one battle. In just about 10 minutes, the battle of catapults had finally ended as both sides were out of ammo. Thunderstorm Castle had lost 2 magic cannons, while the Imperial Sky had lost 3 catapults, all blown to bits.
It was all money down the drain.
Be it the catapults or the magic cannons, money was required to purchase these kinds of weapons from the system, and the price of each weapon of this sort exceeded millions of gold. Besides, these kinds of weapon can only be used on certain occasions only. More importantly, once these sort of weapons are destroyed, there is no way to repair them, and the only way to replace them is to buy a new one. So from this point of view, the officials are eager to see players triggering territory conquest, because they can earn more money if players are required to make additional purchases of the weapons to defend their own territory. One sword stroke was riding on a white-boned saber-tooth. With a shove, he pulled up his axe from his waist and said, "Brothers and sisters, charge now. Thunderstorm Castle should be ours for the taking. We shall paint the flag of Imperial Sky with the blood of Lone Desert Smoke. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 30,000 plus troops charged in like a tidal wave towards the direction of the Thunderstorm Castle. Mountain Mover raised up his left hand and said, "Aim the magic cannon at the most saturated point of the army, on my mark.
Fire at will." Shoof. Dot.
Streams of white lights were shot right out into the saturated point of the army, followed by a burst of explosion. The white light expanded out by an area of 10 by 10 meters as they wiped out every single player within that perimeter. Everything melted, there was not even any sign of dead bodies. Unfortunately, the area of the explosion was not large enough, it only managed to wipe out approximately 100 members of Imperial Sky.
Ready, again. Fire at will. Mountain Mover raised up his hand again and pointed at the most saturated point of the enemy army. Shoof. Shoof.
The magic cannons were serving their purpose, as they shot out streams of white lights that blinded and most importantly, destroyed. After 10 shots, Imperial Sky had lost more than 1,000 soldiers already. However, the magic cannon had reached its firing capacity for the battle. After all, no matter how strong and valiant a weapon can be, it won't hold after being used for many times, which clearly exceeded its durability.
If all 3 magic cannons were intact, they could have taken out more 3,000 players. The main idea was that, even before the real battle begins, the enemy would have already lost 1 to 10 of their army. It could have been an advantage for the lone desert smoke in that sense. The Imperial Sky arrived at the front door of the castle and began to launch their assaults on the door itself.
It's the only way in. Level 3 territory door, item.
Level 1. HP, 10 million. Defense, 3,000. Magic resistance, 3,000.
Standing right before a magnificent door, Imperial Sky should have trouble breaking through the super strong door of the castle. As the other 2 territories were just level 1 territories, their castle doors only have 1 million health points, 1,000 defense, and magic resistance. So it would not be wise to compare the difference. Furthermore, the information of the territory door will not be revealed to anyone until players are in a territory conquest. One sword stroke indeed had many secret cards that were not revealed yet, so people may think that he shall be the one who triumphs over his enemy.
But, how about Zhang Yang? How many secret cards did Zhang Yang have up his sleeve for the moment? So what should be done next?
Well, one sword stroke had no other choice at the moment but to make great sacrifices. Fight, by sacrificing the bulk of his army if necessary. With a wave of his sword, one sword stroke commanded his members to attack. Countless players were gushing up onto the door like a tidal wave and they began swinging away in an attempt to bring down the door, by force. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 392, Imperial Sky Assault, 2. Chapter 392, Imperial Sky Assault, 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Right on top of the territory walls and door, the Lone Desert Smoke had arranged some surprises for them. Spellcasters, hunters of the Lone Desert Smokes were stationed at the top of the walls, showering their AoE attacks onto the members of the Imperial Sky all around the walls and door on the outside, trying to weaken their assaults on the castle door. Rains of hailstones, flames, and arrows were descending onto the members of the Imperial Sky. It did not matter if they were the regular members or the elite members of the Imperial Sky, Rolling Rocks and Storm Riders, they could only take everything coming down on them and suffer great damage. The bloodshed was extreme, and many had fallen. But, it seemed that one sword stroke had already predicted this situation. These players that he had sent up front were all mounted on gray-silver grade battle mounts. The purpose was to boost the health points of the players on the front line. Plus, he had also arranged a large number of healers by the back of the front line to heal who constantly casted holy shields onto the players on the front line, no matter what the costs were. This was indeed a good strategy. As their health points were boosted high enough to sustain high damage and survive, the healers can heal them in time and lower down the death rate. After all, the number of players that can fit on the castle wall and on top of the territory door was limited, and the AoE skill attacks dealt lower damages. So if the attacks were not concentrated enough, or the interval of the assault waves were not stacked quickly enough, then their enemies would not be instantly killed, and they will have the chance to heal again.
They really came well prepared. Zhang Yang smiled.
But Han Shui began to show some worry on her face, 3 guilds joining together to challenge us. If we compare the combat power of the players, they might be even better than us now.
And if they manage to break through our door, then the battle will become hell for us, right?
Mountain Mover came up and explained, but the main objective of a territory conquest is not to slay your enemies, it's to make sure the guild flag that is installed right in the territory hall remains standing. As long as the flag is still standing after 3 hours, even if we're all slain, we will still be victors.
Buying time. That's the key.
So, we must be more focused on preventing their thieves from stealing our flag.
Zhang Yang nodded. Oh.
So that's why you sent Sister Sun over to the territory hall.
Wei Yan Air suddenly understood. This was because Sun Xianu was unmatched in stealth.
Zhang Yang laughed. Wow, little girl, it's really a marvelous thing to see that you're actually becoming clever.
Good for you. Humph.
I'm going to make you look bad one day for underestimating me all the time.
Wei Yan'er crunched her teeth together while speaking in a low voice.
The assault squad of the Imperial Sky did not give up on taking down the door even though they were bombarded heavily by lone desert smoke. And under their selfless effort on attacking the door, the strong and sturdy level 3 territory door was eventually taken down in about 10 minutes, blown to bits. For that, the Imperial Sky had sacrificed about 300 players as the cost of bringing the door down. So the battle went on, and it was still 2 hours and 31 minutes away from the end of the conquest. Tankers to the front line, healers to the back, and heal the front lines.
Assault teams, give it your best.
Mountain Mover commanded the Lone Desert Smoke members, while at the same time, he was waving his hands around, stationing all the members to places they should be. Mountain Mover had made a decision to station all the defensive forces at the front entrance of the castle, forming a shape of a bag. Tankers were lining up at the frontmost positions, while right behind them were the assault teams of the Lone Desert Smoke.
When the enemies clashed into them, the tankers blocked them, while the assault teams unleashed hell on the enemies with their highest damage output. The situation was like Leonidas and his 300 Spartans going against the massive army. They easily took down all the enemy squads that were sent up to test out their formation and defenses. This was undoubtedly a very impressive tactic, and the effects were outstanding. It was that moment when the members of Imperial Sky that rushed in blindly were welcomed with hell of fire, and the rate of death on Imperial Sky increased greatly. Zhanyu, come and let's have a good chat. A loud cry came up, and it was one sword stroke, riding on his white-bone saber-tooth, coming in through the entrance of the castle. As the assault teams of the Lone Desert Smoke launched their assaults on him, he was inflicted with -0, and this value kept on popping up whenever an attack landed on him. That was a damage absorption effect going on. Well, nothing could be done on that.
Other than Berserkers, Tornado Cleave, most of the AoE attacks were lower in damage, so when they are up against a tanker with good equipment, it's just tragic. For example, the Barrage of the Hunter can only inflict 200% range attack damage over 10 seconds. So at every second, it's just 20% of the range attack damage. Even if the player acquired a level 80 Violet Platinum range weapon with an interval attack of 3.8 seconds, and also a full set of Violet Platinum armor equipped, the basic ranged attack of the player would only be approximately 9,500. So 20% of that amount of attack would only be about 2,000 or maybe less. So, how do you break through his defense? Seeing their guild master one sword stroke appeared right in front of them, the members of the Imperial Sky were agitated with excitement. They began to cheer and cry out loud. Everyone could see that one sword stroke is a favorable man in Imperial Sky, with high prestige. Meanwhile, at beside of one sword stroke, there came Lu Wei, Heaven's Pride. He was riding a gray silver, looking like a Prince Charming. Zhang Yang laughed out loud and said, "One sword stroke, we have crossed path many times in the Professional League Championship.
So, you are unworthy to be my opponent."
He spelled out his words one by one to make it clear to one sword stroke. As the Professional League Championship was held, the Silky Soft Battle Team and the Sky and Ocean Electronics Battle Team had crossed blades for 14 times in total. The results of the battles were 12:2, Zhang Yang and his guild won the matches single-sided. And Zhang Yang had engaged in battle with one sword stroke 5 times in total. Zhang Yang had won over 5 times, totally being overpowering one sword stroke. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, one sword stroke did not burst into anger, he laughed instead. Well, that was the past, and the past shall remain in the past.
The present is now.
The tides in the ocean can change, and now it's about time we Imperial Sky sing the song of victory. Meanwhile, Lu Wei was feeling annoyed. Why are we wasting time speaking to him?
Time is slipping away and we have a time limit on this conquest. Take down Thunderstorm Castle now.
One sword stroke glanced at Lu Wei with disdain. This idiot doesn't get it at all, does he? Zhang Yang is a godly existence in the Lone Desert Smoke. So by defeating him, surely his defeat will crush the morale and the will of Lone Desert Smoke. And honestly speaking, Zhang Yang himself was already like almost half of the battle power of the entire Lone Desert Smoke. The army should go into war with tactics and strategies. Those who only know how to shout and charge are idiots. So by having such an idiot by his side, he could not help but to sigh quietly in his heart. Come, let us unleash hell upon them with our Starfall and Meteor Crash. After saying it out loud, one sword stroke reached his hand towards Lu Wei. And before the eyes of Zhang Yang and the Lone Desert Smoke, including his own members of Imperial Sky, the two of them held hands like lovers, fingers crossed. What the heck?
That scene was so blinding that even dogs with sunglasses will be blinded as well. Nothing can be unseen.
Zhang Yang frowned at what he just witnessed, and then he quickly recovered and informed through the party channel, "Little girl, Witchy Snow, you two should stand back a little, this is definitely a paired skill. The best way to deal with paired skills is to stay out of the skill's effective area. Because the players who activate paired skills would have to stay in a spot and let the skill unleash its potential, so they cannot pursue anyone running away." But this situation was very different. Lone Desert Smoke had to stand their ground to make sure that their enemies do not pass through the entrance of their territory. Once they move out of the way, the members of Imperial Sky will gush into the castle like a strong current of wave, and what comes next would be a slaughterhouse.
Tankers to the front. Assault teams and healers to the back.
Zhang Yang shouted as loudly as he could.
Boom!
A thunderous burst of sound followed by a vague burning sky appeared. Everyone was looking up into the sky to see it. Countless stars were falling from the sky and crashing down upon the location of Zhang Yang and his members of Lone Desert Smoke. Streams of falling stars, the size of houses, came crashing down. When they entered the atmosphere of the earth, they flew through the air vigorously and ignited into balls of flames, gigantic balls of flames. They were like balls of flames bursting out from a volcano. It was a very daunting sight.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As the meteors crashed onto them, the position of the entrance of the castle was instantly turned into a land of flames. The members of Lone Desert Smoke were suffering intense waves of damage, and everyone was inflicted with damages ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 in every second.
Every second.
It is just like the paired skill of Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew, these paired skills of Starfall and Meteor Crash, that one sword stroke and Lu Wei just unleashed could deal 5,000 damage in every second. But the damage value is a little lower because the Starfall and Meteor Crash inflict fire-type damages, so players who have fire resistance would be able to resist the fire damage and lower the damage values. On the other hand, the paired skill, Blizzard Sky and Luna's Dew, inflict chaos damage that ignores all defense and all resistance.
Of course, the damage output would be higher.
The duration of this paired skills were also very long. Zhang Yang tried to launch a Spear of Obliteration at Lu Wei, and all he got was the word immune. Obviously, all the paired skills are alike. Players that are activating paired skills will become invincible until the skills end.
Heal up. Everybody, hold on tight.
Zhang Yang shouted with his loudest voice, because they cannot afford to lose the defense line by this entrance.
At the very least, they must not lose their defense line by the entrance at such early stage of the conquest.
However, Zhang Yang and his guild did not just encounter with the Starfall and Meteor Crash, they were also encountering the assaults from the Imperial Sky Army, consisting of spellcasters and hunters that bombard waves of AoE attacks at them. As for Lone Desert Smoke, all of their spellcasters and hunters had backed away to the back of the battle line, as they were attempting to avoid getting caught in the rain of the paired skills. So, the front line was left with only tankers and warriors, and they had no way of retaliating when under such heavy fire, not at the moment. If it was just the paired skills, Zhang Yang and his guild members wouldn't have any problem standing their ground against it. But with the aid of hundreds of hunters and spellcasters from the Imperial Sky supporting from behind, with waves of AoE attacks, Lone Desert Smoke could not heal before the next wave came onto them. As mentioned earlier, AoE attacks weren't really causing high damages to the targets. The damages inflicted on top-tier tankers are even lower. Basically, normal tankers with average equipment were inflicted with about 100 damage in every wave of the AoE attack. But when there were about 100 of them bombarding over, that will become a total of 10,000 damages, which clearly exceeded the limit of the average healer. The number of tankers on the front line was decreasing rapidly as the battle continued.
Should we use our paired skills as well? Han Shui asked Zhang Yang. Let's not be hasty, it's not the right time yet.
Let's wait for more of them to gather at this spot first.
Zhang Yang began to laugh.
The skill, Starfall, and Meteor Crash, was indeed impressive, especially when Zhang Yang and his guild members had no choice but to stand their ground and take on the full effect of their paired skills.
The damage done on the Lone Desert Smoke was tremendous.
But it was fortunate for the Lone Desert Smoke that the paired skills only lasted for 30 seconds, and Lone Desert Smoke lost about 300 players as the cost of surviving that wave of attack.
Ha ha ha. Aren't our paired skills marvelous, Zhan Yu?
One sword stroke spoke with a sense of pride in his tone.
Not really. Just like that. Meh.
Zhang Yang spoke calmly. Well, it was actually true, because that wave only took out about 300 members of the Lone Desert Smoke, and Imperial Sky did not break the defensive line by the castle entrance as well.
It wasn't much. Zhang Yang, did you really think that we have only one set of paired skills?
Lu Wei revealed a sinister smile on his face. Come, let's continue. The two of them, Lu Wei and one sword stroke, were still holding their hands like they were never going to let go. At first, Zhang Yang really thought that these two were burning in the flame of gayness, having the passion not to let go of each other, to the point where they did not give a **t to how everyone would view them. But from Lu Wei's words, he sensed that they seemed to be having a second set of paired skills. One sword stroke let out a breath of sigh. Once again the loose-lipped had ruined another part of his plans.
The element of surprise.
Elements of surprise should only be used at the most crucial moment for it to work their wonders. That is why there's a word surprise there.
So, what good is shouting out loud, telling the world you have a surprise for your enemy? So much for keeping secrets.
Absolute decade, frost prison, ... Lu Wei let out a loud roar, and immediately, layers of frost began to form on the ground surface that was already destroyed by the meteors, and countless ice blades shot right out from the ground, towards the players of Lone Desert Smoke. As they had suffered a large hit from the previous assaults of the paired skills, the Lone Desert Smoke needed to heal themselves, and they needed a substantial amount of mana points to cast the healing skills. Although there were many healers on the scene and they could take turns and heal the wounded, it takes time for them to do so. And now, their opponents had already begun their next assault wave. So they had no time at all to take turns and switch to heal the wounded.
Zhang Yang made a defining decision. There he shouted, "Witchy snow! Let's do it! Alright! Everyone stand back!"
Zhang Yang said in the guild channel. Seeing the Lone Desert Smoke were retreating back and the entrance of the castle was opened up, one sword stroke revealed a smile and said, "Charge!"
At all costs.
He already knew that Zhang Yang and Han Shui had the super paired skills, Blizzard Sky, and Lunar Stew, but they had to charge. Because they are the invaders, and to win, they must make some sacrifices.
Blizzard Sky, Lunar Stew, activated. In an instant, the sky began to turn white, hail began to fall, followed by a large moon that appeared right in the sky, and there they began. Terrifying values of damages were inflicted upon the army of Imperial Sky. It looked like the Imperial Sky was sending men to die in vain, but the fact was, it wasn't. They were actually using their advantage in numbers, sacrificing their guild members to open up a path. From this point of view, one sword stroke is indeed not a simple man. He is willing to make the necessary sacrifices to win when the time is right. And he will not hesitate at all when he needs to make such sacrifices. He indeed has what it takes to make resolute decisions. 30 seconds passed before they knew it, and the paired skills from both sides had ended. The member on two sides clashed on and began to understand the true meaning of cut and thrust. It means melee combat. Judging purely by the strength of the players, the combination of the three guilds is obviously much higher than the force of Lone Desert Smoke alone. However, the members of Lone Desert Smoke all had their very own gray-silver mounts, which greatly increased their attack and health points. The battle was more evenly fought than expected. The battle progressed unusually intensely, as there would be players dying at every ticking second. Blood was shed at every single corner at the entrance of the castle. In the game, non-environmental objects such as blood and dead bodies would only exist in the surroundings for a short while, then everything of such sort will disappear. But, the location of the entrance was filled with a river of blood, and everyone was stained with blood, splashing over in the air. The battle was really dramatic. The Lone Desert Smoke only needed to stand their ground for 3 hours in order to win. So, they were willing to sacrifice themselves, buying as much time as they could. Shove!
A stream of flaming tongue suddenly shot right out at Zhang Yang.
Although Zhang Yang was very focused in the intense battle, part of his focus was still on one sword stroke.
And he witnessed it. That stream of flaming tongue came fresh out from the palm of one sword stroke. At that instant, the members of Imperial Sky around Zhang Yang turned their focus onto Zhang Yang and began to launch their all-out attacks in him. Zhang Yang was still left with about 40,000 health points at the moment. So, theoretically he was not at the danger level yet, he was still far from it. But he could feel a sense of danger that made him activated his shield wall. That attack from one sword stroke was obviously a signal that triggered every single member of Imperial Sky around Zhang Yang to focus their assault fully on Zhang Yang. Because the moment when they slay Zhang Yang would be the moment they break the undefeatable record of Zhang Yang. That would give a fatal blow to the morale of Lone Desert Smoke and make them vulnerable.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Streams of flaming tongue were fired, one after another onto Zhang Yang. Even though Zhang Yang had already activated Shield Wall, he would still be inflicted with 170 damage. So, it seemed that this flaming tongue was a similar skill to Dance of the Heaven and Earth, and its basic attack reached up to 10,000.
So do you think you're the one with super skill? Zhang Yang said.
He then let out a gentle breath and activated his Dance of Heaven and Earth on one sword stroke. One sword stroke too came straight up and activated his Shield Wall to counter. 10 seconds later, one sword stroke's shield wall was down, but Zhang Yang's shield wall was still active thanks to the special effect of Titan Wall.
The skill went on for another 5 seconds before it ended.
Zhang Yang laughed out loud and activated the special effect of the Ring of Beastman's Ancestor, but since Shield Wall only had 7 minutes of cooldown, even without adding the skill points, it could be activated multiple times in one large-scale battle. Since Zhang Yang had already activated his super skill, he had to make sure that his opponent dies by the end of the battle. Or else, it would be a humiliation towards his action in activating the skill, Dance of the Heaven and Earth. The old beastman appeared, floating in the middle of the air, waving its staff at one sword stroke and launched multiple streams of an electrical surge right onto one sword stroke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 393, Imperial Sky Assault, 3. Chapter 393, Imperial Sky Assault, 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. F***CK this **T.
One sword stroke could only curse out loud and take a few steps back, but he could still hold his ground if there was only the chaotic dance of electric current charging up on him, because with his defense capability and a few healers healing him, he could hold his ground. But when Zhang Yang launched his super skill onto one sword stroke, the members of the Lone Desert Smoke quickly noticed the flamboyant effects, and they also locked onto one sword stroke. Without the protection of his shield wall, he would definitely take heavy damage. One sword stroke continued to back his steps. Although he could not dodge the attack of the chaotic dance of electric current, he could still let his guild members aid him by blocking the assaults from the members of Lone Desert Smoke so that he could be healed in peace. The battle mount beneath his but was a yellow gold grade. So when he is mounted onto his battle mount, his total health points would reach up to 70,000. Although it's still far from the maniacal Zhang Yang's health points, once he activates the Ring of Endless Desire, he could still make it through a critical stage. Ring of Endless Desire is the violet platinum ring that one sword stroke got from the previous lucky draw during the soaring sword competition.
Activating it will turn every single damage inflicted on him into health points, and it lasts for 2 seconds. It's actually a strong and powerful life-saving effect of a ring. Ha, Zhan Yu. You have failed to kill me this time. One sword stroke was running away like a coward, but he tried to provoke Zhang Yang by saying that it was Zhang Yang's failure for not being able to kill him. His tone was full of scorn. Zhang Yang heard and he laughed. If you're not happy about it, then let's just settle this one-on-one. That sent one sword stroke speechless. Although he already admitted that his skills as a player can match up with Zhang Yang, his equipment was vastly inferior. Of course, he could not say this out loud as it will only make him look bad. So the next question is, why is his equipment still inferior to Zhang Yang's equipment? The one thing that measures the strength of a guild is the capability of the guild in slaying bosses, seeing how many bosses can one guild slay. Equipment is basically the only absolute thing in the game that defines one's strength in an online game. By admitting that his equipment is not as good as Zhang Yang's, it would mean admitting that Imperial Sky is not as good as Lone Desert Smoke. One sword stroke will never say it out loud, even when he knows it himself, deep down his heart, but just when the battle was getting even more intense, Zhang Yang received a voice message from Fatty Han. All of a sudden that guy is now the guildmaster of the subguild, and he would normally just get rewards from events like he did in the previous Guild War competition. So basically, he would just sit tightly at the subguild. After all, he is the one person that Zhang Yang trusted the most, a true brother in arm. And for that, Zhang Yang had not brought him over for this defense. Little Yang, the Dominators, and the few other guilds have F***King joined together to attack our mining cave again. Fatty Han was speaking out of rage. Zhang Yang frowned. They really grew ears that can hear thousands of miles away all around their bodies. One small movement of any grass in our guild, and they would eventually find out, but the system will not spread the news on the server about territory conquest events, but right before the conquest is about to begin, the system will lock up the teleportation circle of the territory where the conquest is going to happen. That phenomenon was a very obvious hint that a conquest is about to begin. Furthermore, there are spies in every single guild. Guilds can still enclose top confidential secrets, but an event like a territory conquest, a conquest defense that involves the entire guild? It's not possible to hide such information from the other guilds. Little Yan, all members of the subguild are basically made up of the servicing players, and today we have transferred many elites to the main guild for that stupid conquest. We're in trouble here. Fatty Han was worried through the roof. Well, it's true that Zhang Yang had been moving most of the servicing players over to the subguild, ever since the subguild was founded. The main aim is to increase the strength of the main guild in battle. Other than that, Zhang Yang had also moved most of the elite players from the subguild as a temporary measure so that he can prepare the main guild to become strong enough to go up against the merged forces of 3 guilds. However, the drawback is that the subguild is weakened and left vulnerable.
Zhang Yang made a decision on the spot and said, "Just hold on first, Mountain Mover will go and help. I'll take it from here."
That's great. Fatty Han laughed as if his problem had been solved, then he asked again, "Then how about the defense against the conquest? Are you going to be all right with it? If we lose the mining cave, we can get it back anytime we want. But a territory? It's just too important. Calm down, my friend. We won't lose the territory because they don't have it in them."
Zhang Yang smiled gently and contacted Mountain Mover through the party channel. "Mountain Mover, the Dominators and a few more guilds have joined forces to attack our mining cave again.
I need you to kill yourself and get back to the main city immediately.
Then, use the teleportation circle of radiance and get over there to help Fatty Han.
Secure our mining cave." "Yes, sir." Mountain Mover nodded quickly and got moving. Since the current battle had turned into an all-out tug-of-war, only strength mattered, there was no more room for tactics. So it's pointless for Mountain Mover to stay here as his forte was all about tactics. So, it would be more efficient and effective for him to aid Fatty Han. He took out all of his equipment and charged in between the crossfire of the two sides of the guilds. Without any additional attributes from the equipment, a naked level 80 spellcaster only had about 3,000 health points. In an instance, he was bombarded by countless fireballs, ice blades, and arrows, and turned into a stream of white light that headed back to the main city. Zhang Yang had been holding back before this. He wanted to let his fellow guild members experience the battle with Imperial Sky for a little longer so that his guild members can be trained to face this kind of battle in the future. But now that their mining cave was being attacked, and the resource point might be fallen into the hands of others at any time, he couldn't just sit on his asterisk SS peacefully anymore. Brothers and sisters, it's time we show them our real strength. Let them have a taste of Lone Desert Smoke. Rock. Kill. Kill. Dot. With just one inspirational phrase, the morale of Lone Desert Smoke went through the roof. Everyone roared out their strong will to crush their enemies. So this what the power of an idol could do, every single word and action can affect everyone around them. One sword stroke frowned a little at the fact that Zhang Yang gave up on defense and instead, he decided to go all out at Imperial Sky. He couldn't understand why Zhang Yang would make such a rational decision. Lone Desert Smoke had an advantage over Imperial Sky, for which they were the defenders, while Imperial Sky has limited time to break through their defense. Even if there is only one player left on their side, Lone Desert Smoke would still claim the victory as long as they keep their flag in the territory hall safe. They could have just stood their ground, smile, and win by the end of all this if they played their cards right. But he suddenly smiled coldly after he received news about the Dominators and the other guilds ganging up on the mining cave. Everything made sense now. Brothers, charge! For the glory of Imperial Sky. Take down the Thunderstorm Castle and our guild shall be flagged as the #1 guild in the entire China server. One sword stroke quickly raised his axe up in the air and roared. Kill them all. The situation at the entrance of the castle was already like a meat grinding factory for God's sake, and now the situation got elevated up to another level. The situation became even more horrifying. Countless limbs that were detached from bodies flew across the air, and the blood spilled like red rain. This scene of the endless massacre would give people with weak stomachs a hell of a time. Some might just faint the moment they see it, but... Zhan Yu. Looks like Lone Desert Smoke has many enemies. And now, have a taste of these wise words. A just cause enjoys abundant support, while an unjust cause finds little support. Ha ha ha. One sword stroke would never let go of such an opportunity to verbally assault Zhang Yang. Instead of being provoked, Zhang Yang smiled, because he had already sent a private message to Snowseeker to seek aid from Crimson Rage on defending his mining cave. They were allies for a reason, and allies would only do right to provide aid at times like these. And of course, Zhang Yang had always been deceived by that sexy little cunning woman. She had taken advantage of him many times already. Lu Wei began to laugh. Zhang Yang, you are now in the belly of the beast, your enemies. You're destined to fall this time. Wei Yenair pointed her axe at Lu Wei and said, Hey pretty little gigolo. Come and face me alone if you dare, but... Lu Wei turned to Wei Yenair and looked at her with a perverted face. Alright, I'll reserve one room on the Yatian Hotel, waiting for you. Bastard. Daffodil Daydream shrieked and shot out a fire blast at Lu Wei. Basically, this little girl is the little sister figure that everyone adored in Lone Desert Smoke. So, everyone was provoked when Lu Wei uttered that line. Lu Wei quickly took a few steps back, as he knew that he was a fragile spellcaster. It would be better to keep a distance. He also realized that he was way out of his head for a while back there. Although both sides had 30,000 players on their own sides, but there is a special restriction set on the battle for territory conquest.
Once a player is killed during a conquest event, the player will be forced to leave the battlefield and will not be able to rejoin the battle again. Unlike challenging open-world bosses where players can just respawn and rush back to continue the boss battle within a time frame, every death counts in territory conquest, and one death means one less player on the battlefield. In just an hour, the number of players on both sides has been reduced drastically, and both of them had less than 1/10, 10%, of their forces. That was the time where the effect of 3 guilds joining forces showed. There were at least 500 players more left on the Imperial Sky compared to the numbers on Lone Desert Smoke. That's actually a huge difference. These 500 players were incomparable to the number of 30,000, but as the end stage of the battle was approaching, this number could actually be the decisive factor in the battle. It was about 2 hours until the conquest ended, so the Imperial Sky had the time to slowly weaken the Lone Desert Smoke until there were maybe 7 or 8 players left. Even after that, they would still have a lot of time to break into the main territory hall and destroy the flag, and take over the Thunderstorm Castle. As victory was within their grasp, Lu Wei could not hold himself anymore. He began to show his cocky face and laugh loudly. Zhang Yang. Time to face your failure. Zhang Yang could not help but to reveal a sinister smile on his face. Well, do you seriously think you have one? Lu Wei still couldn't sense the scheme Zhang Yang had under his sleeves, so he continued to laugh. Are you implying that you can magically summon out an army? Ha ha ha. Standing right behind Zhang Yang, Wei Yin and the rest of the gang were trying to hold their laughs, but they failed. They chuckled and laughed. Then, Han Shui said, silly you, this guy can really read your mind. He might be fated to be your blood brother, but... Seeing Zhang Yang and the gang were calm and smiling, one sword stroke knew that there was something wrong about all this. A chill crept up his spine. And surely enough, everyone heard Zhang Yang shouting, Heaven Storm Tigers, move in. Almost immediately, a loud tremble was felt by everyone, followed by the rumbling of footsteps which everyone could hear clearly, coming from some corner of the castle. The rumbling was getting louder and louder, indicating that something was approaching their location at a high speed. So what is coming at them? The Imperial Sky members were uneasy and worried. In just a brief moment, the mystery was revealed. Countless mechanical servants were marching up from the streets towards the entrance of the castle. All of them are 10 meters tall, level 85 elites with black and shiny armors on them. Holy sh*T. F***ck this, dot. Seeing this army of countless mechanical servants marching up, blotting the streets and roads before them, one sword stroke and the remaining members of the Imperial Sky turned their hateful sights towards Lu Wei and they voiced out in unity, you and your big mouth. Lu Wei went silent in awkwardness. These mechanical servants were too huge to be true. Even though there was only 1,000 of them, they gave an impression of an army the size of tens of thousands. They were just plain intimidating. Looking at how the faces of the Imperial Sky withered as if they were going to be poked in their asterisk Cs, Zhang Yang could not help but to recall back a story long ago. In previous years, the game StarCraft was really popular, and there was a guy who went on TV to challenge an online player of the game. But, he ended up being slammed on his own face and defeated repeatedly. Later on, he finally met an opponent that was a little weaker than the average players on the server. So, he brought his troops and forces straight onto the home base of his opponent. Just when he was about to win, he also felt the itch to shout, well, what a hard-earned victory. And the opponent immediately replied, don't think you have one. In just an instant, that opponent of his activated a cheat and summoned countless troops, descended upon his troops. There he was, being bombarded until he lost everything. Seeing one sword stroke and the remaining members of Imperial Sky looking like they had just tasted some dead flies in their mouth and were choking, he was most entertained. Zhang Yang laughed and said, Heaven Storm Tigers, attack. Boom. 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 The 1,000 mechanical servants charged at the enemies, or stomped over the enemies, or even double-punched the enemies. They launched a full-scale attack onto Imperial Sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, Imperial Sky Assault, 4. Chapter 394, Imperial Sky Assault, 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If the 500 men that Imperial Sky had just produced could turn the tide of war, then the 1,000 heads of mechanical servant that Zhang Yang had just summoned could easily send Imperial Sky packing home, with their tails tucked between their legs. Just when they thought that victory was at hand, Zhang Yang had pulled something out from his pocket, using some sort of cheat code. Ha ha. Just look at their faces. It's funny as hell. Ha ha. I'll tell ya, if this was a comedy movie, they could really be holding that little gold man in the Oscars. Yo. Quit playing, guys. Might as well try acting for a change of profession. One by one, when the tables had turned against Lone Desert Smoke, players from Zhang Yang's side started to taunt the enemy. Before the order of attack, the mechanical army had stood still, behind the castle wall, and after Zhang Yang had called for the attack, each mechanical soldier had mobilized and jumped across the front lines towards the back of Imperial Sky's defense line. With the rain of hell being laid down to Imperial Sky, players of Lone Desert Smoke regained their vigor and joined the fray. Statistically speaking, Lone Desert Smoke had caused quite a lot of trouble with just 1,000 elite-tiered monsters at Imperial Sky's doorstep. However, no matter how strong they may be, the mechanical soldiers were not as strong, or rather, as smart as a player. They could be easily tricked. As long as the enemy tanks could draw their aggro towards them, other players could easily handle them. However, a player would not be too direct. Naturally, they would have to deal with those tofu class and have the mechanical servant knock on hardwood. Now that Lone Desert Smoke had the mechanical servants at their command, the output strength was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. It was rather like a chemical reaction that would produce a massive change. It would be like introducing sodium, or even potassium metal, to water. The reaction it gives would be literally explosive. Zhang Yu. Don't you think that you have won this yet, said One Sword Stroke, as he saw how Imperial Sky's forces were being pushed back, like a snowplower on the street after a cold December snowstorm. Zhang Yang smirked. Unless One Sword Stroke could summon an army like he did, there was absolutely no reason to be scared of him. He then replied confidently. Accept your loss. This is the end, One Sword Stroke. One Sword Stroke suddenly smiled knowingly, as if he had another trick up his sleeve. Did you really think that I would be stupid enough to fight you head-on in the front lines? Knowing clearly that I would die, Oh. I see what's going on, said Zhang Yang also with a smile. You must be hiding some kind of super-secret strategy that you have already started? Like, did you have several thieves sneaking past the front line and trying a backstab strategy? One Sword Stroke dropped his smirk. He knew that something was odd from the way Zhang Yang had said it. The method or means to win a territory conquest battle was not the kill count. If they could achieve a complete wipe, that would be great as well. The defender's side would have the upper hand for they had the grounds to defend. On the contrary, the attacking side would not have to blindly attack with brute force. The method or means to win a territory conquest lay at the guild's final flag that stood in the main hall. One Sword Stroke's main plan was to breach the main defense line. He did not care about wasting any resources. He was willing to sacrifice as many men as he wanted to get the main defense line broken. After that, he would order his team of thieves to stealthily sneak through and destroy the flags in the main hall. Once the flag is taken, it would be Imperial Sky's victory. I applaud your brilliant effort of deploying such powerful forces. But, now that you had expended such forces in the front line, how is the defense in the territorial hall, said One Sword Stroke. Zhang Yang's smirk turned into a deafening laughter. You said it yourself, that it would be stupid to fight in the front lines. However, let's be clear at one thing. Even if we died right here and now, as long as the flags still stand in the main hall, we will not lose. I feel that calling yourself stupid would be an understatement. Do you really think that I left the hall unprotected? Please do not associate your stupidity with anyone. It's truly degrading. One Sword Stroke nearly choked himself at such an insult. Not only did Zhang Yang have the upper hand in combat, he also had the most poisonous tongue that anyone would probably lose their nerve whilst be talking to him. That, and the mother ***** army of mechanical servants. Those level 85 elite tier soldiers could deal devastating damage to those non-tank class players. How could Imperial Sky still stand toe-to-toe with such enmity? At the same time, Zhang Yang had just received a notification from Sun Xinu, saying, there were around 20 stealth thieves entering the main hall, I have killed them all. There are no further threats here. In the next moment after Zhang Yang had given his acknowledgement to Sun Xinu, One Sword Stroke was seen shouting madly at something. He had even thrown his sword down in a fit of anger. Zhang Yang could have easily guessed that when he had just received the good news, One Sword Stroke had received the news of his backstab attempt having failed remarkably. Based on the recent feat, Zhang Yang could still confidently say that Lone Desert Smoke has won the territorial conquest. Zhang Yang relayed the good news and boosted the morale of his own guildmates. It was the right time to engage the final counterattack. A full-scale counterattack. Having the mechanical servants to be the meat shields and the main attackers at the same time, members of Lone Desert Smoke could not have it any better. With great vigor, everyone laid down the last attack. At this time, before the attack reached them, there were many players instantly dropping out of the guild. Due to the system only allowing players from the two guilds involved in the territorial conquest battle to remain in the battlefield, players who left the guild were instantly removed from the map. Crap! They had actually resorted to that method to escape? Zhang thought to himself. The players who had just left the guild should be the elite players from Rolling Rocks and Storm Riders that were assigned to Imperial Sky. Now that the fate of them losing the battle had been sealed, there was no reason for them to remain in the fight, only to throw their life away, losing experience points and equipment durability. In reality, all that Zhang had thought was the truth to that was what One Sword Stroke was facing. If he could cry a river, he would have. His greed was too large. He wanted to assimilate both Rolling Rocks and Storm Riders. Little did he think that doing so would require him to win the territorial conquest. In this case, not only was he on the verge of losing his dream to create a mega guild, he was being literally pressed down by none other than Zhang. One Sword Stroke had wanted to permanently keep the members that had entered his guild. Just like how the ancient philosopher, Liu Bei had borrowed the province of Jing. Borrowed but not returned. It was rather unfortunate for him that the players had already left on their own even before One Sword Stroke could persuade them to stay. It was a legendary failure. 10 minutes after members of Imperial Sky had left, Lone Desert Smoke had gained an immense advantage and had slaughtered the enemy clean, with no survivors. Ding! Congratulations to Guild Lone Desert Smoke for defeating all members of Imperial Sky. The territorial conquest has been won before the duration had ended. Zhang laughed and announced in the guild channel. Everyone, teleport to Thunderstorm Castle now and head towards the mining cave. There's still the Dominators for us to kill. Hurrah! After the territorial conquest ended, the teleportation circle was reactivated. One by one, everyone used the teleportation scroll to fly to the main hall and proceed towards the mining cave with their mounts. Tell me something. What's going on there? Zhang contacted Fatty Han as he rode towards the battlefield. It's all right. Even though we were short in hand, we were still able to hold it up with Mountain Mover's leadership. How long will you take to reach here? Roughly 30 more minutes. Yes. That's perfect. Once you arrive, we can finally start our counterattack and kick that bastard so hard, his sh*t will burst out from his mouth. Please, could you not be that disgusting? Since everyone in the guild had a mount of their own, the trip had only taken them 25 minutes to reach the mining cave. Once they arrived at the site, Zhang only saw a sea of players, far larger than the one that he had just fought in the territorial conquest. The battle was between the Lone Desert Smoke subguild versus the greedy the Dominators and other guilds that had set their sights on the mining cave for a long time. They had gathered more than 50,000 to 60,000 players to fight this war. The location of the mining cave was rather a mountainous landscape, making it rather extremely wise to apply a well-thought strategy. Under the command of Mountain Mover, the subguild of Lone Desert Smoke was able to literally kite the entire guild left and right. They had never needed to have a frontal attack since it would only increase the loss of players in a fair fight. They had wanted to avoid that, thus the kiting. All for one sole purpose, to drag the battle longer, and to buy time until the main guild arrives. Guildmaster Zhang, Crimson Rage has arrived to assist you. Zhang had received a notification from Snowseeker just as he was about to charge into the fight. That's brilliant. Let's get started then, shall we? Zhang unsheathed his sword and rode to the frontmost of his army. Let's kill some bastards. Dust started to form, as thousands of Crimson Flaming Horse galloped towards the Dominators and 3 other guilds. At the other side, Crimson Rage and their female fighters had emerged from the other side of a hill, forming a pincer attack against the enemy. Hold on. Why is the main guild here? Weren't they fighting in the territorial conquest war with Imperial Sky? Crap. What is happening now? The Dominators were unlike Imperial Sky, who had the guts and bravery to stand in battle, that much Zhang would admit. The moment they saw the main guild came charging in, everyone started to lose their courage and started to panic. Humbly Gentleman gritted his teeth. *MN that Imperial Sky? How dare they call themselves the second strongest guild in China? Even after allying with Rolling Rocks and Storm Riders, they still couldn't hold off for F*King 3 hours. TCH. Useless. F*King useless. The moment Humbly Gentleman knew about the territorial conquest that was launched by Imperial Sky, he seized the chance to plan an attack to the mining cave. If everything had followed according to plan, Imperial Sky would have defeated Lone Desert Smoke and conquered Thunderstorm Castle, and he would have conquered the mining cave. After losing the war, Lone Desert Smoke would lose their soldiers' morale and firepower. There was no way that they could seize back the mining cave after tasting defeat. However, things have gone out of hand. Imperial Sky could not be hoped upon, Mountain Mover laid down the command, mobilizing all the remaining players of the Lone Desert Smoke subguild to join the incoming reinforcements to form a perfect surrounding attack. Truthfully speaking, the combined number of players of the Dominators and the other 3 guilds had outnumbered all of them.
However, numbers do not win wars.
On the contrary, they were lacking firepower. They could not be compared with Lone Desert Smoke Main Guild and Crimson Rage. They could not even be on the same ground with the Lone Desert Smoke Subguild. To make things worse, all of the players from the main guild had gray-silver mounts. Even all of the players from the subguild had black steel mounts. It was a massive upgrade which the Dominators never had. It was not a battle anymore. It was just a slaughterfest. Compared to the enmity they had for Imperial Sky, players of the Lone Desert Smoke Guilds hated the Dominators more. Now that they had the chance to kill them, everyone pulled their strength from the very depths of their souls to release their frustration towards them. Zhang flew across the battlefield like an eagle searching for his prey. In this case, Zhang was searching for Humbly Gentleman to maul. Among the crowd of players, Zhang had to attack. He pulled his sword out and activated Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep as many times as he can. With the special effect triggering repeatedly, the skills weeded down players like a scythe through a bush. Hypocrite! Zhang cried his name when all the other players by his side were finally killed. Why is it that every time I see your face, it would look like a poor, abused dog that would never stop barking? Don't think too highly of yourself, Zhang Yu, said Humbly Gentleman through his teeth. Don't think that your luck will always be at your side, Is that how you threaten me? Really? That's the best you could think of? Zhang laughed. With Sun Xinu and the rest of his personal elite party, they had surgically killed so many players to make their way towards Humbly Gentleman. With Zhang sword's special skill triggering endlessly, they had wiped the enemy from behind the enemy lines. Once they had realized that they stood no chance, the expression they wore quickly changed from madness to blind fear. Zhang Yu the killing machine was just too overpowered. How could one stand a chance to fight him when his sword could repeat the same skill as many times as possible? After half an hour into the battle, the Dominators and the rest of the guild were completely crushed beyond recognition. The remaining survivors had lost all hope and had left the battlefield, leaving a mountain full of dead bodies and dropped equipment. It's like being struck by lightning and tornado at the same time, a complete, thorough catastrophe. Lone Desert Smoke's consecutive battles were recorded by the members and were posted on the official forum, creating a hot sensation for a brief period of time. Everyone was naturally surprised and amazed at Lone Desert Smoke's capability. But the most popular talk about the two wars was the appearance of the mechanical army. Weren't they character from Transformers? Especially during the scene where Zhang would shout, "Heaven Storm Tigers." Everyone laughed at how comical Zhang call was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 395, Silent Hail Town. Chapter 395, Silent Hail Town. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The all-out war between Lone Desert Smoke against the Dominators and Imperial Sky and the rest of the guild was just a menial war among other greater and bigger guild wars in the whole region of China. Statically speaking, wars between guilds were always present. It could be triggered for all sorts of reasons, such as the case of mining cave rights, a revenge war, a retribution war, and etc. In the real world, there were many limitations to how people could have their way with each other. Here, they sought out a way to let out their frustration in the game. Many a thing that could not be done in real life were free to be done in the game. One of the most direct approach to solve one's conflict with one another was a slaughterfest. Zhang loved picking fights, but he did not favor fights with no purpose behind them. That was why he had never thrown the first punch. That being said, if someone were to be bullying him, he would not give *CK about popping a sword in that guy's head. Still, since Imperial Sky and the Dominator had been on his SS for a couple of times, Zhang was finally going to give up the final FCK that he had been saving up. He started a retaliation, and he was not going to pull his punches. He led each of his friends, 100 Shots, Haning Shui, Wei Yinair and the gang, to lead a team of their own to search and kill both Imperial Sky and the Dominators. Targeting the grinding spot of the two guilds, they had hunted down and killed as many members as they could, until both guilds were crying for their moms. As for Sun Xinu and Lost Dream, they teamed up and recruited 7 to 8 talented and well-equipped thief-class players, and formed a small hit squad. Their main targets were the higher-leveled players of the two super guilds. All of these kill attempts had left One Sword Stroke, Lu Wei, and even Humbly Gentleman cowering behind the castle wall, fearing that once they leave, they would be instantly killed. Players like One Sword Stroke love to grind alone, just as Zhang would. As a natural high defense guardian, One Sword Stroke was able to tank a thief to his death. But that was only applicable in a 1v1 fight. If a group of thieves was to jump on him and chainstun him, less being One Sword Stroke, not even Zhang could survive that. Upon passing the level 80 threshold, gaining a level would be tough as hell. There were many occasions where one sword stroke had worked his *SS off to amass 30% to 40% of his experience points, only to empty down back to zero by Sun Xinu and her team of invisible creative assassins. It was lucky for one sword stroke that the system had removed the level penalty, or else, it would be a better revenge for Zhang. After being killed for so many occasions, one sword stroke had finally sorted a team to grind together with him. However, it was not of any use. Even a tiger would want a rest after hunting, the HP bar of a player would not always be full during a monster fight, and the healer would not want to overheal. Sun Xinu would carefully wait for the chance to strike one sword stroke at the moment where his HP was at its lowest and was vulnerable to attack. In the previous life, one sword stroke and Sun Xinu were able to gain popularity due to their constant fights. In which case, most of their fights ended with Sun Xinu's loss. Without a strong guild supporting her back, she was at disadvantage, since she did not have strong equipment. In this life, however, Sun Xinu had been supported by Zhang all the way. She was able to completely crush one sword stroke due to her skills, and partly because of possessing the utmost strongest equipment that she could have ever obtained. To put in comparison, Sun Xinu could not have a 100% rate of winning a match against one sword stroke. However, it is safe to say that Sun Xinu and one sword stroke would be on equal terms with each other. On the other hand, Sun Xinu had taken the chance where one sword stroke had lowered his guard, causing him to lose a competitive advantage, allowing Sun Xinu to completely overthrow him. According to her report, in just 1 week, Sun Xinu had killed one sword stroke 11 times, and had also obtained one level 80 yellow gold tier chest plate from him. Being attacked at such brutality, one sword stroke plotted his revenge. He had recruited his own band of assassins to kill Zhang. Sadly, their plans to taking Zhang's head would only be a pipe dream. Zhang had the best of the best equipment any guardian could have. He had many skills, which included many life-preserving skills that could save his *SS wherever he was ambushed. The most OP fact was, if he was indeed being cornered to a point of death, he could easily use the Lover's Charm and escape unscathed. That, or he could use the Party Summon order to instantly call in reinforcement to kick their sorry *Cs. As the conclusion, the fight between Lone Desert Smoke and Imperial Sky was won by Lone Desert Smoke, by a landslide. Still, no war is without casualties. Lone Desert Smoke had a price to pay. There were many guild members who had been killed and lost their experience points, equipment, and gold, for equipment repairing. However, Zhang had no need to burn a hole in his pocket to reimburse them for their losses, since he had a territory income. On the contrary, Imperial Sky had nothing to reimburse their side. Eventually, Imperial Sky finally raised the white flag. Most of their players had stopped playing for 3 days. When there are no players to kill, there is no war to fight. Thus, the war was called off. On the other hand, the Dominators had long since retired. After the 3-day cool-off period, an armistice was called and everything returned to the way it should be, where players could return to the field to grind in peace. Zhang had reached level 86 so far. To reach level 90 was not all too far, but it was hard. For the next few days, Zhang had dedicated his energy and time to fully focus only on ground. He came to the level 80 map, Grand Canyon of Eternal Night, to train. The land was so large that there were too many other side quests to complete besides the dimensional key fragment. There were still 2 other level 80 maps with quests to complete, but since the canyon was the nearest to Thunderstorm Castle, Zhang had prioritized the map first. Along the path to a place called the Silent Hail Town, he remembered that there was a hidden quest available there. It had something to do with the level 100 threshold update, which was said to be one of the valuable inheritances, called the Vampire Inheritance. There was one major flaw of the inheritance, and that was that each player could only receive one. Inheritances could not be forfeited and deleted. Once a player has accepted any kind of inheritance, he or she could never accept a second one. That meant that if they spot another kind of inheritance that was better than the one that he or she had possessed, they had no other means than to give up on the newer one. That was why it is of vital importance that during an inheritance selection, one must think twice before accepting it. For this is the literal meaning of a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Vampire Inheritance was indeed a good and most favorable inheritance which could be accepted by any player or any class. Inheritances were classified into 2 types. The first being the rarest and strongest, that is the unique tier inheritance. The other was the common kind, which was weaker and had a more standard enhancement, which was the general tier. Hence, a unique inheritance had been called the S-class inheritance. The general tier inheritances were ranked at many levels. Some which were strong enough to reach roughly at the same level or approaching the level of S-class inheritance would be dubbed as the A-class inheritance. There were inheritances that were so bad and useless that they had only provided a 10% in a certain attribute and would be dubbed as the trash inheritances or the Z-class. Vampire Inheritance was classified as a general tier inheritance with a B class rating. It was naturally strong for a good reason.
However, Zhang Yang did not want it. His target was the S-class God of War inheritance.
There was no reason for him to accept the quest for the Vampire Inheritance. Still, there was loose hope in completing the Vampire Inheritance in a level 80 map. Even if he could trigger the quest and complete it, he would only be obtaining a piece of the Inheritance shard and not the main piece. There's absolutely no way for him to complete the Inheritance quest without entering the level 100 maps. However, just because he did not want it, that would not mean that other players would not want them either. As mentioned before, a class is almost, or approach the ability of an S-class inheritance.
Vampire Inheritance was B-class rated and was still extremely strong.
Zhang Yang riding his gold-eared bear king towards the night sky of the Grand Canyon of Eternal Night. Just when he had seen the silhouette of Silent Hill Town, he heard a deafening shriek which caused Zhang Yang to pull the reins of the bear to a complete stop. What the F***CK was that? From the far side, where the forests end, he saw a human figure jumping out of the bushes. She was tall and slender, having long hair that dangled in the winds as she ran at full speed away from the forest. In her hand, she held a short and shiny dagger that reflected the stars in the night sky.
Cheryl, Elite, Humanoid. Level, 83. HP, 32,467/83,000. Defense, 450.
Just 2 seconds after she came out of the forest, 2 more shadowy figures jumped out to chase after her. Those 2 were vampires with razor-sharp fangs.
However, unlike the Dracula, those 2 did not have bat wings.
They were probably a lower-classed vampire. Only high-ranking vampires could have wings. Lower vampire, Elite, Spectre.
Level, 84. HP, 84,000. Defense, 450.
At this time, Cheryl did a reverse somersault. The blade in her hand glittered as she flew backward in the sky. With a quick strike, she pierced one of the vampires in the chest with sniper-like accuracy.
Grah!
The vampire screamed in agony as the stab in his chest started to glow in a bright white light, consuming its entire body, which turned him into a dead man. Cheryl had just one shot killed the vampire. Zhang Yang figured that the dagger must be blessed with some sort of holy water or that sort of thing. Unless the dagger was coated with holy water, there was no way that an elite tier NPC could kill an elite tier monster in one single strike. Zhang Yang rode as quickly as he could towards the NPC and threw a spear of obliteration towards the remaining vampire.
"You're nothing but food to us.
How dare you rebel?" cried the last vampire on the scene.
It then jumped towards Zhang Yang with his arms wide open, ready to stab Zhang Yang with 10 claws.
"Watch it," said Cheryl as she hurled herself and kicked the vampire aside with a dropkick. Zhang Yang laughed and readied his sword and shield.
"Relax, I had it under control. It's just a vampire. It could not even put a scratch on me. How insolent."
"You dared to look down on the vampires," bellowed the vampire. Zhang Yang sighed and slaughtered the mere level 84 elite vampire. With the help from an elite NPC, the vampire was quickly killed without even the need to use any long cooldown skill. The vampire dead body turned into a clump of fine ash, leaving Zhang Yang a few silk and coins.
"Warrior!
You're strong," said Cheryl as she sheathed her tiny blade into her side.
So are you.
"Where do you learn to fight like that?" said Zhang Yang with a smile.
Please, I must ask you to rest at my house."
"It's been a long time since I had met a strong warrior such as you," said Cheryl with an invitation. Even though the NPC had verbally invited Zhang Yang, he did not receive any quest notification. It seems like Zhang Yang had only helped the NPC with a small chore.
Perhaps it had not reached to the point of triggering a quest.
Zhang Yang nodded and followed Cheryl. Since Cheryl was on her foot the whole time, Zhang Yang unsummoned the bear and walked side by side with the NPC for close to 20 minutes before reaching the town.
Since the canyon was eternally dark, the town was even darker.
With the cold draft blowing across the town, carrying the frozen flakes of snow. The temperature of the entire place was close to sub-zero. Even though the time was supposed to be daytime, the place was only illuminated by lit torches around the town. There were close to 10 families around the town, though there were still a few kids playing in the snow in the streets. At least, that was the only source of laughter and vigor emanating from the entire town. "Warrior, our town had always been under the threat of the vampire clan," said Cheryl as she sighed heavily. This canyon has never seen daylight. While I'm sure that other places in this land have seen day and night, this place, however, has only been blessed with endless snow and nights. We do have daylight, or as should I call it, a temporary shine. At most, we do have 3 hours of sunlight in this place every day. Those creatures hated the light, yet, they treat this place as their paradise.
Zhang Yang nodded to acknowledge her statement. I do have one question. Why didn't you guys leave? Cheryl laughed bitterly. It's not that we don't want to. We couldn't.
Vampires live on blood, and their favorite was always human blood. They had enclosed us like livestock, waiting to be eaten when they are hungry. There is no way to leave this place without being killed.
It's funny. Since it's always snowing, we had difficulty in farming crops and food.
When the situation had escalated to a point where hunting for food was an impossible task, they would hand-deliver us dried-up animals that have had their blood sucked dry.
Zhang Yang started to frown.
Worst of all, a few townsmen had begun to appreciate these creatures for delivering food.
Sloths had manifested themselves in the hearts of the townsmen.
They had already given up on fighting back since they were powerless, to begin with. All they can do is wait and die, said Cheryl disappointingly.
Zhang Yang frowned even harder. Don't those people know that, even though they could still live, but they would be under the constant fear of being the next meal for the vampire?
They had ways to cope with that. Although no one had ever said it out loud, everyone is always wishing and praying hard that the monthly sacrifice would not be them, said Cheryl.
Zhang Yang nodded his head. I understand. Let's go. The two of them entered the town and headed straight to her house. The brick house was slightly larger than the normal houses in town.
Once they had entered, Cheryl quickly prepared the fireplace and burned a few logs to warm the house. Zhang Yang thanked Cheryl for her kind gesture, but in truth, he had not felt anything. Zhang Yang had already tweaked the sensory settings and had made sure that he would not feel the change of temperature to the extreme.
Where are your parents?
There was a short silence when Cheryl answered with a bitter, sad tone.
My mother had been chosen to be a sacrifice.
My father had charged into the castle of the vampire to save my mother and had never come back. There was a sudden glint in her eyes and her voice was filled with rage. Someday, I will drop the hammer of justice upon all these creatures.
Cheryl excused herself and went to prepare dinner for the both of them.
After eating, Cheryl HP was recovered back to full health. While cleaning up, Zhang Yang asked, I understand that the vampire would only hunt humans for food.
Why would they try to kill you? Cheryl scoffed.
I had inherited my father's will to become a vampire hunter. 1 month after I entered adulthood, I have already killed 13 vampires.
Wait.
You're just 16 years old, asked Zhang Yang, surprised. In the game, 16 years old was considered to be adulthood.
Cheryl nodded her head.
As expected of a Westerner, they had the tendency to reach puberty faster than any Asian. Cheryl had a mature face and a slender, voluptuous body of a grown woman.
If Wei Yan'er was present, she would definitely be jealous till kingdom come. Zhang Yang snickered quietly and said, if you want, I could escort you out from here.
From where Zhang Yang stood, he understood that the vampire inheritance quest should be located in Silent Hill Town, and the NPC who was supposed to give out the quest was Cheryl. However, from where he stood right then, he did not know where his progress was. How or where the quest started was completely mysterious to him. Even though the vampire inheritance was considered to be a general tier inheritance, but the means and paths of the quest taken by players who wished to receive the vampire inheritance were different. Just like a maze with 4 entry points, players would start quests from a different point or story, only to reach the final point, which was the quest itself. Hence, this pathway was revealed secretly by a player that had discovered and had completed the Cheryl route. It was lucky that Zhang Yang had even remembered about the quest. Among all the other inheritance quests, this was the only one available under level 100. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 396, Incoming Vampire Attack. Chapter 396, Incoming Vampire Attack. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Since Zhang Yang had no idea on how to trigger the vampire inheritance quest, he had to just follow what Cheryl tells him to do. However, he was not afraid of completing the quest, because he could always let other players to complete the main inheritance quest. All inheritance quests were the same. First, they had to complete a series of quests to obtain a piece of inheritance fragment. Secondly, to gather all the fragments which varies in different type of inheritance, and start the main inheritance quest. Finally, complete the long and draggy chain quest to obtain the inheritance skill. Some inheritances did not have the same first step, but the second and third steps were usually the same. The shards obtained were not bound by account. Which meant, Zhang Yang could complete all the inheritance quests and obtain all the shards only to give it to someone else to complete the main inheritance quest. Cheryl staggered and sulked. I have friends here. I cannot just abandon them. Ding. Cheryl's relationship with you has dropped. What? Just one wrong suggestion would decrease a person's liking?
Zhang Yang sighed, but he understood something. If he wanted to trigger the prerequisite quest of the vampire inheritance quest, he would need to maintain a good relationship with Cheryl the NPC.
He nodded and said, "When you were fighting the vampires alone, don't you wish to have a partner with you?"
Cheryl turned her face to Zhang Yang. Her eyes widened with curiosity.
"Warrior, do you mean to join my fight against the vampire?" "Yes. I do."
Cheryl smiled, but her smile faded away quickly.
"I thank you. But I can only accept the thought of it. I cannot ask you to put your life on the line for a fight that has nothing to do with you." Zhang Yang laughed. "Well, I did kill one of them. It's too late for me to pull out now, don't you think so? Killing 1 or 100 would not make a difference. I'd say, Cheryl, we should cooperate together to chase the vamps away from the town of Silent Hill." Cheryl smiled. "You're one trustworthy warrior. I'll have you know, killing one vampire was easy, but do you know that there were at least 1,000 vampires in the castle? The ones that we had just killed were only the weakest among the vampires in the castle. Furthermore, a stronger-ranking vampire has the power to dominate and control other lower-ranked specters. They could easily drown us all with the sheer number of enemies." Zhang Yang smiled. Killing a sea of monsters was his specialty anyway, thanks to the sword's special skill that he had. Come 100 or 1,000,000, he could kill them all. We can't say that we can't defeat them if we haven't even tried. Just then, there was a loud commotion happening outside the house. Zhang Yang and Cheryl then exchanged a look and went outside. To what Zhang Yang had least expected, there were hundreds of winged vampires hovering across the town, forming a circle to prevent anyone from escaping. Each of them shrieked ever so deafeningly that their cries could easily perforate one's eardrum. "It is time for the sacrifice of the month." There was a woman's voice echoing through the town. Although it was not loud, it was very clear. Cheryl's face turned pale. She trembled in fear as she pointed at one of the vampires in the air. That's Dzionia. She is the second wife of Madros, the vampire king. Her powers are unmeasurable. Why would she come? Why is she here? She's never been here before. Zhan Yu. There would normally be only more than 10 vampires around during the monthly sacrificial. Zhang Yang kept quiet. But he knew that it was all because of him. But it was better to keep quiet about that sort of thing. Let's see what does that Dzionia wants to do. Cheryl smiled bitterly and said, "I have no words left to describe you, warrior. Be it reckless or strong, you have to know that Dzionia is incredibly strong as a vampire. You, please help me. Chase those vampires away. Ding. Cheryl has a quest for you, chase the vampires. Will you accept it? Accept. Chase the vampires, difficulty level, A. Quest description, chase away all the vampire in Silent Hill Town. Once Cheryl dies or is taken away, the quest will be deemed as failure. Progress, chase the vampires away, 0/1. The two of them moved closer to the town. The screams of the vampires were so loud that the townsmen had to cover their ears with their hands as they rushed out of their house and gathered at the town's plaza. Shush. A female vampire descended down with speed and grace. The female vampire had long hair that dropped down to her feet. Although the air was chilly and the floor was covered with snow, she wore only a thin white wedding dress. Unlike her dark, black hair, her eyes were bloody red, that glowed in contrast with the white background. As she walked slowly towards the plaza, she took out a long black leather whip and coiled it around her right hand. Dzionia, Vampire's Bride, Yellow Gold, Spectre. Level, 87. HP, 1,740,000. Defense, 1,500. No wonder Cheryl was scared, the enemies that she had fought were an elite tier. Now, walking towards the human crowd of Silent Hill Town was a yellow gold-tiered boss. Silently and slowly, both Zhang Yang and Cheryl blended into the crowd and remained quiet. Dzionia walked towards the crowd and withheld her steps when she was roughly 3 meters away from the front. She then turned her head towards the furthest left and slowly glanced through all of the townsmen. When the townsmen felt the gaze of Dzionia's cold dead eyes falling on them, they would lower their heads and close their eyes, hoping that the female vampire would not call out to them. She was like the god of death, handpicking anyone to deliver their last breath. "Cheryl," she cried. "Who is Cheryl? Stand out." By the time Zhang Yang wanted to cover Cheryl behind his massive armor, more than half of the townsmen turned their head around and had locked onto Cheryl. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. These men must be the lazy sloths that Cheryl had mentioned earlier. These pigs were the ones who would do anything to stay alive. Ah! Zhang sighed as if she was appreciating Cheryl's beauty.
What a beautiful girl. Zhang flapped her wings once and she hovered above the ground and landed right in front of Cheryl. Zhang Yang scooted aside, preparing to start a fight if she were to do something to Cheryl.
The rest of the townsmen moved back a good distance.
Zhang reached her left arm out and caressed Cheryl's face with her finger. She traced her cold, pale fingers down to her chin and slowly moved towards her neck.
To hell with you. Creatures of hell.
Cheryl cried as she swiftly drew out the dagger that was hidden behind her.
It was the same dagger that had killed the elite vampire with a single strike. How wild.
Zhang reached out her arm and caught Cheryl's arms at her wrist.
Zhang had only smiled when Cheryl was struggling hard to free her hands from Zhang's grasp.
She then pulled Cheryl closer to herself and planted her face to Cheryl's breast. She took a deep breath and let out a satisfied moan.
You smell so delicious.
Where do you think I should start with you? Said Zhang playfully. The townsmen who were moving back had returned to their homes. Based on the tradition, every time the vampires had selected the town's sacrifice, the townsmen would gain another month of a carefree moment before they would face another round of fear.
As to what would happen to the victim, the townsmen would not give a d*mn about.
To them, to see the light for another day was considered to be a blessing.
There was no time to care for anyone else.
Right then, Zhang, who was ready to strike the vampire, was the only person left standing close to Cheryl. Cheryl turned her eyes and met with Zhang with anger and contempt.
I'm not afraid of you, demon. Ha 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 ha. Zhang laughed.
With her hand still grasping firmly to Cheryl, she said coldly, little girl.
I'm afraid to tell you that you have used the wrong pronoun.
We belong to the great race of vampires. The greatest race that would live forever.
And you, my beloved Cheryl, it is not me, it is we.
You, my child, are one of us.
Horse sh*t.
Cheryl cursed. At this time, Zhang stomped forward with haste and cried aloud.
Cheryl, loosen your grip.
Cheryl was shocked at Zhang sudden bold move but understood what he wanted to do immediately. She then released the dagger in her hands and allowed the silver dagger to drop to the floor.
At lightning speed, Zhang lowered himself and skidded through the snow, grabbing the dagger in the air.
As he was still sliding through the ground, he jumped upward and stabbed Zhang with a half-moon turn in the air.
Sacred silver dagger, tool.
Used blessed with holy water from the church, this dagger is imbued with great power to damage specters.
Due to its silver content, its power against vampires is increased further.
Uses left, 3/3. Level requirement, 80. It was obvious to Zhang that Zhang was all too confident that no one would defect.
Little did she know that the weak little food would actually fight back.
It was even a bigger surprise for her when there was another fearless one that would act against her. That surprise move had caused her to miss the dagger and was left with a deep bloody wound in her chest.
-100,000.
Zhang eyes nearly popped out when he saw just how much damage he had just dealt.
Sadly, it was a shame that it was a tool and not an equipment.
If it was, he could have used it against the Vampire King and hack 1 million HP of the bugger's HO with just 100 slashes of this miracle blade.
Arg! Zhang staggered and immediately flew up into the night sky.
Panic, rage, regret, and most of all, the expression of shock was written all over her face as she cringed in pain.
Kill that man.
Shush. Shush. The vampires that filled the night sky obeyed Zhang and shot down from the sky towards Zhang and Cheryl.
Let's go.
Zhang pulled Cheryl up to her feet in one strong pull and ran behind her as the both of them ran towards the brick house. Zhang could summon his mount and fight the monsters with it, but he would have to endure the monsters' physical attacks. As the disadvantages outweighed the benefits, Zhang had rather rely on the good old-fashioned brick house to protect them. As fast as their feet could move, the two of them ran into the house, with Zhang behind Cheryl. Only after seeing Cheryl entered the house, Zhang stopped and stood guard at the entrance. Here. Take it, said Zhang as he returned the silver dagger back to Cheryl. For him, the dagger could only be used 3 times. But perhaps, there was a chance that Cheryl could use it perpetually. She was, after all, an important NPC for the quest.
Kya!
With a loud shriek, a vampire had flown close to the entrance. It then slowed down by spreading its wings wide and thrust his sharp claws at Zhang.
Oh! F***ck off!
Zhang cried and slashed the vampire with the godly sword in his hand. The situation got worse by the minute when many more vampires had descended down and formed a wave of enemy. They started to shriek together towards Zhang.
-570. -570.
The shriek had formed a visible wave in the air and had caused nearly 600 damage to Zhang Yang. The problem was the sound wave could not be blocked. If it was 1 or 2 monsters, Zhang Yang could handle it just fine. But when the number reached more than 10, it would cause a problem, even for a tank.
Warrior! Put this on! Cheryl cried out loud and took out a silver pendant.
Her eyes screamed of fear of losing him.
Zhang Yang did not know what was the pendant for, but since the NPC had given it to him at the moment of peril, it had to be something useful. Holy silver pendant, tool. Item description: blessed by the holy water from the church. This pendant would negate all evil and their negative temptation on you. Duration: 1 hour. KYAA.
As he put the pendant on, the number of vampires had already reached to more than 100.
With a loud unison shriek, the air literally tore apart, forming visible waves that were traveling towards Zhang Yang. Immune. As the sound waves touched Zhang Yang's character, the word immune ticked. This is good stuff. Zhang Yang was extremely pleased.
Don't think that you're the only one who can shout like that.
Watch me. Brea Ea.
Zhang Yang shouted and activated Blast Wave at the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 397, Fallback. Chapter 397, Fallback. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. -952. -953.
With just one blast wave, the vampires gathering outside the house were stunned. More than 30 vampires had received the direct hit from that skill, which had caused a high proccing chance for Zhang Yang's Sword of Purging Devourer sword effect.
The skill chained for 4 procs and stopped at the 5th.
Even though the skill had echoed 4 times, the monsters were all elite tier, with HP bars as high as 85,000. 4. Blast Wave had only dealt close to 5% of their own HP. However, the accumulated damage had exceeded 120,000 damage. It was more than Dance of Heaven and Earth and Chaotic Dance of Electric Current. But Blast Wave had only a 20-second cooldown rate. That entrance of the brick house was a gate that shaped like a valve, forming a natural one-person blockade. The entrance had forced the vampire to bottleneck themselves, allowing only one monster to enter at a time.
Zhang Yang was troubled since he could not use Horizontal Sweep efficiently.
In fact, the skill had no penetrative effect, which only allowed him to attack just one vampire per skill usage. Obviously, the skill, Horizontal Sweep, that was obtained via a hidden quest and was ranked as the highest skill, had the greatest damage output. However, the AoE splash effect of the skill was completely rendered useless in this situation. Without the ability to hit multiple targets, the sword would lose its ability to proc properly.
Zhang Yang's DPS had been lowered drastically. Even so, Zhang Yang blocked the entrance.
The vampires that had taken damage from the back had no means of pushing forward. Angered by frustration, the vampire shrieked again, causing the walls to vibrate and resonating with the sound waves. Dust and smaller pebbles started to fall off the walls. There were many other vampires that had started to claw their way through the brick walls. However, despite their effects, Sherry's house was made from thick and solid bricks, and not fragile wood. The wall surrounding the house and the gates stood still, while the vampire's claws were already torn apart. Smiling at Zhang Yang, she said with pride. During the construction of the house, Father had factored in the possibility of a vampire attack. He chose the sturdiest materials to build the bricks which formed the wall of the houses and the gates. These vampires stand no chance at breaking it down.
Not even Dzionia could break it. Zhang Yang laughed at her proud statement and asked, "How about the upstairs windows?"
Fear not, the window frames had been coated and blessed with holy water. If the vampires were to enter through the windows, they would immediately turn into ash, said Cheryl. As to prove her point, Zhang Yang heard a scream of agony and the sound of fine sand falling onto the floor, coming from upstairs. Zhang Yang nodded with confidence that Cheryl would be safe, and only then did he turn back to the entrance and focused all his attention on killing the vampires. All skills were soon unleashed upon them.
Warrior! Let me help you.
Zhang Yang heard her voice from behind and felt a pair of warm hands rest on his back. The warmth of her hands spread out and enveloped his entire character.
He then gained a new buff. Sherry's Blessing, restore 3000 HP every 3 seconds for 30 seconds. It was obviously a priest regeneration skill on steroids. Not even the super healer, Han Shui, could reach that amount. At most, at her current level, her regeneration could only heal less than 2000 at every tick. With the healing buff on him, Zhang Yang could relax a little.
Even though healing 3000 HP every 3 seconds could not heal him much, he had only been receiving damage from one monster at a time.
Healing 1000 HP every second could easily break even with the damage received, and still have much more left over.
Both Zhang Yang and the White Bear stood guard at the entrance, turning each vampire that tried to enter into a pile of ash. Although there were 100 or more enemies, Zhang Yang had no problem reducing that number down with the help of his amazing sword. "I've seriously underestimated you," cried Cheryl after seeing what Zhang Yang was capable of.
Zhang Yang laughed and took out the laser cannon from his inventory.
He aimed at one of the hottest spot among the vampire and fired the bazooka-like weapon. A bright light blasted away. The vampires around the area were damaged with 10,000 HP.
It was a pity that the bazooka had 1 hour-long cool-down time.
Even though he still had the mechanical servant in his inventory, he was genuinely afraid that the giant devastator might tear down the house as it appears in the battlefield. It's not like he was in need of its help for the moment, might as well be safe than sorry. From 300 to 100, Zhang Yang had speedily killed the vampires outside the entrance.
Cheryl was just standing at one corner, gaping at Zhang Yang's prowess. All she did was to heal Zhang Yang by a 30 seconds interval. "Hold!" Dzionia bellowed from behind.
Her voice carried some kind of sort of authoritative aura, and even Zhang Yang could feel the dominating power from it.
"Capture all the townsmen." "Shush, dot."
One by one, the remaining vampires who were fighting Zhang Yang flapped their wings and shot into the sky. There was only a temporary silence before the screams and cries came echoing from the plaza.
Zhang Yang asked Cheryl to get into the house. "Ha ha ha ha," the eerie laughter of Dzionia could be heard. "My sweet sweet Cheryl, you better come out or I'll kill the people in the town."
Zhang Yang clicked his tongue and turned towards Cheryl. "Don't fall for her lies. She just wants us to surrender."
If she wanted to kill the townsmen, she would have already done so. Cheryl kept quiet and nodded her head.
"Oh Cheryl," Dzionnia's playful voice was heard as she descended down and landed in front of the house. Zhang Yang remained on guard. In her hands, she was holding an older man by the throat and said, "Tell Cheryl your name."
I. I'm Moog ACK.
Just when the poor NPC had reported his name, Dzionia had planted her fangs into the old man's neck.
"No!
Uncle Moog," cried Cheryl as she screamed.
She opened the door to the house and started angrily at Dzionia.
After consuming the NPC blood, a blood-red hue glowed on Dzionia's face, restoring the lost HP to its full status. Blood-sucking consumes the blood of your target and heal 10% of your HP every second.
Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes.
Zhang Yang knows that the skill was only for vampires to use. However, if he obtains the vampire inheritance, he would also inherit the skill.
Thud. Dzionia threw the now deceased Moog to one side.
There was still some blood stains on her hand. She then lifted her hand to her face and playfully licked the blood off her hands. There was an orgasmic expression on her face as she swallowed the blood. "Now you see, my dear, I am done playing with you," said Dzionia with a smile. With a quick movement, she grabbed one more townsman that the vampire had already captured and said, "Come out now or I will kill another one."
And another, until everyone is dead. What kind of sick F***CK would do that?
Zhang Yang sighed heavily. Based on the norm, Cheryl would surely surrender herself in order to save her friends. After that, she would be kidnapped by the vampires and he would have to be the knight in shiny armor and kill the evil king in order to rescue the damsel in distress.
Cheryl followed her guts and succumbed to Dzionia's threat.
Just when she was about to walk out of the gates, Zhang Yang had a sudden idea. He then quickly grabbed Cheryl's arm and placed his sword on her neck. The sudden gesture had suddenly shocked Cheryl, and even Dzionia herself.
"Trust me," Zhang Yang whispered to Cheryl. He then turned to Dzionia and said, "Leave now, or I will kill this woman." After Dzionia's obvious reaction, she laughed out loud and held on her stomach as if she had just seen the most hilarious comedy ever. After a long laugh, Dzionia finally calmed down and said, "You intend to threaten us with just a mere human? Are you daft? Kill her if you want. I shall find another human to replace her." "Any human you say? That means she means nothing to you then?"
"Perhaps I should just rape her and feed her to my bear then." Zhang Yang gripped his sword tightly and made a small cut on her neck. As the blood started to ooze out from the wound, panic filled Dzionia's face.
"Wait," she cried out.
Zhang Yang knew it clearly that something was not right.
If Cheryl was just any human as Dzionia had just described, the vampires would not have chased after her so furiously.
As an NPC that would trigger such a drastic event, how could not she be an important character? "Shall you take your leave now?" said Zhang Yang provokingly.
With great contempt, Dzionia glared at Zhang Yang.
After what seemed to be a long stare down between the two of them, Dzionia screamed to the high heavens and bellowed angrily.
Return to the castle.
One of the vampires come to her and kneel down. Mistress Dzionia, Lord Madros had commanded us to bring Cheryl back to the castle.
If we return empty-handed,
I fear that the Lord would be extremely displeased.
Dzionia scoffed and said, leave.
I will explain this matter to the Lord myself.
Yes. We listen and obey. Every vampire present replied in unison.
They spread out their wings and shot to the sky, disappearing towards the north.
Dzionia was the last one present.
Zhang Yang noticed, and he had not removed the sword from Cheryl's neck because of it.
Enjoy your temporary peace. I will return. Dzionia spoke with such vile that Zhang Yang knew she meant her words.
She spread her wings and flew towards the same direction as the other vampires. Zhang Yang then removed the sword and cheered.
Looks like we won. Yes, indeed. However, you nearly killed me there, warrior. Ding. You have completed the quest, chased the vampire. Obtained 3 million experience points.
Just when Zhang Yang was expecting a follow-up quest, the system notification ended there with no other notification popping out.
Cheryl. My dad died because of you, cried someone.
The captured townsmen from before had gathered at Cheryl's doorsteps with expressions that spoke of murder and vengeance. Zhang Yang pulled Cheryl and stood in front of her. Cheryl was willing to sacrifice herself just to protect you guys.
What gives you the right to slander her? It's her.
It's all because of her. Those creatures wouldn't have attacked us if it wasn't for her. Why would the vampires spare our lives in place of hers? I'd say, she's one of them, cried one of the townsmen.
Yeah.
Burn the girl. Voices of angry townsmen filled the place, and Cheryl remained quiet. Zhang Yang turned back and saw Cheryl was in shock. Zhang Yang understood her feelings. She was about to give her life in order to save the very same people who were throwing insults and death threats to her. It was a massive physiological attack which Zhang Yang could never measure. The trust and love towards the town was shattered instantly. Zhang Yang sighed and summoned his bear.
Let's go.
Zhang Yang pulled Cheryl up and sat behind her on the bear.
With a loud roar, the bear then galloped away from the angry townsman.
There was no reason to argue further.
After a short moment, the townsmen began to chase after Zhang Yang with fire and pitchforks.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 398, The Garden of Vampires. Chapter 398, The Garden of Vampires. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The townsmen had chased after Zhang Yang for about 2 kilometers before stopping to catch their breath.
Although they had stopped, Zhang Yang could still see where they were, due to the light from their touch and the loud inaudible screaming. Zhang Yang continued to ride until they reached to a thick forest before helping Cheryl down from the bear.
With wide, unfocused eyes, Cheryl finally broke. Why? Zhang Yang sighed.
It was understandable that Cheryl would react that way. She was only 16 years old, for God's sake. Zhang Yang tried to lighten her mood. Those townspeople of yours are really scary.
Cheryl smiled weakly and turned towards the direction of the town.
The glint in her eyes still suggested the shock from being treated harshly by the townsmen.
Zhang Yang crossed his arms and gave in to his recklessness. Wait here. I'll be back. Where are you going? Cheryl asked.
She seemed to regain some level of vigor. I'm going to kill that Lord Vampire King Madros or something. Zhang Yang replied with a warm smile. If that bloody bugger is dead, then no one will blame you for something as outrageous as you being one of the vampires.
Cheryl's expression softened greatly but quickly grabbed Zhang Yang by his arm. Warrior! Don't do that! It's too dangerous. I cannot allow you to be in danger because of me. Ding!
You have gained a good relationship with Cheryl.
Ho ho! Zhang Yang smirked.
You need not worry about me. You see, I have a bunch of very strong friends.
Together, we can kill Madros. Warrior! Cheryl tried to talk Zhang Yang out of his reckless idea. Too late.
I've already decided, said Zhang Yang, confirming his decision. Cheryl, I don't know what the vampires want from you.
But I do know this. You're extremely important to them. That is why I must ask you to remain hidden. Keep a low profile and wait for the good news.
Cheryl hesitated but eventually succumbed to Zhang Yang's confidence. Even so, after the entire wild commotion, Cheryl still had not given any follow-up quest. As hard as it sounds, a hidden quest was surely hard to trigger. Zhang Yang thought to himself, now that he had already proceeded with the event so far, and he had confirmed that Cheryl was the NPC that would give up the vampire inheritance quest, he could just kill Madros some other day and not need to come back for Cheryl.
Would not that be a waste of time since the girl would not trigger the quest? Zhang Yang nodded confidently.
You take care of yourself.
I'll be on my way now.
Good luck. Cheryl wished Zhang Yang well and gripped the dagger hard, whilst nodding her head up and down. Zhang Yang rode the bear and galloped as fast as he could towards the north, where the vampire had flown. After riding a few hundred kilometers for God knows how long, Zhang Yang had arrived at a desolate garden. The garden was huge and wide. In the middle of the garden was a flower circlet. In this godforsaken place, which was devoid of any sunlight, there were many odd plantation and flowers that had grown beautifully. As Zhang Yang approached closer to the flora, he noticed that the stems of the flowers were transparent, and what made the plants look red was the blood that was flowing in it. Behind the garden was a 3-story building. It was obvious that the building was extremely old. There were veins glowing all over the exterior of the building. The dark, black building was encased in coils of growing veins that had only made it look like it was a man-eating beast that could just swallow him as he enters it.
Separating the main building from the outside world was an iron gate that measured 2 persons' height.
Inside the flower garden were vampires tending to the flowers, but it was not clear to what they were actually doing. Zhang Yang pushed the iron gates, which gave out a loud rusty creak as it swung open. Riding the bear, Zhang Yang moved slowly. After the gates was a long, white pavement. In the middle of the route was a beautiful large water fountain.
After that was the eerie-looking building.
Zhang Yang rode slowly towards the building. The bear's paws were soft like a cat's, making no noise as it moved. However, the metal plates of his armor were constantly crashing into each other, as the bear wobbled up and down.
Help, me.
A faint cry of help was heard coming from the flower garden. Zhang Yang jumped from the sound of it.
It was extremely scary being alone, in dark, creepy place.
Surely anyone would be scared when they suddenly hear a cry for help in this situation. He quickly stopped his tracks and searched for the source of the sound. But no matter how hard he searches, there was nothing of a human to be found.
Help, me.
The same faint cry was heard again. This time, Zhang Yang heard as clearly.
He got down from the bear and walked into the bunch of flowers.
He then bent down and pulled the flowers. Once the flowers were broken off their roots, it literally bled. Zhang Yang continued until he found a soft spot. Inside the area was a man, or half of what seems to be a man. The body had already decayed halfway through, roots growing from inside the man's organs. No wonder the flowers were able to grow so beautifully, their nutritions were coming directly from a human. The blood that flowed in the plants was human blood. What a disgusting setting.
Props to the designer.
The man opened his eyes. Although he was unable to move, he was still able to move his eyeballs and glared at Zhang Yang.
Please, kill me. End my life. Half-dead human, normal, humanoid. Level 1. HP 1/50th. Defense 1.
Zhang Yang nearly vomited from the sight of the man still being alive after all that he had been through. Filled with pity and disgust, Zhang Yang granted the man's wish. He pulled his sword out and stabbed the man in his chest, ending his tortured life.
Thank you.
As life seeped away from the man, Zhang Yang retrieved his sword, but there was no bloodstain on his blade.
The plants had already sucked the man's dry.
Just then, a shadow appeared on the ground and shot over him. Zhang Yang immediately hid himself. The shadowy figure landed gracefully on the ground and walked towards a flower. The person then pressed his lips to the tip of the flower and began sucking the fluid in it. As the bloodily liquid flows out of the flower and into the man's, his pale face regained its color. The man continued sucking out the blood from the plant until the plant withered away.
With obvious vigor regeneration, the man spread out his wings and flew back into the building through the roof.
Zhang Yang knew then, that was the more brutal method to draw and store blood from a human. Even if it was just a game, Zhang Yang had to applaud the designer and the director for coming up with such an amazing story lore.
Because right then, Zhang Yang was filled with immense rage.
He hopped on the bear and gently ruffled the bear's forehead. It's time for a massacre. The bear growled faintly and galloped towards the building.
I smell the smell of a human. A living human.
Unlike the unguarded garden, the building had 2 elite vampires standing guard at the entrance. The system had the vampires react to Zhang Yang only when he had entered their aggro range, and not based on sight. Zhang Yang started the battle with a spear of obliteration thrown at the left vampire. The vampire winced in pain. The 2 targets then lunged themselves at Zhang Yang.
-1 172. -1 219.
Having more than 100,000 HP, Zhang Yang had barely felt anything. Based on calculations, the two enemies had a basic attack of around 6,000. Even though it was rather average, it was made to look like a pea shooter, since Zhang Yang had a strong damage reduction ability, reducing close to 80% of their attacks. Zhang Yang set his sights on the one that he had attacked before and launched a series of sword slices.
What a strong warrior! Such strength, the blood would most definitely be of quality.
Like hungry men who had not eaten in days, the two vampires licked their lips, drooling at the sight of Zhang Yang. Their attacks were weak, albeit being fast and swift.
My blood?
Please, you don't have enough qualifications to taste my blood.
Zhang Yang taunted. The match was a 2v2 battle, with Zhang Yang and the gold-eared bear king against the two vampires.
With over 6,000 DPS, they had easily killed the first enemy in just 15 seconds. Losing all 80,000 HP in the battle, the vampire fell to the ground and turned into fine ash, which was blown by the winds. The second one was also defeated in about the same time.
Is that all? Zhang Yang scoffed.
He then proceeds to push open the door. To his dismay, the door creaked loudly.
Compared to the creep exterior, the inside of the creepy building was surprisingly pleasant.
The entire hall was illuminated with the warm light coming from a candle chandelier hanging on the ceiling. The hall which Zhang Yang had just entered was the living room. Like what you could expect from a wealthy old Western family, the hall was filled with cushioned chairs and a marvelous, grand wooden carved table and a large fireplace. There were more than 10 well-dressed vampires, both male and female, who were sipping what seems to be red wine. There was even music playing in the background, which made it look like a social party for the snobs. Although they were classified as specters, the vampire considered themselves to be one of the noble creatures. They felt superior compared to the skeletal soldiers, or zombies, and the undead that would look and behave savagely. The vampires would never associate themselves with the rest and would live in the grandest and upscale castle. They would then consider themselves as the blood race and refuse to be classified as a part of the specters. Everyone turned to Zhang Yang at the moment he pushed the door open. All heads turned to him, which immediately made Zhang Yang think that he had just made the worst mistake ever. One of the beautiful ladies laughed and clapped her hands.
Welcome! Oh my! What's wrong, young man?
She emphasized the word young. Another lady joined the conversation and giggled behind a paper fan.
Oh ho ho ho, my dear Phoebe, control your lust. Why should I, Lorraine?
Imagine the both of us in bed, intertwined with each other. The pleasure of taking his blood while he breathes next to me.
Who could resist that? Ah! I must have him.
Phoebe screamed in a weird, pleasure-like moan. She stood immediately and spread her wings, tearing the dress on her back.
With lightning speed, the vampire lunged towards Zhang Yang, with her hands bared in claws ready to stab Zhang Yang. I hope that you don't mind me joining you.
Phoebe, said the same female who had interjected her.
Piss off.
Why are you always trying to snatch my toys?
It was the same as before and it is the same as now.
I'd never want to share the same men with you.
You always have it too rough.
The men you play with always end up dying.
Phoebe growled angrily. Po ho ho.
Whoever gets her hands on him first shall own the warrior, cried the vampire named Lorraine. Zhang Yang raised his eyebrows, along with his sword and shield.
Why don't I have a say in this? Give up fighting and give in to me,
bellowed Phoebe as she placed her attention on Zhang Yang. There was a certain aura to the vampires here. As if each of them were strong. Even though they were all elite tier, they had special names to them instead of the general noun. These elite monsters were strong. They had over 200,000 HP and could be called mini-bosses. Zhang Yang threw a spear of obliteration towards Phoebe and withdrew slowly until he reached outside the building. Zhang Yang wanted to be able to ride on the battle mount to allow himself to be stronger.
Boom!
Zhang Yang kicked the door behind him and rolled backward, just in the nick of time to avoid the attacks of both Phoebe and Lorraine.
Zhang Yang quickly jumped behind the bear and was ready to lay down attacks.
It was a shame that he wasn't ready. If he had been, he would have swapped the battle mount to the mythical turtle and gained even more power.
Surrender to me, human.
Bow down, and I shall grant you the ultimate pleasure before your death. Phoebe taunted Zhang Yang as she clawed her way to Zhang Yang. After parrying a number of attacks, Zhang Yang laughed and replied, "Shame that you're completely not my type."
Ha ha ha. Lorraine laughed. Looks like it's time for you to change your appeal, but... Imbecile.
The two of the female vampires continued to have their war words, yet the physical attacks on Zhang Yang had not slowed down. However, Zhang Yang did not mind. His main target now was only Phoebe. Dancing with his blade, Zhang Yang had delivered a series of attacks which drained the enemy's HP down rapidly. Even though Phoebe had slightly more HP than the average elite monsters, she had only 200,000 HP. Zhang Yang had killed a 80,000 HP in just 15 seconds, so at most it would take 40 seconds or less to deal with 200,000 HP. Ack! Phoebe finally winced in pain after her long HP was left with over 20,000 HP. Before Zhang Yang could deliver the final blow, she shot into the sky and flew to the flower garden.
D*MN. Zhang Yang cursed.
Somehow, he knew that she would do that.
Don't try to escape. Lorraine bellowed. Seeing her comrade being attacked to that state, she roared angrily as she clawed at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang had not want to deal with Lorraine just yet.
Frantically, he left the place, only to see that Phoebe had landed in the flower garden. There was a glint of panic in her eyes. With all the power left in her body, she quickly dashed around the garden. Her speed was so fast that Zhang Yang could only see flowers disappearing in a fraction of a second. After that, there was a sudden blow of strong gale that swept away most of the dust, revealing herself standing in the center of the garden. In her hands, there were blood dripping off, but it was not her blood. It was the blood that was oozing out from the flower. With great speed, she sucked in all the blood from each flower and gained a boon status.
Consuming fresh blood, recover 10% HP every second for 10 seconds.
Even though Zhang Yang was efficient in using Destructive Smash, leaving no gap in between the skill's cooldown, 3 seconds had passed since Phoebe had flown away. By the time she started consuming the blood, the debuff from Destructive Smash had already expired. Plus 20,000. Plus 20,000.
Crap! Zhang Yang cursed.
Phoebe had started healing, and at great speed at that. Hoping that he could make it in time, Zhang Yang pulled the reins and made the bear leap 10 feet forward.
Destructive Smash.
-8, 343. Plus 5000. Zhang Yang let out a sigh of relief when he had managed to deliver the skill, causing Phoebe recovery to receive a 75% reduction. You bastard! Phoebe shouted from the top of her lungs. She then spread her wings and shot towards Zhang Yang, causing him to be pushed behind a great distance.
TCH.
Zhang Yang cringed as he pulled the rein to prevent himself from falling over.
Come get me!
Zhang Yang taunted and charged towards the two vampires. Zhang Yang still focused his fire on Phoebe instead of Lorraine. After receiving the Destructive Smash interruption during her blood-sucking, she had only managed to heal over 40% of her HP.
No, no. No. Ack. Save me. No.
KYA, cried Phoebe as she lost her mind when Zhang Yang had landed the last attack which completely depleted her HP. The wound at which Zhang Yang had sliced into Phoebe turned into a burning ember. The amber spread all over, causing Phoebe to panic. As much as she tried to claw the amber from spreading to her entire body, there was nothing that she could do except to scream at the top of her lungs. As quickly as the time ticked away, Phoebe's entire body turned into a glowing amber before crumbling down into a pile of gray ash.
Phoebe. My dear. Phobe. No. Tears started to fall from Lorraine's bloodshot eyes.
She lunged herself at Zhang Yang and pinned him down.
Bastard. You have killed my daughter. When I'm done with you, you'd wish that I would end your life right now.
I will turn you into a vampire and torture you for all eternity. Threats aside, Zhang Yang was actually more surprised at the fact that both Lorraine and Phoebe were mother and daughter. What kind of game designer did Dream Tech hire?
All your blood are belong to me.
Lorraine flapped her wings with much power, granting her the ability to move around with better agility.
Attacks came from all directions.
Zhang Yang laughed despite being attacked by a crazy mother who had just lost her daughter. When two monsters had attacked Zhang Yang, he was not troubled by it. Now that Lorraine was the only one left, what sort of trouble could she do to him? Zhang Yang picked himself up and retaliate even harder. Just as Phoebe, Zhang Yang took no time at all to kill Lorraine. Before he knew it, Lorraine had left with only 10%. As expected, she too shot towards the garden to suck on the flowers.
Crap! Again!
Zhang Yang scolded himself for being reckless. Not only had she healed herself, she had chosen a place much further away from where Phoebe was. Zhang Yang cursed angrily and chased after her with Destructive Smash ready in hand. This time, he was rather lucky. When Lorraine had shot off, the Destructive Smash debuff on her still had over 7 seconds of active duration. Zhang Yang had managed to reach her and deliver another Destructive Smash before the effect wore off. Thus, Lorraine had only healed by 25%.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 399, The Vampire's Touch. Chapter 399, The Vampire's Touch. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation.
Both Lorraine and Phoebe had dropped a weird item called Vampire's Fang.
Vampire's Fang.
Use, collect and combine 7 vampire's fangs to form a Vampire's Touch.
Ha! Said Zhang Yang as he read through the item description of the Vampire's Fang.
Vampire's Touch was an enhancing item similar to that of Runestone, and a whetstone that is used on weapons to increase its power. Like the item name suggested, the Vampire's Touch would grant a lifesteal effect on the weapon that was chosen to be enhanced.
Since it was a rare effect, it was stronger than regular enhancement via other methods.
The lifesteal effect gained from this item cannot be stacked with runestones nor whetstones. Among the 3 enhancing items, only one can be applied at the same time. Unlike the runestones made from runecrafters, or whetstones made from smithers, Vampire's Touch can only be found by hunting the vampires and collecting their fangs. Furthermore, Vampire's Fang would only be dropped by special vampires and not the nameless normal monsters. The drop rate was so low that not even the boss might drop them.
All in all, the item was extremely rare.
After collecting all the battle loots, Zhang Yang sat down to heal himself.
After killing 2 elite monsters with super long HPs who were capable of healing themselves, he had suffered quite the damage and was only left with less than 20,000 HP. Zhang Yang was rather relieved that the other vampires who were in the building did join the fight with Lorraine and Phoebe, providing enough time for Zhang Yang to heal. After healing, Zhang Yang entered the living room again. Instead of fighting, the vampires inside were still enjoying themselves with glasses of wines and vibrant conversation between themselves. They were cheerful and happy as if someone from their party had just won a major battle of some sort. During the battle initiation by Phoebe and Lorraine had broken the door earlier, Zhang Yang had no need to make a flashy appearance to enter the hall. None of the vampires inside were alerted by his entry. Zhang Yang had chosen to lure one monster at a time, and picked one of the vampires, and attacked with him, Spear of Obliteration. The vampire that was lured was named Toller, and he jumped from his seat and flew towards Zhang Yang. You're the human from before. Where is Lorraine? Where is Phoebe? The vampire cried out in surprise. Zhang Yang smirked and landed one attack. You'll soon find out. Bastard!
Toller bellowed and attacked with the same style as Lorraine and Phoebe, hands wide open, with sharp claws ready to dismember Zhang Yang's limbs. Even though the male vampire looked very strong, he was beaten to a pulp by Zhang Yang. He had also flown to the garden to heal himself but had only prolonged his death by a minute or so.
Toller did not drop any Vampire's Fang, which left Zhang Yang slightly disappointed.
Like changing the tea leaves of a pot, Zhang Yang defeated all the vampires in the hall one by one. Fortunately, he had collected all 7 pieces of the fangs and formed one complete Vampire's Touch.
Vampire's Touch, beginner, usable. Use it on a weapon, grants the ability to restore 5% HP on every hit. Level requirement, 80. The item description dictated that the lifesteal effect would only be active on a successful hit. That would mean that skills like Thunderstrike and Shield Bash that did not attack with the sword would not trigger the lifesteal effect. However, if Zhang Yang were to use AoE multi-target skills like Blast Wave and Horizontal Sweep, coupled with the sword skill echoing effect, it would all be factored in. Take Blast Wave, for example. Even though the skill was based on the weapon's attack, 5% of 1178 would be 60 HP. However, if the skill was used on a group of 30 monsters, and the sword would proc for 4 counts, the total amount healed would be over 7,000. Without thinking twice, Zhang Yang used the item on the sword and replaced the lifesteal effect with the original one. By far, the profession runecraft was not strong nor OP enough. Only until one was able to produce a rune of +6 and +7, only then it would be considered to be a powerful profession that would burn gold on the side. At least, by then, it would be worth every penny spent. Zhang Yang wrapped things up in the hall and proceeded forward. After the living room was a long empty corridor which led to a staircase to the 2nd floor. The building was the nest of the vampires. The system would naturally make it harder for players to pass through it. Before Zhang Yang could reach the staircase, vampires from both ends of corridor attacked Zhang Yang in a large group.
Even though they were elite tier, they were the real elite tier, unlike Phoebe and Lorraine who had far more HP in attack. Naturally, Zhang Yang had cleared the corridor with ease and went up to the 2nd floor. Before Zhang Yang could observe the environment of the 2nd floor, a white figure came shooting towards him. There was a long black whip on her right hand which was all coiled up to her shoulder. Reflex kicked in and Zhang Yang raised his shield at lightning speed. Despicable insect! A female voice came roaring from behind his shield. The voice belonged to Dzionia, the second bride of the vampire king, Madros. At her height, she had looked down on Zhang Yang with fangs dripping regular saliva. With a loud hiss, she pushed Zhang Yang away and uncoiled the whip in his right arm. Again! Zhang Yang had no time to swap out the mythical turtle. Zhang Yang cursed himself and leaped back towards Dzionia. -8, 345. Plus 417. After 5 crippled defense, Zhang Yang's destructive smash had dealt over 8,000 damage, which in turn healed him for over 400 HP. Zhang Yang curled his lips, feeling satisfied with the effects of the new sword's passive ability. Even after deducting the possible heal from shield bash and damage reflective block, his DPS had surpassed 4,000. That meant that at each second, he could recover at least 200 HP. It was similar to reducing 200 DPS directly from the boss. It was a pity that the DPS of a level 80 yellow gold boss was around 2,000. Deducting 200 from that would equal to a 10% discount. Being an alchemist who concoct potions for himself, he had no qualms about using all his potions, even the powerful ones like the Troll Recovery Potion. Players would only have regular potions at their disposal, and the ones that Zhang Yang consumed all the time were at least grade 5 transmutation. For the past few days, Zhang Yang had been making potions till he had lost count of the number of stacks he had made. Those potions that were produced normal, or had lower grade transmutation, were all sold in the little merchandise shop or thrown into the guild warehouse. Only potions that had over grade 5 transmutation were used by Zhang Yang himself. With potions, Fountain of Life, Berserker's Heal, Shield Wall, and other means and methods to restore his health, Zhang Yang had no problem fighting a yellow gold boss one-on-one. For now, Zhang Yang was most probably be the only player in China to be able to solo a yellow gold boss. Succumb and bow to the power. Present yourself as a slave to me, cried Dzionia as she danced around with the coarse whip in her hand. Master has captured Cheryl. The ceremony of holy matrimony is about to happen and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Zhang Yang stopped breathing for a second. Cheryl was captured? That soon? Zhang Yang sighed. He had hoped that this story would be a little different. However, contrary to his thoughts, he was expecting something like this to happen. Still, there was something odd. Who and what was Cheryl? Was she so important that the last boss would capture her himself? Ding! You have received a quest selection, Rescue Cheryl. Would you accept it? A sudden quest option window popped out. Zhang Yang not read the quest description and immediately accepted it. He still had the boss to defeat first. Feel the despair. Feel the power of darkness engulfing you. Dzionia bellowed and laughed as loudly as thunder itself. Suddenly, Zhang Yang felt a little shaky, as his entire vision was distorted. His character moved itself and threw the shield and sword to the ground, covering his ears and starting to scream like a deranged maniac. Despair shriek causes the target to fall into a state of despair. Causes immobility and disarm. Lasts for 5 seconds. What the hell? Zhang Yang raised his head to observe Dzionia. All he could observe was the glint in Dzionia's eyes. A similar rage of revenge burning in her eyes. High-leveled NPC or monster would have higher AI programming, granting them the ability to have memory. She bore great enmity towards Zhang Yang. Powerful enough that she would never find peace in her time if she did not shred Zhang Yang into pieces. A shield is an ultimate weapon for a tank. Without the piece of equipment, Zhang Yang had received more than 9,000 damage in just one attack. Without the shield granting him the defense and passive damage reduction skill, Zhang Yang had taken the full, unrepressed damage from Dzionia. Zhang Yang immediately activated Warrior's Will and dispelled the state of despair that his character had fallen into. With a quick barrel roll, Zhang Yang picked up the shield and the sword and swiftly re-equipped it. Luckily, the boss was an NPC that would not be greedy to pick the equipment and kept it for herself. If that had really happened, Zhang Yang would have raged quit the game so hard that no amount of reincarnation would bring him back to play the game. Give up on your hopes and dreams and fall into the depths of the abyss. Dzionia shrieked again. Humph. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Zhang Yang launched his attack. Dzionia's despair shriek had only a 1-minute cooldown. If it was any other tank, they would surely have to rely on other people to survive this boss. Their Warrior's Will would never have been enough to last the battle. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, had already maximized the level of Warrior's Will. His skill had only 1-minute cooldown as well. Once the boss activates Despair Shriek, Zhang Yang would instantly activate Warrior's Will to dispel the debuff on him. Furthermore, the skill had granted a sure critical strike hit for the next Destructive Smash. One strike of the skill would deal 15,000 damage to 17,000 damage. It would be a double-edged sword for the boss to use her, despair shriek. She was a boss, but in this fight, Zhang Yang had too many life-restoring skills that he had literally made the boss look like the player instead. Without meticulous effort, Zhang Yang had speedily brought down the boss HP to 10%. Despicable insect. I ought to squash you and remove your pitiful existence, cried Dzionia as the confidence in her expression faded away and was replaced with madness. She lunged towards Zhang Yang, carrying a flowery scent and soft embrace into Zhang Yang's arms. Hiss. Dzionia grabbed Zhang Yang tight in her arms and buried her fangs deep into Zhang Yang's neck. Vampiric paralysis. Vampiric paralysis causes a target to be paralyzed, enabling the user to have a chance to suck on the target's blood. Lasts for 10 seconds. As if Zhang Yang was going to enjoy the moment and feel her voluptuous breast pressing into his. Zhang Yang immediately activated Warrior's Will and dispelled the immobility on him. In 10 seconds after, he had gained a buff which increases 50% of his attack. Even though Dzionia had restored her health, she had carried the effect of Destructive Smash on her, causing her to only restore 25% of the intended amount. With a quick strike, Zhang Yang hit her with a Destructive Smash, again dealing a devastating attack. Her 43,500 HP was not at all enough to withstand his onslaught any longer, but... Ack! The bride of the Vampire King collapsed with a loud moan and turned into ash. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400, Constance. Chapter 400, Constance. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The boss fight had rewarded Zhang Yang with 2 yellow gold equipment, and 6 gray-silver equipment. Among them was a rather strong dagger. Thorn of Dzionia, yellow gold. Weapon attack, 402 to 602. Attack interval, 1.4 seconds. DPS, 358. Equip effect, grants a 10% chance to restore 500 HP on every attack. Level requirement, 80. Even though the dagger was not up to tier, it was still one of the strongest yellow gold weapons out there. Surely there were people who would want the dagger since there were not many violet platinums circling in the market at the moment. Zhang Yang picked up the loot and moved forward. There were many other monsters along the way which were killed and turned into fine ash. Just as he felt happy that the monsters had granted a luxurious amount of experience points, he was reminded about the quest that he had just received right before the boss fight with Dzionia. Rescue Cheryl, difficulty level, S. Quest description: the King of Vampires, Madros, has kidnapped Cheryl. The ceremony to wed Cheryl to Madros, making her the third bride, will happen shortly. Warrior, you have to pick up the pace in order to save her in time. Duration remaining, 2 hours 47 minutes. Progress, rescued Cheryl 0/1. Zhang Yang sighed heavily. He hated quests with time limits. Still, for a quest to be ranked at S level, it was understandable. Furthermore, the time taken to finish the quest will be taken into consideration for the final quest score. The monsters on the second floor were mostly just normal tiered. Zhang Yang had effortlessly turned their living flesh into grayish ash. In the battle of the normal monsters, Zhang Yang had picked up many pieces of silk. Like a hot knife through butter, Zhang Yang had butchered his way through the entire floor. Right before he arrived at the staircase to the third floor, he stopped and changed his battle mount to the mythical turtle. He would not make the same mistake as before. After climbing the stairs and arriving at the third floor, he was immediately interrupted by a woman in a familiar white dress. Her hair color was different compared to Dzionia. Unlike the deep, charcoal black, hers was blonde. Constance, bride of the Vampire Lord, yellow gold, Spectre. Level, 87. HP, 1,740,000. Defense, 1,500. Note, intensely jealous. The manifestation of envy. Just when Zhang Yang was ready to command the turtle to strike first, he was stunned at the sight of the green-colored name tag. Warrior, said Constance when she saw Zhang Yang had arrived at the floor. Worry not. I come in peace. An NPC with a green color name tag meant a friendly character. Zhang Yang slid his sword back into its scabbard. There was no way Zhang Yang could attack a green color name tag NPC. Why are you in my way? Constance clicked her tongue irritably. Madros, the bastard. When he married me, he had vowed to love me, and only me. However, 30 years ago, against my will, he took another bride for himself. He married Dzionia. Just when he swore to never take on another wife, he had turned back on his words and picked that human insect. I cannot allow this to happen again. Warrior, I will help you kill that bastard.
Whoa, so this was what jealousy would do to a woman. How many big shots had committed homicide just because they were dissatisfied about playing second fiddle? In context to ancient China family. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Alright. With a yellow gold boss helping him in battle, he would not need to summon Hanning Shui or anyone else to assist him in killing the last boss. Since the boss fight was not going to happen, Zhang Yang swapped the turtle for the bear. If he had waited for the turtle to follow him to the last boss, he would have already grown a beard as long as Rapunzel's hair. Follow me, said Constance coldly. She gestured Zhang Yang to follow her and led the way. There were no monsters on the third floor, allowing both of them to proceed quickly and arrive at a room at the end of the floor. Creak. The door was open slowly, yet it still made a creepy creak. Madros is inside. Be quick with it, said Constance as she headed in. The room was dark and quiet. It was so dark that Zhang Yang could not even see his own feet. It was as if a temporary blindness had robbed him of his vision. 20 to 30 steps forward, he heard the same creak, followed by a loud click. The door behind him was shut. The light started to appear from the sides. The torches on the side of the wall of the room had lit up one by one and quickly brightened up the room. Just when Zhang Yang had gotten used to the darkness of the room, he was blinded by the sudden illumination, which forced him to shut his eyes. It took some effort, but after he had readjusted back to the light, he opened his eyes to observe his surroundings. The room was too large to be called a room. It was roughly 300 to 400 meters square wide. The problem with this hall was that there were close to 100 elite-tiered vampires standing at every corner, with their fangs bared at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang frantically searched for Constance and found her standing at the furthest corner from him, laughing sinisterly. Her name tag had changed to red. Zhang Yang was bamboozled. Of course, everyone with an average level of intellect would be tricked as well. Constance was a friendly NPC back then. A normal player would have already treated her as a comrade instead of being wary. My minions! Kill the human, cried Constance as she lifted her pale fingers to point at Zhang Yang's general location. The vampires in the hall spread their wings in unison, creating sudden airwaves that sent the dust on the floor flying in all directions. Zhang Yang felt a cold shiver down his spine. There is no way that he would survive the battle with 100 elite-tier monsters. Yo, B*TCH. Come now. Zhang Yang speedily opened his friend list and dialed up to Hanning Shui. What? I'm busy grinding with Yin Air. Buzz off, said Hanning Shui lazily. No time to explain. Put on the charm now. My life is at stake here. Oh. So you want the damsel to save the prince in distress now, huh? Within seconds, Hanning Shui had arrived at the scene. At the moment she had appeared in the battlefield, she was greeted with the cries of hundreds of vampires. The color drained from her face. Dummy! No more surprises like this in the future. I'll bite your nose off the next time you rope me in like that. Enough! Time for our skill. Zhang Yang bellowed. He had activated Shield Wall and had only managed to survive the fight because of the skill's healing capability. Anyone and everyone would know that once the Shield Wall ended, Zhang Yang would be shredded into pieces, even if he had the thick defense of an elephant. Zhang Yang reached out and grabbed Hanning Shui's fair hand and activated Blizzard Sky and Lunar Stew. Shush. 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 -5000. -5000. -5000. Since the vampires could fly, space was filled rather economically by them, thus increasing the efficiency of the skill. Kill them. Kill the humans, cried Constance with a loud shriek. Hey dummy, why are you always in trouble when it comes to women? Asked Hanning Shui with a laugh. Why? Jealous much, said Zhang Yang. Please. I'm not talking about the people in the game. I'm talking about Zhao Bin, Zhao Shui, and Zhao Yu. Those three are exquisite. A rare beauty. How could you not drown in the triplets' beauty, said Hanning Shui. She was jealous. Zhang Yang frowned worriedly. The girls were just freshmen in university. Humph. Only God knows what kind of dirty thought dwelling in that filthy mind. As they were having their conversation, most of the vampire had already turned into piles of ash that had defiled the beautiful scenery of the skill. Whoa, that's really a lot of experience points, said Hanning Shui. After 30 seconds prior to the skill's activation, the hundreds of vampires were killed, leaving the hall barren and lifeless. Bastard, bellowed Constance angrily. She spread her own wings and shot towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang laughed tauntingly and parried her claw. Relax woman, you'll get to meet your friends real soon,
Constance raised her head and stared into Zhang Yang's eyes with great contempt. She opened her mouth and shrieked loudly, causing Zhang Yang to feel a great pain in his eardrums, forcing him down to the floor, closing his eyes and ears, abandoning his weapons. Despair shriek, looks like it was a skill exclusive for a vampire's bride. Zhang Yang immediately dispelled the debuff with Warrior's Will, and returned to the fight. With a quick dodge and turn, Zhang Yang was back in front of Constance. Destructive Smash. -24 at 890. A great damage text burst out with a slightly larger font since it was a critical strike. Both Zhang Yang and Han Shui were slightly surprised. Dummy, are you really using a hack? How could you deal such high damage? Zhang Yang immediately opened the battle log and said, it was a critical strike and a lucky strike stacked together. The passive bonus effect of using Warrior's Will was to grant a 100% chance to land a critical strike. If that attack had triggered a lucky strike, it would deal a massive 6x the original damage. Now that the army of vampires were killed, Zhang Yang could easily settle the boss on his own. Now that a super healer had arrived to the scene, it was more of a concrete certainty that Zhang Yang would win the fight. Pairing his power with the bear, Zhang Yang had basically turned the fight into a one-sided brawl. Not long after, Zhang Yang heard a loud cling, and realized that Constance's body had turned as hard as a rock. Zhang Yang turned his gaze to Constance's character and noticed a new status effect on her head. Petrifying Recovery, immune to all damage and status effect. Restores 5% HP every second. Last for 10 seconds. Channeling required. Compared to the other vampire's recovery skill, Constance's recovery skill had even granted her a 10 seconds invincibility. She would have restored 50% of her HP without interruption. Not even the debuff of Destructive Smash would affect her. After the 10-second skill duration ended, Constance spread her wings out, breaking the stone encasement, like a butterfly out of a cocoon. She hovered a few meters into the air. Her wings were bigger now and cast a shadow over Zhang Yang. This is the gift from the king when he had bestowed immortality upon me. Surprised? Constance smiled wryly. She now had 60% HP left. Zhang Yang scoffed. Unless the skill had a cooldown time of only 2 minutes, Zhang Yang could have killed the boss before she could have a chance to activate Petrifying Recovery for the second time. Dummy. When a player gains the vampire inheritance, would he gain that skill as well? More or less? Zhang Yang nodded. That's actually the reason for me being here. To farm the inheritance fragments. The inheritance is strong, but it doesn't suit you though. Please. It's not like I wanted in the first place. With haste, Constance was killed before she could activate the Petrifying Recovery for the second time. As it was with any other vampire, Constance screamed and put up a scene before turning into ash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.